Hello everyone. Today we're kicking off part 2. First, a quick recap of the previous episode. Across the desolate plains of the immortal continent, the sun no longer rises in the east and sets in the west. Instead, three suns in amber glow, a blinding white blaze, and a deep emerald flare turns ruling the sky. At dawn, prairie hares dart for cover while Likai, a plains dragon lizard blessed with class gluttony talent, sets out on his path to dominance. Likai's journey begins, oddly enough, with a bowel movement. Concentrating every ounce of strength, he drops a pitch-black lump, sneers at it, and strides away. What seems mundane is actually the prologue to greatness. After slaying a hare, he gains experience, and gluttony adds an extra 0.3 points. His level jumps from 10 to 11. Strength and constitution rise. Physical resistance hits 20, magic resistance climbs to 11, and he pockets 110 design points. Delighted, he vows to hoard 500 points and unlock a full strength talent. Hunger drives him on. He devours the hare and hunts tougher prey, quickly tearing apart an armored-back beast for 45 experience points. When a pack of dire wolves surrounds him, he unleashes his skills, annihilating 3 in a flash. The elite dire alpha, a level 10 threat, charges in, but Likai's cunning and ferocity bring it down, yielding a trove of experience and rare materials. Next comes a horned brute bull, level 12 and brutishly strong. Likai's newly acquired savage charge slams it to the ground. After consuming the bull's essence, his stats soar again. This is the power gap, he thinks. I am the master of these plains. On the howling prairie he slaughters more dire alphas, horned brute bulls, and longmane antelopes, amassing piles of rare resources. Each kill hardens his hide and strengthens his muscles. A chance find of a rare spirit herb boosts him even further. But danger is never far. A dire wolf legion led by a red-named elite corners him. Heart pounding, he fights smart and wins, feasting on their remains for another surge of power. In the verdant hills he confronts the plains dragon lizard chieftain, a colossal level 20 beast. Spending his design points, Likai evolves into a red-named elite himself, then crushes the chieftain and claims its spoils. Pushing deeper, he reaches the jagged caverns, where twin-shell behemoths and rock-hide boars fall to his claws. He even secures a cozy cave to rest unaware that the loving team, a band of mercenaries hunting stardust ore, is closing in. Their curiosity will lead them into Likai's lair, and only one side will leave alive. He waits in the darkness, thrilled by the promise of another life-or-death clash. That's the end of our Part 1 recap. If you enjoyed it, your likes and comments keep me going. If this is your first time here and you're intrigued, check the comments or playlist for Part 1. Now let's dive into Part 2. As Likai plunged into the dense, rancorous haze, a system notification echoed in his ear. You are affected by malignant corpse miasma. Over time, your mind will twist, filling you with indiscriminate bloodlust. A second prompt instantly appeared. Passive skill Lawless has been triggered. You are immune to malignant corpse miasma. TCH. Thank goodness it counts as a control effect, otherwise this would be a real mess, Likai muttered. The churning black-gray fumes overhead completely blotted out the stars, forcibly sealing his stellar force. Yet he stayed calm, planned for this. A mournful, eerie melody wailed from the void as mountains of corpses were flung aside, and a colossal creature burst through the bones. Likai landed lightly on the shifting heap of remains. When he saw the monster, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The beast stood 7 or 8 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long. Its lion-shaped body was rotting and suppurating, maggots squirming across exposed bone, yet it wore a pristine snow-white eagle's head. 2 wings unfurled behind it, once silver feathers, now stained with yellow corpse oil, still gleamed with a razor-sharp luster even after a millennium. What made him gasp wasn't the horror, but the fact that the thick layer of bones beneath his feet blocked the earth veins, crippling his earth force as well. My first time fighting a boss without any steer talent buffs, perfect chance to test pure skill. Gripping his weapon, he felt his battle spirit ignite. Likai activated Insight, True Sight, and an attributes panel filled his view. Race, Zombie Griffin Knight. Rank, Boss. Level, LV 45. Strength, 331.1301. Endurance, 415.8378. Spirit, 122.1111. Agility, 137.5125. HP, 207,900, 200, and 7,900. MP, 24,420, 24,420. Stamina, 83,160, 83,160. Physical resistance, 238. Magic resistance, 264. Special resistance. Tenacity, 20. Strength and endurance are high, but its agility is lower than mine. Nothing to fear. He skimmed its talent list and confirmed there was no fatal threat. Description: a Lord-grade silver griffin once tamed as a human mount. It fell in battle 1,000 years ago, and the resentment of countless corpses turned it into a zombie griffin. Even in undeath, it cannot escape its fate as a mount. After reading the description, Li Kai narrowed his eyes and searched until he spotted an inconspicuous human skeleton on the griffin's back. So that's the weak point. He sidestepped the griffin's pounce, swung his great axe, and unleashed a gale. One strike reduced the skeleton to powder. Head planned to be headed, but the wind shear from the axe alone shredded the brittle bones. No damage numbers appeared. Only the word night vanished silently from the monster's name. Face darkening, Li Kai evaded another lunge and spewed a torrent of poisonous flame that engulfed the griffin. The zombie griffin possessed a great talent called corpse body, which shaved off 35% of all incoming damage and granted limitless resistance. Burn, poison, bleed, and armor break were useless, and even its former weak spots, eyes, throat, and skull, no longer took bonus damage. If not for the price of undeath, 50% extra damage from light and holy spells, and the impossibility of further evolution, Li Kai would have grafted that talent onto himself in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, his own will stat still wasn't high enough to stand in the path of toxic fire breath for long. Corpse body would only let the boss survive a few seconds more. When the Dragonkin's barbed jaws glowed white-hot, the zombie griffin was already roasted to cinders. The background music spiked, piling dread on top of dread. Li Kai whipped out the axe of Kingslayer replica, and the instant the Phase 2 cutscene collapsed he flooded his muscles with equilibrium, then brought a mountain-crushing strike down on the boss skull. 73,882. The griffin's 35% damage cut held up, but Li Kai's plunderer title added 10%, and the axe's guillotine trait scored another 25 against the neck, perfectly canceling the reduction. Revived only to be mauled, the griffin wasn't beheaded outright, yet it still snapped its beak open and vomited a rancid, puce yellow corpse miasma toward the dragonkin. With a single wing beat, Li Kai slid sideways, burying the axe in one of those broad wings instead. The keen blade met feathers soaked in corpse oil and managed only a viscous gash. 8,925. Eyeing the boss 280,000 point health bar, he swallowed hard. This was going to be a slog. Thump, thump, thump. Crimson sparks streaked across golden slit pupils as his heart redlined, scalding blood surging until white steam rose, boiling blood frenzy triggered, adding 20% to strength and agility for 3 minutes. In the very next heartbeat, a red blur wove through the miasma, while the lumbering griffin slashed at empty air. 10,682. 10,682. The axe hammered rotten flesh again and again, and Li Kai came away without a scratch. Anger was long gone, but the scent of death still drove the griffin wild. Its wings snapped open and hurled tens of thousands of silver feathers, sealing every escape route. Li Kai didn't move, there was nowhere to go. Space twisted. 1/8 of a second later, a violet-black flash erased him, and the feather storm hit nothing. Dimensional ambush didn't just teleport, it erased damage completely. 2 seconds later he reappeared behind the griffin, axe wreathed in violet-black light, and buried it in the beast's decayed haunch. 10,682. 16,000 true damage. Panting, he savored the rush of doubling his mana into raw reality cuts. If he weren't mana-starved after losing that S-grade talent, he might have stayed inside the rift a few seconds longer. He tossed back a basic mana potion, chewing the glass for good measure. Time to finish this with my new trick, he muttered, thinking of the skill Su had bought him last night. The boss HP was hanging by a thread. He leveled the Kingslayer axe at his left hip, knees bending, eyes locked on target, then blurred into a spinning shadow that ripped past the griffin's back. Clang! A shockwave rang out, a silver-white halo detonated, and the zombie griffin's head thudded to the ground. Great skill. Skycleave Breaker 1,000 mana, 500 stamina, short-range dash, 44,835 physical damage to everything in its path, 3-minute cooldown. After slaying the zombie griffin, a level 45 boss, Li Kai gained 174,581 experience points. The newcomer champion achievement triggered, adding another 26,187.1 points. The system chime had barely faded when the griffin's eagle head crashed into the blood pool with a boom. Li Kai stepped forward, flicked his axe into a glittering flourish, and, feeling suave, slung the King Reaper axe replica across his back. The replica trait Thirst for Royal Blood activated simultaneously, physical damage 5, strength 1, armor penetration 25, each stat flashing in fiery red on his display. The dash attached to Heaven Cleave was only a perk. Its real value lay in the ring of AoE damage. Li Kai had few crowd control moves, and his strongest skill, Venomous Flame Breath, often melted loot into useless slag. The skill he bought for 800 gold filled the gap perfectly. He suspected the true price was much higher. Su had likely covered part of it behind the scenes. As for his precious, irreplaceable design points, he was saving them for permanent talents or high-tier abilities. Stopgap skills like this were best paid for with coin. Next, he looked up at the griffin's corpse, bigger than a double-decker carriage, and sighed. Primal form. Draconic body was still on cooldown, and in his mere half-dragon state, it would take a whole day to devour that mountain of flesh. Even so, he tore a slab of rotten meat from under its wings and began eating, equal parts agony and delight. Far to the north, peace was nowhere to be found. In the southern quarter of Jing City, high-walled districts teemed with nobles and tycoons not for the view, but so they could flee the moment the orcs pushed south. The king of the north had held the Shios Mountains for 2 centuries, and no orc had ever crossed the line, yet the wealthy still treated escape tunnels as standard features. Outside the city, lights blazed across an estate so lavish it bordered on obscene. In the drawing room, Duke Joseph, the former ruler of the north, his hair now completely white, laughed until he bent double. Ha ha ha, sued Goody. The tables have turned at last. A few steps away, another white-haired elder swirled a glass of red wine, face equally flushed. Joseph's laughter dragged on until the man finally raised his voice. Enough. We have business. Joseph wiped away tears of mirth, his expression twisting. Of course I know. That bastard sued Goody forced my son onto the battlefield and sent him to die. Tonight he'll learn what it's like for a father to bury his child. He smashed an empty glass, knuckles blanching with rage. If my family's plan to abandon the north and sidestep the orc horde had been followed, half those nobles would still be alive. The other elder, once ruler even before Joseph, from House Isaac, drained his wine and finally cut him off. Enough. I know his crimes. I'm not here to hear you brood. He set down the glass, eyes razor sharp. That girl's talent is extraordinary. If she survives, even waiting for Sued Goody to die of old age won't give us a chance to restore the North's glory. The Isaacs and Josephs had been mortal enemies, yet profit made old blood feuds seem trivial. The two men stared at each other in silence, firelight outlining their stooped figures. Their glory days were gone, and even their own lands were no longer safe. But aside from House Sued Goody, they remained the most powerful nobles in the north. Don't worry. Duke Amoerzi of the southwestern province is a longtime friend of Joseph's and ours. That's why the news reached me before the Sedegudi family heard a thing. I've already spoken with him. He'll come up with a reason to refuse sending any men. Duke Isaac let out a long breath and raised his cup. I've sounded out the other northern nobles as well, and every one of them promised to stand aside. I even leaked word across the northern border. Let's see if Sedegudi still dares move his troops south. Huh. A toast to our revenge. At that very moment, in the far north of Zhuang City, a fortress that could hardly be called lavish yet bristled with siege engines stood like a weapon in waiting. Cold stone walls and iron-forged arms turned the great hall into a permanent redoubt. Around a heavy oak table, several men were locked in a fierce argument. He'll go. Alice is the future of House Sedegudi. Only if I lead the mission myself can I be sure she comes back unharmed, declared the king's eldest son, the first of the family's 3 epic rank warriors. His broad frame cast a vast shadow in the torchlight. Knowing he would never reach the legendary rank, he had poured all his hopes into Alice as his heir. He'll go. My body can handle repeated teleportation far better than yours, so I can get there and back faster, rasped a woman's voice from a crystal orb on the table. She was the king's adopted daughter, the 2nd epic rank warrior, currently stationed with the last epic rank guardian of the house in the Shios Mountains. All of them avoided suggesting the king set out himself that would draw an orc war horn the instant he crossed the border. And to slip south in secret? The orc spies scattered across the north would notice the faintest stir. Those people have clearly coordinated their excuses. Every last one of them turned down my request with some ridiculous reason, grumbled the king's youngest son, the family's diplomat. His job was a nightmare. Their father had offended almost every noble in the north. Duke Amoerzi will send only 1 hero and 10 radiant rank soldiers to help with the search. He and Joseph are close. There's no way he'll send more. He broke off, frustration written on his face. The orcs are on the move again. They picked up the same information those diehard fools leaked, said the second son, Alice's birth father, who, though only radiant rank, controlled the North's entire intelligence web. At most we can move 3 heroes without risking open war. My recommendation. Enough. The old king on the throne suddenly opened his eyes, their sharp gleams silencing the room. Alice is your daughter. How can you even suggest that? Father, you taught me that the North comes first, the second son replied, head bowed. A heavy silence fell. The aged king straightened, his stooped back somehow weighing on the entire North like a mountain. Set your minds at ease. Zendanuo Sen has just awakened. I told her what happened, and she agreed to fly south and settle it. Truly? That's wonderful. Several voices cried in unison, relief washing over them. Zendano Cindy, a full-grown frost dragon of sovereign rank, comrade arms of the northern king, and the very dragon whose spread wings adorned the Sedegudi crest. Fierce-tempered and prone to centuries-long slumber, she was notorious for ignoring even great wars while she slept. The king had once taken 3 broken ribs from her tail, and rousing her. The orcs had hired an adult black dragon to counter her, and the 2 sides had agreed that dragons would not meddle in ordinary conflicts, so her departure would not provoke an orc invasion. And so the rescuer chosen by House, Sedeguti legendary frost dragon, Zindanuos and unfurled her wings and soared toward the south. When the Sedeguti clan decided to send a legendary tier dragon, the AC family reached their own conclusion. Their one and only plan was to contact Puff's second uncle immediately. The AC were a minor house that had been elevated to an earldom solely because they possessed a single legendary combatant. Apart from the mercenary known as Arrogance, their next strongest fighter was merely Radianeer, hardly more than a snack for a wyvern. If they relied completely on Sedeguti, any mishap would see Alisai saved first. Learning that the dragon in question was an ice dragon only made them more anxious. Behemoths and dragons were mortal enemies. Far to the west, the legendary mercenary company Seven Deadly Sins was camped beside ancient ruins in a rugged mountain range. Under a midnight moon, a reserve member was meditating when his pocket suddenly burned. The vice captain had asked him to safeguard a trinket, and the object was now aflame in his palm. Panicked, he dashed into the ruins to report. After hearing the news, the vice captain refused an escort, apologized to the others, and slipped into the night. Racing toward the nearest town, the AC family's plea for aid had reached him. Thus the AC family's rescuer, the legendary mercenary Arrogance, set out. On the scorched soil of an ancient battlefield, Likai's blood-red wings were half-furled as he tore into the corpse before him. Consumed exquisite material. Heart that no longer beats of the zombie griffin. Strength 5. Constitution 10. 1 body. 2 faces. Cooldown reduced by 1 day, 15 hours 41 minutes 12 seconds. Consumed uncommon material. Beak of the zombie griffin. Strength 3. Physical resistance 7. Magic resistance 7. Cooldown reduced by 1 hour 38 minutes 21 seconds. Consumed rare material. Silver feather of the zombie griffin. Strength 0.3. Constitution 0.1. Agility 0.3. Physical resistance 3. Magic resistance 3. Cooldown reduced by 19 minutes 59 seconds. Gluttony talent triggered, gaining an extra 43,645.2 experience points. He had no idea that 2 legendary powerhouses were closing in. After devouring the massive griffin down to bare bones, the stench of carrion made him gag. He retched a few times, then pulled a handful of pastries from Alis's ring stored in his spatial pouch, forcing the foul taste away. Disgusting flavor, even worse texture. Tucking his ragged wings, he leapt skyward, leaving the lifeless battlefield and shooting northwest. There were surely more wild monsters nearby, but he could not stomach another bite. When the cooldown on primal form draconic body ended, he would gulp them down in one go rather than chew. Deep in the ruins' shadows, a deathly pale lich witch cowered in a corner. Clutching her ample wicked chest, she shuddered. Thank the darkness she had gotten lost while looking for Mr. Griffin. Had that dragon man spotted her, would she have ended up in his stomach as well? He was merely an elite with a red name, while she was a boss-tier entity, yet she was helpless in close combat. If even the mighty Griffin had fallen, what could she rely on? Her soft, oversized wickedness? Vizsla the lich shivered again, straightened her creaking bones, and fled toward her lair. Waves of malice rose and fell behind her, but there was no one around to admire the spectacle. Meanwhile, Likai, moving with the effortless agility of his dragonkin form, had already arrived in the next wilderness zone. A prompt flashed before him. You have entered the distorted wetlands. Once a basin left behind when the royal mode of Maya's capital ran dry, it was now shrouded in fetid miasma. Twisted plants writhed in the haze, and every creature here had mutated limbs warped, features displaced. Gliding overhead, Likai surveyed the area, searching for any freshly spawned bosses or red-named elites. A sudden slash of green crossed his vision. He folded his wings and dropped, splattering mud as he landed. In a nearby pool crouched a deformed frog bigger than a calf. Its dark green head bore 7 eyes. Its hind legs had become purple-black tentacles, and a string of translucent egg sacs, each the size of a basketball, bulged along its back, ready to slip free. The system tag read Elite Rank, Egg-backed frog. Li Kai skimmed the description. The egg-backed frog injects a special mucus into the eggs on its back, turning them into high-explosive bombs that it hurls at enemies. If it meets an opponent it cannot defeat, it drops the eggs and flees while the predator is distracted. The eggs are said to be exquisitely delicious. Delicious? Li Kai grinned and strode forward. The frog's tentacles trembled. It forgot even to run. Li Kai plucked a few eggs and bit into one. Clear, glistening yolk burst between his teeth, releasing a heady aroma that made his nostrils flare. He nodded in delight. Puts any so-called premium caviar to shame. Had never tasted the Blue Star version, but the Immortal Continent caviar Su had sent him was nothing compared to this. The eggs melted on his tongue, and he couldn't stop eating. Mid-feast, his god-tier talent fragment of primordial fear suddenly pulsed. Another creature was challenging fear. He triggered Harvest Fear, and a list of units with fear values above 50 appeared. Shungdan, an unidentified tree, dozens of harpies wait. A new entry lich. His view shifted, flooded with blinding white. Zooming out, He saw a stunning lich with death-pale skin huddled under a blanket, trembling and whispering, "Don't eat me." Coordinates: ancient battlefield ruins. So this was the grand lich that had slipped away last time. Li Kai's smile turned predatory. "Just you wait, Litleno, big lich. They'll settle up later." He continued down the list. Xing Dan again. At the moment, Xing Dan lay on a dentist-style chair, eyes closed, listening to a man in a white lab coat drone. "Confront the fear, pierce the shadow. Illusion is reality." The guy had gone to a shrink. Li Kai snorted. If fear were that easy to cure, his talent would be useless. He was about to close the view when a few details made him frown. LED tubes blazed in the ceiling. A sleek silver Fruit brand laptop sat on the desk. A Huawei phone charged by the bed. A wafer-thin flat screen hung on the wall. He zoomed out, phasing through the walls reinforced concrete apartments, office towers spearing the clouds, asphalt streets choked with traffic, office workers in suits hurrying by. The familiar modern cityscape unfolded before him. That bustling world he knew by heart had reappeared. This was Blue Star. Somewhere in the warped wetlands, beside a stagnant pool, a towering draconian stood motionless, struggling to calm the turmoil inside him. The mud at his feet burbled with a fishy stench, and deep in the marsh an unseen beast let out broken, guttural growls. Damp wind brushed the bronze scales on his shoulders, bringing a fleeting chill that couldn't smother the surge of emotion within him. Was finally certain that the so-called immortal world was no mere game, but a real, living realm. Every detail, the reeds and mud, the heavy, humid air, even the heat of his own blood coursing through his veins felt indistinguishable from reality back on Blue Star. That full-dive helmet, advertised as technology beyond Blue Star's limits, now seemed to Li Kai less like a gadget and more like a mystical artifact capable of ferrying a human soul straight into another plane. He recalled dozens of web novels in which a game eventually bleeds into reality. If Immortal World ever reached that point, his home planet would face a storm unlike anything it had seen. He glanced at the rolling black fog in the distance, and, against all odds, felt a twinge of relief. When he crossed over, had been placed above ordinary players, reborn as a half-dragon beast with true dragon blood and a built-in cheat panel. In just a few months he had left both players and most natives far behind. If the two worlds ever merged, his strength should let him weather the chaos instead of cowering between monsters and players like an average human. Still not strong enough, Li Kai muttered, lowering his gaze. A brood-backed toad lay at his feet, curled into a quivering ball, its egg sac shuddering on its spine. His massive claw came down, bones cracked, mud splattered, and he tore a fistful of steaming eggs free, stuffing them into his mouth. The briny taste exploded across his tongue. After swallowing, he wiped green mucus from the corner of his lips with a scaled forearm and pushed deeper, searching for the area boss. Any elite creature he met, whether it tried to flee or begged for mercy, was cut down, its core devoured. In the past, he had leveled only when convenient, sometimes pausing to bask in the sun or doze. Now, aware of the threat on the horizon, urgency drove him. Only by reaching the summit of a mortal world could he stay unshakable when the two realms collided. As the Draconian strode into a darker stretch of mire, a blood-soaked hunt that would sweep the entire warped wetland began. Kylan Village, 7-day love-in. Rain battered the wooden eaves, droplets drumming through the corridor in a suffocating rhythm. Inside, several human fighters sat cross-legged against the wall, armor smeared with mud and blood, faces as gray as the candlelight. With a creak, the inn's door swung open, and the white-haired elder Eason staggered out. Bloodshot eyes swept across the guards, his voice rasping like grinding steel. "I've spoken with His Highness. He isn't blaming us, but understand this: the fault is entirely ours." No guard dared look up. Plates of armor clicked softly as they shifted. Someone cursed inwardly. That wyvern was absurd, flying, burrowing, immune to control, obscene damage, tore through a purple-gold carriage, and even had lock health and phase shift skills. Who could have stopped it? Eason ignored the silent complaints. He pinched the hilt at his waist and slowly drew his katana. Dragon blood had pitted and scarred the blade, dark red droplets still falling. "Have the smith mend this," he ordered. A guard bowed, took the sword, and left. The elder turned to the rest. "When this incident ends, no matter whether Princess Alice is harmed, I will petition to garrison the Seuss Mountains." Silence fell. Even the rain against the windows seemed to fade. Faces drained of color, yet no one objected. "Half an hour's rest," Eason continued. "Replace every piece of gear, every instrument. In 30 minutes we head back into the wilds. If we don't find Her Highness this time, don't bother coming back." With that he returned to his room, drew out the beast hide head received from the Child of the Stars as a bounty, and studied it in the wavering light. The ransom note, written in beast blood on a strip of hide, used the script of the Massacre Empire. "If you want the two girls alive, prepare 100,000 gold coins, 100 rare grade resources, 10 peerless grade resources, and 1 wonder grade resource. If you're short on materials, make up the difference with equipment. Deliver at least the first 2 items to Chaos Rock Grotto within 3 days, or the hostages die. The hide was one of several unknown objects a flying dragon dropped as it passed over the grotto, and it was retrieved by the patrolling airship Children of the Stars. A few curious teenagers drew near, recognized the hide as parchment, caught the scent of opportunity in the metallic tang, and hurried home to claim a reward from the Sadegudi family. Li Kai had written the Massacre characters in deliberately crude Strokiza language Alice had taught him for this purpose. The reason was simple. The system automatically translates Blue Star languages into the Immortal Continent's common speech for locals, but writing between players stays as it is. The worse the handwriting, the less likely other players are to catch on. Meanwhile, the Sadegudi steward stared at the blood-red letters, brows knotted. 100,000 gold coins was painful but doable. He kept 30 to 40,000 in his private vault, and with the guard savings plus a loan from southwestern nobles, he could scrape together the rest. The rare, peerless, and wonder-grade resources were another story-priceless items consumed the moment an alchemist or smith got hold of them. Even the family treasury could barely meet the list. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he finally penned a letter, sealed it, and ordered the Imperial Bank to transfer the gold. He had no intention of meekly paying the ransom, but it was best to prepare on both fronts. If they still hadn't found the Drake or the Dragonborn mastermind in 7 days, he would pay part of the price to save lives. 2 legendary rank powerhouses were already on their way, yet he dared not relax. His negligence was a fact, and only risking his life might atone for it. Deep inside the poisoned swamp, a hydra with only its central head left crouched in its lair, pondering. It was called Swertman. After losing its 2 belligerent side heads, it was shocked to feel the bottleneck of years loosen. When Izin's party discovered that only the central head was reasonable while the side heads were rabid, they chopped off the noisy pair. Multiple lie detection spells had confirmed the Hydra's innocence regarding the Drake and the Dragonborn. Now Swertman watched new flesh squirm on both neck stumps, sighed helplessly, and wondered how to make those heads stay gone for good. At a muddy pool in the warped wetlands, Li Kai spattered with blood like a butcher chomped on sticky shards of carapace. You have devoured the dark green shell of the 2-headed two-faced turtle rare grade material. Constitution 1, Physical Resistance 10, Magic Resistance 10. Cooldown of 2 sides, 1 body reduced by 1 hour 12 minutes and 11 seconds. The system message flashed while a flicker of fatigue crossed his eyes. For 5 days he had fought almost non-stop, squeezing in certain energy-draining diversions along the way. With his old constitution, he could stay awake a month, yet continuous combat still burned through his stamina. Even so, he dared not rest. The ranking board waited for no one. His gaze locked onto a lotus drifting nearby, and a feral grin curled his lips. Sensing the threat, the lotus shot upward and fled. The water erupted, revealing its true form, a triple-jawed maw disguised as petals, its long tongue posing as a stamen. It was an elite rank magical beast, the rift snout, false lotus crocodile. Li Kai snatched up the remaining shell fragment, wound back, and hurled it in a high arc, punching straight through the beast. He then snapped his wings open, slanted into the air, wrapped his tail around the gravely wounded crocodile, and hauled it up. You have slain rift snout false lotus crocodile, LV 40 Elite. Experience gained, 886. Newcomer Champion Achievement activated. Bonus experience, 132.9. The system prompt was still echoing when he stuffed the carcass into his backpack. Night was falling. Time to hunt the boss. The boss Li Kai was talking about is a level 55 water serpent he spotted in the depths of a pool during his last massacre. He held off on killing it because he knew his efficiency would soar once night fell and the radiance of the stars buff was fully stacked. As the emerald sun dipped below the horizon and a blood-red crescent climbed into the sky, the heavens filled with glittering stars. The moment starlight touched the earth, a system prompt appeared, Radiance of the Stars activated. All attributes 100. Health, mana, and stamina regenerate 1 per second. With a single beat of his wings, Li Kai shot to a hover above the silent pool. His throat swelled, and a deafening dragon roar split the night. The provocation worked. Strange combat music erupted from the void. The water exploded upward, and a head the size of a freight truck burst from the surface. For glowing green eyes were set to pan bottom and side by side, and layered fangs jutted like a forest of blades. The head alone was monstrous, but when the water collapsed and its true form emerged, even Li Kai sucked in a breath. It wasn't one snake at all, but 3 writhing bodies twisted together. Seen 3-headed dragons before, but a 3-bodied serpent was a first. Species aberrant triple body serpent. Class boss. Level LV 55. Strength 332.2302. Constitution 558.8508. Spirit 97.989. Agility 111.1101. Health 279,400 279,400. Mana 19,500 and 19,580. Stamina 22,352 22,352. Physical resistance 788. Magic resistance 877. Special resistance 888. Tenacity 15. Description: a river serpent mutated by radiation that seeped into the moat. It misses the days when it had only one body back then it didn't need 3 times the food. Likai's nearly non-existent brow ridge twitched. A high-level zone boss, indeed only 5 levels above the crimson-plumed harpy head just slain, yet its stats were dramatically higher. Fortunately, its agility was lower than his, and its massive size meant it was made to be kite. He waited until one of its tentacle-like bodies swept toward him, then slipped underground to dodge. The moment it passed overhead, his dragon head punched back up, unleashing violet-red toxic fire that swallowed the serpent's flesh. 158,322. 4,342 burn. With 3 buffs adding up to a 205 bonus, and equilibrium form converting constitution to spirit, the breath attack stripped away more than half the boss HP in an instant, and that was after its brank talent moist flesh reduced fire damage by 30. Shrieking in agony, the aberrant triple-body serpent tried to retract its bodies. Likai stayed on its heels, waves of flame forcing it straight into Phase 2. The soundtrack kicked up a notch, and the charred serpent flesh regenerated rapidly under the mingled glow of starlight and radiation. The moment it was whole again, it yanked all 3 bodies back into the pool, determined never to give that terrifying draconic breath another shot. Go on, then evaporate the entire pool if you dare. The serpent's sudden recoil dodged Likai's breaker slash, and when the strike missed he slipped into an extra-dimensional pocket, avoiding the geyser that erupted. Cracks spread across the air above the pool like shattered glass, and amid violet black light the nearly 3-mid-turtle draconian reappeared. As long as the buff was active the instant a skill fired, all subsequent damage stayed locked to those stats. Likai knew his mountain breaker slash would certainly hit, but the phase transition of the aberrant 3-headed serpent was far too short. The equilibrium buff would expire before it revived, so the bonus would be lost. He therefore switched to the new dash skill he had just obtained. The true sight mark from his eye of insight showed the boss huddled at the bottom of the pool. Grinning, he sank into the ground like a shadow. Deep below, the aberrant serpent pressed itself against the rock wall, its 3 heads trembling in fear. Its enemy was only level 32, a tier lower, yet had sliced off one of its lives in seconds. After centuries of battles with countless beasts, it had never faced such a terrifying foe. It had thought the gatekeeping lord was the peak, but now another monster had appeared, one that had even sprouted an extra dragon head. A heartbeat later Likai slid from the rock and loosed a stream of violet-red venomous flame. The scalding blast hit the water, vaporizing whole swaths before convection could begin. Enormous bubbles ballooned upward, forcing the fire straight at the serpent. 14,352. The water dampened the flames, yet the damage numbers still flared bright. 14,478. 14,589. Likai kept breathing fire until the serpent thrashed up a wall of water, and then he melted into deeper rock. The loop boil the boss, burn, burrow, and burn again wasn't as thrilling as landing a single royal head cleaver replica, but it was safe and annoyingly effective. After several rounds, the serpent was finally forced off the bottom. The boss shifted tactics, stretching its massive body across the midpoint of the pool high enough to block the draconian from surfacing, low enough to avoid underground ambush. Likai shrugged. Fine, have it your way. He cracked his neck, joints popping, then shot up from the depths with his axe, a flash of steel and spray aimed at the serpent's throats. Couldn't you just let me cook you properly? I've never tasted well-done boss meat. The once placid surface exploded into towering waves. Through the still clear layers below, man and serpent tangled in a savage knot. Green, otherworldly blood mixed with silt, turning the water murky. Splashes, roars, and the wet crunch of axe on flesh merged into chaos that lasted a long while before fading. At last the surface parted and a broad-shouldered draconian rose, gripping a severed tail tip. Planting his feet, Likai's veins bulged as he dragged the aberrant serpent's enormous corpse from the muddy water. You have slain the aberrant 3-headed serpent, LV55 boss. Gained 248,761 experience. Novice Champion Achievement activated extra 37,314.1 experience awarded. Royal Head Cleaver Longs for a King's Head. Strength 1. Physical Damage Coefficient 5. Physical Penetration 25. Deep in the warped wetlands, near a stagnant pool, a draconian strained to gulp down a colossal water serpent several times larger than himself. Once the serpent's 3 twisted heads were severed by his fangs, they dissolved into gray mist, and a cluster of fist-sized eyes, glowing eerie green, rolled straight into his mouth. Devour. Rare grade aberrant 3-body serpent eye of distortion. Constitution 1. Willpower 2. Physical resistance 1. Magical resistance 1. Skill 2 sides of 1 body cooldown reduced by 2 hours 13 minutes and 17 seconds. Before the notification chime had faded, he seized a pale blue fruit shimmering with watery light, crushed it, and let the juice mingle with serpent blood as it slid down his throat. Devour. Exotic grade resource aberrant watercore fruit. Constitution 5, willpower 5, 100,000 XP gained. Skill 2 sides of 1 body cooldown reduced by 1d 5 hours, 47 minutes, and 23 seconds. Gluttony talent triggered, extra 62,190.2 XP gained. Li Kai licked the residue from his lips, yet doubt gnawed at him. Among every boss he had faced, the aberrant 3-body serpent ranked just below the statless venom swamp hydra, so it should have dropped at least an exotic grade material, yet he got nothing. Luckily, his storage still yielded 1 exotic grade resource, and a perfect grade Quirus impressive odds in any case. He flicked the cuirass open and compared it. Its stats trounced the shadow plate he currently wore. Planning to ask Susu to take it to a forge, he was about to type when a large bundle of items arrived from Susu first. Inside lay, to his delight, the long-coveted resource infused with starlight. Li Kai immediately sent a voice note. Thanks for running around for me this late. Much appreciated. Take the cuirass as payment and get it repaired, will you? Susu answered in a flash. Only sparred twice, nothing hectic. The butler's doing the errands. It's halftime, so I fired the stuff over. Gotta run, second half starting. Half succubus stamina is amazing, recovers in no time. The words half succubus made Li Kai's Adam's apple bob. Memories of that ecstasy resurfaced, and he swallowed hard. On the immortal continent, sentient races loathed abyssal blood and purged it on sight. Yet half succubi were the lone exception, proof of their unrivaled technique, robust physique, and exemplary service. Shoving the thoughts aside, he pulled a starlight stone from storage. The crystal was pitch black, yet its core looked like a miniature night sky, speckled with distant stars. Classified as exotic grade, it was usually set into detection arrays to marginally expand their range and affect cheaper materials could duplicate without regard for day or night. Consequently, the stones were ignored and ended up as aristocratic ornaments. Susu had secured a batch by learning that a ruined noble hoarded them, luring the man into crushing gambling debts, and then accepting the stones as payment. Li Kai tossed one into his mouth and bit down. With a crack, the frigid shards dissolved into boundless starlight that surged through his body, and the system chimed again. Devour. Exotic grade resource starlight stone. 50,000 XP gained. Starlight mark cooldown reduced by 15d. The stone's substance was nothing special. Its worth lay in the concentrated starlight within. Devouring it offered only a trickle of experience. Its true value was shortening the cooldown of starlight mark. Li Kai swallowed 4 starlight stones in one gulp, instantly resetting his cooldown to 0. Though it felt a bit wasteful, he still had 6 stones stored away, more than enough for the next reset. As the stones dissolved, a torrent of experience surged in. The slaughter from yesterday and tonight finally settled. His level screen flickered. LV3 2712 139700K, LV331 213,800K, and the system tossed him 330 design points, bringing his total to 760. Not bad. He tapped his chin, planted a starlight mark beneath his feet, and shot skyward, streaking northwest like a flash of light. The mark provided an instant, full health resurrection. As long as the area was safe, there was no need to hide it. Starlight rained down as his towering agility carried him across the warped wetlands in the blink of an eye. The briny mist was shredded by the wind, revealing the lost royal capital ahead, its walls fractured and crumbling, yet still imposing. Li Kai was about to vault the wall, but true sight picked out runes flickering along the ramparts. The anti-flight array was still active. A kingdom destroyed for 1,000 years still had a working defense system, and the realization sent a chill down his spine. If his starlight mark weren't ready, he would never have come this close. His S-strength talent, Starforged Body, offered slow buffs and a long resurrection cooldown, but its core mechanic, full health, distance-ignoring revival, was absurdly broken. Even an abyssal demon lord could only drop a curse along the starlight trail. Corpse camping was impossible. Circling above the wall, he used true sight to read the array's data. Only priority A. In theory, his lawless talent could nullify the Naflight effect, but any aerial stunt would tag him and pull every monster in the city straight to him. Not worth the trouble. He tried tunneling under the wall, only to find the area classified as a Lord-tier boss domain, 2 ranks above him. His phase-through trait failed instantly. Clearly, this zone forced players to take the main gate. Approaching the entrance, he saw that the gate breached a millennium ago was now a charred ruin, leaving a yawning gap at the wall's base. Unfortunately, a colossal figure squatted inside that gap. A one-eyed alchemical golem, Lord-tier. Li Kai studied it. Its limbs were as thick as pilings, and inside a metal cage skull sat a massive amethyst eye glowing ominously. Its left arm ended in a flail wrapped in chains, iron segments poised to swing at any moment. The right arm was a gigantic serrated buzzsaw, sparks flying as the teeth ground together. Heavy plates sheathed its body, riddled with gaps that looked ready to spring open at any time. Species: large one-eyed alchemical golem. Rank: Lord. Level: 60. Health, 1,013,000, 1,013,000. Mana, 99,999,900. Stamina, none. The golem expends mana, not stamina, to move. Physical resistance, 3,333. Magical resistance, 3,333. Special resistance, 3,333. Tenacity, 33. Description, designed 1,000 years ago by the last king of the Maya kingdom. This construct rivals the finest alchemical golems of the modern era and attacks any intruder who approaches the capital without proper credentials. That was the kind of terrifying stat sheet one expects from a lore-tier boss, and its unique trait, Hymn of the World, had yet to activate. After skimming the numbers, Li Kai abandoned any thought of a heat and fight. He drew a deep breath, triggered Equilibrium Body, and shifted every attribute into agility. In the next instant his body blurred into a gray streak, slicing past the golem's front, leaving nothing but a rippling wake. Yet the lone-eyed giant standing guard at the gate did not even turn its head, as though it failed to sense him at all. Li Kai lifted an eyebrow, stopped just inside the entrance, and looked back. The golem remained perfectly still. Is it broken? He wondered. He reached into his personal storage and pulled out the Ged family treasure map. The moment the parchment emerged it grew warm, as if awakened by an unseen power. Of course, he realized that the aura radiating from the map was being recognized as an entry pass. With that mystery solved, lingering would only waste time. Li Kai stowed the map, sprang into the air, and glided on wind essence straight toward the destination marked on the parchment. A no-fly array blanketed the capital's sky, ready to lock onto any unauthorized flight, but the map's aura fooled the formation as well. Li Kai slipped through the night, leaving only faint ripples behind. The streets below formed a tangled grid where small alchemical sentries, the equivalent of red-named elites, patrolled at intervals. Li Kai wished to avoid extra trouble, so each time he spotted one he marked it with true seal for later reference and slipped around it. Roughly 15 minutes later, guided by the map, he reached a dilapidated manor. The iron gates sagged half open, grass rose to his knees, and the once proud statues had been weathered into formless shapes. Li Kai vaulted the broken wall, followed a time-worn flagstone path, and located the steps leading to the cellar. At the bottom, a dust-caked stone wall revealed the outline of a hidden door. He twisted the mechanism, the wall slid aside, and a narrow passage appeared, thick with the musty odor of years gone by. Li Kai crouched low, squeezed into the tunnel, and moved deeper into the darkness. In the dim tunnel, a towering, broad-shouldered draconian strode forward with long, confident steps. The 3-meter-high passage was clearly not built for creatures his size. Without his unhindered trait, which let him merge with earth, Li Kai would have had to crawl. Instead, his lower body glided through the soil while his upper half rose above it, the inextinguishable flame at his tail's tip painting the walls crimson. After roughly half an hour he pulled up the system map. His coordinates now lay at the bottom of the lake north of the fallen royal capital. The lake, called Yuang Lake, had once served as Maya's northern shield. Legend says that 1,000 years ago the last king broke the dam to release its waters and repel an invading army. Yet in the undying world magic prevails, the raging flood was frozen by an ancient ice curse, forming a glacier that has endured for millennia and earning the place the nickname Glacier Lake. 10 more minutes brought him to the end of the tunnel, which opened into a resplendent plaza of gold and jade. Hundreds of meters of lake water hovered overhead, yet the space shone as bright as day. At its center, a statue over 50 meters tall, crowned and scepter in hand, gazed down upon the blackstone pavement. As he stepped forward, the eye of true sight revealed a transparent barrier that allowed entry but barred exit. It was rated glass. Without an equal-tier displacement skill, you would need to blast it with 1,000,000 points of damage at once to get out. Luckily, his lawless passive ignored such obstructions, so Li Kai crossed the threshold without concern. The instant his feet touched the ground, majestic orchestral music filled the air, not the oppressive fanfare of a boss entrance, but a performance by lifelike puppets lining the ornate buildings on either side, their rigid faces and animated bows drawing the melody. Greetings, young and unusual draconian. You are the first beast to set foot in Maya's treasury. A flippant voice rose from the statue's base. So the treasure marked on the Ged family's map really was here. Li Kai followed the sound. Before the pedestal stood a throne of solid gold, inlaid with diamonds, onyx, and jade. A slightly translucent figure lounged against it, one leg crossed high over the other, chin resting on his palm as he examined the visitor with amused interest. Tousled blonde hair framed a handsome but stubbled face, and a roguish grin made him look more like a carefree noble than the mythic monarch of legend. I am Shalibrowo Klin Maya, last king of the Duinbi Maya kingdom. The specter tapped his scepter lightly. Draconian, who seeks my treasure, state your name. Li Kai activated the eye of true sight, frowned, and began to invent a name on the spot. Name, Sia Libaluo Kellen Maya. Race, Phantom King. Rank, epic, originally legendary, downgraded after death. Level: LV60 formerly LV73, reduced after death. Strength: 1 once an incorporeal spirit, now almost as strong as a normal human after 1,000 years of modification. Constitution: 10/24. Spirit: 30/25. Agility: 432. HP: 2.048 million 2.048 million 10/24/2000. MP: 1.21 million 1.21 million 3025 400. Stamina: none. A ghost spends mana to move. Special status: divine curse. Bound to the lakebed treasury, locked in ghost form, unable to possess a body, forbidden to study souls, incapable of harming any living creature. My name is Lafute Nefalio. As the translucent status window faded, Li Kai let out a slow breath and casually tossed out the alias he had just invented. From a detached, third-person perspective, he drew several quick conclusions. 1. Cannot leave his ghostly form, and cannot possess another body. Meant no cheesy body-snatching twist safe. 2. Ink incapable of harming any living creature sounded strict, but loopholes were everywhere. 3. Stat-wise, this ghost was the strongest being he had ever seen, discounting the primordial evil eye, of course. That time had only been stared at and never had a chance to read its stats. Not a bad name clearly made up on the spot, but whatever. Sia Libeluo shrugged, a gleeful grin spreading across his face. Poor Lafute, you're too late. 6 adventurers already broke into Maya's vault. 2 humans passed my trial and took every coin and piece of gear. Li Kai spun around and walked off without hesitation. So I came for gold and loot, and you're telling me it's already gone? Hey, wait. Don't rush off, the ghost shouted. I lied. There was never any gold or equipment were drained it centuries ago. Pass the trial, and there's still a reward. Li Kai didn't even glance back. Still have to take a trial? Goodbye. 1 foot outside the barrier, Sia Libeluo tumbled off his throne in panic and pleaded. I can upgrade that axe of yours to heroic. No epic. The draconian almost stepped through. The ghost's pupils shrank. He raised the stakes again. I also have the heart of a young dragon. I can purify your draconic bloodline. Li Kai finally paused, turned slightly, and asked with interest. What's the trial? Is it really that important to you? Straightening his crooked crown and settling back onto the throne, Sia Libeluo smoothed his collar and spoke with exaggerated royal dignity. The trial is simple. Defeat my alchemical golem. It means everything to me because I haven't watched a beast fight in more than 8 centuries. To be exact, 813 years, 7 months, and 22 days. His eyes flew open, red veins creeping across them. Tell me what's wrong with a king who doesn't bleed his people dry for monuments, doesn't collect concubines by the thousands, doesn't wage wars for glory, doesn't tax the populace for decadent feasts, but only enjoys a good arena match. Li Kai thought for a moment, then nodded. For a king, that's really not a problem, is it? Seeing someone finally take his side, Sia Libeluo launched into an excited pitch about his favorite pastime. Picture exquisitely graceful elves and savage, blood-crazed orcs charging one another across a circular arena, swords flashing, crimson spray in the air, yet their posture never loses its nobility. Beautiful, isn't it? Now look at those wretched goblins, swarming a hatchling dragon of the purest bloodline. Their shrieks mingle with the dragon's roar, magnificent. And the scheming humans, unarmed but full of hidden motives. Don't worry, I only seize commoners from neighboring realms. I wouldn't waste my own people force to huddle together before terrifying beasts. On the razor's edge between life and death, they illustrate the meaning of cooperation. Isn't that profound? The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes gleamed. And for all this, the nearby nations brand me a brutal tyrant and band together to attack me. Tell me, is that fair? Li Kai could only stare. Elves, orcs, peasants from neighboring kingdoms, even the notoriously vindictive dragon Diablo had offended them all. If any realm was due for destruction, it was his. He ventured a reminder. Wasn't it the kingdom of Mosin Lerue that marched in and wiped out Maya? The last king, now a ghost, gave an airy snort and shook his head. Mosin Lerue was weaker than fine, a little stronger than my Maya kingdom, but only by this much. He held thumb and forefinger a hair's breadth apart. Just this much. It took every neighboring state teaming up to crack Maya's walls. And do you really think they rose against me simply because I fancy gladiatorial carnage? Li Kai glanced at the divine curse marker in his status panel, then pointed upward. So it was. Sia Libeluo nodded, his spectral form shimmering. Exactly. The gods' decree. My research into souls and alchemy was on the brink of matching, perhaps even surpassing their own. They didn't kill me. They locked me here so they can show up every century and steal my latest findings. Even the god of wisdom has to stoop and copy my notes. Pride flared around the wraith like invisible flames. Li Kai gazed at this arrogant, yet brilliant spirit with reluctant respect. Apparently the gods of the immortal world are very much alive and meddling. Sia Libeluo suddenly lowered his voice. I have one condition. Agree to it, and he'll give you a demonstration right now. What is it? Bring me a cure for the alchemical toxins plaguing the poison swamp. Deal. In the plaza of the Mayan vault beneath Glacier Lake, the dragonkin cracked his knuckles. So, he asked, am I supposed to fight a small golem or a medium one? Cerebrovo remained seated on his throne, offered a shy smile, and pointed into the distance. With a deafening crash, a large one-eyed alchemical golem plummeted from above, its massive feet smashing into the flagstones and making the whole plaza quake 3 times. It's a bit bigger than you expected, he said, pride leaking through his calm tone. Li Kai took one look at the thing and turned away. This model was identical to the Guardian at the City Gadia level 60 Lord-class monster. Expect him, a mere red name elite, to tackle that? Ridiculous. Over his shoulder he yelled, do you want a fair fight or a slaughter? Don't play dumb, Cerebrovo drawled. Normal bosses are vegetables to you. Just a red name elite? Please, I'm not buying it. Li Kai stopped, shrugged, and spread his hands. You've got a point, but a lord is still too much. I want tip the scales, Cerebrovo said, gesturing at the golem. He'll disable its lord traits and leave it with nothing but the world's restraint. Hearing that, Li Kai let out a silent breath. Lord traits were insane, and his own achievement, Tyranny Ender, only negated world's roar. If those traits were gone, he might just punch 28 levels above his weight with skill and a tiny cheat or two. And Cerebrovo pulled out a golden ewer, tilted it, and poured a violet red wine into a pure gold goblet. The cup rose on its own and floated to Li Kai's hand. A sweet fragrance filled the plaza, instantly clearing the mind. You're low on life essence. This will fix that, Cerebrovo said with a playful grin. Li Kai raised the cup, activated True Sight, scanned for poison, then shot back, low on strength? Fit as a fiddle could keep 10 lovers satisfied all night. You're the one who's frail. System update. Rare resource. 1,000 fruit millennial wine brewed from more than 100 life-rich fruits and aged for 1,000 years. Greatly restores life essence. Seeing no tampering, he drained it in one gulp. Ding, you have consumed 1,000 fruit millennial wine. Cooldown of 2 sides as 1 shortened by 10 days. 2 sides as 1 is now off cooldown. Cerebrovo stared hard at the dragonkin, then threw back his head and cackled. Ahaha, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. So what if the gods curse me? My mastery of souls is unrivaled. Dragonkin, this isn't your full power, is it? Feeling warmth surge through his veins, Li Kai grinned savagely. Oh, have you ever seen my full power? No, but it must be formidable. Cerebrovo leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Show me a true fight between a Qualsa battle to the death. As you wish. The moment Li Kai spoke, crimson flames tore into the sky. From the inferno, a colossal beast lifted its head and roared the scarlet flame drake. Scales burned, wings unfurled, and waves of heat rolled across the plaza. Cerebrovo watched the standoff between Golem and Drake, a shiver running down his spine at that terrifying physical presence. A smile crept wider across his face. Just a Drake? No, that pressure horrifying. He suddenly raised a hand. One more condition, I want the rest of that wine. Deal. Li Kai agreed at once. And one more thing. Why are you so chatty? If I kill this alchemical golem, the carcass is mine, right? I can do whatever I want with it? Absolutely. Enough talk, begin. The plaza trembled as the massive alchemical golem and the crimson flame wyvern charged, hurling shards of stone and dust like crashing waves. Li Kai once more possessed the wyvern's body. With a powerful beat of his wings and a push from all 4 claws, he slipped past the spiked meteor hammer. A heartbeat later, he dove at the golem's chest and unleashed a violet red torrent hot enough to warp the air. 269,102. 9,286 burn. Above the square, the lake lay clear as glass, hundreds of meters deep, yet unable to block the starlight. Starlight power granted him a 50% boost to every stat, stacking with Earth Force and the title achievement, Plunderer. Activating Equilibrium Body, Li Kai maxed out Spirit and triggered Venomfire Breath, pouring out 280,000 damage per second. Without the golem's grade trait, Golem Body 30% damage reduction and immunity to poison, bleed, and similar effects, the numbers would have been even higher. The trait's drawback was harsh. Once its rank is set, upgrades require external reconstruction. Equilibrium Body lasts only 3 seconds. Li Kai spiraled around the golem, bathing its armor in flame. The golem slammed its twin hammers into the ground, carving crater after crater, but its slow swings never touched the agile wyvern. Frustrated, the one-eyed colossus flared to life. A thick violet beam snapped onto the wyvern. Grade skill Magitech Ray. Consumes 5,000 mana per second. Deals 399,900 magic damage. Cooldown duration 60. 269,102. 9,286 burn. 98,415. The beam punched through Li Kai's shoulder in a spray of blood, yet he kept pouring flame on the chest plate. 269,102. 9,286 burn. 98,415. An instant before Equilibrium Body ended, he slipped into an alternate dimension, dodging the remaining ray. First exchange. 830,000 damage dealt. Only 190,000 health lost, a clear win. Crack. Flames had weakened the golem's backplate. Metal split wide, mechanical tendrils erupted, and white mist hissed over the molten front. Fire vanished, the burn debuff cleared, and the metal began to knit. 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Grade skill self-repair. Restores 20,000 health per second. Removes debuffs below a grade. No cooldown or cost. Special coding remaining 50-50. Li Kai reappeared above the tendrils in a flash of violet-black light, shredded them with one swipe, and drove venom fire into the widening crack. 19,621. 30,000 true damage. The golem's right arm spun up a circular saw, howling through the wyvern's scales and splattering blood. 77,287. Hissing in pain, Li Kai burrowed underground, leaving only his head above the surface, and roasted the golem's hips. The lumbering giant could not reach him. Its health bar burned to zero. The golem collapsed to its knees, triggering the Phase 2 cutscene. Li Kai fell back, drained 5 basic and 5 superior healing potions, then sank his head beneath the soil, letting starlight power and earth force refill his life. Now for the main even this first time facing a true second phase. A majestic roar rolled through the void, as if war were about to break loose. Thundering drums amplified the tension. The rousing, ironclad rhythm sent adrenaline surging through every vein. Standing on the edge of the plaza, Li Kai felt his blood pounding. He muttered under his breath, "This soundtrack is insane. If I were the boss, I'd crank it up even more, make the player's heart stop on the spot." As the tempo climbed, the 10-meter alchemical colossus in the center suddenly split apart. Metal plates unfurled like petals, and something wider than the city Gadia tank rolled out at a measured pace. Li Kai's gaze shifted to the last king seated on the throne. He smirked to himself. Another transmigrator, no doubt. The golem's second phase form looked like a tank from Earth, but instead of treads it stood on 18 articulated alloy legs, stomping across the stone like a steel spider. A mechanical arm seized the newly freed amethyst crystal and shoved it into the cockpit, or rather, locked it inside the war machine's core chamber. The upper half of the chariot was a domed turret bristling with 8 massive barrels, each trained on a different sector. Along the lower hull, circular saws spun at blistering speed, showering sparks and shards of stone. Li Kai activated the Eye of True Insight, and a string of stats flashed across his retina, nearly making him choke. Species: Alchemical War Chariot Golem, Phase 2. Tier Lord. Level: 60. Strength: 1420.2. Constitution: 1823.4. Spirit: 599.4. Agility: 478.8. HP: 1,823,000. 1,823,000. Mana: 179,820. 179,820. Stamina: innate movement powered by mana. Physical resistance: 4,444. Magic resistance: 4,444. Special resistance: 4,444. Tenacity: 44. These stats are ridiculous. He barely finished the thought when all 8 barrels roared at once. Violet beams locked onto his forehead. Yeah, Sereno cheats, he cursed, melting into a shadow and diving underground. The plaza's black flagstones exploded as the beams punched through, dirt and rubble falling like torrential rain. When the energy finally dissipated, he surfaced beneath the chariot, a dragon's head bursting from the earth to bathe the 18 legs in violet red fire. Suddenly, all 18 legs flexed, and the entire machine vaulted skyward. A tank that flies? Li Kaisai twitched. The legs spread in midair, membranes stretching between them to form twin wings. Rear-mounted barrels spewed high-pressure jets for thrust, while bomb bays in the belly snapped open and rained alchemical explosives onto the plaza below. A tank-turned bomber? Now that's something. He beat his wings and shot upward, morphing into a crimson flame dragon because the sky has always belonged to dragons. With casual wing beats, he slipped past the predictable arcs of falling bombs, swept up beside the chariot, and unleashed another blast of searing flame. 267,991. 8,175 burn. The chariot hardly stayed passive. 2 barrels snapped toward him, one vomiting fire, the other a ghost blue frost, trying to drown him in a wave of ice and flames. Although Li Kai's stats didn't list it, his crimson flame wyvern blood granted him a measure of fire resistance, so he twisted aside and let the flames scorch only one flank. 169,344 fire. In a heartbeat, half his HP was gone. He snapped into a pendulum-style dodge and, using the opening from balanced form, unleashed point-blank strikes. 267,991. 8,175 burn. 267,991. 8,175 burn. Damage numbers exploded across the screen, yet the boss health stubbornly held at 1 million. When balanced form ended, Li Kai burrowed underground and let the power of Earth keep him alive. The Phase 2 boss stats were absurd, so he had to stall. The alchemical war chariot hit auto-repair immediately. Cornered, Li Kai burst from the ground and interrupted the cast. The moment the wyvern's head showed, the chariot's 8 barrels snapped together into one grotesquely oversized cannon. An eerie violet glow flared, deepening almost to black before a pillar of energy erupted, locking onto Li Kai as he tried to disengage. A-grade skill ultimate magi cannon. Charge, 3S. Beam, 3S. Homing, 239,760 magic DPS. Cooldown, 10 minutes. At the last instant, Dimensional Raid came off cooldown. Li Kai slipped into another dimension, and the beam screamed through his fading afterimage. Blue jets flared from the chariot's thrusters, keeping it aloft as the giant cannon split back into 8 barrels, sweeping the area. 3 seconds later, wrapped in violet-black rifts, the crimson flame wyvern burst out above the chariot. One claw ripped through armor, the other 2 clamped down hard. 11,623. 30,000 true damage. Beautiful. Shred it, little car. Sia Lubowo cheered, while the merciless machine kept grinding. Now the wyvern had no retreat. Tanking the boss damage heat in, he spewed toxic flame and hammered his wings, forcing the chariot toward the ground. Metal slammed into bedrock with a thunderous crash, sparks flying. 31,593. 31,593. The instant his talons hit earth, a second balanced form triggered. Searing purplured fire burst from within, engulfing the chariot. 267,991. 8,175 burn. The fight is over. My alchemical golem is unbeatable. Sia Lubowo crowed, swirling his wine only for the crimson liquid to pass straight through his illusory chest and spatter on the floor. Something was wrong. Even without appraisal, he could feel the wyvern's life hanging by a thread. It should have turned to ash, yet it still fought on. 267,991. 8,175 burn. 267,991. 8,175 burn. Balanced form faded, leaving the chariot with barely 60,000 HP. Stand firm, had proc said 12 seconds remained. 31,593. 31,593. 2 seconds later, its body riddled with bone-deep cracks, the wyvern finally crashed to the ground. At his feet, the alchemical war chariot had melted into a glowing pool of molten scrap. You have slain the large one-eyed alchemical golem, LV60 boss. Gained 584,008 EXP. Rookie champion passive activated. 87,600 and 1.2 bonus EXP. Level up log. LV33, EXP 776. 157.3700, 000, LV34, EXP 76, 157.3800, 000, 340 design points gained. The massive experience from killing the Lord instantly pushed Li Kai up another level right after his previous one. Moments later, the long-delayed global announcement finally boomed across the server. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuanshan Li Kai for achieving the first Lord tier beast kill. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuanshan Li Kai for achieving the first Lord tier beast kill. 3 system chimes hammered every player's eardrums in rapid succession. This time the forums didn't pause for even half a second. They exploded on the spot. Posts flooded in at tens of thousands per second, all focused on the new first kill. Countless players who had already logged off were jolted awake by alerts and hurried back online to watch the drama. Every newbie village was instantly packed. Beside log cabins and campfires, starborn rookies buzzed with excitement, while the native NPCs scratched their heads, utterly baffled by the outsider's celebration. Discussion threads wove into a dense web of speculation. 1. Some swore Zhuanshan Li Kai had to possess a top-tier SSS talent. 2. Others suspected he had stumbled onto a complete legacy from a legendary or even mythical hero right at the start. 3. Another camp believed he used a high-level disguise talent to pose as the heir of a powerful faction and cleared the fight with an NPC army. 4. The wildest theory blamed a system bug, claiming he had 2 character sheets, one with an NPC's monstrous stats and another with normal player levels. So he only looked like he was leveling slowly, but had long since reached heroic or even epic strength. Nothing else makes sense. One post insisted, sniping a half-dead regular boss can be chalked up to luck, but a Lord first kill is impossible to explain. The Lord trait World's Aegis even reduces true damage. No matter how low its HP, one skill could still wipe a full T1 squad. Someone dug up the timeline. During 3 months of closed beta, even a 50-man team of LV40, Tier 3, brilliant talent players had failed to fell any Lord. Yet less than a month into open beta, Zhuanshan Li Kai had been only LV19 on the rankings a dozen days ago. Current T1 players had just hit the level 20 cap and could barely farm low-level red name elites. This is blatant balance breaking. Jealousy and anger flooded the forums. Some opened complaint threads, threatening to quit unless the devs banned him. The more extreme players burned their rare server-wide megaphones and spammed the global chat. Stop stalling and ban him already is obviously hacking. It's been only a few days since his last boss first kill. Jibuchong, Zhuanshan Li Kai, show yourself. If you can take the first kill, you can get on and explain it. Most players, however, were simply envious. Requests to be carried and shameless recruitment posts popped up one after another. A legion of solo players now idolized him, refusing to bow to pressure from the giant guilds. Li Kai paid no attention to the torrent of chatter on the forums, and he didn't even open the private messages the big guilds kept sending. He knew these bandwagoners had no idea what was coming. They still thought this was just a high-profit game. After weighing his options, he leveraged the buzz of the First Lord kill and posted a warning. If you don't fight like mad to grow stronger in the days ahead, you'll regret it for life. The thread rocketed to the top of the trending list, but most players clicked in, saw a few lines that looked like arrogant gibberish, and exploded in the comments. Li Kai simply closed the forum. I've done my duty, he thought. When the game really bleeds into reality, you're on your own. He strode over to the still-stunned Xia below, snatched the golden flagon from his hand, poured himself a cup of Millennium Fruit wine, drained it in one gulp, and finally opened the first kill reward window. 2 achievement notifications appeared in turn. 1. Achievement, Plunderer 2. Description, you've slain the darling of the world will and stolen its favor for yourself. Effect, all attributes 10, damage multiplier 10, 15 damage to boss rank beasts, 10 damage to lord rank beasts. Next tier requirement, first worldwide kill of an overlord rank boss. Reward, 50 design points. 2. Achievement, Tyranny Breaker 2. Description, you killed a lord rank boss while underranked, ending its reign of terror. Effect, immune to the boss and lord trait rage of the world. Next tier requirement, kill an overlord rank boss while underranked. Reward, 50 design points. Satisfied with the stat boost and design points, Li Kai knocked back 2 more cups of fruit wine until the cooldown bar on 2 sides of one coin finally hit 0. The alchemical war cart's death throes explosion had stretched the skill's cooldown to more than 20 days. Only this wine could keep him in shape. This weapon's yours, he said, tossing the Cleaveth King's head axe, replica, at Xia Liebeluo's feet. Just make sure you don't wipe its most important growth trait. Xia Liebeluo applauded and spun the axe in his hands. Not bad, not bad. The fight wasn't what I expected, but I've never seen anything like it. The axe is too small for you. I'll scale it up. And that name is plain heresy. Mind if I tweak the look as well? As long as it fits my heavy hit style, don't turn it into some flashy katana, Li Kai shrugged. Even as he spoke, flames surged around him as he shifted back to wyvern form. The crimson wings kicked up a blast of heat as he stepped to the alchemical golem's wreckage and peeled away the charred metal, hoping for salvageable parts. Most of the materials had been reduced to slag by his toxic fire, leaving only a fist-sized energy crystal glowing a dull violet in the center of the debris. A shame, but without that poison breath, he could never have killed the Lord. Li Kai licked every drop of molten residue clean, triggering his gluttony trait and netting an extra 146,002 experience points. Wait, Xia Liebeluo said, blocking the dragon that was about to swallow the amethyst. He produced a scroll. That thing's an energy core. Why eat it? Trade me for this. Li Kai raised his head, golden slit pupils flashing silver as the eye of true insight activated. The scroll's details flooded his mind. Grade A skill, polymorph. Cost, 100,500 mana, depending on degree of change. Effect, freely enlarge or shrink the body within limits. Upkeep, 1050 mana per second. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Xia Liebeluo grinned. I noticed you the moment you entered the tunnels. Being that huge must be a burden, huh? Li Kai slipped the scroll away and flicked a claw, lazily tossing the amethyst back. Swallowing an energy core would only restore mana, and he never lacked that. Head merely meant to stash the crystal in his inner space. Polymorph was far more interesting. He licked a fong, his tail brushing the ground. Deal's done. Where's my dragon heart? Right here. Xia Liebeluo pocketed the crystal and gestured. The stone jaws of the dragon statue in the plaza yawned open, and a crimson violet heart, still strongly beating, drifted toward Li Kai. The organ, the size of a small car, thumped with thunderous force, sending ripples through the air. Ancient pressure stirred Li Kai's blood, making his scales shiver. He triggered the eye of true insight again, and new data appeared. Adolescent Thunder Dragon Heart. Rarity, peerless. Uses, can be alchemized into potions or swallowed to greatly enhance physique and refine draconic blood. Warning, devouring with current strength talent gluttony will cause essence loss due to incomplete digestion. Li Kai's brow twitched. He decided instantly 500 design points vanished, upgrading gluttony to SS rank. SS rank talent. Devourer the Insatiable. Trait 1 Devour to empower digest rare grade resources to permanently raise attributes. Trait 2 Superior Digestion after a kill. Consuming the target grants 30 bonus experience, and restores 1100 max health depending on its strength. Trait 3 Evolution through consumption. Fully devouring a magical beast may steal any skill or talent below S rank. Successive devours increase the probability. Li Kai inhaled a breath of crackling thunder-laden air, greed flaring in his eyes. Extra experience and healing were mere perks. The true prize was evolution through consumption. Even a slim chance to seize another's powers meant that if he kept devouring, sooner or later every talent he desired would be his. Pleased with the glutton's powerful third trait, Li Kai nodded and began devouring the thunder dragon's heart. As the heart slid down his throat and dropped into his stomach, an immense pressure burst across the treasury plaza beneath the lake, like thunder rending the deep sea. In a heartbeat, everything went still. Even the last king of epic rank was pinned in place. Unable to twitch, this was the will of the world itself, and nothing short of a god could resist it. A savage energy surged out of Li Kai's gut, tore through his veins, and flooded every limb. He could feel his genetic chain being rewritten roughly, but with uncanny precision. Every cell howled, divided, stretched, then ascended, dragging his rank upward with them. Chaotic flames of indescribable color roiled within him, growing thicker until they sealed him inside a smooth, round egg. Unlike the bone-grinding agony had endured when he became a red name elite, this felt warm, like returning to the Wombno, further back, to the primordial egg, waiting to be born again. No one knew how long passed before the shell of that iridescent black egg cracked. The first thing to emerge was a crimson scale veined with violet-blue lightning. Then a nearly 40-meter beast burst free. It lacked horns, so it was only a sub-dragon, yet its scarlet scales were smooth and dense. Lightning-shaped markings coiled across its body. Obsidian spines lined its limbs and back, and when its wings unfurled almost 100 meters, they all but blotted out the faint lake light overhead. 2 clear system prompts detonated in his ears, yanking the still-dazed Li Kai back to reality. Race: Crimson Plains Fire Dragon Riftland Thunderflame Drake. Rank: Red Name Elite Boss. No. He jolted fully awake, and his face fell when he saw the word boss. He had never wanted to promote. Higher rank meant far less experience from weaker monsters. Ever since he hit LV30, the design point cost to ascend had dropped to 0, but had been suppressing the urge. Otherwise, the massacre in the distorted wetlands would have earned only half its payoff. With a sigh, he opened his new status screen. Race: Riftland Thunderflame Drake. Rank: Boss. Level: LV34. Experience: 222,159.3 800,000. Strength: 303.3. Constitution: 513.8. Mind: 112.6. Agility: 133.7. HP: 256,900 256,900. MP: 22,520 22,520. Stamina: 20,552 20,552. Physical resistance: 1,875. Magical resistance: 1,679. Special resistance: 470. Tenacity: 10. A new category, boss traits, had unlocked, but it was flagged no territory owned, so nothing took effect. He had only 750 design points left. Drafting a talent to bypass the territory requirement would cost 890. He'd need another level, or 4 more achievements, just to cover the gap. Aside from that, all the low-level talents and skills he had gained as a giant wasteland dragon lizard had been upgraded as well. Crank talent: Dragonkin A-rank talent, Lesser Dragon's Presence. Any creature whose level, rank, or bloodline is lower than yours loses 20 of all attributes, to a minimum of 1 point, while confronting you. Drank talent: Paralytic Fangs A-rank talent, Thunderscorched Dragon Fangs. An enemy you bite suffers mental power 110 lightning damage and is paralyzed for 2 seconds, then burns for 30 seconds, taking mental power 15 magic damage per second. Both drank talents rose at once, and he even received a brand new A-rank talent. A-rank talent: Lesser Dragon Body. Reduces physical and magical damage taken by 25 and grants an additional 15 resistance to fire and lightning magic. Li Kai eyed the panel, his grin nearly reaching his ears. At last, he had a real damage reduction talent. Before he could finish reading, a soft voice cut through his joy. Would you care to accept the ultimate challenge? He turned and almost jumped in fright. Sia Libuluo, the last king, was flushed and panting, his eyes blazing with a sickly fanaticism, as if he might split open at any moment. Great, lost your mind, huh? Fine, what is this ultimate challenge? Li Kai quipped. Sia Libuluo snapped the dual balance shut and flicked his fingers. A piece of parchment drifted between the ghost and the dragon. Pointing at the sketch on its surface, he spoke with mounting fervor. I once found the coordinates of a minor plane. Back when the Maya kingdom still existed, my favorite hobby was dropping alchemical golems there to obliterate their towns, their kingdoms, their entire civilization. The parchment came alive, showing carnage. Towering golems rampage through crumbling buildings, screaming humanoids scattered, only to be crushed into bloody paste under iron feet. Do you understand? Their screams, their despairing deaths. A quiet passing has no drama, only the instant bloom of slaughter is art. Ecstatic, Cialibuluo clutched his own face, breathing like a bellows. Likai's stare grew strange. No wonder his kingdom fell nuts. Drawing a long breath, he still asked, so the challenge is? Wipe out every civilization in that plain. I want those Urtian people to remember the terror of an otherworldly scourge. Likai's brow furrowed. He was selfish, sure, but indiscriminate genocide didn't interest him. You don't have to finish them all, Cialibuluo added, reading his hesitation. Just do enough. As for spoils this, he reached into his translucent chest, as if pulling out his heart, and drew forth a golden balance. At its central nut stood a finely carved colosseum. Likai's pupils shrank. A pseudo-artifact. Dual balance, pseudo-artifact, consumes divine power to force any being below mythic rank into a colosseum duel for up to 1 day. The victor gains rewards according to duel mode. Afterward, a portal can be opened anywhere within 10 kilometers. Remaining divine power, 813 points. Cooldown, none. Duel mode 1 absolute fairness. No outside interference. Upon entry, contestants' resources are fully restored, talents and skills reset, and the victor may enslave the defeated. The number of slaves depends on rank. Duel mode 2 relative fairness. On top of absolute fairness, all contestants' attributes, levels, and ranks drop to match the lowest participant. The victor gains 510 of each loser's total attributes. Likai's chest heaved, his ragged breaths echoing across the vast plaza of the lakebed treasury, matching the distant rumble of some great beast. In the pin-drop silence, time seemed to stretch. At length, a low, hoarse voice drifted out. I accept, but I have a few questions first. In the plaza of the submerged vault, a ghost and a dragon were deep in conversation. Murky water shut out the outside light, leaving only the eerie glow of crystal lamps that stretched their shadows into long, distorted shapes. Below, a half-transparent spirit in a ragged cloak, and Likai, a black dragon with folded wings and dark, blue-black scales. The faint lap of water echoed around them, making every word sound colder. How strong is that plane overall? Likai rumbled, his pupils narrowing. Somewhere between a boss and a lord, Cialibuluo replied, almost casually. What about its size? If it's too large, you'll need time. It's big enough, but it won't keep you busy for long. The ghost's mouth curved in a smug smile. After I started deploying alchemical golems, the Iurtians' own name for them were forced behind the high walls they built. There are 8 citadels in all. Level every one of them, and we're done. He paused, deliberately teasing the dragon. He'll even find you some help. Help? The tip of Likai's tail flicked, kicking up a puff of dust. Exactly. A simple massacre is dull. I need a dash of my favorite beast fight element. Green light flared in the ghost's hollow eyes, making the air feel noticeably colder. He'll pick 3 Lord-class monsters from the wasteland to enter with you. Each time a citadel falls, you'll receive a temporary buff. When all 8 lie in ruins, we'll hold one last grand melee. The final victor can return to the immortal continent with every buff intact. Task triggered. Destroy the Iurtian civilization. Briefing. Demolish all 8 Iurtian citadels, and win the final beast fight. Reward. Pseudo-artifact. The dual scales. All buffs gained in battle become permanent. When the system panel appeared, Likai finally relaxed. The quest was officially logged. Kind by nature, he normally felt guilty even for stepping on an ant, yet Cialibuluo's offer was simply too tempting. Upgrade my axe first, then I'll head out. Likai nudged a giant axe toward the ghost. How long will it take? Cialibuluo looked up through hundreds of meters of lake water into the darkness above and answered confidently, before the pure white sun rises, it'll be done. Time flew. At last, an amber sun tore through the night and climbed high, stirring another world awake. Blue Star, capital of Longwa. Inside a discreet, yet lavish conference room, a table built for dozens stood nearly empty. Most seats held only a customized communication terminal. If the powerhouses behind those screens had gathered in person and an enemy agent dropped a single bomb, the entire government would collapse at once. As of midnight yesterday, Longwa's online population in Immortal has passed 500 million. A stern voice boomed from one terminal, echoing off every wall. Do you know what that means? A drastic shortage of labor. Our young people chase neither material success nor lofty ideals. They pour all their energy into a game, stalling economic growth. If this continues, forget restoring our glory. Staying ahead of ASEAN would already be a blessing. He paused, then pressed on. 3 days ago, the equally populous ASEAN nation enacted a law. High castes may log into Immortal without limit. Low castes are restricted to 3 hours a day, and anyone who exceeds that faces at least 15 days in custody. If we don't act, the consequences will be dire. I propose we curb this addiction and steer our citizens toward national development. Seconded. I second it. Within seconds, nearly every senior official voiced support. At one end of the table, a middle-aged man slowly rose, and the room fell silent. He pressed the round button before him, and a video began playing on the main screen. The track was freshly poured concrete, still carrying a faint, damp scent of cement in the sunlight. Behind the starting line stood a powerfully built man, spine straight in parade ground posture, shoulders and back as if cast from steel, an air of unflinching ferocity surrounding him. Imli Wegwa, currently with the Shunjian Special Forces. In Immortal, my player tag is Iron-Blooded Defender. His voice before the camera was low and resolute, like an oath. Go. At the command, he crouched into a starting stance. Even a casual observer could see how crude his form was: wrong toe angle, weight poorly distributed, nothing close to textbook technique. Bang! The starter's pistol cracked. Li Weigua drove off the blocks with raw power, a rough but explosive launch that kicked up dust. He surged forward like an arrow loosed from the string and, in a heartbeat, crossed to the far end of the track. Time: 8.57 seconds. The frame froze on the timer's scarlet digits. Conference room. Harsh white lights glared off the screen, where 8.57 burned into every eye. The middle-aged man at the front paused, swept his gaze across the room, and spoke in a low voice that still hit like a hammer. 8.57 for the 100 meters. Do you know what that means? When the flying man broke 9.5, scientists claimed no one would get close for 30 years. Now a soldier with zero specialist training has just gone a full second faster. He tapped the remote. Clips of sports superstars appeared in rapid succession. I only cracked my limit after endless trial and error in Immortal. In the game, I can tweak my form without fear of injury. That's how today's record happened. Silence settled over the room, heavy enough to hear a pin drop. Times have changed. He slapped the table, voice suddenly booming. I know you're all buried in work and think online fiction is trash, but read the Gaminvides reality stories after this meeting. The world is teetering on the brink. Economy? Prosperity? None of that matters right now. If we miss this last chance, we won't be talking about national renewal, we'll be talking about humanity's survival. The spirit realm. Between the immortal continent and the abyss plains stretched the boundless gray void known as the spirit realm. Two vast consciousnesses met there, and their leaking auras alone froze the very space. Within thousands of miles, even myth-grade beings collapsed in an instant. They're too slow. Their power is growing far too slowly, said the first voice, ethereal and immense, devoid of emotion. A little slow, yes. The reply was laced with lazy, sardonic amusement. That's why I need broader authority from you. What do you intend to do? The airy voice asked, utterly calm. The second voice seemed to muse aloud. Humans are peculiar. Desire money, power, pleasure, food. Almost none will stake everything on it. In their world, only one emotion forces them to fight to the last breath. He paused, sensed the other's silence, and sighed softly. Fear of death. Only when they feel life itself is in jeopardy do humans push past their limits. What do you intend to do? The first voice repeated. There's a perfect opportunity right in front of us, the second voice drawled. Time to show them their lives are candles in the wind, ready to snuff out at any moment. The blinding white sun cut through hundreds of meters of water, yet still drenched the Treasure Vault Plaza on the lakebed in brilliant light. Okay, weapon upgrade complete. The last king, Sialibalaoo, clapped his hands and casually tossed a greatsword as wide as a door panel at the feet of the dragonborn Li Kai. Li Kai picked up the sword, scowling. You call this an upgrade? Looks to me like you melted my axe and poured the metal into this monstrosity. Sialibalaoo shook his head with gravity. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Transplanting the growth trait from your axe of beheaded king's replica was far trickier than forging an ordinary blade. Li Kai shrugged, hefting the sword taller than his draconic frame with one hand and summoning its stat sheet. Epic weapon, Sword of Fallen Sovereignty, Kingslayer. Base stats: Strength 100, Physical Damage Coefficient 150, Armor Penetration 1000, Carry Weight 100. Trait 1, Regicide. Killing a lord grants Strength 5, Physical Damage Coefficient 10, Armor Penetration 100. Killing an overlord grants Strength 20, Physical Damage Coefficient 25, Armor Penetration 300. Killing a king grants Strength 75, Physical Damage Coefficient 75, Armor Penetration 750. Upgraded from the Craving for Royal Heads trait of the Axe of Beheaded King's Replica. Decapitation no longer required. Any kill qualifies, but boss monsters are excluded. Trait 2, Siegebreaker. Damage to shields, structures, barriers, and magic circles 50. Trait 3, Final Annihilation. Converts 50 of inflicted damage into self-healing. Excess healing forms an equal value shield for 15 seconds. Trait 4, Edgeless Blade. Ignores 50 of the target's physical resistance before applying penetration. Any penetration exceeding the remaining resistance becomes bonus damage. The towering Dragonborn took a practice swing, the resulting gale strong enough to topple lighter foes. Satisfied, he slid the sword onto the sheath across his back and shifted his scales into a more agile drake form. I'm ready. Let's move. Libeluo practically bounced, twirling twice in midair before dumping a pile of rare materials and vials onto the ground. He quickly sketched a combined teleport summon circle, muttering as he set the core catalysts. Which beast to call? Hey race a three-headed dragon nice. I do love a half-blood toppling a pure blood. Only one step from the Lord tier, this one's big enough. That one's flashy enough. Moments later, the circle was complete and the target locked. Libeluo glanced at the drake, his voice trembling. Ready? Quit stalling and hit it. Ding, three dazzling beams shot skyward from the magic array, slicing through the glacial lake and streaking across the wasteland. The first plunged into a reeking toxic marsh and yanked out the swamp hydra, its two newly sprouted heads still dripping venom. The other two bored into the earth like drills, striking unseen targets in the darkness below. On the submerged treasury plaza, the space around Li Kai cracked like a spider web. A familiar weightlessness seized him, and his massive draconic form blinked out. Wait, this portal doesn't lead to the Elsha plane, he shouted. At that instant, the last king, Libeluo, fell silent and the entire undying continent froze. A moment later, every player heard the system broadcast. Maintenance notice. The game will shut down for a 48-hour update. All players will be logged out automatically. Time will be frozen during maintenance, so your quests are safe. See you in 2 days. Before anyone could react, their screens flared white, and they were forcibly disconnected, their consciousness hurled back to Blue Star. Li Kai was jarred awake by an endless stream of prompts. Warning, this world is not fully gamified. Some stats and messages will no longer be displayed. Quest objective updated. Destroy Elshan civilization when the final duel challenge. Quest progress updated. Demolish the Elshan Sky City, destroy the 8 wonders. He slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of violet lightning danced across his golden slit pupils. The wasteland was gone. In its place rose a forest of steel. Skyscrapers pierced the clouds, traffic clogged asphalt roads, and pedestrians stared up at him, pointing. Is this Blue Star? Did the teleport misfire? Looking down, he realized he was perched atop a skyscraper. With a casual squeeze, the once sturdy antenna crumpled like wet paper. Oh my god, it's an evil dragon. Grandpa, relax, it's obviously holographic CGI. Which studio's behind this? Search it. A dragon. A real dragon. I'm freaking out. Young people whipped out phones to film and stream. Searches spiked instantly. The elderly either ran or fell to their knees in prayer. Li Kai tried to shove the broken antenna back, then remembered he was a dragon, why bother? He unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound rolled down Manhattan Avenue, shattering nearby glass facades. Shards rained like silver curtains, cutting screaming pedestrians below. Help! Where are the cops? The CIA? SHIELD? Amid the chaos, Li Kai unfurled wings that blotted out the sun. A gale surged as he lifted off. A roadside pervert in a sunny rainbow pony costume flipped him an obscene gesture. Li Kai casually hurled a chunk of concrete, reducing the man to paste. No system chime followed. No XP? Or is the system hiding it? He mused. He suspected the former these ordinary humans were pathetically weak. The colossal dragon skimmed the city, the wind from his wingtips slicing like blades. Glass curtain walls burst one after another, turning the streets below into a war zone without smoke. He had no wish to massacre them. Though he disliked America, every nation had its good and bad, even that island nation produced the creator of Doryman. Yet with such a power gap, merely flying overhead brought catastrophe. Woo! Air raid sirens wailed. New York City had never faced a disaster like this, not enemy bombers, not a Texas hurricane, but a dragon that belonged in myth and video games, brazenly striding into reality. When a dragon from another realm soared above New York City, strange phenomena began to unfold across the blue planet. Liba's Cathedral of Our Lady stood on East Embankment Island in the middle of the Nass River, facing Liba City Hall and the Lufo Palace across the water. Built in the Middle Ages, it had survived nearly 1,000 years of storms and wars, only to be scarred by a great fire last century. Today marked its first public reopening since the blaze, and pilgrims from around the world packed the square. Sunlight bathed the refreshed stone walls and stained glass windows. The faithful lifted their eyes, tears shimmering. Surely the Almighty would protect this sanctuary, wouldn't he? Fear not. The cross remained unstained by the flames, a sign of the Father's watchful gaze, said a kindly old priest, stepping forward to bless the crowd. After pausing to smile at the children, he raised his arm and proclaimed, "Our merciful Father will guard Liba Cathedral and all of us. Now, for the offering, please line up here. We take cash, QR codes, and credit cards." Before he finished, a column of light as wide as a tower slammed down through the roof. Oh my God, a miracle! Someone gasped, but the cry barely spread before a thunderous roar erupted inside the beam, hurling stone and dust skyward. A heartbeat later, Liba Cathedral collapsed once more. As the light faded, a shadow over 70 meters tall emerged from the haze. A humanoid torso of stone, bat-like wings beating, claws like Scythesa gargoyle, a demon. Where's the priest? The faithful turned. only to see the kindly old man already 100 meters away. Screams rang out. Most people fled, while a few devout souls dropped to their knees, eyes closed in prayer. Almighty Lord, stay your wrath and protect your lambs. Crash. Squish. A stone foot descended, grinding them into pulp. The gargoyle lord surveyed the devastation, sensed no trace of magic in the surrounding flesh, and, heeding a silent summons, turned westward. Each step made the ground tremble, reducing the freshly restored cathedral to rubble. Meanwhile, along the eastern branch of the Dongfei Great Rift, a tour group followed a chatty guide, admiring the 700-kilometer chasm billed as the world's longest discontinuous valley. Look over there, those enormous creatures. The guide pointed to several giants grazing on the distant savanna, spittle flying as he spoke. Those are Fizu elephants, the largest land mammals alive. They can stand up to 4.1 meters tall and weigh between 2.7 and 6 tons, with the record holder tipping the scales at 13.5 tons. They were not only massive in stature, but astonishingly intelligent, a seamless blend of brains and brawn. Excuse me, a nervous tourist interrupted the guide, voice quivering. You just said Fizu elephants are the largest in the world, right? The guide snapped his little flag with impatience. Of course they're the biggest. What else could be larger, you? The tourist pointed into the distance, trembling. If they're the biggest, then what on earth is that? Everyone followed his rigid arm. At the far edge of the plain, a giant elephant, nearly 100 meters tall, lumbered forward. Its forelegs were like sky-piercing stone pillars. With every step the ground boomed, cliff faces shed rock, and clouds of dust rolled outward. Its trunk dragged along the earth, as long as a train car. Boom, boom, boom. Each thunderous footfall tore the air apart, as though the eastern Fey Rift were about to split wide open. West of the Pacific Ocean, a chain of interconnected islands forms a nation. Its emblem is a volcano whose peak is half-capped with silver snow and half-draped in cherry blossoms. In spring, petals carpet the slopes while the white summit glows against a blue sky. Mount Futu draws countless tourists, yet it is also one of the world's largest active volcanoes, known as Fugaku and the Peerless Peak. Ironically, this monumental wonder is private property. The government pays the Kanda family a huge annual rent for it. Not far below the summit stands a secluded shrine barred to all but the elite. Inside, by a glowing hearth, a balding middle-aged man knelt on tatami and offered sake. Kandazan, thank you for backing my run for prime minister. Once I'm elected, it'll restore the glory of the great Sakura. We'll stop being America's lapdog. The white-haired elder stroked the rim of his cup, speaking unhurriedly. Being a dog isn't always bad. The ancient kingdoms of the East taught us to bide our time, stay silent, until a single cry shakes the world. Splendid. A true descendant of the divine shogun. Rumbles rolled up from the depths of the mountain. Frowning, the politician lay sideways and pressed an ear to the floor. That sound is coming from beneath us. Their eyes met. Fear widened both pupils. Run, he never finished. Blinding magma burst skyward, a fiery waterfall that swallowed the shrine. After centuries of slumber, Mount Futu answered human arrogance in the most direct way possible. Deep within the volcano, a three-headed beast writhed in a lake of molten rock, lava sizzling against its scales. The left head shrieked, "It's too hot. A dude wants out. Rip it open, tear out a path." The right head roared, "Shut up. This is the perfect chance to become a lord. If we don't break through now, we'll roast alive." The central head swept a cold gaze around, weighing its options. At the peanut-shield White House, before dawn, frantic knocking jolted the president awake. He stuffed the phone that had been streaming a cutesy dance video back into his pocket and cleared his throat. "Come in." The secretary stepped inside, face grave. "Mr. President, emergency. Monsters are appearing all over the world." "Monsters? Is someone shooting a hidden camera show? I don't remember signing off on that." "It's real." She handed him a tablet. For split-screen feeds showed separate disasters. 1. Shinua City. A dragon snapped the Statue of Liberty in two and was flying south. 2. Liba. Gargoyles overturned Notre Dame and the Eiffel Tower. 3. Eastern Fey Rift. A gigantic mammoth vanished into the canyon's depths. 4. Mount Futu. A volcanic eruption with unidentified creatures on radar. The president froze, as if his CPU had overheated. "The military has scrambled for F-35s to intercept the dragon, sir. You need to decide. Entice it, warn it, or open fire." An ear-splitting alarm cut into the channel. Bad news. One pilot, bribed by a research consortium that wants to capture the dragon, opened fire without authorization. The dragon is in Rajedthir, already in a dogfight. 3 minutes earlier, on Liberty Island in New York City. Midday should have been drenched in sunlight, yet the sea lay beneath a suffocating shroud of clouds. The Statue of Liberty, 91 meters tall and weighing 225 tons, stood ramrod straight, its Greek robe snapping in the wind. The seven-pointed crown that symbolized the continents, the torch thrust high in its right hand, and the Declaration of Independence cradled in its left, all seemed to wait in mute dread for the coming disaster. A thunderous roar suddenly split the sky. The shock wave swept across New York Harbor, throwing up waves several stories high, and salty gusts slammed against the rocks of Liberty Island. A moment later, a gigantic beast crashed down. The creature was roughly the size of the statue itself. Its right foot pulverized the Declaration, its left foot speared the monument's core, its right claw clamped around the seven-pointed crown, and its tail dragged across the granite pedestal to the ground. Its raised head even towered above the torch. This was Likai. The Statue of Liberty counts as a wonder? He scoffed, his contempt sending the fleeing tourists into paler panic. He curled his fingers, and the crown along with the statues had detonated instantly. According to the system, 8 landmarks on Blue Star had become 8 wonders. Destroying one granted a 10% boost to all attributes and a 10% reduction in damage from a single element, the latter transferable back to the immortal world. When the system didn't announce the reward fast enough, Likai simply braced both legs and snapped the monument in half at the waist. Boom. You have destroyed the wonder, Statue of Liberty. All attributes 10. Water element damage taken 10. Likai scanned the system panel with satisfaction. The 7 remaining wonders were Mount Futu, the Khufu Pyramid, Lake Baikal, the Eiffel Tower, Jerusalem, the East-Fi Rift Valley, and the Kiddu Christ the Redeemer statue. In the blink of an eye, 2 icons dimmed the Eiffel Tower, and the East-Fi Rift Valley had already fallen to other lords. Il grabbed the rest of the buffs, and then settled the score. Plotting the quickest route, he fixed on the Redeemer statue in southern Maiba. His wings snapped open with a blast of air. Likai launched skyward, leaving rubble and swirling dust behind as he shot south. Whoosh! He burst above the cloud layer, blazing sunlight spilling across his scales, and felt starlight surge within him. Stellar Radiance triggered. All attributes, 25. Recover 0.25 health, mana, and stamina each second. The boost wasn't overwhelming. Midday light could only do so much, but it was still exhilarating. By contrast, his other S-rank ability, Power of the Earth, was useless on Blue Star. This planet wasn't the immortal continent and refused to nourish an alien child. But stars existed everywhere, so stellar radiance never failed. Blue Star did offer one courtesy to the child of the immortal Earth. His unhindered movement traits still functioned, meaning Likai could still burrow through solid ground. With a 45% boost from Starlight Power, Achievement Plunderer 2, and the temporary Wonderbreaker buff, Likai's in-flight agility hit 290.8, and he shattered the sound barrier in seconds. He ripped through the upper air currents, the razor-edged sonic boom slicing the night sky. While he mentally counted down the time to his destination, for F-35S slipped into a diamond formation around him, boxing him in. How much do these pilots make a month that they dare cozy up to a dragon every story calls the embodiment of evil? Before he could work it out, external speakers on the fighters blared warnings in several major European tongues. Likai grimaced. Really talk a dragon into backing off? Whose bright idea was that? Worse, he understood some of it. Head scraped past CET4 on his 8th try. The phrase "don't move" rang especially clear. Don't move? Yeah, right. The words had barely registered when one F-35 fired an AIM-120. The missile's exhaust flared in the dark, and in a blink it slammed into Likai's face. The titanium nose cone, tearing in at Mach 2, chipped off a single scale. A heartbeat later, the 22-kilogram warhead erupted, swathing the thunderflame Drake in searing fire. 627. 1,152 explosion. 2 crimson numbers, visible only to him, floated up under 2,000 damage from one of Earth's top missiles. He sat on 370,000 hit points and regenerated 931 every second. Unless they landed more than 200 AIM-120s at once, they wouldn't even trigger his second phase. And if he tunneled underground, all their cutting-edge tech was useless. Bunker busters only work on stationary targets. Golden slit pupils flashed cold. Head hoped to spare soldiers just following orders, but ants that dare provoke a dragon get crushed. Ruhar. His Dlevel roar surged into a Blevel dragon's roar. A visible shockwave blasted outward. Within 50 meters the air quaked, and 3 F-35 canopies shattered. Pilots bled from every orifice and blacked out. Any jet within 10 meters, or directly ahead for 30, went uncontrolled for 3 seconds. Only one F-35 flown by Zobayan Allah survived with a desperate Pugachev's Cobra. Zobayan had tried to dodge this dragon hunt, but next year's private college tuition for his kid dragged him skyward. Now he cursed himself. Forget that tuition. If the boy can't get into a public school, he can wash dishes at a Chinese restaurant. Likai spared the fleeing jet a glance, then chose not to chase. To keep the insects from pestering him again, he dropped like a stone, punched into the earth, and tunneled towards South America. The suburban military district outside Longwo's capital bustled with activity. An entire wall of the office was covered by more than a dozen monitors, the largest replaying satellite footage. Beneath a cloudless blue sky, a dragon plated in fiery gold swallowed a missile hedon, the warhead merely scratching sparks across its scales before a thunderous roar tore the only operational carrier-based 5th-generation fighter, an F-35, apart in midair. A middle-aged commander stood at the conference table, his face grim. Throw everything we have at data collection. He ordered the aides. Build a precise model, feed it to the DIHA supercomputer, and calculate the cost now. The minimum cost to kill at least to drive that thing away. 4 auxiliary screens lit up in sequence. 1. Deep under Futa Mountain, radar picked up a blurry colossus, its data tag flickering wildly. 2. In the depths of the Dongfei Great Rift, a mammoth as tall as a skyscraper rampaged through choking dust. 3. Skimming the lower stratosphere, a gargoyle with a wingspan of several hundred meters sliced through the clouds, sparks flying where stone feathers scraped the air. 4. The last screen showed smoke and ruin. Hundreds of tanks and IFVs lay twisted across scorched ground. Verified reports confirmed that Gaul's 12th Cuirassier Regiment, the 501st Armored, the 1st Armored Cavalry, and the 4th Dragoon had all been annihilated without even scratching the gargoyle's hide. An aide summarized, several NATO nations are scrambling forces. The gargoyle's flight path appears to lead toward Jerusalem. The Feijo coalition is converging to intercept the mammoth before it tears the Dongfei rift any wider. Staring at the gargoyle's skin, only a few powder burns and shallow dents, the commander's throat tightened. Is this world beyond saving? Modern armored regiments could not even breach its defenses. Despair seeped into his heart. Suddenly his eyes lit up. A lord you mentioned, one of our players scored the first lord kill? The aide nodded. 7 hours before the servers went down, right before the monsters invaded, a player named Turn and Leave defeated the Huafu lord level boss and posted on the forum, urging everyone to get stronger. Then he knows something. Contact him. Find him. He hasn't answered any official messages. Immortal never had a formal server list, so we have no real-world ID. Start with the handle. Dig up everyone who's ever used Turn and Leave in the last few years. Yes, sir. The aide turned to leave, then paused at the commander's call. And be discreet. Times have changed. Report to me first, I'll speak to him personally. Minutes later, an enraged voice exploded over the secure line. Who authorized you to open fire without my order? Am I the president? Or are you? Inside the White House in Washington, an elderly man with snow-white hair was hurling curses at the screen. I know you want to bring that dragon down and cut it open for study, but have you even considered what the creature wants? Gold. Gems. However much it asks for, we have more. If we play this right, it might cast some spell and grant us eternal life. His bloodshot eyes blazed, and his finger nearly punched through the table. Only the innermost circle sat in the conference room, so he tore away every pretense. After grasping the highest power on the planet, he had only one obsession left: living longer, so he could keep enjoying it all. The chief of staff cut him off coldly. There's no point in arguing now. Order the strike on the dragon, Mr. President. Another advisor echoed him. He's right. Don't forget, sir, you are the president. Deep underground, a crimson dragon whose scales sparked as they scraped together shot forward like an artillery shell. Li Kai chose the simplest, most brutal route, skimming the Atlantic seabed straight toward the Badong Outer Territory, a little over 7,700 kilometers away. At his current speed, the trip would take barely 6 hours. Even while rushing ahead, he gathered intelligence. The forums and exchanges had gone dark for unknown reasons, but fear's source still let him share sight as long as someone, somewhere, felt a shred of fear. He could look through their eyes. The chaos in Xinhua was impossible to hide. Governments tried and failed to suppress it, and the other lords had no intention of keeping a low profile. The data was already online, so he split his focus, racing toward the savior statue in Jidu while slipping into Sheng Dan point of view. Bright lights flooded a metal corridor that reeked of disinfectant. The plain-looking young man named Sheng Dan sat in a chair, his fingers locked rigidly around his phone. On screen, a crimson dragon laced with blue-violet patterns swooped over Xinhua, while pedestrians below screamed and scattered. The Dupo Guild chat exploded. Where did this dragon come from? Can it burrow like the Wandering Raider? Is burrowing standard for dragons now? Only Sheng Dan knew the truth. The creature on the screen was the Wandering Raider itself. It had evolved again in the short time since their last encounter. Worse, he felt certain the dragon's gaze was fixed directly on him. Every hair on his body stood up, and he hurriedly closed the video. Hoping to rest, he still couldn't help launching a few more clips. Gargoyles level Liba Cathedral. Giant elephant appears in Feijo. Breaking news: Mount Futishin erupts. Through Sheng Dan eyes, Li Kai quickly sorted the intel. The gargoyle lord from Chaos Rock Cavern. The falling star mammoth from Fishin Canyon. Old acquaintances from the Airtio wasteland. Sharabrovo had picked opponents he knew well. Those lords were strong, but he didn't fear them. What truly worried him was the beast that triggered the Futishin eruption. Anything that could hide so completely had to have alarming intelligence. Fear's source was incomplete and far from full power, yet it was enough to nudge Sheng Dan's psyche. Li Kai deepened the chill as an experiment. Patient A2200, please proceed to treatment room T1. The electronic voice at the door snapped Li Kai back to the present, making him realize Sheng Dan was sitting in the andrology waiting area. He couldn't resist imagining. After the game bled into reality, would Sheng Dan literally end up without a rooster to crow? In that case, she would be a genuine Deadeye Sword Maiden. In the eastern reaches of the South Mi continent lies Badong New Janeiro. To mark the 100th anniversary of Badong's independence, citizens raised the statue of Christ the Savior atop 10-meter-high Hunchback Mountain. Its outstretched arms formed a vast white cross that watched over the city. At night, spotlights traced the monument's outline so clearly that its guardian silhouette was visible from almost every street below. Tonight the moon was bright, and the stars were few. Facing the summit, a crowd of believers murmured, "Almighty Lord, chaos rules the land. Dragons, gargoyles, and mammoths roam free. Protect us from these beasts." Their prayer had barely ended when the mountaintop exploded. A colossal dragon burst from the rock, its sweeping wings shattering their faith on impact. "You have destroyed the wonder statue of Christ the Savior. All attributes 10. Light element damage taken 10." The system prompt scrolled across Lee Kai's draconic eyes, and he nodded, satisfied. A gale lifted the shattered marble and hurled it into the abyss as the believer's screams echoed through the darkness. Night was when he was strongest. Starlight power activated. All attributes 100. Restore 1 health, mana, and stamina per second. His agility leapt to 461.2. The dragon sliced through the sky at nearly twice the speed of sound, arrowing northeast toward its next target, the falling star mammoth. While underground, he had occasionally guided his clone, Shengdan, through the news feeds and learned that the Feizhou coalition was attempting to pin the beast in the Roni River basin. High-caliber weapons barely scratched a Lord-level monster, but that sort of bombardment would leave the mammoth in a brief skill cooldown, and that was Lee Kai's perfect window. First, though, the night wind carried a salty tang as he crossed into Taishi ocean airspace. Sirens wailed. Dozens of fighters closed in, forming a kill box around him. Lee Kai's lips curled into a cruel smile. Did they really think he was some gentle saint who would meekly surrender? Whoosh balanced body activated. His massive wings ripped sonic booms through the air as he blinked into the formation and rammed a fighter that failed to evade. Metal shards fanned outward. A deafening roar laced with dragon fire turned several more jets into flaming debris. His right claw clenched. Scarlet gold lightning danced into a spear of living storm. Die, insects! The spear rocketed forward, skewered a jet, and detonated. 100-meter corona of golden electricity engulfed the surrounding aircraft. Tier B skill spear of thunder judgment. Hurl a lightning spear that deals 258.9 110,28,479 magic damage to the target and paralyzes it for 1 second. On impact, the spear explodes, dealing 54,369 to 258.9 210,28,479 magic damage to enemies within a 50,100-meter radius. The wider the blast, the lower the damage, and paralyzing them for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Once the equilibrium form wore off, only a handful of the original squadron remained, scattering in panic across the sky, deaf to every threat or promise blaring through their comms. With the last of those flies swatted from the air, Lee Kai beat his wings, arcs of flame and lightning swirling along their edges as he dove toward the Luni River basin. The brief but devastating dogfight sent fresh waves of cold sweat through high-level officials worldwide, and the lights in their crisis room stayed on all night. Roughly 5 hours later, he was circling above a vast plain. Below, the battlefield looked like a furnace. Boulders rained from the sky, punching through tank armor and shredding jeeps, while ignited fuel rose in towering pillars of fire, black smoke stabbing into the clouds. Amid the deafening explosions, he fixed on his target, a colossal mammoth whose every step made the earth tremble. Race, Fallen Star Mammoth. Rank, Lord. Level, LV 50. Strength, 1126.4. Constitution, 1845.8. Spirit, 63.858. Agility, 97.989. HP, 1.792 M 1.845 M. MP, 15,640 Stamina, 68,744 290. One glance at those stats told Lee Kai how terrifying the creature was. Its numbers surpassed even an alchemy golem 10 levels higher and of the same rank. Yet True Sight revealed that 4 of its skills were already on cooldown, leaving only 2 available. The mammoth was still near full health after waves of missiles and shells for one reason alone: its nearly unbeatable innate ability. Grade B talent, Earth Carapace. Whenever the fallen star mammoth is in contact with the ground, it continuously draws power from the earth to form armor on its body. The shield is worth up to 30 of its maximum HP and regenerates each second for an amount equal to 1 of max HP. The shield gains no benefit from damage reduction or resistance bonuses. At first, the coalition artillery had no coordination at all, their sporadic fire not even scratching that earth carapace. Only after a gruesome cost did they realize that focusing every gun at once was the sole way to crack it. Boom, 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 boom. Another barrage tore through the night. From a distant ravine, Hundreds of anti-air guns spat fire, refusing to give up as they hurled everything they had at the beast closing on their border. 38. N. 457 explosion. N. The mammoth was so large every round hit. But from that range most of the alloy shells lost their kinetic punch. Only the high explosive charge inside dealt real damage. Li Kai circled high above. He had no intention of watching the coalition spend the night shaving the monster. His goal was to take down 2 lords before dawn. We can't fall back. Behind us are our homeland, our parents, our wives and children. Keep firing. An A-grade officer stood outside the trench, roaring to steady his men. Inspired by their leader's example, the soldiers ignored the whistling stones overhead, racing to reload the guns in hopes of squeezing off one more salvo before the batteries were wiped out. Tum! Crash! Muzzle flashes and falling rock erupted almost together. The officer tried to nod encouragement, but the motion never finished. A boulder the size of a truck smashed half his body to pulp. As life slipped away, he stared at the distant mammoth that moved like a living mountain and felt despair flood in. At that instant, a blinding white rift split the night sky, reflecting in his fading eyes that was. A dragon wreathed in fire and lightning plummeted, its vast wings folding as it slammed onto the mammoth's broad back with titanic force. My homeland is saved. A faint smile touched the officer's lips as he closed his eyes forever. A meteor tore across the night sky, wreathed in thunder and flame, and crashed onto the falling star mammoth's back. Li Kai evolved his former Grade D skill Savage Charge into the Grade A skill Dragon Dive, and anything below Grade S could scarcely hope to stop his plunge. On impact, he dealt 216,252.9 points of physical damage in an area and inflicted a 3-second shock effect that worked like a stun with a 5-minute cooldown. The damage numbers burst across the mammoth's massive back, 170,513.3. Its innate talent defensive mitigation cut physical damage by 30%, while Li Kai's achievement Plunderer 2 added 10% damage to lords, so the net reduction was still 20%. While the beast reeled, its mind buzzing, Li Kai skimmed along the ground, activated equilibrium body, and unleashed a sheet of violet red fire. The scorching heat warped the air, but the deep purple toxins had been replaced by crackling arcs of lightning after evolving into a thunderflame wyvern. He had abandoned the poison head rarely used. The former Grade A skill Poison Fire Breath had become Grade A skill Thunder Fire Breath, dealing 80,259 points of mixed lightning fire magic damage per second and applying a 10-second burn that ticked for another 2,589 each second. If the stream hit for 2 full seconds, it added a 1-second paralysis, up to twice per breath. He could maintain the attack for 7 seconds, but any longer would scorch himself. 290,416.6, 290,416.6. The falling star mammoth, even with 40% tenacity, broke free of the shock only to be locked in paralysis. Li Kai raised his right claw, lightning surging between his talons until it formed blade-like arcs. Grade B skill, Lightning Claw activated, slashing 3 times for 28,479 magic damage per hit and adding a 1-second paralysis with a 5-minute cooldown. The wyvern's new body had room for this final trick. The old Grade D skills Wildtail Whip and Double Bite were long gone. 290,416.6, 101,344.6, 61,562.2, 20,138.2. The poor mammoth escaped Thunderfire Breath's paralysis only to fall under Lightning Claw's control. 61,562.2, 20,138.2. Just as it thought freedom was near, Li Kai's right hand clenched again, thunder booming as a spear of lightning took shape. The vicious part of lightning wasn't raw damage but the endless chains of paralysis, hardly the highest numbers, yet enough to keep a target utterly pinned. You know, I've always been devoted to the lightning element, he murmured, eyes fixed on the crackling spear. We're going to have a lot of fun together. Since yesterday, I've had the honor of claiming this noble power, and it's absurdly strong. It was a tough choice, but after a full day and night of thinking, I've decided to embrace it. I can't wait to fight with lightning and poison. I barely remember it. The spear of thunderous judgment slammed into the falling star mammoth's back, gilded lightning racing over its hide and locking the beast in place. 20,138.2, 61,562.2. The incandescent spear burst apart, its thunderous detonation freezing the colossus where it stood once more. 40,850.2, 61,562.2. Li Kai could feel the heat inside his maw nearing its limit, so he beat his wings and shot skyward while the paralysis lasted. He sighed inwardly. If only the power of the earth could be invoked on Blue Star, this combo would have gone on much longer. Moo! The mammoth's trumpeting shook the heavens. With barely a quarter of its health remaining, it reared up and smashed its forelegs down. Boom! The ground shattered. Using the opening, it burrowed underground and began to heal. That's it. With a roar like that, I thought you were winding up something big. Li Kai sneered from above. A great skill core healing. The falling star mammoth sinks into the depths and slumbers, restoring 50,000 HP per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. 50,000. As he prepared to follow, a thick trunk tore through the soil. The cavernous nostrils drew in a storm, whipping the air into a deafening vortex. Legend claims this breath could drag the very stars from the sky, hence the beast's name, but Li Kai's lawless talent granted total immunity to crowd control, rendering the move pointless. Still in his thunderflame wyvern form, he dived underground and clamped onto the helpless mammoth, ripping at its flesh. 25,114.6. 50,000. 25,114.6. 50,000. With every skill on cooldown and his breath weapon disabled by overheated jaws, his damage couldn't keep pace with core healing. Frowning, Li Kai triggered dimensional ambush, slipped into the void, and blinked several kilometers into the Roni River. The water quenched the heat in his mouth while he waited to drop combat status. 30 seconds later, the fight reset. Switching to his draconic human form, he hefted the royal greatsword Extinction of Kings and beat his wings back toward the battlefield. By now, the falling star mammoth was up to 920,000 HP, its earthen armor fully renewed, and an extra 550,000 point dirt shield layered on top. Li Kai knew shields didn't benefit from damage reduction, so his earlier output hadn't been wasted. Lightning crackled along his wings as he dove. Skybreaker slash. The sword arc tore through the dirt shield. 217,771.5. The blade's siege breaker trait activated, boosting damage to shields by 50. He followed with a flurry of heavy swings, shattering the barrier into mud. 79,672.5. 7,967.25. 79,672.5. 7,967.25. With every skill on cooldown, the mammoth could only counter with its weakened trunk. Each lash hurling Li Kai hundreds of meters. Even underground soil offered crushing resistance. 29,861.7. 29,861.7. Gritting his teeth, Li Kai tanked the blows. The instant the shield collapsed, he slipped past the trunk, sheathed the sword, and drove his claws deep into the mammoth's thick hide, nailing himself to its flank. It's over. A torrent of purplured flame, hot enough to scorch the very fabric of space, erupted from his jaws and engulfed most of the falling star mammoth's body. The quaking plains finally fell silent. The falling star mammoth, a level 50 Lord-class boss, was slain, granting 454,458 experience points. The rookie champion achievement triggered, adding another 68,168.7 experience points. System messages continued to chime. Defeating a rival falling star mammoth unlocked the Shatter Wonder, East Boyle Canyon buff, boosting all attributes by 10 and reducing earth damage by 10. Because the battle took place on Blue Star, the mammoth's dreaded second phase was forcibly suppressed, sparing Li Kai the hardest part of the fight. When the beast was down to a sliver of health, he drew the sword of Fallen Sovereignty Kingslayer and unleashed a mountain-crushing slash. The weapon's regicide trait activated, Strength 5, Physical Damage Coefficient 10, Physical Penetration 100. A gold crimson arc fell like a meteor, ending the giant's life for good. Deep beneath the Roni River Valley, lingering flames still crackled. Li Kai shifted back to his original form, a draconid body layered in scales crouched between searing rock faces, and began carving up the enormous corpse. His thunderfire breath turned the stone red hot, yet he avoided the most valuable part, a near 100-meter proboscis as thick as a city gate. The beast's trunk and limbs were charred black, but the stellar siphoning tusk remained intact. Surprisingly, the system classified it only as rare grade instead of mythic, though the prompt still set his pulse racing. Devoured rare material. Falling star mammoth stellar siphon trunk. Strength 15, Constitution 20, Physical Resistance 75, Magic Resistance 75. It was, after all, harvested from a lord, so the gains far exceeded those from an ordinary boss. The trunk was vast and tough. Li Kai needed a full half-hour to gnaw it clean. He stuffed the leftover carcass into his spatial storage until it overflowed, then swallowed the rest on the spot. Time pressed. He planned to reach the Hufu Pyramid inside AG before dawn and duel the Gargoyle Lord. 2 hours later, the field was clear. He burst through the surface, leapt skyward, and streaked southwest along the Roni River. He never realized the shockwave his actions sent through Blue Star's governments. A high-security online summit was already underway, attended only by the superpowers proxies. National crests and grim faces filled the giant screen. We in the Western Pact have finished deliberating. We're ready to use nuclear weapons to wipe out that cursed gargoyle. One white-haired elder thundered, slamming the table in anger and frustration. While Li Kai feasted on the mammoth, the Western Pact forces, led by Gaul's military, had already engaged the Gargoyle Lord. Lasers, fuel air bombs, Neutron rounds, every available superweapon had been thrown at it, yet they left only faint scorch marks on its gray-brown rock skin. Worse, the creature had pushed south, reducing the sacred city of Jerusalem to rubble. Video footage showed the gargoyle lord descending from the sky, its wings whipping up hurricanes. Ancient walls crumbled beneath its fists, leaving only shattered stone while its silhouette vanished into flame and ash. We categorically refuse, the AG delegate shouted, eyes blazing. After leveling Jerusalem, that gargoyle is flying straight for Cairo. Do you really want to bury us in a nuclear firestorm? Say something. He glanced at the US spokesperson. Egypt had always been Washington's staunch ally, so why wouldn't America step in when its little brother was about to be nuked? The Russian delegate curled his lips in a sardonic grin, the schadenfreude plain on his face. Doesn't bother me, as long as you keep the warheads away from our borders. By the way, you've already lost so many of your precious pilots, why haven't you ordered a nuclear strike yet? That's not like you. The American pretended not to hear. He understood that once the dragon was vaporized, the research teams would have nothing left to study. In fact, the West NATO plan to nuke the gargoyle had been drafted with quiet encouragement from his own side. They also wanted to know whether humanity's strongest weapon could kill these beasts. Under normal circumstances, they would never detonate a nuke on friendly soil, but with monsters rampaging and Earth itself at risk, what did normal even mean anymore? A middle-aged member of the Chinese delegation rose. After calming the agitated Europeans with a deep, steady voice, he spoke gravely. You all know where the creatures come from, the Lord-level bosses in the game Immortal. We don't yet understand how they crossed into our world, only that above them are overlords, monarchs, even mythic beings. A single Lord-level monster has already tied down the finest armies on the planet. When the higher tiers arrive, what then? Our priority isn't vengeance, it's data-finding weaknesses and preparing for a possible full-scale invasion. He had barely finished when a white-haired elder slammed the table. Easy for you to say. It's not your sacred sites being wiped off the map. The man wasn't religious. What truly enraged him was the staggering loss of French troops. The Chinese delegate stayed calm. Jerusalem's destruction grieves us all. The dead are gone, and blind retaliation helps no one. Agreed, the Russian added, stoking the elder's fury even further. Please, let me continue. The Chinese delegate projected satellite images. The targets are clear. Each creature strikes world landmarks: the Eiffel Tower, the Statue of Liberty, Christ the Redeemer. Before this meeting, I ordered evacuation of our own tourist sites and urged citizens to stay indoors. After the Zhuashing mammoth leveled the Great Rift Valley, its speed jumped nearly 10%. The gargoyle's speed showed the same increase after toppling the Eiffel Tower. The dragon's boost is even more pronounced. They're gaining some kind of buff. The room fell silent. The American opened his mouth, but the Chinese delegate spoke first. During the Rhone River engagement, the dragon attacked the Zhuashing mammoth. The monsters are competing with each other. They're seizing landmarks to gear up for an ultimate showdown. The German representative nodded. Your conclusion matches ours. One more detail: the creature under Mount Fuji is still escalating in power, clearly preparing for battle. The Japanese delegate shot to his feet, shouting, You planted spies on our soil. We condemn this intrusion. The Chinese delegate raised a hand. If we keep fighting among ourselves, humanity loses all hope. I propose full information sharing and a joint plan against the immortal incursion. Let the monsters' own clashes give us the data we need. Germany's delegate considered, then sighed. Makes sense. However, the launch order has already been issued. The Chinese delegate spun around. Somewhere in the Indian Ocean, a Triumphant-class strategic submarine glided silently at its assigned depth. The hatch of the missile tube eased open, and an M51.2 ballistic missile tipped with a nuclear warhead slid free. It coasted for a few seconds before its engine roared to life. A plume of smoke billowed over the calm sea as the missile speared into the sky. High above the clouds, a 12-meter, 50-ton missile tore through the sky at breathtaking speed. It was the M51.2, a multiple warhead intercontinental ballistic missile, whose newly upgraded third-stage solid booster could fling a full dozen TNOC-launched nuclear warheads to any target 13,000 kilometers away. Each TNO reentry vehicle carried a yield of about 100 kilotons and used MJAR-V technology. Once released, every warhead locked onto its own target and guided itself, aiming to wipe out numerous threats in a single strike. Aimed at any nuclear-armed nation on Blue Star, it would almost certainly spark a planet-ending Fourth World War. This time, however, the M51.2's enemy was not human, but the colossal gargoyle flying from Jerusalem toward Cairo. Projections showed the interception point over Aegis, North Sinai province. On live television, an AG spokesman cursed through clenched teeth. You bloody butchers. This is an act of war. The feed cut off as the government raced to issue an emergency evacuation order. For a small nation, it was a bitter spectacle. A great power plan to test whether nukes could kill a monster right on their doorstep, and all they could do was move their people out of harm's way. If the gargoyle actually reached Cairo, the casualties might still be fewer than a nuclear blast would cause. Seconds ticked away while the world held its breath. At last the spear of human genius arrived above the gargoyle. The creature, several hundred meters long, skimmed the ground. Its obsidian hide was pocked with scorch marks and craters, and a faint blue shield spun close to its body. Western Alliance commanders were no fools. Before the battle, they had scoured data from the game Immortal and learned that gargoyles possessed a magic band core that absorbed spell damage and converted it into shielding. The opening barrage of high explosive shells had not triggered that ability, so they classified conventional kinetic weapons as physical damage. Lasers, fuel-air explosives, and even neutron bombs, however, delivered extreme heat and high-energy neutrons marked by the system as spell damage, which only recharged the monster. Those failures at least clarified which attacks the Immortal rule set treated as magic. Inside the Western Alliance, the nuclear option had been debated for days. The concern was less civilian deaths than the fear that a nuclear blast's heat and high-energy neutrons would merely top up the gargoyle's shield. A stray neutron bomb had already shown that neutrons alone were not fatal. Pro-strike advocates countered that beyond heat and radiation, a nuclear explosion unleashes a staggering pressure wave, surely a form of physical damage strong enough to rip the gargoyle apart. The debate was still unresolved when the missile arrived. Under countless anxious and hopeful gazes, fire blossomed above the gargoyle's Hiata direct hit. After microsecond-level corrections, the onboard computer gave the command. Explosive bolts snapped, the bus section unlocked, and 12 warheads shot out like arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After release, 12 TNOC-launched nuclear warheads switched to independent guidance, their tail flames roaring as they streaked toward the gargoyle lord below. High above, 12 dazzling plumes cut across the night like meteors. The massive gargoyle lifted its head, emerald eyes flashing with menace. Beating its wings furiously, it whipped up twin blades of green wind that howled upward to meet the falling mervs. After being bombed several times, it already knew those blazing projectiles could maim it. The wind shear tore the engines off 9 warheads, whose wreckage clanged to the ground. The remaining 3 deftly corrected course, skirting the turbulence and closing in from 3 directions. At less than 300 meters, their safety locks disengaged, and a force chain reaction began. Boom, boom, boom. 3 incandescent fireballs blossomed at nearly the same point, brighter than day and soaring skyward. Temperatures at the core rose to at least 6,000 degrees Celsius. Some reports even whispered of 10 million, a figure only certain island nation experts might confirm. The shockwaves that followed, laden with soil and rebar, swallowed surface buildings like paper and snapped them apart. Civilians hiding indoors were crushed into red mist by the blast, adding scarlet to the churning dust. Those farther out, cowering in basements, fared little better. Exposure to over 500 rem of radiation would kill them within hours. Tens of thousands died instantly. Many more would perish in agony over the next few days, a toll exceeding all casualties since the 4 great beasts first appeared. Local authorities had ordered an overnight evacuation, but with only a few hours to act, they were hopelessly outmatched. The nuclear EMP wiped out nearby electronics, leaving world leaders to pace and wait for communications to recover. When satellite images finally returned, the same gargantuan gargoyle stared back from the screen in an American Situation room, scorched and dusty, yet virtually unscathed. Senior officers exchanged looks, tasting real terror for the first time. A heartbeat before the firestorm swallowed him, the gargoyle lord had triggered a displacement skill, teleporting a kilometer away. The ensuing blast hurled him through the air and slammed him into the earth, carving a crater and scattering charred soil. Thanks to his rank talent, null magic core, he withstood the heat and radiation, surviving humanity's fiercest weapon. Governments worldwide received the report, and a heavy silence settled. Even nuclear arms could not kill a single lord. 300 kilometers away, a crimson beam speared down from the sky and pulverized the towering Great Pyramid of Khufu. A system prompt appeared at once. Wonder Great Pyramid of Khufu destroyed. All attributes 10. Physical damage taken 5. Li Kai looked up at the fire that painted the northeastern sky, shock glinting in his golden, slit pupils. Atop the shattered peak of the Khufu Pyramid, a nearly 4-meter-long dragon, its crimson hide traced with violet-blue markings, lifted its head to the sky, too stunned to speak. In the northeastern night sky, 3 rising suns turned darkness into broad daylight. Even without a mushroom cloud, that familiar brilliance told Li Kai everything he needed to know: nuclear warheads. They're insane, absolutely insane. Who has the nerve to take a nuke, Heaton? He muttered. Folding his wings, he plunged through the pyramid and hurtled toward the blast. He still had 2 resurrection charges and could shift into another dimension in 0.7 seconds, but he had no desire to test a nuclear detonation firsthand. A distant system message echoed at the same moment. Wonder Khufu Pyramid has been destroyed. The gargoyle lord froze for a heartbeat, then wheeled southwest. The anti-magic core's shield was fully charged, and it wanted to launch the decisive battle before the other lord did. The shockwave had dealt it solid physical damage, Yet one arcane restoration converted shield mana into life force and healed it instantly. In short, Li Kai was about to face the strongest gargoyle lord at full health and with its shield intact. Whoosh! A massive gray silhouette skimmed the rooftops, its slipstream shattering windows on both sides of the street. Suddenly the gargoyle lord halted in midair, emerald eyes locking on the ground below. It sensed a torrent of brutal magic surging up from underground, closing fast. Boom! The earth erupted. Dirt and rubble geysered skyward as a colossal beast burst free, roaring straight at the gargoyle lord. Razor-edged stone talons slashed, and the two titans collided in midair, a shockwave ripping through several city blocks. Unit data. Species, Gargoyle Lord. Rank, Lord level boss. Level, 50. Strength, 1197.6998. Constitution, 1592.41327. Spirit, 691.2576. Agility, 126-189. Attack speed, 105 157.5. HP, 15.92 m 15.92 m. Mana, 20,736, 20,736. Stamina, 65,432, 79,620. Physical resistance, 3,128. Magic resistance, 5,672. Special resistance. Tenacity, 50. Claw against claw. Li Kai and the Gargoyle Lord were almost nose to nose. A mocking light gleamed in his golden vertical pupils. "I'm the one who let you out of that seal," he growled. "Time to repay the favor." The Gargoyle Lord said nothing. It wrenched an arm free and swatted the Drake aside. Crash. Hundreds of tons of flesh and scale smashed a 10-story building to rubble. Li Kai shook off the debris, beat his wings hard, and shot skyward to evade the next lunge. Without triggering equilibrium form, he couldn't convert constitution into strength, and on raw power alone, he still lagged far behind a Lord-class boss. This fight was going to be brutal. His Thunderfire breath would almost certainly fail. In fact, every magic damage skill he had was useless, because the Gargoyle Lord carried a magic shield worth more than 6 million points. He was no longer the massive wasteland drake who used to flee from ghosts for lack of magic damage. His draconic body now held only one hybrid physical skill. Everything else dealt pure magic. Unfortunately, the Gargoyle Lord before him was supercharged with nuclear radiation, and the jade-green barrier it conjured was so tight that even stray magical sparks bounced off. If he couldn't shatter that shield, he couldn't trigger paralysis, making his entire spell repertoire worthless. Li Kai cursed the earthlings under his breath. If he found out which nation's warhead had powered up the Gargoyle Lord, he'd storm their capital and tear it apart. The sky was dark and turbulent. Li Kai hovered on beating wings, cold light glinting off his metallic scales. 10 seconds earlier, he had been ready to launch a dimensional ambush, planning to dive into a pocket dimension, bait out the Lord's ultimate, then dodge. But the Gargoyle Lord answered only with slow, heavy swings and never used a skill, foiling his plan to draw a move. The wind howled past his wingtips as his mind raced. If he couldn't break through now, he would be dragged into a war of attrition. An idea sparked. His jaws parted, and he spat out a massive sword, black as pitch and veined with crimson lines. The cold metal dropped into his claws. The 5-meter blade stretched beyond 8 under the boost of equilibrium body, its edge humming with faint red lightning. Who said only his humanoid form could wield a sword? Li Kai bared his fangs, surged to the cloud tops, then folded his wings and dove. Dragon dive, he roared. Rivers of molten red light streamed from his scales into the blade, forging a solid beam of sword energy. The beam tore through the clouds, cracked the air with a shrill sonic boom, and cast an apocalyptic shadow below. On the ground, the Gargoyle Lord spread its vast wings, wrenched an intact building from its foundations, rebar and stone spraying, and braced it across its chest as a shield. Boom! The crimson edge pierced the entire structure like lightning. The building exploded into a cloud of grit under the sword aura. Still roaring downward, the strike split the Lord's rocky breastplate without pause, ripping open a gash so deep its energy core was exposed. 455,569.5. As the pinnacle variant of its species, the Gargoyle Lord's petrified body reduced physical damage by 40%. Li Kai's Predator 2 achievement trimmed that to 30. The violent recoil numbed his talons, but he shook it off, seized the moment while the Lord shuddered, and with equilibrium body still active, slashed twice in rapid succession. 203,292.7. 203,292.7. The Sword of Fallen Sovereignty Regicide carried a 160-point physical coefficient. Each swing hit as hard as a Class C ability. Only now did the true terror of an epic weapon reveal itself and remind the world why humans dared face monsters heathen. After losing 850,000 health in quick succession, the Gargoyle Lord threw back its head and roared. ghost green eyes blazing so brightly they hurt to look at. Rubble whirled into the air under the pressure, and a cyclone formed around the two towering figures. Li Kai leveled the sword across his chest. He had no more physical skills left. From here on, it would be a slow grind. In a residential district of Egypt's North Sinai province, deafening noise reverberated through the air. Boom. A three-story house collapsed as an enormous dragon rammed it, scarlet blood spattering across the exposed rebar. The dragon Li Kai stood nearly 13 meters tall when he straightened his back, as high as a five-story building, a towering pillar amid the rundown neighborhood. 267,510 shield. The Sword of Fallen Sovereignty, Kingslayer's ultimate cataclysm, had granted him a 425,000 point shield after he opened with Dragon's Dive and Twin Slash, a barrier that would last 15 seconds. Li Kai exploited the near-invincible shield to unleash a flurry of blows, but during a leap he was struck by the Gargoyle Lord's skill, hurled dozens of meters, and smashed through another row of houses, yet the shield still held, and he remained unscathed. The Gargoyle Lord glanced down at the gash across its chest that nearly reached the emerald core. The green light in its gem-like eyes blazed brighter. With a whoosh it beat its stone wings, lifting several meters and deliberately widening the gap, clearly intending to stall until the shield vanished. Though it lacked scouting abilities, experience told it the dragon's barrier had a time limit. Unwilling to yield, Li Kai flicked his sword and vaulted into the air in pursuit. Above the rooftops, the two titans barreled through the sky. The gale they produced tearing tin roofs free and flinging them hundreds of meters away. The dragon's superior speed let him close in repeatedly, slashing at the gargoyle again and again. The instant the shield flickered out, the Gargoyle Lord broke away. Both wings snapped and sent twin arcs of green gale force to either side, homing in on the sword-wielding Li Kai. Frowning, he blinked underground, burrowing into the earth to evade. Something's off. It knows I can phase underground. Why fire the skill so soon? The answer came at once. The twin winds merged above into a spinning vortex of fell energy that expanded rapidly, grinding soil and broken bricks to dust. Damn! A flash of black-violet light flared around him, and 0.7 seconds later, he slipped into another dimension, yet the tail end of the vortex still grazed him. 153,766. In the pocket dimension, he gritted his teeth and massaged the torn wing bone, watching blood ooze with a faint green glow. You have been corrupted by fell energy. All attributes reduced by 10. A chill spread through his veins, sapping his strength. The gargoyle's racial trait reducing all attributes with every hit was far more brutal at Lord tier. 10% per strike, stackable up to 4 times. Fortunately, its priority wasn't high enough to cut into his boosted stats. It merely canceled part of his buffs. He lingered in the other dimension until the 3.4-second limit, then tore through space and reappeared behind the Gargoyle Lord. A flash of cold steel followed as the great sword hacked at the stone batwing, carving a deep fissure. 122,512. 34,000 true damage. 61,256. Gargoyles have no blood, yet a crimson current still seeped out of the blood groove on Sovereign Ender, the regicide blade, and poured into Li Kai, knitting the torn bones in his wings almost completely. The sword's epic trait, Annihilation, was so overwhelming that it could force a healing effect even through a creature made of stone. The Gargoyle Lord immediately realized the fight had turned against it. The draconic hybrid before it was only a boss-tier monster, but both its attributes and its weapon now rivaled its own. If the tide was to be reversed, the gargoyle had to accelerate fell corruption and sap its enemy's stats. Its gem-like eyes suddenly flared emerald, the telltale sign of a fell ray. Li Kai didn't dodge. He inhaled, closed the distance, and raised the massive sword with both hands. The moment the dark green beam fired, he unleashed a pale, visible sound wave from his throat. Now, the wave struck the gargoyle square in the head. It didn't cancel the spell, but it skewed the aim. 2 emerald rays screamed past Li Kai's cheeks, and a residential tower hundreds of meters away melted open 2 bussy-eyed holes. While the enemy reeled in brief dizziness, Li Kai triggered equilibrium form, maxing out his strength. A double slash followed the previous fissure, shearing both leathery wings off at the root. 205,796.3. 205,796.3. With 50% tenacity, the Gargoyle Lord shook off the stun almost instantly, only to discover it had a mere 177,000 HP left. It shoved the no fully healed Drake aside and rolled away, but with one wing gone it could no longer fly. Li Kai tailed it at a leisurely pace. He waited until Dimensional Ambush and Equilibrium Form came off cooldown. Then, certain of victory, he stepped in and finished the creature he had once released himself. Defeated Gargoyle Lord, LV 50 Lord Grade Boss. Gained 441,231 XP. Achievement Rookie Champion triggered. Bonus 66,184.6 XP. Level 34-1, 252, 201.6800, 000, 35-452, 201.6900, 000. Design points 350. By slaying the rival gargoyle, Lord, you inherit its buffs. Wonder destroyed, Eiffel Tower. Wonder destroyed, Jerusalem. All attributes 20. Physical damage taken 5. Light damage taken 10. Sovereign Ender, the Regicide Blade. Triggers strike down the king. Strength 5. Physical damage coefficient 10. Physical penetration 100. Li Kai nodded in satisfaction. Dawn was already lightening the sky. He hoisted the gargoyle's corpse, slipped into the depths, and began to feed. He still hadn't finished gnawing the fallen star mammoth up on the surface. The last rival could wait until tomorrow night. Meanwhile, the Blue Planet natives could help him probe its abilities. At sunrise, the sky grew bright. Li Kai had just dragged the gargoyle lord's corpse underground and released the devourer when, thousands of kilometers away, the island nation to the east was struck by a new nightmare. Mount Fudu once again bared its fangs at those who dared defy nature. A deep rumble rose from inside the mountain. Black smoke speared into the clouds, and incandescent lava poured down the ridges. The cherry groves that had burned and sprouted anew were swallowed once more by fire. When this torrent cools into drab, ash-black rock, it may take decades, perhaps a century, before those pink blossoms return. Thick volcanic ash clamped over the sky like a lid, plunging all of Kanto into a false dawn. Although the eruption itself was moderate, the real killer was the ash. Edo, Kanagawa Prefecture, southern Shiyu Prefecture, and the southwestern coast of the Fangzhong Peninsula were blanketed by nearly 2 centimeters of fallout. Within only a few hours, the consequences were already alarming. Countless electronic devices short-circuited as dust infiltrated their circuits. Power, water, and communications failed across the region. Rail services stopped, and roughly 10,000 kilometers of highway were paralyzed. Edo's Narita and Haneda airports both shut down. Direct economic losses approached 1 trillion yen. The destructive force of these secondary disasters rivaled the lava itself, and ash carried by the wind could affect Longwa and Southeast Asia for weeks to come. Thankfully, there were no accompanying earthquakes or tsunamis, or the devastation would have been far worse. The island government had activated its Mount Futu emergency plan the previous day. Schools and factories closed. Residents were moved to shelters. Traffic police worked through the night to guide evacuees out of Kanto, and the self-defense forces set up positions around the volcano under the banner of disaster relief. No country, including Longwo, tried to suppress the news. Confronted with a kaiju invasion, the impotence of military power was laid bare to the world, and every meat-eater realized that the struggle now was not for power, but for the survival of human civilization itself. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of Mount Futus molten sea, an enormous egg of chaos large enough to fill the entire cavern throbbed. Lava churned, and crimson waves splashed against the walls. Crack a faint sound, yet in the magma chamber it rang like a bell from the abyss. Roar, 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 roar. For different, equally deafening bellows pierced the sky. The egg shattered, and a titanic beast, no, a single creature with 4 heads, slashed its scaled body and shot toward the crater. Boom. A fresh plume of magma burst in its wake, raining fire across the slopes. The next second, the 4-headed dragon emerged into the world. Roar. The great swapman has taken another step toward ultimate power. Roar. The mighty Avorsis will tear everything apart. Roar. Adudu is starving. Roar. Big brother, second brother, and third brother don't seem very bright. Saiwotman ignored his fourth brother and stared toward the northwest. We're already far behind the competition. A boost may mean nothing to a true dragon, but it's better than nothing at all. If the enemy's bloodline rivals ours, we'll be in trouble. Big brother's right. The second head, Avorsis, growled. For thick forelegs raked gouges into the rock. Doesn't matter who it is, Avorsis will tear them apart. Second brother's right. The third head, Adudu, bobbed happily. Adudu wants food. Wants food. Third brother is also right. The newborn fourth head, Kachiin, echoed a beat late. Saiwotman shot Kachiin a scornful glance, scale plates scraping like metal. Then he heaved his massive body forward, pulverizing loose stone as he charged straight toward Lake Baikal. At the mountain's foot, a self-defense force unit received its orders: load the shells and establish a firing line. Even though the Western Pac's armies had already been mauled by kaiju, they still had to make an effort. How else could they justify those staggering tax bills? Besides, the real goal wasn't to kill or even drive the beast away, but to break off a few spare parts. One scale, a single drop of blood enough to buy a louder voice in Blue Star's future order. It wasn't fantasy. Not long ago, the Western Pac nations had nearly launched nukes over the anti-magic shards thrown up when the Gargoyle Lord fell. Germany had once looked ready to blitz Poland. After seeing America's true colors, AG refused to stay a sidekick and started trading gargoyle shards and wyvern scales. The opening bid was an ICBM with a high-yield warhead. Boom, boom, boom. The ground tremors drew closer. Through quivering air, the soldiers finally saw the monster. Holy Yamatano Orochi. Where's Susanoo when you need him? Count the heads, only 4. It can't be Orochi. Then maybe King Ghidorah. Somebody call Ultraman. Fake fan King Ghidorah has 3 heads. Wham, wham, wham. Amid the banter, heavy explosive shells thundered downrange. Troops squeezed triggers and tried to steady their nerves. Some even bet on how long before command ordered a retreat. The 4-headed dragon had no patience for humans. Roar. You dare provoke the great Awarsis? He'll tear you apart. With that, the poison swamp dragon blurred, then blinked into the center of the defense line kilometers away. 3 heads struck at once. Cywotman's dark green breath rolled out like a boiling swamp, corrosive fumes slicing throats and dropping soldiers where they stood. Awarsis' deep brown breath drilled into the earth, liquefying anyone in the trenches before they could scream. Kakayan's crimson flame covered the smallest area but fused bunkers and bodies into charcoal. Only Adudu wrinkled his nose. No breath, Adudu wants a bite, he muttered, gnawing on limbs amid scorched earth. In under 10 minutes the line was in ruins. Headquarters finally ordered a retreat. Fighters and gunships skimming low sprayed tracers across the gray sky, trying to draw the beast's eye. Planners assumed that since the dragon couldn't fly, airstrikes would slow it. Then they saw the impossible. All 4 heads blasted breath downward like giant thrusters. With a thunderous roar, the 100-ton body tore free of the ground and climbed skyward. Its wings were ragged, but recoil alone launched it into the air. A single roar split the clouds, and several low-flying aircraft still trying to climb were swatted into scrap by its tail. Fireballs bloomed in midair. Having swatted away the flies, the dragon pressed on toward the northwest. Dragons never detour. The straight line it chose became a killing line. Roads, bridges, buildings, and the unlucky civilians who delayed evacuation all vanished beneath breath and claw. Blood mingled with shattered stone, screams and explosions weaving a dirge of despair. That day, the island's people remembered the fear of the kaiju from the tokusatsu shows of their childhood. Fury Eye Plaza in the Fujigain region, northwest of Mount Fuji, is the largest and most advanced shelter in the area. Built at a cost of several billion yen, it can house thousands of evacuees at once. Its main structure lies several meters underground, cast in reinforced concrete that is said to withstand even a medium-range missile. The warehouses are packed with bottled water and hardtack. Ventilation, power generation, and communication systems are all in place, so in theory the residents could survive a lengthy siege. Yet no wall is thick enough to keep out human malice. In a public restroom, a middle-aged man in a business suit braced his body against the door, leering at a mother and daughter cowering in the corner. Mrs. Zisa, you don't want me to throw you and your girl out of the shelter, do you? There's a volcanic eruption and monsters outside, you know. Such threats and assaults were playing out in shelters across the island nation, but this time the predator would be denied his prey. Because volcanic ash had knocked out communications, the staff at Fury Eye Plaza had no idea that a monster was closing in. Boom, the outer wall shuddered. The creature bared its fangs, tore through the reinforced concrete as though ripping open a can, and peered through the gap at the tiers of refugees stacked like a human sandwich. A gluttonous smile spread across its face. While the Hydra rampaged through the archipelago, government offices around the world burned the midnight oil. Scientists raced to build monster templates and draft countermeasures. In Longwa, the middle-aged official in charge of security grew restless when he learned the 4-headed dragon from Mount Fuji might cross national airspace. After an emergency meeting, they adopted a duel strategy. Evacuate everyone along the creature's projected route and deploy a heavy firepower army group in full battle readiness. Meanwhile, far beneath the earth in Western Asia, Li Kai now in his sub-dragon form hauled his massive body toward East Asia. To save time, he traveled while gnawing on the gargoyle lord's carcass, which was even larger than he was. Because he hadn't used his thunderfire breath earlier, the body was almost intact, and it took him hours to strip it clean. Consumed rare material, gargoyle lord's razor claws. Strength 2, Constitution 1, Physical Resistance 3, Magic Resistance 4. Consumed exotic material, gargoyle lord's gemstone eyes. Constitution 3, Spirit 15, Physical Resistance 33, Magic Resistance 66. Consumed exotic material, gargoyle lord's stone bat wings. Constitution 5, Agility 10, Physical Resistance 66, Magic Resistance 99. Consumed peerless material, gargoyle lord's anti-magic core. Constitution 33, Spirit 66, Physical Resistance 333, Magic Resistance 666. The haul thrilled him. 2 exotic tier items and 1 peerless steer in absolute banquet. By comparison, the Starfall Mammoth had been miserly. His glutton talent triggered, granting an extra 110,307.7 experience points. After finishing the carcass, Li Kai drew a long breath, exhaled slowly, then strained and dropped an enormous pile of waste. Heaven help him. The journey had been a filthy cycle of eating and excreting. The anti-magic stone tasted like black truffle and slid down as smoothly as Duff chocolate, but too much of a good thing can still make you sick. Li Kai sighed and forced himself to multitask as the landscape blurred beneath his feet. While racing forward, he reached into his internal storage, tore off a chunk of the fallen mammoth's colossal bones and flesh, and chewed it down. At the same time, he split his focus to trigger draw fear, calling up intel on his final competitor. Sheng Dan was no longer his only pawn. Survivors of the New Covenant incident, the U.S. fighter pilots who had once engaged him, even high-ranking officers and monsterphobics who had only seen him in footage all had become fresh minds of terror he could exploit. Ordinary humans were too weak to yield him attributes. But exactly because of that, spending a mere 50 or 60 fear points was enough to nudge their thoughts and actions. At this moment, he was remotely steering a senior U.S. general, using the man's intelligence network to collect data for him. The latest report on the Swamp Hydrano, a quadradrake, now made Li Kai's golden vertical pupils contract. Large-caliber armor-piercing high-explosive shells from the island nation's self-defense force had struck the creature he'd, yet not a single scale cracked. Those same rounds could at least chip away at his own defenses or the gargoyle lord's. If they could not even scratch the Hydra, its pure-blood draconic body had to be monstrously strong. Sensing the weight of that threat, Li Kai accelerated. Once the fallen mammoth was gnawed down to a single chunk, he stowed the remains. Finishing the carcass would have triggered his glutton talent, but it would not push his level any higher, so he saved the leftovers as an emergency source of health. Glutton had one flaw: it activated only if he devoured the entire body, so he turned that limitation into a safety net. An instant later, he burst from the ground, unfurled his wings, and rocketed into the sky, heading straight for Lake Baikal. The Hydra already boasted staggering stats as a pure-blood dragon and had just gained a 10% boost across the board by destroying Mount Fuji. If it drained another 10% from Lake Baikal, the situation would spiral out of control, and Li Kai would not allow that. Seconds ticked away. As Li Kai tore through the clouds, the Hydra finally crossed Japan and reached the shoreline. Burpadudu hates the ocean. Most civilians along the final stretch had been evacuated, but Adudu had already gorged itself earlier. Big brother, we need that buff. The 10% stat boost isn't permanent, but the 10% ice damage reduction is exactly what we need. Right. Adudu, use your power, cross this sea, and smash that lake. Smash it. Smash it. With a thunderous boom and a towering splash, the massive quadradrake plunged into the water, its vast silhouette vanishing into the deep blue. The battered islanders finally caught a fleeting breath of relief. Post-disaster statistics put the Hydra's rampage at roughly 3 trillion yen in economic losses, more than 10,000 civilian and self-defense force deaths, and over 3,000 injuries. Japanese historians later called the day the quadradrake catastrophe that scattered the cherry blossoms. The setting sun burned like fire along the shoreline, turning the sparkling sea of bloody red and washing bronze-skinned, resolute faces with a crimson glow. Off the North Korean coast facing Japan, the Army, Navy, and Air Force stood at full alert, warships packed so tightly they nearly blanketed the water. Every sonar array was active, its lattice of sound waves hunting the Leviathan approaching from the open ocean. Although this was not Longwo's territory, the Hydra's projected flight path would cross Longwo's airspace, so its military had sent heavy reinforcements. Everyone understood that when one lip is gone, the teeth grow cold. Everyone except that arrogant spider. Dusk deepened, the red sun skimming the waves. In the last sliver of light, an enormous shadow rose from the abyss and was instantly caught by sonar. Target acquired. Launch torpedoes. After a terse exchange, dozens of torpedoes tore into the water, propellers driven by compressed air, steam, fuel, or electricity, churning madly in the dark. Mechanical guidance and active sonar homed in on the Hydra, closing on the shore. With a 60-kilometer range, they stayed beyond the monster's senses, and Longwo pinned its hopes on the Kunlong 3 super torpedo, a weapon said to be able to sink a 100,000-ton carrier. Hope shattered a heartbeat later. A savage shock wave erupted underwater, wrecking the engines of every torpedo that had just entered tactical range and dropping them to the seabed like withered leaves. The same trick will never work twice against the Great Foeman. The Hydra crowed, remembering how torpedoes from the U.S. garrison near the island nation had stung it once before. A dodo is exhausted. Wheezed a dodo, the water head, froth dripping from its jaws. Powering the ocean crossing had burned through everything it had eaten. Hang in there, we're almost ashore. Svotman urged, vexed that the most promising head was lagging. Boom, boom, boom. Detonations rattled the seabed mere meters from the beast, stacking waves that heaved Tinthasantan warships into the air. The sailors on deck stayed calm. A great nation never fires only one volley. The Hydra was now playing a three-dimensional game of dodgeball, fresh torpedoes closing in from every direction. Longwa had spared no expense. If it could not kill the monster, it would at least frighten it away from land. Yet humans could never grasp a dragon's arrogance, or rather, its unbelievable hard-headedness. Roar. Minutes of bombardment left the Hydra scorched and battered, but unable to locate its attackers. It could only accelerate in fury. All vessels withdraw. Kite tactic. Following the plan, the ships opened a 5-kilometer safety gap while continuing to drop torpedoes as they fell back. If the enemy advances, we retreat. If the enemy camps, we harass. If the enemy tires, we strike. If the enemy withdraws, we pursue the 16-character formula at which Longwow's soldiers excelled. 489, 762, 443. Numbers invisible to the people of Blue Star floated above the Hydra, and it was just as well they would have lost any will to fight had they seen them. Longwow's vaunted torpedoes, which could sink an enemy destroyer in an instant, left no more than superficial scratches on the multi-headed dragon's hide. The behemoth's life force estimated at well over 2 million surged through the breakers and crept toward the coast. Naval guns, missiles, and torpedoes hammered it without pause, bright bursts lighting up the night, yet the barrage only etched faint white lines across its rough scales. After a brief skirmish at sea, the monster finally set foot on the tidal flats, its thunderous steps making the soldiers in the beach trenches flinch. Awaiting its arrival was one of the most formidable land-based firepower lines on Blue Star. On the other side of the peninsula, lights blazed throughout North Korea's Supreme Command. Longwow's leadership offered repeated advice: do not engage at Hedon. Jean Jingu, however, took the phone call as a war drum. The JSDF won't fight? I will. The US troops in Japan won't touch it? We'll take a swing. We strike first, hit hard, and then pull back. That's the North Korean way. With that declaration, armored columns roared forward. Longwow's officials exchanged helpless looks and muttered, "While the multi-headed dragon might be a bit irritable, please bear with it," before hastily hanging up. Irritable proved an understatement. On the front line, the monster neither dodged nor flinched under fire. A single sweep of its tail flipped an entire row of tanks. It ignored the decoy drones circling overhead, and all 6 heads spewed scalding steam that tore apart the mixed infantry armor formation. Only North Korea's famously iron-willed troops kept the line from collapsing outright. Even so, the order to retreat came down, and thousands of elite soldiers never made it back. Finding no value in further pursuit, the monster turned and headed straight for Lake Baikal, which lay Longwow's own territory, with no buffer left. Meanwhile, in Longwow's highest council chamber, debate raged over one question: whether to deploy the orbital kinetic weapon codenamed Day Arrow. In Blue Star's arms race, the Eagle Nation excelled at pitching grand ideas, while the Rabbit Nation excelled at turning them into hardware. When the United States proposed the rods from God concept in the 1980s, Longwow's researchers quietly opened their own project. Washington claimed that a 100-kilogram tungsten rod, dropped from orbit at up to 30,000 kilometers per hour, could punch through the ground and flatten a city. Longwow's scientists modeled the scenario and published an evaluation of the destructive effects of orbital kinetic weapons, bluntly stating that the power was grossly exaggerated. A few years later, Longwow conducted a live test. A 140-kilogram tungsten rod struck the Gobi Desert, leaving a crater 4.6 meters wide and 3 meters deep, with a terminal velocity of only 4,650 meters per second, less destructive than a single large-caliber, high-explosive shell. The academic community even saddled the project with a mocking nickname, the hypervelocity longrod projectile, and issued papers on its limited rock penetration and ground shock effects. Yet the ridicule never halted the research. Engineers quietly increased the rod's mass to the ton range and fitted it with small booster rockets to deliver a far deadlier terminal speed. Several iterations later, the real secret weapon emerged under the internal designation Day Arrow. Now the conference table split into 2 camps. Opponents argued that another giant dragon, known for hunting other kaiju, was already en route and could reach the combat zone before midnight. If they could stall, Longwow could watch 2 titans tear each other apart. Supporters countered that staking national security on a monster was sheer folly. No one knew which dragon would prevail, and even if the hunter dragon won, its indifference to humans hardly guaranteed safety. Worse, it always carried off the carcasses of its kills, clearly stockpiling food, directly conflicting with high-level plans to secure specimens for study. Therefore, they insisted the Day Arrow must be launched. The supporters prevailed, and the order was signed. The moment the multi-headed dragon crossed from North Korean territory into Longwow, several civilian satellites in low Earth orbit quietly adjusted their trajectories. In the boundless night sky, 8 dust speck planets orbit a small ball of fire. Among them moves a calm blue sphere escorted by a dim white moon home to almost 10 billion people and known simply as Blue Star. Roughly 1,000 kilometers above the planet, several oversized civilian satellites abruptly alter their orbits, instantly becoming the focus of every nation's tracking network. Control is seized by the DHA-2 supercomputer. Geomagnetic deviation calculations complete. Wind speed calculations complete. Tidal gravity calculations complete. Cloud cover calculations complete. Ultra precision targeting online. As the cold synthetic voice echoes, slender metallic cylinders detach from the satellites and dive toward the atmosphere, guided by both gravity and their tail rockets. These alloy projectiles christened die arrows are forged from tungsten, titanium, and other high-strength metals. Each contains a gyroscopic guidance module, adaptive tail fins, and a single-use booster. With real-time corrections from the supercomputer, they can lock onto targets from an altitude of 10 kilometers, shrinking their impact error to less than 10 meters. 9 arrows in all, each weighing 6 tons, will strike in 10 minutes at 15,000 kilometers per hour, delivering a blast equivalent to 2,000 tons of TNT. To guarantee pinpoint accuracy, the largest livestock farm in Longwo's northeast is requisitioned. Trains and trucks haul thousands of cattle, sheep, and pigs to an empty plain a dozen kilometers from the border. In the center of this barren land crouch 4 true dragons. What's that? A doo-doo is hungry. The third head, a doo-doo, stares at the herds, green light flickering in its eyes, ready to charge. Just ordinary flesh without a hint of mana. Why drool so easily? A sudden feast like this reeks of a trap, the ever-suspicious Swopeman mutters, trying to block him. Big brother, let third brother eat, says the fourth head, Kachin, lazily shaking his wings with a scornful laugh. He shielded us from several attacks earlier. Besides, I don't sense a trap here on the way. We never even met those metal boxes. Humans can't hurt us, so they're offering tribute instead. Swopeman hesitates for a moment, then nods. Just this once. A doo-doo immediately lunges into the herd. Cattle and sheep bawl in terror, dust billows, and the stench of blood spreads across the plain. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of meters above them in the stratosphere, dozens of drones form a shaped grid along the predicted paths of the die arrows. Whenever an arrow drifts by a fraction, the drones release precise jets of air, nudging it back on course, and keeping all 9 locked on their ground coordinates. The sun's last ray slips below the horizon, and the wasteland is swallowed by deep blue night. The multi-headed dragon feasts, unaware that 9 new stars overhead are shining ever brighter. 9 blazing pillars of light plummeted from the sky, saturating the plain where the Hydra stood. The brilliance was so intense that it swallowed everything, and the earth rolled outward in waves as though a dragon beneath the crust were thrashing. A towering cloud of dust rose and blanketed the entire expanse. On the satellite feed, the scene made every world leader shiver. This force was nothing like nuclear fission, yet it was no less capable of wiping a city from the map. If the target had been their own homeland, a senior U.S. officer involuntarily whispered a passage carved into his very genes. By the time Lot reached Zor, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. He overthrew those cities and the entire plain, destroying all those living in the cities and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Genesis. Roar. The dust had yet to settle when a furious howl tore through the murk. The Hydra had been driven deep underground by the overwhelming orbital strike, its heavy scales shredded like cloth. A gaping wound split its chest and abdomen, and several more jagged gouges marred its body. 775,681, 134,761, 98,762, 124,781. Scalding metal rods, man-made meteors, descended as punishment from the stars and left the beast on the verge of death. Only one die arrow had pierced a vital spot, and without it the monster would already be dead. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Svotman roared. The second head, a Ursus, was skewered by a half-melted rod and slipped into unconsciousness. Seizing the moment, Svotman hijacked control of the earth element and burrowed frantically downward. Terror clung to him, fury mixed with helplessness. The desperate flight dredged up a hatchling memory. When he had first broken from his shell, the toxic swamp boss had hunted him so relentlessly that he hid for days in a cesspool formed from the giant frog's waste. After he grew a second head, he doubled back and tore the frog to pieces, but the dread of death and the shame of wallowing in filth had etched themselves into his soul. Once I get that buff and wipe out the competition, they'll shred every mortal I find. Only after tunneling several hundred meters down did he feel the slightest hint of safety. Then he sprinted at full speed toward Lake Baikal. Track the Hydra and recover every fragment left by the die arrow at the strike site immediately. The Dragon Kingdom's command center issued the order. The weapon's failure to finish the target unnerved them, yet logic dictated that every monster remnant had to be secured. Beyond that, they could only pin their hopes on another dragon. It was grotesque and cruel. Faced with a monster invasion, humanity had no choice but to stake its future on another monster. If the worst came to pass, a saturation nuclear barrage would be mankind's final shred of dignity. Codename Dragon is crossing the Himalayas, the intelligence officer reported, marking 2 cursors on the digital map. Both are converging on Lake Baikal. Contact Tsarist Russia's military. Our nation is willing to send forces to help annihilate both creatures. Whoosh! The colossal dragon streaked across the star-filled night sky at breakneck speed. Moments earlier, by sipping on the fear of humankind, It had plucked a critical secret from the minds of the US military's top brass. Longwo was preparing to unleash an orbital kinetic weapon codenamed Great Ease Arrow. Seeing for itself how technology let mortals wield the might of heaven and earth, the dragon felt true apprehension for the first time. Compared with a nuclear strike, Great Ease Arrow posed a far more direct danger. A nuke required a long launch sequence, leaving plenty of time for the creature to launch an interdimensional ambush and slip into the void. An orbital rod, however, would fall almost without warning. Without advance notice, dodging it would be nearly impossible. Even so, the dragon did not fear either the nukes or Great Ease Arrow themselves. First, unlike that foolish Hydra, it would never show a weakness for worthless human livestock. Second, while it kept up its high-speed, erratic maneuvers, not even the world's best supercomputer could plot a pinpoint strike. Third, Great Ease Arrow needed 10 full minutes of preparation time, enough for the dragon's plants inside the US command to sound the alarm. Only one question unsettled it. Did humanity still have another hidden ace? Getting nowhere with that thought, the dragon poured on speed and headed straight for Lake Baikal. It meant to settle its old score with the Hydra before dawn. Baikal means rich lake. Teeming with fish, it yields nearly 3 billion gene a year and reaches a depth of 1,637 meters, making it the deepest lake on Earth. Encircled by dark conifer forests and snow-capped peaks, its clear blue water normally draws visitors from around the globe. After yesterday's kaiju attacks, every scenic area had been closed and evacuated, yet some people always think differently. The view is stunning, everyone else is scared away, so the spotlight's all ours. Two influencers, clad in nothing but thin wraps despite the sub-zero night, stepped onto the fragile ice along the shore and struck a series of provocative poses. They were in high spirits when the lakebed suddenly boomed. Waves several meters high crashed over them, drenching them to the bone. Freshly healed, the Hydra burst up from the depths, 7 or 8 snarling heads roaring in unison as it began wreaking havoc across the lake. For a monster like this toxic swamp Hydra, destroying Lake Baikal, a geological wonder on par with the Great Rift Valley, meant merely altering the terrain in a noticeable way. A long submersion would be enough to turn the entire lake into a poisonous mire, but impatience drove it to claw up the lakebed silt instead, churning mud through the water and dredging up the corpses of drowned humans. It gulped down a few bodies with casual grunts, venting its rage while filling its belly. On shore, the two influencers exchanged a long look. The lure of money finally outweighed their terror of the beast. They lay flat on the cold, wet rocks, hardly daring to breathe. Cameras held rigid as they tried to capture the monster in full. Time crawled by until the Hydra finished reshaping a section of the lakebed, leaving Lake Baikal's outline permanently scarred. At that very moment, a blazing meteor streaked across the night sky. Boom! A crimson sword gleam plummeted from the sky, plunged into the lake, and, without losing any momentum, sank into the junction of the Hydra's central head and neck, tearing through rock-hard scales and dyeing the water red with scalding dragon blood. 260,522. Damn it! How dare a mere drake strike a noble pure-blood dragon? The four heads bellowed in unison, whipping up towering waves. In the rigid hierarchy of dragonkind, a drake wasn't even worthy to serve as a pure-blood's living weapon, yet this one had dared attack it. Four differently colored breaths erupted at once, poison, earth, water, and fire intertwining into a world-shattering beam. Li Kai countered with a scorching breath of his own, but one mouth could not match four. He blocked two streams, the other two smashed into him. The shield created by Great Annihilation lasted only an instant before shattering. 130,261 shield. 26,527. 156,788. Driven back by the blast, he tumbled through the air for dozens of meters, using the recoil to widen the gap. His left claw clenched on empty air, and an auric thunder spear coalesced amid crackling arcs. The Hydra's base stats were terrifying, and its pure blood lineage granted even more extravagant talents, not to mention the natural bloodline suppression it exerted on the Drake Li Kai. This would be a brutal fight. Species: Poisonmire Hydra, four-headed. Name: Swotmana Worksisia du Kakian. Rank: Lord level boss. Level: LV 45. Strength: 1,347.6, 1123. Constitution: 2,655.6, 2213. Spirit: 531.6, 443. Agility: 279.6, 233. HP: 2.364 m, 2.655 m. MP: 148,124, 159,480. Stamina: 113,478, 132,780. Physical resistance: 4,545. Magical resistance: 4,343. Special resistance: 5,454. Tenacity: 50. Scrayed Talent Hydra Physique reduces physical and magical damage by 40, with an additional 20 reduction against poison, earth, water, and fire. Scrayed Talent Draconic Oppression reduces all of Li Kai's attributes by 30. This was the real reason his earlier dragon dive had seemed so weak. Whoosh rumble. Li Kai triggered Equilibrium Form, maxing out his spirit in an instant, then hurled a Judgment Spear of Thunder. The massive Hydra had nowhere to dodge. The spear struck true. 103,728. 201,974.4. The first, brief paralysis took hold. Li Kai didn't press in immediately. He waited until the spear detonated a second later, lightning engulfing the Hydra's body, then beat his wings, closed in, slashed down, and exhaled a mixed torrent of lightning and flame onto the dark green central head. 138,315.9. 69,157.9. 169,693.4. Judgment Spear of Thunder applies control in 2 stages for a total of 3 seconds. But the Hydra's 50 tenacity cut the first stage to 0.5 s and the second to 1 s, leaving a 0.5 second window in between for it to act. Roaring as the paralysis ended, Swopeman bellowed, "Why do you always aim for my heads? Are you doing this on purpose or by accident?" For breath's poison, earth, water, fire shot skyward again, crashing into the lake. By then, Li Kai had slipped into another dimension and vanished from sight. Under a bright moon and a scattering of stars, 2 thinly dressed influencers shivered on the shore of Lake Baikal. What if they're duking it out on the lakebed? What are we supposed to film then? The first streamer muttered, hugging the camera and stomping his feet for warmth. "Why don't you go down there and invite them up?" His companion teased, waggling her eyebrows. "I hear dragons have a thing for pretty faces." The second female influencer forced a show of composure and thrust out her chest, the flimsy fabric of her shirt straining at the seams. "With the size difference between us, it'd probably skewer me clean through to the moon. Once it shrinks, that's a different story." She never finished. The lake's surface erupted with a thunderous boom. A geyser of spray shot skyward, and 4 enormous heads burst through the mist, scouring the shoreline and the night sky for threats. For the poison swamp Hydra, the damp, spongy lakeside felt just like a marshit's perfect arena. It had also prepared for attacks from above. The most timid of its 4 heads, the fourth, kept its gaze on the heavens, watching for a wyvern's dive or any sudden starbright flash. The instant it saw such a light, the whole dragon would burrow underground. With precautions this tight, it felt smugly confident. Splurt! A razor-sharp sword tip suddenly stabbed up from below, punched through thick scales into the belly, and twisted viciously. 138,315.9. 69,157.9. 35,000 true damage. Ruar-cursed lizard. The Hydra bellowed. A mere wyvern could both burrow and fly, yet its noble pure-blood dragon could only tunnel. Rage and pain drove it to slam a massive forelimb into the ground. The impact shattered the earth, spiderweb cracks raced outward, and a shockwave hurled walls of water skyward. 199,642. 10,525. The grade skill earth-shaking tremor mixed physical, magical, and stun effects. Sadly, its earth element magic was countered by Li Kai's earth shelter, negating 90% of the damage, while the stun was nullified by lawless. Li Kai burst up from the soil and banked in midair. He knew a sneak attack worked only once. Air superiority was his real edge. Head held back, his flame and lightning breathedras had sky-high fire resistance, and after destroying the fertile mountain wonder it soared to 70%. A sword swing would serve him far better than fire. Hovering, he waited for dimensional ambush to cool down while hunting for a gap in the beast's defense. For heads watched 4 directions, no blind spots. He focused on the head with savage brown eyes and the one with shrinking red eyes. Always squeeze the soft fruit first. Gulp. He downed a basic antidote. Crimson sparks flashed through his golden slit pupils, and steam curled off his scales. Boiling blood frenzy activated. For the next 3 minutes, strength and agility rose by 20%. In his right claw, a massive black-red greatsword gleamed. In his left, lightning condensed into a razor blade. With a powerful beat of his wings, he became a golden-black streak diving toward the target. "Oh, he's actually charging me, Hedon? That's practically suicide." The Hydra dove with a furious shriek, for jaws yawned wide, each spewing a terrifying stream of emerald, cerulean, umber, and crimson breath. Li Kai tucked into a low barrel roll, skimming the ground to dodge the emerald and cerulean blasts, while shouldering the umber and crimson torrents to keep his line. 156,788. 1,567.8. Earth Shelter negated 99% of the umber earth damage, leaving only pitiful numbers. Li Kai bared his fangs and lashed out. Lightning Claw left the Hydra frozen for a heartbeat. He triggered Equilibrium Form, maxing out his strength, then swung his greatsword and hewed into the emerald neck, carving a splitty bone gash. 31,988.6, 215,069.5, 107,534.8. Sadly, the Hydra's 50% tenacity cut the stun to just half a second. Swartman's furious head whipped around, vomiting a cloud of venom straight into Likai's face. 212,170 poison, 26,110 poison. The second head, a doo-doo, recovered as well and poured its cerulean breath onto Likai's draconic form. 138,216. Because head once demolished the Wonder Statue of Liberty, Likai enjoyed a 10% reduction to water damage, so the cerulean breath was just a little sting. He still had 701k HP, and his sword royalties fall final extinction of the Kingslayer granted 50% lifesteal, so even a triple-element breath barrage couldn't threaten him. Scorched by fire, corroded by acid, and sliced by pressurized water, he roared and swung again. Under the Hydra's horrified gaze, the emerald head was severed cleanly from the stump. 138,216, 26,110 poison, 15,678. He instantly activated the achievement paradox incarnate, dazing every head and interrupting the crimson one just as it inhaled. That opened a window for dimensional ambush. A violet-black flash erupted, and with only a sliver of HP left, he slipped into an extra-dimensional pocket. Steadying himself, he yanked the last hunk of falling star mammoth flesh from his inventory and gulped it down. In theory, the Hydra should have stopped once Paradox Incarnate hit, but two clever heads kept breathing even in their haze, nearly blasting him across both planes. Worse, its venom was still chewing away 26k HP per second. Glutton's gift triggered his health snapped back to 100%, and he gained 113,614.5 experience as a green glow raced over him. Charred wing membranes, a corroded yet handsome draconic face, and water-shorn wing bones all regenerated in an instant. Likai's lips curled into a cold smile. So this is how you really use Glutton's gift. And that wasn't all. The Devour evolution of Glutton's gift fired, stripping the Falling Star Mammoths a rank skill war stomp. Years ago, the Boiling Owls Coalition had barely coaxed out that move before taking the beast down. Had Likai been there, he could have ended it easily after all. The skill is useless against anything airborne. A-rank skill war stomp. Cost: 5,000 mana and 2,500 stamina. Slam the ground to create a massive quake, dealing 905.1, 210, 190,000, and 75.2 physical damage, plus an equal amount of earth magic damage, stunning enemies for 3 seconds. If a target dies during the tremor, its corpse explodes, unleashing a secondary shockwave with identical power. Cooldown: 15 minutes. At first glance, it resembles the Hydra's mountain-shattering quake, but with chained explosions added. More importantly, War Stomp's magic damage scales off strength perfect for beasts whose strength dwarfs their spirit. Without question, it's a true weapon of mass destruction. Likai could only imagine the spectacle if he unleashed it in the midst of a packed battlefield. So let the Hydra be the first to witness it. Impossible. Satellite footage showed the supposedly invincible dragon being mauled by a Hydra and vanishing into the void, leaving the leaders of Longsha and Russia staring at their screens in shock. They found no record of the dragon's origin or rank in the Immortal database, yet it had effortlessly hunted 2 Lord-class monsters earlier, so it should have been near the pinnacle of that tier. Now, however, another Lord, a pure-blood Hydra of exalted lineage, had driven it into a desperate retreat. Could it be that the dragon itself wasn't pure-blooded? With no damage readouts to rely on, the commanders judged by sight alone. The Hydra, minus one of its 4 heads, seemed to retain about 3/4 of its vitality, while the dragon's wings, cheeks, chest, and belly were in ruins, blood streaming from every gash. For the nations of Blue Star, the ideal outcome was mutual annihilation. The nightmare scenario was the Hydra's victory. For both immortal lore and real-world combat, branded it a ruthless killer. To forestall that disaster, Longsha and Russia issued the same order. Scramble the jets, support the dragon. Dozens of fighters already on standby thundered toward Lake Baikal. On the shore, the Hydra's massive body swayed now that Big Brother Swapman was gone, and the 3 remaining heads each nursed its own scheme. The second head, a Worxus, threw back its neck and howled, scales quivering with delight. With the eldest head severed, the body was his to command. The first head would regenerate eventually, but until then he would lead their form to shred the mortals who had hurt them, not cower underground as his brother had. The fourth head, Kakian, trembled in fear. Weakest of the 3, he had little chance of restraining a Worxus and the third head's madness. The third head, a Dudu, stared wordlessly at the severed stump bobbing in the lake, drool sliding down its fangs. It had yet to savor Big Brother's flesh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Missiles screamed in from every angle, slamming into the Hydra and blossoming into rolling fireballs. 343, 256, 455. Black smoke billowed as the Hydra shook itself and growled. Humans, that was barely a scratch. Splurt. Space itself fractured without warning, and a colossal figure wrapped in violet black light tore back into reality, trailing berserk energy. One slash. The enormous blade gouged a trench along a dude's neck, deep enough to expose bone. 138,315.9. 69,157.9 shield. 35,000 true damage. The fight isn't over. Li Kai roared. He swept a claw across the scarlet head just as it tried to breathe flame, knocking its aim aside, then beat his wings hard, pulled back, and hovered high above. Cursed Crawlinga, flying insect. A Worxus bellowed, seizing control of their body and forcing the fourth head to fire a skill. Kakian knew the move would likely fail, yet he dared not disobey. He reared back and spewed a pillar of molten magma. The incandescent torrent rocketed skyward and detonated overhead, turning into a sizzling rain of lava that spattered across the shores of Lake Baikal. Molten fireballs poured from the sky like a torrential storm, slamming into the lake so hard that scalding lava met icy water in an instant and sent towers of steam roaring upward, while the shots that struck the shore exploded into sprawling seas of flame. On that shore, two female influencers who had been crouched over their cameras were frozen in awe, minds consumed by a single thought. Post this scene and watch the follower count soar. A heartbeat before death, their fingers moved automatically to tap upload. The next second the lava rain fell, leaving behind literal pink skeletons, the glow so hot their bones no longer looked white. Li Kai had already pulled back, easily avoiding the heavy damage AoE. Taking out the poison head first had been the right call. As every beta guide said, the swamp hydra's venom brain was the only smart one. The rest were blunt instruments. When the firestorm subsided, he sprinted back to the lake, circling the now three-headed beast. Deprived of its strategist, the trio's breath attacks sprayed everywhere, each blast evaded by his nimble footwork. The fourth head fireline Kakian had stayed quiet until now, but suddenly let out an ear-splitting roar that sent ripples racing across the lake. Li Kai pretended to be stunned, and the earth head, a Vorsis, immediately lunged, massive jaws clamping onto him while its eyes urged the water head, a Dedu, to finish the job. A burst of black light flared. The black and crimson greatsword punched through the hydra's scales and lodged deep in its neck. 138,315.9. At the same moment Li Kai's shield bar jumped 69,157.9. Avorsis wasn't clever, but he was loyal. He blocked the beheading strike for his third brother, losing 138,315.8 shield and another 34,374.2 HP. Adudu understands. The waterhead's gills ballooned as it spun, unleashing a high-pressure jet that raised a towering wave and hurled it toward shore. 170,078. Li Kai deliberately muted his lawless talent, letting the tsunami slap him into the air so he could land at a safer distance. No, I told you to use a water gun. Avorsis' scales quivered with rage. We finally had him CCD and you launch a full AoE? You didn't specify the details. Well, just try again, Adudu retorted. Firehead Kakian and Earthhead exchanged looks. Did he really think the opponent would cooperate for a redo? Li Kai glanced at his stats. Over 2 million HP had been chipped down to 773,000. He licked his cracked lips. Time to wrap this up. This next one is a greeting from the falling star mammoth. Thunder rolled as a colossal behemoth dive-bombed from the clouds, mountain-sized forelimbs slamming into the ground. Boom. The land heaved like waves, dirt and stone geysered skyward, and crushing shockwaves engulfed the hydra. The escape skill had been handled by the poison head. With it gone, the remaining three argued about where to dodge and never moved at all. 201,772.4. 128,557. Li Kai flash-stepped to the stunned monster, his greatsword carving twice in quick succession. Two heads arced into the air. 211,597.1. 105,798.5. 211,597.1. 105,798.5. Shaking off the last of the stun, Kakian went pale, crouched, and pleaded, I was born less than a day. Agadont, delete a brand new account. Li Kai showed a savage grin. Show your head. Get one shot. The sword fell, and under the gaze of countless spectators, the final crimson head flew skyward, its eyes filled with terror and resentment. Next time it's reborn, someone should give it better brothers. Defeating the toxic swamp hydra, a level 45 lord class boss, earned 404,123 experience points, and the rookie champion achievement granted an additional 60,618.4 experience points. With a cheerful chime, Li Kai's status panel flipped. LV35 EXP1 030 557.5900 000 LV36 EXP 130 557.51 000 000 Design points 360. The new achievements Act of Presumption and Dragon's Lair lit up in succession, each awarding 50 design points and sending his reserve soaring. Because he personally slew a rival, he also inherited the buffs Wonder Destroyed, Mount Feudus and Wonder Destroyed, Lake Bajkal, all attributes 20, fire damage received 10, ice damage received 10. The Royal Bane Sword Emperor Killer triggered its trait Regicide Strength 5, physical damage coefficient 10, physical penetration 100. The unending system announcements in his ears sounded like the most beautiful music. The final challenge is complete. Rewards will be distributed when the countdown ends. Temporary damage reduction will become permanent once you return to the Immortal Continent. When all was settled, Li Kai stooped, gathered the hydras for severed heads, arranged them neatly, and stored them in his pack family members should stay together. Then he slung the monster's enormous carcass over his shoulder and plunged into the depths of the earth. It was time to enjoy his spoils. On the surface, the leaders of every Blue Star nation finally exhaled. They still feared what the dragon might do next, but anything was preferable to the murderous hydra. Longwo's officials asked courteously, "Would you like our troops to stay, just in case the subterranean dragon stirs up trouble?" Russia's officials declined just as courteously, "No need." Longwo proposed, "We split the battlefield sample scales, blood, and so forth 50-50. Russia answered immediately, 70-30, at most 70 for us, 30 for you. Longwo reminded them that its orbital kinetic weapon had played no small part. Russia smiled and asked, "You think that alone counts as credit?" After 3 hours of friendly negotiation, Longwo's forces withdrew with 40% of the loot, while Russia's friendly forces escorted them to the border. The scene was all brotherly smiles and cordial farewells. The monster war seemed over, yet the future order of Blue Star remained a mystery. Day followed night as scientists burned the midnight oil, building data models for every kaiju. The latest report showed that the final victor was merely a sub-dragon, not a true dragon yet. Since his arrival, he had steadily grown and now measured nearly 45 meters. When the team proposed a life-size model, their supervisor simply smiled. "You tell me." Deep underground, Li Kai finished devouring most of the hydra's remains. Consuming rare-grade toxic swamp hydra scales. Constitution 1, physical resistance 22, magic resistance 21. Consuming exotic-grade toxic swamp hydra claws, strength 10, constitution 5, physical resistance 50, magic resistance 45. Devoured rare-grade material. Dragon Fang of the toxic swamp hydra dragon strength 10, constitution 5, physical resistance 50, magic resistance 45. As Li Kai chewed, the hard fang shattered like brittle amber between his teeth, and scorching dragon blood burned its way down his throat. He couldn't help but marvel. Pure-blood dragons really are treasure troves. Every scrap starts at rare, and this time I even pulled 2 peerless materials in one go. Devoured peerless grade material. Venom sac of the toxic swamp hydra dragon constitution 50, poison damage 1000, poison resistance 1000. Skill Thunderfire Breath gains a poison element, evolving into tricolor breath. A rank talent Thunderscorch Dragonfang gains poison, evolving into tricolor Dragonfang. His best damage skill, Poison Fire Breath, had been squeezed out of the bar after he swallowed the lightning dragon heart that diluted its poison element. Now, with the venom sac down the hatch, the skill not only returns but upgrades to the 3-element tricolor breath. Devoured peerless grade material. Chaos Core of the toxic swamp hydra dragon constitution 100, spirit 100, triggering the Devour evolution trait and stealing the strength talent Chaos Core. The core was supposed to require the entire corpse to activate, yet the trait lit up before Li Kai even finished the remains. Strength Talent Chaos Core. A chaotic nucleus in your body can house all elements and attributes. Trait 1. Elemental Harmony. Any element or attribute, even mutually exclusive ones, can coexist peacefully within you. Trait 2. Chaotic Amplification. All elemental damage increases by 30. This was the Hydra's trump card. Normally, fire and water, light and dark, life and death, holy and evil cannot mix without causing elemental backlash and instant death. Legends claim the 9-headed dragon mastered 9 elements through this talent. Now that miracle belongs to Li Kai. A pleasant surprise followed. Influenced by Chaos Core, rank skill Tricolor Breath becomes strength skill Chaos Dragon Breath. A rank talent Tricolor Dragonfang becomes strength talent Chaos Dragonfang. Strength skill Chaos Dragon Breath. Exhale Dragon Breath imbued with lightning, fire, and poison, dealing Spirit 4, 10 magic special damage. Primary type switchable and inflicting. Paralysis, 3s 30s cooldown. Poison, 30s, 1470 special damage per second. Burn, 30s, Spirit 20 magic damage per second. Alternatively, breathe a single element lightning, fire, or poison for Spirit 460 magic special damage plus its status effect. The description is long, but the usage is simple. Against the Hydra's heavy fire immunity, Li Kai had been forced to rely on Thunderfire Breath. Now he can freely swap to lightning or poison, or keep it as special damage, sidestepping elemental counters entirely. Focusing on one element hits harder, but drops the multi-element stacking. Shrank Talent Chaos Dragon Fawn. A bite inflicts Spirit 310 lightning magic damage and 3s paralysis 60s cooldown, plus 60s burn and poison, each dealing Spirit 20 fire magic damage and 1470 special damage per second. Brutal and straightforward one bite loads the target with every debuff. Sadly, Li Kai still prefers the Kingslayer Royal Doomblade and rarely fights up close. He buried his head in the Hydra's corpse again, the crunch of bone and flesh echoing until only one mouth-sized chunk remained. The lesson from the Falling Star Mammoth was still fresh: always leave a bite. If he swallowed everything now, Glutton's passive would grant a trivial bit of extra XP. Leave it, and he's holding a mega potion that can instantly refill his health bar. After disposing of the Hydra's carcass, Li Kai turned his attention to the two new achievements had unlocked. The first was Act of Presumption and Acknowledgement that a lesser dragonkin had defied bloodline suppression and slain a pure blood dragon. Effect: immunity to draconic bloodline suppression. Li Kai found the effect underwhelming, had no intention of picking fights with true dragons every day, but the 50 bonus design points were a pleasant surprise. The second achievement was Dragonslayer. Anyone who kills a pure blood dragon is branded with this title and earns the enmity of every dragon. Effect: all dragons' favorability toward him drops by 50, and he deals 10% more damage to creatures with draconic blood. Li Kai clicked his tongue. Just when head started to relax, he realized pure blood dragons would probably come looking for him. Still, he had some dragon blood himself. Maybe, just maybe, the others would think twice before going all out against a kin. With the achievements reviewed, he examined the loot from the 3 lower-tier bosses. 1. The Starfall Mammoth, Guardian of the Rift Canyon. A colossal beast with a respectable hoard. Its internal storage yielded 3 rare-grade resources, 2 perfect-grade pieces of gear, and 1 heroic-grade piece of armor. Li Kai devoured the rare resources and perfect gear on the spot, gaining 22 strength, 29 constitution, 8 agility, and 325 physical resistance, plus 285 magic resistance. The heroic-grade item was a breastplate, ideal for his draconic form. Heroic armor, chest, Mountain Colossus Cuirass. Base stats: strength 10, constitution 50, physical resistance 500, magic resistance 450, carrying capacity 80. Trait 1: Strength of the Highlands, strength 10%, an additional 10% while in mountainous terrain. Trait 2: Highland Aegis, reduces physical and magic damage taken by 20%, an extra 20% reduction against earth element attacks. The cuirass was a dark silver, rock-like plate inlaid with heavy metal modules. Its appearance alone inspired confidence. It imposed no class restriction, but any frail human would find it impossible to move in. Only a heavily armored warrior or shield tank could manage. Li Kai equipped the new armor, consumed his old Shadowhide jerkin, and gained an extra 5 constitution, 1 agility, 75 physical resistance, and 55 magic resistance. 2. Gargoyle Lord. Dead broke, dropping nothing but a pile of mine gold coins. After a millennium of being sealed underground and then dragged into Blue Star's Battle Royale, poverty was understandable. 3. Venom Swamp Hydra. A treasure-loving dragon through and through. It dropped 11 rare-grade resources, most of them glittering metal ores, plus a detoxifying overlord flower Li Kai had eaten before. He planned to take the ores back and have the Ghost of the Last King upgrade his equipment. 11 rare resources might not sound like a billionaire's stash, but don't forget the Hydra's lair still hid a colossal peerless grade resource too large to fit in an inventory space. After tallying everything, Li Kai tunneled upward and poked a dragon head through the surface. Dawn had broken. Just over 6 hours remained before he had to return to Immortal. What should he do in the meantime? Was there anything else in the Blue Star world he wanted or needed to acquire? After much deliberation, Li Kai finally made a bold decision. In the heart of Longwo's capital, an old townhouse that few people even knew existed was ablaze with light. Stacks of paperwork from every corner of the country covered the wooden desk where a plainly dressed old man sat, his back slightly hunched as he turned the pages. To revive this ancient nation, he worked under the lamplight almost every night. Beep, 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 beep. The piercing alarm shattered the silence. Several armed bodyguards kicked in the door, formed a semicircle, and shielded the old man, their muzzles all trained on the entrance. The old man remained calm, touched the red emergency button on the corner of the desk, and kept his gaze steady. A second later, the guest appeared. The doorway was completely filled by a Tumtor 3 figure. Even after using shape-shifting magic, he still looked like a moving wall. Black scales glinted coldly under the light as he strode in, dropped onto the wide sofa without invitation, and let his long tail sprawl across the floor. Oh, an unexpected visitor. The old man raised a hand, signaling the guards to lower their guns, then walked straight to the sofa. He sat opposite the creature that could tear him apart at any moment, opened a drawer in the coffee table, and took out a packet of Longjing tea aged for many years. His movements were slightly rusty as he measured the leaves, added water, and set the pot to boil. It's been a long time since I brewed tea myself, so forgive the clumsiness. Steam curled upward as he slid a cup of jade green tea toward the dragon man. Might you be the one from the shores of Lake Baikal? No, I'm from the banks of Daming Lake. Li Kai almost couldn't hold back a retort, but he merely nodded to hide his reaction. Expressionless, he lifted the cup and drained it in a single gulp. The hot fragrance burned, but did not sting his throat. I don't like small talk. He set the cup down, his voice low. I want one of the weapons you use against gargoyle nuclear bomb. No propulsion system, just the warhead. As the words fell, he flicked a claw. A massive, bloody slab of flesh suddenly appeared on the floor. Nearly filling the room, it was the tail and haunches of a hydra, the wounds still dripping. Years of gluttony had taught him exactly which parts he had to eat to trigger his talents. What was left would not affect his overpowered digestion and regeneration, making it a perfect bargaining chip. To Li Kai, the only thing on Blue Star that mattered was the center of a nuclear blast, hotter than the sun's surface and capable of obliterating everything. Dragon flesh could buy unimaginable riches on the immortal continent, but it was hard to move and would leak information, so he might as well trade it here. And stealing a bomb. He had no idea where they were kept, nor any patience for the complicated detonation procedures. Before coming, he had knocked out a local with sub-dragon intimidation to pick up the language and current affairs. Outsiders would call it soul-searching. Never guessing this monster had spent 25 years living in Longwa. The old man pondered for a moment, then looked up. May I ask why you need a nuclear bomb? Li Kai answered frankly. In my world, I have plenty of enemies. The old man nodded, thought for another moment, and agreed readily. He called for his secretary at once, ordered a high-yield nuclear warhead delivered as fast as possible, and told the technicians to simplify the arming mechanism. Facing someone who could level a city barehanded, he wasn't worried the bomb would be used against Longwa. Powerhouses in the immortal world could easily evade a nuclear blast or craft something even more terrifying. Instead of guarding the warheads to the death, he preferred to trade one for this priceless dragon meat and prepare more research material for the coming game invasion. Besides, the situation left him no choice. Straightforward. Li Kai nodded in satisfaction. Also, bring me some food, your signature dishes, 100 servings of each. His soul still yearned for Longwa flavors. Since he was here, he intended to milk the opportunity. No problem. The old man smiled, then probed casually. Could you clear up one small doubt for me? Li Kai waved a claw. Don't ask. I don't know. I understand no more than you do. The old man did not press him. He rose and gestured politely. Then let us move to the dining hall. When the warhead is modified, someone will brief you on how to use it. Li Kai stood up and, at the same time, branded a genuine mark on the old man's body. With the sweating bodyguards in tow, they left the corridor. The moment he stepped outside, the old man's face grew grave, and he ordered the secretary to summon the rest of the leadership for an emergency meeting at once. Time flew by. As Li Kai polished off his 133rd basket of shrimp dumplings and downed his 245th bottle of Fatian Mauzi, the refitted nuclear warhead was delivered right on cue. After confirming through the seal of reality that the old man and a host of senior officials were still in the capital, he relaxed and stepped forward. The warhead was far smaller than had imagined, its metal casing throwing off a steely glare under the lights. He listened briefly to the technician's explanation, then waved it away. Enough. Just tell me how to detonate it. To him, the only thing that mattered was the blast radius of the fireball. Shockwaves and radiation posed no threat. The technician pointed at a red button under a layer of reinforced glass. Lift the cover, press the button, and it goes off in 60 seconds. Too long, Li Kai said, frowning. Can you make it 3 no, 1 second? In his plan, the bomb had to explode the instant he tossed it, giving the enemy no time to react before he slipped into an alternate dimension. The staff exchanged glances and nodded. Keyboards clacked in the brief hush while they reprogrammed the timer. Less than 2 minutes later, the delay was cut to 1 second. Satisfied, Li Kai stored the warhead in his personal dimensional space, along with several thousand longwood dishes. Everything inside would stay frozen, so the flavors were safe. He then burrowed deep underground to await his return to Immortal. When the clock inched past 2, a pillar of light burst from the depths, tearing through layers of rock and carrying him back to the game world. At the same moment, countless players hurried to log into the freshly updated Immortal. The recent monster battles had shocked everyone and fueled their desire to grow stronger. They all knew this was no longer just a game, but the shape of the future. Li Kai awakened in the Treasury Plaza beneath the lake, and system prompts flooded his ears. Final challenge complete. Reward incoming. Temporary buff solidified into a rank talent. Winner takes all. A rank talent. Winner takes all negates 10% of physical damage and 10% of fire, ice, earth, water, light, and dark magic damage. A server-wide announcement followed. Over 100 players have reached level 20. The Dungeon Elemental Tower is now open. All players level 10 and above may enter. Solo only. Non-damage classes receive a temporary buff. Game time continues inside. Choose your entry point carefully. Each player's dungeon instance is independent. The moment Li Kai and the others opened their eyes, they were greeted by the news. He scanned the plaza but saw no sign of Cieli Below. Bound by the system quest, he wasn't worried about losing that pseudo-artifact, so he decided to enter the tower at once. After all, the announcement guaranteed he wouldn't meet any other players inside. White light rippled across his massive dragon body, and his vision filled with roaring flames. Was it an illusion, or had he been transported to an isolated space? Before Li Kai could sort it out, a five-meter humanoid fire elemental strode toward him from the inferno. The creature was merely an elite fire elemental at level 36, the same as most players, so Li Kai didn't even bother checking its skills before swatting it flat. System: Elite Fire Elemental LV36 Slang. 1000 XP gained. Achievement: Rookie Champion triggered. Bonus: 150 XP. Ash scattered across the ground, leaving nothing behind. Li Kai raised an eyebrow. This elemental tower didn't drop loot at all. It was just an XP farm. 15 seconds later, two more elites rose from the sea of flames. One casual swipe, double kill. Another 15 seconds, three appeared. One slap cleared them out as well. Half a minute passed. Four elites spawned in a ring around a 10-meter tall red named Fire Elemental. The same plane swing erased them all. System: Greater Fire Elemental LV36, red name Slang. 5000 XP gained. Achievement: Rookie Champion triggered. Bonus: 750 XP. When the last ember died, the burning sea instantly hardened into bare rock, and the searing waves of heat vanished. A dry wasteland replaced the fire. 1 minute later, an elite earth elemental at level 36 burst from the stone, also one-shot. After 11 minutes 23 seconds, Li Kai was teleported out of the tower. The rules now crystal clear. 1. The instance contains 5 random biomes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 2. Each biome spawns 10 elite mobs and 1 red-named elite, worth a total of 75,000 XP. 3. The Rookie Champion title adds 15, giving him another 11,250 XP. 4. First place on the speed leaderboard doubles the haul, and if he stays in the top 10 until midnight, the day auto settles at 195,000 XP. Nothing else drops. Even swallowing elemental cores failed to trigger his glutton skill. The system simply flagged it invalid. This thing only narrows the level gap between me and the players, Li Kai muttered. He might earn an extra 120,000 XP, but now the players no longer had to hide from world bosses. Still, the open fields were his playground. If a boss did show up, he'd crush it along with everything else. That was the edge he still held. Leaving the instance, he returned to the sunken treasury plaza, brow furrowed. Cieli Brovo looked baffled. My friend, you just won the final challenge. Why the gloomy face? Just remembered something annoying, Li Kai said, waving it off. The reward? Face pained, Cieli Brovo produced an ancient bronze balance scale, the dual scale, national treasure of the Maya kingdom. He handed it over reluctantly. Treat it well. Li Kai accepted it, delighted, then noticed the pseudo-artifact required a master. Luckily, Cieli Brovo had already erased the bloodline lock. Without that, only Maya royalty could have used it. He meant to devour it outright, but the system warned him. S-level glutton authority insufficient. To seize the hidden divine right inside, he would have to evolve to a partial god tier. He had only swallowed the fear authority before, because the primordial evil I had kindly stripped the deerhead demon's abyssal essence for him. Li Kai abandoned the idea of devouring, sent his soul into the scale, and branded it as his own. Deep within, a secret imprint was silently wiped away by an overwhelming force. Cieli Brovo paused, then sighed. His attempt at sleight of hand had failed, but the pseudo-artifact was useless to him anyway. With the dual scale now in his possession, Li Kai could finally put a host of wild plans into motion. The appearance of the dual scale not only gave Li Kai the nerve to take on enemies far above his level, it also offered a safe stage for the dirty tricks Head been dying to try. Ever since Head gained the god-tier talent fragment of Fear's origin, Head felt like he was carrying a live bomb. What low-level elite, or even boss, could possibly wield divine power? If he unleashed Avatar of Terror in the open, every greedy eye in the world would lock onto him within minutes. Now, wrapped in a barrier that cut the duel off from the outside world, he could finally cut loose. He shifted into his dragonborn form. Black scales rippled over his shoulders and neck, and one wing slapped lightly onto Cieli Below's shoulder. Don't get upset, he'll take good care of it. Oh, and one more favor. He dumped the loot head torn from the poison swamp hydriridescent scales, venom glands, bone spikes onto the ground in a glittering heap. Throw these in with a chunk of peerless grade netherglow meteorite, and upgrade my gear. He'll bring the meteorite later. Cieli Below glanced at the pile, curled his lip, yet still pinched a few pieces. Sure, but he arched a brow, mischief dancing in his eyes. Li Kai raised a hand. Save it. I'm not fighting just so you can watch. He'll record any tough battles from now on and send you the footage. 10 matches. Master level work costs that much. 1. Take it or leave it. I can live without the upgrade. Who haggles like that? 5. Bottom line. 2. 3. That's my limit, kid. Deal. Once they shook on it, Li Kai handed over the dark gold tiger bone skirt armor, shifted back to his half-drake form, and lifted off. Amount you perv. Speak for yourself. Your whole clan's full of pervs. Xia Libaloo shouted, but he still watched the huge silhouette punch through the barrier, spray lake water, and climb toward the southeast. High in the roaring wind, Li Kai checked the true sight marks had left in the Su de Goody clan's guards. Tomorrow's Ransom handoff was going to be spectacular, and fresh battle footage always put him in a good mood. A private chat icon blinked. Susu was calling. Kaijio Duo Lien. Bro, what's going on? I wanted to treat you to dinner and a massage during maintenance. You're not answering WeChat. Your phone's dead. Thought something happened. Warmth spread in Li Kai's chest. He hesitated, then left himself some cover. Don't ask. The second I hit the top of the level rankings, people showed up at my door. If I hadn't bolted, they'd have dragged me off. I ditched my phone and ID and hid in the mountains. Susu stayed silent for a long time, then sent one line. As long as you're okay. Brothers are brothers forever. The screen's glow reflected in Li Kai's golden slit pupils. He gave a low chuckle, folded his wings, and dropped into a warped wetland. Swamp gas bubbled around him. He tore open the membrane of a broodback toad, scooped up a fistful of snowy eggs, and swallowed them whole, sweet yolk bursting in his mouth as he organized his thoughts. Time to DIY a new talent. That talent would have just one purpose. Trigger boss traits whenever he pleased, instead of being shackled to a territory like the bosses roaming the wilds. He spent 890 design points to unlock this class talent under heaven. All lands are mine, leaving 670 points in reserve. Absolute violence grants supreme sovereignty. Every inch of ground he crosses is claimed as his territory. Boss trait trigger: choose your world anthem, world roar, or world lament. A vast power poured into Li Kai from the void. Because he had just swallowed the egg of a saddlebacked frog, the world anthem was immediately activated, boosting all his stats by 10%. Everything around him remained eerily silent. He still hadn't chosen his personal BGM. Several minutes later, guided by the rule the more oppressive, the better, he locked onto a track he loved. First came a sharp, mournful chant, as if lamenting the finale of an epic. Then the music pivoted, strings hurtled forward, and heavy drums hammered like iron against the heart, stealing one's breath. Li Kai nodded in satisfaction, convinced that before long the opening alone would send players' blood pressure soaring. He even hit a surprise in the world lament, the second phase BGM. The moment he resurrected, the music would plunge into absolute silence, creating a brutal contrast that would smash the player's nerves. Originally, had wanted to erase every sound in the area as well, but that counted as the silence control effect. BGM alone couldn't do. It would need an extra talent or skill. Whoosh. The wyvern beat its wings and streaked southeast. As he flew over an ancient battlefield, Li Kai suddenly remembered an unfinished lich boss in the region, so he altered course in accordance with Harvest Fear's guidance. From a distance, the target looked like no more than a shabby mound. Yet the moment he activated the Eye of True Insight, a concealed illusion array flashed into view. The real scene was a refined manor ringed by herb beds. Beyond simple camouflage, the formation added repulsion, defense, and warning layers, and the defensive shell could absorb 300,000 points of damage. Li Kai exhaled a burst of chaotic dragon fire, and the barrier shattered. He strode inside and hooked a single claw beneath the roof, tearing it away. Through his blazing golden vertical pupils, he saw a female lich frantically stuffing belongings into a bag. "No, don't eat me," she screamed. Her face was icy and regal, yet the aura she gave off was soft and timid, like a startled quail. The dramatic curves threatening to burst from her mage robe now hunched and quivered. Visla collapsed, pale, hands over her head, hips in the air, trembling all over. A vein throbbed on Li Kai's forehead. He swept the Eye of True Insight over her once more and suddenly brightened. Despite her feeble combat power, she was a rare Grand Array Master Potion Professor, a genuine technical asset. Killing her outright would be a waste. After a moment's thought, he retrieved the dual scale from his inner storage, a wicked grin curling across his lips. Had never tested this pseudo-artifact before. The lich would make an excellent first subject. Talent summary: feel free to skip if you prefer. The moment the protagonist opens his status screen, a torrent of abilities floods his vision like an entire armory crashing down at once. Every power is listed in sharp detail, yet there are so many that even he sometimes overlooks a few. The information below is reproduced word for word. Readers are encouraged to verify it and point out any omissions. God rank talent. 1. Source of terror, fragment. Harvest fear. By merely observing a fearful target, he quietly absorbs their attributes. Embrace fear. Unless the opponent holds a higher authority over terror, he is completely immune to it. Avatar of dread. Any creature that meets his gaze is instantly hurled into a chasm of fear. SS rank talents. 1. Devourer. Consuming resources of rare grade or higher grants permanent attribute increases. Swallowing an intact body immediately restores health and awards an extra 30 experience. Each active consumption has a chance to strip talents or skills below S rank. 2. Two sides of one coin. Outside combat, he can freely switch between two forms. During battle, the current form is locked. If one form nears death, it automatically converts to the other within tier level 10 seconds, gaining infinite health lock and limbs ever immune status for that span. The fallen form needs 7 days to regenerate, and additional damage during the lock period proportionally extends recovery time. 3. Child of the Earth. While both feet touch the ground, all attributes instantly rise by 100. Health, mana, and stamina regenerate at 1 per second. Except inside a boss domain 2 tiers above his own, he can glide through subterranean layers at will and gather information from the earth itself. Immune to terrain damage and control effects, and negates 99 of earth magic. 4. Starforged Body. Under starlight, all attributes jump by 2100, and he recovers 0.21 of health, mana, and stamina each second, scaling with the strength of the light. While bathed in starshine, he gains an extra 1 to all attributes per day. At full power, he can resurrect on the spot regardless of distance. The mark left behind requires a 60-day cooldown. S-rank talents. 1. Eyes of True Insight. An advanced form of detection that pierces every disguise, illusion, and falsehood below SSS rank. Can brand a target with a 30-day mark of truth, allowing remote monitoring at any time. 2. Fangs of the Chaos Dragon. A single bite inflicts spirit 310 lightning damage and paralyzes the enemy for 3 seconds. This effect can trigger only once every 60 seconds. Simultaneously applies 60 seconds of burn and poison, dealing spirit 20 fire damage plus 1,470 special damage per second. 3. All Under Heaven. An absolute sovereignty born of overwhelming force. Every place he sets foot becomes his private domain. 4. Core of Chaos. Accommodates and commands all elemental types, boosting their damage by an additional 30. 5. Lawless. Directly negates all control effects from skills below SSS rank. A-rank talents. 1. Lesser Dragon's Aura. Any creature whose level, tier, or bloodline is inferior to his suffers a 20 reduction in all attributes, down to a minimum of 1 point. 2. Lesser Dragon's Body. Reduces both physical and magical damage taken by 25. Grants an extra 15 resistance to fire and lightning magic. 3. Might Makes Right. Further cuts physical damage by 10. Also negates 10 of fire, ice, earth, water, light, and dark magic damage. Rank talent. 1. Vampire's Fangs. Provides 20 lifesteal and inflicts a 10-second bleed that drains one of the target's current health per second. Deals an additional 1 of the target's current health as special damage each second. Rank talent. Balanced Physique. Transfer any amount of one attribute to another for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The complete breakdown is as follows. 1. Rank skill. Dragon's Roar. Unleashes a deafening howl in a 50-meter radius, dealing 5,005,000 physical damage. Targets within 10 m and in a 30 m cone straight ahead are additionally stunned for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Can be avoided only with advanced ear protection. 2. Rank skill. Spear of Thunderous Judgment. A thrown spear deals mental 110 magic damage on impact and paralyzes the target for 1 second. The spear then detonates, spreading mental 210 to 110 magic damage within a 50,100 m diameter. The larger the radius, the lower the damage, and causes 2 seconds of paralysis. Cooldown, 5 minutes. 3. Rank skill. Lightning Claw. Forms claws of lightning and strikes 3 times, each hit inflicting mental 110 magic damage and 1 second of paralysis. Cooldown, 5 minutes. 4. Rank skill. Boiling Blood Frenzy. Increases strength and agility by 20 for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. 5. A rank skill. Dragon Dive. Plunges from the sky, overwhelming defenses below S rank. Enemies in the impact zone take strength 310 physical damage and are shaken for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. 6. A rank skill. War Stomp. Slams the ground, releasing a shockwave that deals strength 210 physical damage plus the same amount in earth-type magic damage, stunning enemies for 3 seconds. If a target dies during the stomp, its corpse explodes, re-dealing damage equal to what it suffered. Cooldown, 15 minutes. 7. Rank skill. Chaotic Dragon Breath. Triple element breath. Lightning, fire, and poison deals mental 410 magic special damage, paralyzes for 3 seconds, inflicts poison for 30 seconds 1,470 special damage per second, and burns for 30 seconds mental 20 magic damage per second. Alternatively, breathe a single element for mental 460 magic special damage and the matching status effect. After using the triple element form, wait 30 seconds before reactivation. 8. Rank skill. Dimensional Ambush. Consumes 4,00015 500 mana to slip into another dimension after 0.8s, 10.1 tier. While phased, untargetable, can observe the original plane. Duration ranges from 0.8s to 3.1s level 10. Re-emerge up to 3,100 m away. The next attack adds true damage equal to twice the mana spent. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Usable up to 5 times within 10 minutes. Exceeding this risks dimensional assimilation. 9. Dragonkin-only abilities. A shapeshift freely alter body size. B-rank skill Avalanche Slash. Leaping Cleave dealing strength 310 physical damage. Unavoidable by skills or talents below rank. Cooldown, 3 minutes. C-rank skill Skyrending Strike. Short range dash and slash. All enemies in the path take strength 310 physical damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. 10. Key titles. World class. Friend of the Forest 50 affinity with forests and wildlife. While in a forest, regenerate 0.1 of HP, MP, and stamina per second. World class. Enemy of the Forest 50 affinity with forests and wildlife. No natural mana regeneration while in a forest. 11. Achievements. Walking Paradox wearing opposing world-class titles causes all submythic beings to become dazed and confused on sight. Rookie Champion gain 15 additional experience. Butcher of Men 2 deal 10 more damage to humanoids. Marauder 2 all attributes 10, damage coefficient 10, 15 damage to bosses, 10 to lords. Tyrant Breaker 2 immune to lord level Wrath of the World. Act of Defiance ignore draconic bloodline suppression. Dragon Slayer 50 affinity with all dragons. Deal 10 extra damage to dragon-blooded beings. In a forgotten corner of an ancient battlefield, a ruined spell array lay scorched and bloodstained. An old Western-style mansion stood alone amid the wreckage. Beside it, a cragrind thunderflame wyvern 5 meters tall towered over the rubble, its limbs sheathed in adamantine scales, its crimson eyes glaring at the shivering lich, Wyzila. Likai's mind was linked to the wyvern. From his inner space, he drew an archaic dual scale, brushing a finger across the arena relief carved into the central knot. With a faint hum, twin lances of golden light shot from either pan, striking both his own brow and the lich's at the same instant. The next moment their bodies vanished into the light, leaving only a deep announcement in their wake. Dual contract initiating. Challenger, Cragrind Thunderflame Wyvern. Respondent, Lich Wyzila. Selecting dual mode Challenger chooses absolute fairness. Constructing arena Challenger chooses minimal mode. Godforce cost, 10. The scale preached fairness, yet as its owner Likai still held the upper hand. By spending Godforce, he could tailor the battleground, adorning it with starry skies, raising mountains by the thousand, or even adding attribute suppression to cripple his foe. Unfortunately, Godforce was scarce. He had no way to replenish it, and natural recovery was painfully slow, only 1 point per year. Against a technical mini-boss who wasn't built for combat, splurging made no sense. He therefore chose the cheapest option, minimal mode, which simply copied their surroundings minus everything except the 2 combatants. When the white light faded, the broken array and the mansion reappeared, but all was silent. The lich looked up at the looming beast and stammered, "You." Likai couldn't be bothered to answer. He triggered achievement, Paradox Incarnate to lock onto his target, then pushed Equilibrium Form's mental boost to its limit. A blast of blistering dragon fire molten gold streaked with violet lightning roared forth and swallowed the lich whole. Lich LV40 boss slain. EXP gained, 10,985. Achievement, Rookie Champion activated. Bonus EXP, 1,647.7. Duel concluded. Under absolute fairness, the victor may enslave the loser's body, soul, and all possessions remaining slave slots. 2. A blinding flash erupted again. Moments later, the wyvern and the lich, completely unharmed, stood back in the center of the shattered array. "Am not dead?" Wyzila patted her ample chest, then shuddered. "Wait, I've been dead for ages." Delight spread across her face. The dual scale's greatest feature was its seamless chain of kill, gain, EXP, resurrect, and slave. Sadly, the corpse couldn't be reused. No glitch farming, no feeding it to the glutton. Likai withdrew the flame. His scales rippled as he shifted into a draconic humanoid, then cast a morph spell to shrink to ordinary human size. Stepping into the mansion, golden eyes blazing, he fixed on the beautiful, slightly adorable lich. "My slave," he said, raising a hand as invisible psychic shackles wound around her. "Show me what you can do." The bond deep in her soul stripped away her last defenses, and she actually sighed in relief. "You should have said you wanted a slave from the start. I thought you were going to eat me." Ordinarily, she would have resisted. Someone of her talents could have joined any major faction as a guest elder. But the dual scale had already twisted her thoughts. Betrayal or escape never crossed her mind. After all, she simply didn't care about being enslaved. She turned and pulled back the curtain, revealing a cabinet crammed with potions and arrayed discs, then announced with breezy confidence, "I'm not exaggerating. This woman in front of you, Banshee actually, happens to be the Maya Kingdom's top potion professor and array master. With the doors fully open, rows of bottles and jars gleamed under the blue-green firelight. Dragging a fingertip across the labels, she rattled off the formulas, formations, and finished goods she still had on hand, reciting them to the dragonborn Li Kai as if reading an itemized list. Li Kai listened quietly, his tail flicking once before he nodded in satisfaction. The lich could brew nearly every common potion on the market, set up any standard array, and even handle several long-lost high-tier techniques. Sadly, true masterpieces were scarce. Advanced potions and arrays were depleted in the war 1,000 years ago, and everything in the cabinet was a low-grade piece shed cobbled together on this resource-starved battlefield ruin. The shelter cottage array was one examplite had wrung her stores dry, yet Li Kai had still blasted it to ashes with a single burst of dragon fire. Remembering that, she cast him a forlorn sidelong glance, a flash of charm that made his Adam's apple bob. Nice briefing. But you forgot one important task that comes with being a servant. What task? Vizsla looked up at the towering dragonborn, blinking in obvious confusion. Her face was coldly stunning and her bearing regal, like an ice sculpture keeping everyone at arm's length. Yet her nature was soft as cotton, giving her an innocent sweetness. Li Kai's lips curled into a meme-worthy evil Hulk grin, his upturned fangs glinting in the firelight. 1,000,000 words omitted. When all was done, Li Kai stuffed every tool Vizsla needed for brewing and array work into a storage pouch, wrapped an arm around her waist, and took to the sky, beating straight for the edge of the wasteland. Meanwhile, researchers across Blue Star completed their monster data model. After countless simulations, supercomputers returned a grim verdict. Crippling a Lord-class beast would require an explosion equivalent to at least 300 kilotons of TNT. In practice, only nuclear weapons or orbital kinetic strikes barely met that mark, and unless the target was as sluggish as a falling star mammoth or as oblivious as a hydra, either weapon was almost impossible to land. Experts reached a unanimous conclusion: only players could stop the monsters. Governments worldwide promptly doubled down on the immortal game industry. Aside from the minimal workforce needed to keep food and utilities running, almost every resident of Blue Star logged in and power-leveled like mad, hoping for even a slim chance at survival when the coming game invasion hit. Excerpt from the Poor Dazhuang House of Delight's Employee Handbook. A dark drow's skin is a mesmerizing shade of violet, and their tall yet slender frames boast waists you can span with one hand and curves that defy belief. On Blue Star, most people would suspect rib removal or silicone implants, but in the immortal world this race is naturally gifted. They fuse elven elegance with succubus allure into one perfect, irresistible package. Staff Handbook Exotic Pavilion. Beastkin and cats of immortality are covered in fur from head to toe, with true animal heads perched on upright bodies like walking predators. Half-beastkin are different. Take the half-alines, for example. Aside from their furry ears and a swishing tail, they look entirely human. A half-feline girl, more accurately a cat-eared maiden, has eyes the color of flawless emeralds. When she blinks, the night itself seems to brighten. Look at that guy. In a secluded cobblestone lane of Beilu Town, several locals huddled in the shadows, pointing at a tall man across the street who staggered along the wall, his knees trembling. That's the legendary Starlance King, right? Damn child of the stars, people say. He never has to pay for food. Seriously? Spear King? More like King of Freebies. Their bitter gossip drifted on the night breeze. The man kept his back to them, but the heightened senses that came with his level let every word reach him. He simply didn't care. Exhaustion and detachment masked his face. Post-glory mode described him perfectly. He rounded a corner, slipped into a dim-lit inn, chose the safest nook he could find, and logged out. Blue Planet. Inside a cramped rental flat, he removed his full sensory helmet and stepped into a bathroom barely 2 square meters wide for a cold shower. Water traced the hard lines of muscle. He toweled his hair dry, collapsed onto his single bed, and let the Rayal ceiling replace the game's star-filled sky. Almost simultaneously, in the great lizard forest, ragged breathing clashed with the clang of steel. Hearing strange cries from hairless upright apes behind him, the wasteland drake Big Zhuang snapped around. Several apes in scrap metal armor advanced with cruel smiles, led by a female brandishing a silver rapier. Kill it. Battle erupted. Big Zhuang charged with a roar, his thick tail smashing tree trunks, but the ape skipped past claws and tail with effortless agility. Even his proud roar skill failed to cow them. Worse, every thrust of the female's rapier slid into the gaps between his scales, sending agony lancing through him. This can't go on. He threw back his head and shrieked, trying to summon allies with the clan skill Shake Drake, unaware that other Dupo Guild teams had already lured the nearby drakes away. Guild players chained their skills in seamless bursts, spell flashes igniting the trees. The Shengdan GC sword kept up its merciless damage, and Big Zhuang's health plunged with every heartbeat. Suddenly the forest fell silent. Combat, shouting, even the wind vanished. Time itself seemed to freeze. A flash of white light followed. The world flipped sideways and Big Zhuang's stomach churned. Instinct forced his eyes shut. When he opened them again, he still stood in dense woodland, yet the terrain was nothing like the great lizard forest. Where am I? Before he could think, a smaller drake barreled into his chest, rubbing its head against him, his daughter Little May. Rar Dad. No scary upright apes here. We're safe now. Father and daughter clung to each other, basking in rare peace within this strange new world. Meanwhile, Shengdan's party glanced at the system's kill notification and the fresh materials in their packs, accepted the rewards without question, and moved on. Time flew by, and the clock quietly rolled past midnight. On the very first day after the patch, hordes of players sampled the new dungeon, Elemental Tower, and the forums instantly went up in flames. A thread titled "How to Clear Elemental Tower" seized the top spot. The conversation was no longer about speed runs, but about a true, full clear. Soloing regular elites of the same level was still manageable, yet the final wave of every elemental stage, a red-named elite, leading 4 regular elites, stood like a wall in front of almost everyone. Even non-DPS classes such as priests and shield guards were helpless, temporary buffs notwithstanding. A priest could convert healing into damage, a shield guard could reflect 100% of incoming hits, and it still was not enough. A handful of experts pushed through at the cost of every trick they knew, only to find a painfully familiar ID at the very top of the leaderboard. Zhuanshan Kai. The #1 player on the entire Severno, on the entire planet, had once again left everyone in the dust. His clear time of 11 minutes and 23 seconds made second place, Ryu Dankong, and their 26 minutes 11 seconds vanish off the screen. After subtracting the mandatory spawn intervals between waves, players calculated that he was killing every batch of monsters almost the instant they appeared, more than worthy of the title world-first Lord-level boss slayer. Such terrifying efficiency set imaginations racing. Just how strong was he now? At the same time, a quiet sense of security spread. If the strongest player alive resided on the Dragon server, Longwo would surely be the safest place on Earth should the game ever pour into reality. Blue Star had fully entered the great immortal age, and in-game discussions eclipsed every influencer on any platform. Longwo's officials seized on Zhuanshan Kai's feat and publicized it everywhere to calm the public. When the story reached other nations, it triggered a wave of immigrate to Longwo fever. A Longwo green card became the most coveted item on the planet. American green card? Forget it. Even a Longwo temporary residence permit was deemed priceless. Facing the flood of applications, Longwo's leadership rushed out harsh entry criteria. Only academics and high-level players would be accepted. Super rich tycoons. When the game descends, your money will be no better than scrap paper. Backed by both Zhuanshan Kai and the mysterious Long Ren, Longwo's voice on the world stage grew louder. Words like denounce or condemn were no longer necessary. At a press conference, the spokesperson stood tall and opened with hard lines such as "Look to your own survival and reconsider our bilateral ties," leaving Migwa and its followers speechless. They knew full well that all of this stemmed from Zhuanshan Kai and that enigmatic Long Ren, so they mobilized every resource to track him down. Departments worked through the night. By monster arrival day, 1.63 million individual logins had used the nickname Zhuanshan Kai. After excluding anyone who had been offline during the world-first kill or who lacked sufficient immortal value, more than 20,000 suspects remained. Civil servants rose before dawn to knock on doors one by one, while a certain clandestine agency went even further, launching a sweeping search for every questionable person inside the borders, anything to guarantee Zhuanshan Kai's safety. The game world has yet to merge with reality, so even though the players' physical abilities have improved, they still can't survive a single pistol round. Li Kai neither knows nor cares. Even if he did, he would only snort in disdain. Dawn's orange glow has barely cleared the horizon as he rides through dense mist, carrying the unconscious Lich Princess Wyzila toward the Centaur's sacred ground deep inside the fogwood. The moment he lands, Li Kai shifts into his dragonkin form, crimson flames licking around him as he lifts Wyzila with ease. The scarlet fire is meant only for transformation and will not harm the woman in his arms. Hearing the commotion, the young centaur Vivian bounds out of a treehouse, her chestnut tail flicking as she beams. "You're back," she says, then blinks at Wyzila, curiosity shining in her eyes. Who's this? Among centaurs, having multiple partners is perfectly normal. To them, a strong warrior deserves as many companions as he pleases. Li Kai ruffles Vivian's hair and gently settles Wyzila across her sturdy back. "She'll be your new friend. Take her inside to rest. When she wakes up, have her start working first. Use this blessed forest to conceal the area around the centaur altar, then brew the potion I requested." Understood. Vivian nods and trots away, hooves muffled as she escorts the slumbering Wyzila into the treehouse. With that settled, Li Kai summons the elder goblin priest to check on the altar's construction. The hunched goblin drops to his knees, forehead striking the earth with a splatter of mud. His voice quavers. "Great master, your wretched servants have failed you. We've completed only 30% of the work truly." "Enough." Li Kai pulls him upright and speaks calmly. I know the terrain here slows you down. It's not your fault. I was just asking. Relax. Thank you for your mercy. The priest cries, prostrating himself again until his head thuds against the ground. You are the greatest and most benevolent dragon in all the world. Li Kai rubs his forehead, half amused. Flattery like this does feel good. He admits no wonder so many tyrants kept sycophants close. Dismissing the thought, he motions toward the treehouse. I'm heading back. Remember, protect the women inside. They're mine. Yes, master. Until the entire Bone Crusher tribe lies in ruins, no one will touch a hair on their heads. The old goblin vows, pounding his chest. A vein twitches at Li Kai's temple. He mutters inwardly, seriously? The Lich Princess could flatten your whole tribe without breaking a sweat. Whoosh, the subdragon sped through the underground tunnel and soon reached its destination deep beneath the lush hills. The moment Li Kai stepped into the spacious chamber he had dug out, a bright green figure knocked him flat. The girl clung to his face like a facehugger, her soft, springy pow-fubrant cleanser pressing against his skin, yet he was already in sage mode and didn't even lift an eyelid. Didn't I leave you enough food for 7 days? He pried her off and tossed her into the adjoining pool with a splash. He had built the bath and a homemade flush toilet before he left, worried the girls would stink up the sealed room. Pao Fu bobbed up, water streaming down her rounded cheeks. Instead of getting angry, she sniffed the air excitedly. With a wave of Li Kai's hand, the earthen floor rose into a long table, instantly covered with a spread of Dragon Kingdom cuisine. Pao Fu's eyes gleamed. She leapt over and buried her face in the food. Li Kai, now in his smaller dragonkin form, picked up the still shy Alice and set her on a throne. Her cheeks turned crimson, thoughts racing. He spared me before because our sizes didn't match. Now he might know. We still don't match, he'll break. Li Kai ignored her. One hand toyed with her silky blonde hair, while the other summoned a light screen to check the latest intel from Kylan village. At the same time, a 10-person squad stood ready at Kylan's gate. A few days earlier, the entrance would have been swarming with players. Now only a handful watched from afar. They whispered that the squad was hunting the roaming marauder. Could the cloud hanging over them finally lift? Still, with just 2 heroes and 8 brilliants, could they really handle a drake that flew, burrowed, and was immune to control? Move out. The command came hoarsely from Isin, a white-haired elder with bloodshot eyes. He hadn't slept for 3 days, yet his cloak remained spitless, a sign of iron discipline. The squad marched beyond the gate toward the designated ransom drop. And Her Excellency? Isn't she joining us? The speaker, another hero-rank man named Gret, sounded almost fawning. Though technically a hero, he was only level 45 and nowhere near Isin in strength. As a retainer of Duke Amor's, he knew he was here mainly so the Duke could report back to the Northern King. Without looking sideways, Isin said, Lady Exine Danison has entered the wasteland alone. The answer was for Gret, and for the burly man beside Thema, giant clad in flawless heavy armor and a simple domino mask. Muscles bulged beneath the plates, while the playful one-stroke mustache under his mask looked comical against that mass of sinew. He shrugged and chuckled. Seems my so-called sin of arrogance isn't arrogant enough compared with a dragon. He was none other than Pao Fu's second uncle, vice-captain of the legendary mercenary company 7 Deadly since a legendary tier powerhouse, known as the Sin of Arrogance. He was the true powerhouse of the team. One by one the players activated their insight skills, yet none of them could read him, so they pinned their hopes on the mysterious fighter nicknamed Lord Arrogance. With him around, they were certain a mere wyvern could never stir up real trouble. Guru Te plastered on a sycophantic smile and bowed, secretly delighted that another powerhouse was leading the charge, giving him a perfect excuse to slack off. He lowered his voice to warn the others. Watch your attitude and don't let that crafty wyvern catch on. If we scare it into hiding, we're in for a headache. By the campfire, Maxim Ace, Sin of Pride, cast Guru Te a cool glance before resuming his guise as a level 45 Radiant tier weakling. Even his breathing was meticulously controlled, his entire aura locked behind a black and white domino mask. Yet to Li Kai the act was a paper tiger. Born with the Shrank talent true side-eye, he could pierce any disguise short of SS-level concealment. The system's rank insight had sufficed during the level 40 beta, but today the players finally tasted the consequence of that lower priority. A frigid wind howled across the wasteland. Hundreds of miles away, a dragonborn crouched atop a rocky hill, golden eyes like blades fixed on the squad that could steamroll the plains. 3 days ago he might have avoided them and sought another path, but now he stroked the duelist's balance against his chest, a vicious grin curling at his lips. The legendary blade is sharp, he muttered, but mine is just as lethal. At the border between Shattered Cavern and the Howling Wolf Prairie, a very spot where the Sedegity family's caravan had once been attacked by a wyvern and armored strike team, raced across the broken ground. Hold here. Stay alert, barked the white-haired Isin as he dismounted, scarlet plate armor still streaked with blood. The dozen escorts scattered on cue. 2 magi raised a sensing ward, several knights closed their eyes to steady their breathing, and the rest silently wiped blades and oiled crossbows. their scale plates glinting coldly amid the gray scree. Aside from the hero-rank Garut, the squad carried none of the reinforcements the Duke of Amours had offered. If not for Guruite's unique gift for tracking, Isin would have left even him behind. No one knew what schemes the southwest province might be nursing. Noticing that no formation was being laid, Garut murmured, "Are you sure we shouldn't set something at least a snare array?" Isin shook his head, bloodshot eyes stubborn. "I've replayed that ambush 100 times. The wyvern clearly has top-tier detection. It calculated the shield's strength on his highness and Miss Puff's amulets enough to cripple them without killing. The prince's anti-scrying charm is of extremely high rank, yet it failed. That means the dragon's talent is higher still. Any extra array would only announce our presence." "I see. The nameless sword wraith of the north is as meticulous as the stories say," Garut replied, the compliment feeling hollow even to him. Isin managed a bitter smile. "A title is worthless if you can't protect your lord. Don't sell yourself short," Maxim AC said, patting his shoulder. "That creature flies, tunnels, ignores control magic, has a lifelock, and can blink through space. I wouldn't swear I could stop it either." He sat cross-legged on the rubble and began to steady his breath. Time crawled by, the air tight with tension. When the appointed hour arrived, Isin followed the instructions on the hide. He dumped the gold, rare resources, and flawless gear onto the spot where the coach had been overturned, then withdrew with his men 100 meters. 100,000 gold coins formed a glittering mound, 50 rare resources and flawless artifacts embedded like gemstones. Sunlight struck the pile until it shone like a single colossal jewel. Even Gu Reteno, stranger to wealth in an empire of champions, found his breathing heavy. He had never seen so much treasure in one place. A thunderous crack split the ground. A towering draconid erupted from the rock. Crimson scales now shot through with violet-blue lightning. The flame on his tail a strange magenta. Since evolving into a rift-born thunderflame wyvern, Likai's draconid form had become a true thunderflame dragonkin. He surveyed the golden hill, made a quick count, then swept his claw. Coins and gear flashed into light and vanished into his inner storage. At first, Likai had planned to let Puff collect the ransom while he watched from the shadows through a true mark, but the confidence that came with his evolution changed his mind. Before leaving, he had swallowed Puff's high-grade spatial ring, and had Susu buy 3 medium rings to swallow as well. His internal storage now held a staggering 200 cubic meters, more than enough for all the gold and supplies inside. If high-grade spatial rings could be bought with money alone, Likai would have had Susu pull some strings ages ago. Unfortunately, only people with rank and influence could even find them. After the latest patch, life skills players finally received their own combat system, letting them raise attributes just like frontline fighters. With the game poised to invade reality, the change was a lifesaver. Most life skills players had been ready to delete their characters and start over. They started late, but deep pockets let them catch up fast, and soon they were outpacing freshly created combat classes. Yet Susu, now the richest man in Frostsoil City, kept stockpiling goods instead of building personal power. Likai couldn't figure it out. What good was a mountain of cash once the game spilled into the real world? Susu made no secret of his plan. His sky-high reputation had triggered several special quests and matching achievements. From the crumbs of information, he learned that enough reputation could provide safety guarantees after the invasion. The higher the score, the more people he could shelter, family and friends included. He didn't know what form that protection would take, but, as a self-confessed button masher, he planned to buy safety with brains and money. "Want me to save you a seat?" he asked, completely serious. Likai answered with a faint smile. His own strength was all the guarantee he needed. Still, the fact that his buddy would offer up something so precious warmed him clear through. Even Ding Han's fully recovered. "You soft-hearted fool," he joked, riding the surge of warmth. Shaking his draconic head, Likai forced his mind back to the tense ransom ceremony in front of him. Even counting the perfect grade gear, he saw only 50 pieces of rare resources, far short of the deal. Were they planning to free just one hostage? He swept a cold stare across the guards, edging closer, his voice openly annoyed. To Gret's shock, the figure before them wasn't the red-named elite fire drake or dragonman had expected, but a boss-tier dragonman with both lightning and fire affinities. Was this the true leader of the kidnappers? Brow furrowed, he stepped up and shielded his squad. "You seem awfully sure of yourself, like our encirclement means nothing," he growled, eyes locked on the dragonman. Likai bared his fangs in a savage grin. "Both women are in my partner's hands. Lay a finger on, may go on. Try and they're dead before you blink." As long as no one saw him switch between Drake and Dragonman forms, he could keep pretending they were different beings. During the nuke deal, Head claimed they were the same, but that was only his word. Dragon Kingdom brass had buried the file deep, and no one else would ever learn the truth. Tap, 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 light footsteps closed in. Sin of Arrogance Maxim Ace halted 10 paces away and slowly removed his mask, illusory facade. "My lord," someone called, tense, but Maxim waved him off. At this range, it can't escape. The title Sin of Arrogance wasn't for show, but Maxim's pride was anything but blind. He had studied the memory crystal again and again before coming, confirming that the fire drake needed 0.8 seconds of wind-up to blink. Even if this dragon man was related, it was unlikely to cast faster. That left him ample time to take its head, and if the creature had some luck health talent, he could still brand it and hunt it down. Maxim refused to believe anyone could be greedy enough to gamble their life. Under a legend's aura, the hostage-taker would surely yield. Yet the dragon man showed no fear. Eyes narrowed, Maxim advanced, his small frame radiating the pressure of a titan. Li Kai gazed down at the legendary warrior, golden slit pupils full of contempt and fearless fire. Why should I be scared? Legends? His grin widened. Legends are exactly what I'm here to slay. The Dragonkin's taunting words had barely left his lips when an overwhelming aura erupted sky-high, plunging the border between Howling Wolf Prairie and Broken Stone Cavern into absolute silence. Dire wolf beasts tucked their tails and crawled backward, inch by inch, as even their ingrained instinct to attack humans was crushed beneath the pressure. Well, I've never met a boss as full of himself as you. Maxim let out a scornful laugh, unbuckling his flawless armor and tossing it aside. Under the sun, his corded torso looked as if it had been cast in steel. Let me teach you a lesson. Arrogance only works if you've earned it. With that, he drew a massive battle axe from his ring storage. Its silver blade bore a golden lion rearing in a silent roar. Jagged golden spikes rippled from the back and top of the axe, their razor edge too bright to gaze at directly. From a distance, the lion's mane blazed like the midday sun, its brilliance almost painful to the eye. This was the legendary weapon Lionheart, King's Glory. Long ago, the northern kingdom of Talim was founded by the mighty Kano, honored by all as the Lionheart King. This very axe was his personal arm. Ages later it resurfaced in an ancient ruin, claimed by Maxim the Sin of Pride, and now its radiance returned to the world. Lionheart King's Glory Legendary. Strength 400. Physical damage coefficient 350. Armor penetration 5000. Weight 85. Trait 1. Lion's dominance intimidates enemies, reducing all attributes by 1030, the exact value depending on tier difference. Ruhar. The lion carved on the blade bellowed, shaking the sky. A system alert flashed. You are intimidated by Lionheart King's Glory. Trait Lion's dominance triggered. All attributes 30. Impressive in par with a Hydra's grade talent, Dragon Might. The Dragonkin muttered, then smiled oddly. But honestly, I'd love my stats even lower. Now do you feel the gap between us? Resting the axe on his shoulder, Maxim straightened up, hot breath hissing from his nostrils as he looked down on the Dragonkin. Across the boundless, deathless continent, BOS-tier beings are as common as pebbles in a river, yet most people will never lay eyes on a single legendary. The gulf between tiers is a chasm few can ever cross. Li Kai only shook his head, eyes earnest. Have you considered the chance that in the 1 in 10,000 genius who can? While Maxim frowned in confusion, the Dragonkin slipped a claw beneath his breastplate and brushed the arena relief above the balancing nut of the dual scale. Shum. Twin beams of gold burst from either end of the scale, moving faster than a hero tier I could track. They struck the thunderflame Dragonkin and the Sin of Pride in the same instant and both vanished before the stunned crowd. What just happened? Gret shouted, forcing calm. He tried to reassure himself. Lord Maxim must have dragged the Dragonkin into another dimension, yet even he was unsure. The golden flash had been far too sudden. Then the system's cold voice echoed in every mind present. Dual contract in progress. Challenger, Thunderflame Dragonkin. Accepting party, Maxim Ace, the Sin of Pride. Choosing duel mode. The challenger selects relative fairness. The system hums to life, generating the battlefield in complex mode. Stars spill across the night sky like a waterfall, while mountains and ravines rise and fall in jagged layers. The challenger then adds one more rule: the loser will forget the entire fight. All parameters lock in. System calculation. 443 points of divinity consumed. Had he picked absolute fairness, forcing both sides into the same tier would have cost only 10 points, rising to 50, 100, and 200 as the tiers climbed. Relative fairness doubles that outright, and the custom terrain plus memory wipe tax on another 43. In seconds, Li Kai has burned through more than half his divine energy. Fortunately, this mode refunds half the cost if he wins. Otherwise, after defeating the Sin of Pride, he'd have nothing left for the next legendary challenger. Li Kai spends so lavishly on the memory wipe because the eye of true insight has shown him that he cannot truly kill the Sin of Pride with his current means. The native legend even wields an S-tier talent. SS-tier talent Blessing of the Sun. A lion-hearted man wins the sun's favor. Daylight grants him vast power, shields his soul, and offers him the chance to be reborn. Effect 1, Power of the Sun. Warm tangerine sunlight. All attributes 75, fire damage 75. Pure white zenith. All attributes 100, fire damage 90. Emerald dusk sun. All attributes 40, fire damage 40. Effect 2, Rebirth in daylight. When he dies, his soul returns to the sun. After 3 days of sunlight, He is reborn and teleports to any sunlit place he has visited. Cooldown 45 days. Effect 3. Solar tempering. While under the sun, his body quietly grows stronger, gaining up to 1 point in every attribute each day. This is Likai's first time facing an S-tier talent. Blessing of the Sun is eerily similar to his own star-forged body, the same attribute boosts, resurrection, and passive growth. Solar tempering even mirrors starlight tempering in name and effect, making him suspect the developers took shortcuts. Rebirth in daylight cools down quickly, but the 3-day revival balances the skill. A blazing white flash erupts. Draconian Likai and the Sin of Pride open their eyes at the same instant. They stand in a kilometer-wide arena of rolling peaks beneath a low-hung river of stars, the battleground Likai designed. The system forces both ranks to boss level, locks them at LV 36, and normalizes their stats. Strength 87.7, Constitution 176.3, Spirit 160.6, Agility 191.9. Likai tightens his claws, feeling an unfamiliar weakness. Thanks to accumulated solar tempering, the Sin of Pride normally crushes his dragonborn form, but now they share the same numbers. The Lionheart King trait Majesty of the Lion King cuts their attributes by another 30%, leaving them comically low. So this is your ace? A pseudo-artifact? Quite extravagant. The Sin of Pride looks up at the stars, his tone complex. Crossfire fights are a pain, so I dragged you down to mine. Fair enough, right? Likai bares his fangs, activates Metamorphosis, shrinks to 3 meters tall, and draws the Sword of Royal Annihilation Kingslayer from his inner vault. The greatsword obliges, contracting to 2.5 meters. Come, fight. Inside an enormous coliseum built of pure white marble, a dragonborn and a man faced each other across the arena. Enough talk, let's begin. Likai could no longer restrain himself. Starlight spilled across the dark brown scales of his armor as his foot split the floor, carving a trail of shattered stone and glittering sparks straight toward the Sin of Pride, Maxim. The air suddenly vibrated, as if an invisible giant hand had slapped the sky, leaving every chest tight. Although this was no one's territory, the boss aura still triggered, a detail that even the battle-hardened Maxim acknowledged with a raised brow. Clang. Greatsword met greataxe in midair, sparks bursting like molten gold. Damage pop-up, 48,896.8. A surge of force raced down Kingsbane's spine, splitting Likai's palms and hurling him more than 10 meters back. Blood touched his lips as he landed, while Maxim retreated only a few steps, his stance unshaken. Their stat gap was plain to see. Likai weapon and gear, Starlight Force, Earth Force, the Achievement Plunderer 2, and the Hymn of the World, totaling a 220 bonus, Strength 415.6. Maxim Lionheart King's Glory alone grants 400 flat strength. Likai's World's Roar and Drake Intimidation still shaved 40 off his opponent's stats, barely earning him the thinnest edge, yet the first clash inflicted no real damage. The high-level technique Impact Negation lets human fighters trade blows with magical beasts by channeling the shock into their weapons. The veteran legendary mercenary, the Sin of Pride, wielded it effortlessly. His axe dispersed every ounce of force and answered with a strange vibration that sliced one tier of durability from Kingsbane. Had the sword not been epic grade, it would have shattered. Likai wiped away the blood and bared his fangs in the torchlight. You shrugged off that strike. Let's see you shrug off this one. Before the words finished, the Dragonborn lunged, his greatsword trailing a black and crimson arc that fell like a collapsing mountain. In that case, he'll show some real strength. Just don't die too quickly. Maxim chuckled, patting his chest. In a flash, the radiant Lionheart King's falset locked him inside heavy golden plate. Laughing wildly, he charged. Axe and sword aura collided again in midair. Clang. The shriek of metal shook the dome, hurling pale rubble into a sand-like storm. Damage pop-up, 190,653.8. Likai was blasted back, smashing through a marble pillar as debris rained around him. With the full epic set equipped, the Sin of Pride's strength soared to 573.9. Coupled with an rank skill and Lionheart King's Glory's high physical multiplier, that swing all but nullified Mountain Breaker's destructive force. When the dust cleared, the towering Maxim rested his axe on one shoulder and laughed up at the heavens, his golden armor glinting in the starlight. Exhilarating. It's been far too long since I felt blows this solid. He boomed beneath the vault. My foes have been either too weak to survive a single hit or too strong, forcing me to play keep away. Whatever happens today, know this Maxim Ace acknowledges you. The moment the words left his mouth, a blur shot out of the swirling dust, dragon claws smashing into the ground and splitting the stone apart. Hidden by the rolling debris, Likai had already devoured the 20 red-named elite monsters head slain on the way, and his talent Glutton instantly restored 60% of his maximum health. With his bar refilled, he figured it was enough to bait another skill out of his opponent. Enough talk. Fight. In the next heartbeat, the two figures collided like a spark striking an anvil, a metal greatsword and a massive axe crashing together. Boom. A muffled blast sent shockwaves rippling through dust and gravel, consuming the entire arena. 190,653.8. The Draconian was hurled back faster than his charge, slamming into a marble pillar and embedding deep in the wall. That's all the strength you've got? You can't even fight bare-chested against someone you call weak. So the sin of pride is nothing but a coward. Li Kai pushed himself free of the rubble, grimacing first at the sight of his Wangquan Yunmi sword Kingslayer losing half its durability, then hurling his taunt. Ahahaha, pride isn't stupidity, and you're no pushover. Maxim roared, his giant axe howling as he charged. With his foe finally on the back foot, he could seize the initiative. Even with every physical skill on cooldown, Li Kai refused to retreat. He planned to squeeze out every hidden card during this first phase. Seeing the Draconian trigger no abilities, the sin of pride cancelled his own wind-up. Leaving his skill bar pristine, was using shortstop, a high-tier technique mastered by only a handful of top experts on the Immortal Continent. You channel power to the brink, then halt it at the last instant. It seems pointless, but it wrecks an enemy's rhythm. They burn a dash or a shield, expecting a big strike, only for you to pull back and waste their cooldown. Li Kai raised a brow at the contempt in Maxim's eyes. As sword and axe were about to meet, he dismissed the great sword into his storage space, letting the axe bite deep into his mountain colossus heavy armor. A dragon claw shot out and clamped the axe shaft, and he kept his grip even as several talons were severed. 98,261.4. Now Li Kai unveiled barehand weapon snatch, a dirty trick passed among a handful of shameless players. Infinite Respawn had erased their fear of death, so they dared to grab for a weapon at the most perilous instant. Normally the enemy could ride recoil to disengage, but because Li Kai neither advanced nor retreated, Maxim had to spend precious seconds wrenching the axe free, a window Li Kai would have left for teammates, if had any. While Maxim hesitated, Li Kai bared his fangs, loosing scarlet gold dragon flame, streaked with violet. Moments before the inferno swallowed him, the veteran blinked away, body flashing gold before curving back. 221,874.7. Scalding dragon blood geysered skyward, and the blazing dragon head plummeted. So he wanted to trade my blink for his world retention? Maxim muttered. Then, in the next instant, the severed head reattached amid the flames, and the Draconian smiled at him. Restored claws shot out, seizing the lion crest on Maxim's lionheart kingfall cuirass. The dragon breath rumbled again in Li Kai's throat, forcing Maxim to trigger the set's active ability Majesty. A majestic lion phantom reared and roared, a golden shockwave sweeping outward, meant to fling every foe away, yet it didn't budge the Draconian an inch. Caught off guard, the sin of pride was swallowed by a surging tide of flame. Flames filled the marble arena. Maxim, the sin of pride, was caught off guard and took Li Kai's full-powered chaotic dragon breath heat in, losing 281,947.1 points of shield in an instant. At the brink of death, the core passive of the Lionheart King's demise set, Shield of Succor, activated whenever incoming damage would drop his health below 20%. It generated a 1,000,000-point shield that lasted 10 seconds, could be manually dismissed, and only entered a 5-hour cooldown if completely broken. Understanding the shield's worth, Maxim immediately used his only pure movement skill, blinking 60 meters away, then shut the shield off to preserve its strength. The Draconian warrior lunged after him. Thanks to the unbowed lock health trait, Li Kai ignored Maxim's counterattacks and rained searing breath on him, forcing the legendary fighter to leap about the arena in disarray. Li Kai weighed his options and held back two sides of one coin and the world's reprieve, saving the latter for his stronger Drake, Form's resurrection. When Unbowed's 6.6-second window ended, crimson flames engulfed him, and his draconian body turned into a cocoon of fire, rendering him momentarily untouchable. The seasoned Maxim wiped away imaginary sweat and waited for the transformation to finish. The flames parted, revealing a colossal beast over 40 meters long. Wings blotted out the sky, ebony spines covered its hide, and a budding ridge on its skull hinted at future haunts of Drake with 99% dragon blood. Even after devouring hydras, Li Kai still hovered on the precipice between Drake and true Dragona leap, made only a handful of times in tens of thousands of years on the Immortal Continent. With the form shift complete, Li Kai's base stats dwarfed Maxim's. His bold challenge to a legend relied on dual balance, and this twin form strategy. Use the weaker draconian body to draw out the opponent's trump cards, then switch to the Drake to end the fight with overwhelming power. Gazing up at the towering Drake, Maxim clenched his jaw. I hate being looked down on by creatures weaker than me. A deafening roar answered him. Had fun just now. The real fight starts now. Li Kai swung a sword several times thicker than before, dropping it like a falling sky. Boom. The massive blade shattered the arena floor. Maxim darted aside, stone shards clanging against his armor. Seeing his foe adopt a Hetandran approach, Li Kai refused to let him slip away, Muscles bulged along his draconic arms as the greatsword swept out in a brutal lateral arc. Forced to dodge the sweeping strike that threatened to level everything in its path, Maxim kicked off the ground and leapt aside. Yalon's colossal sword howled through the air in a perfect arc and came crashing down again while Maxim was still mid-flight, leaving him no choice but to meet the blow heated. Clang! Steel slammed against steel like muffled thunder. The sheer force hurled Maxim backward and embedded him in a thick marble pillar. Shards flew, dust billowed, and his silhouette sank deep into the stone. 42,524.6. 103,177.4. 21,262.3. For the first time since the duel began, Maxim's health drop heed couldn't completely negate Li Kai's output. His epic set, Fall of the Lionheart King, cuts physical and magic damage by 30%, but Li Kai's rarely used achievement Butcher 2 adds an extra 10% to his damage. The two effects cancel each other out, leaving Maxim with only 20% mitigation. As the dust settled, he pulled himself free of the collapsed pillar, shrugging off debris in one fluid motion. A spectral lion flared across the breastplate of his heavy armor, let out a low roar, and fused into him, pushing his already fearsome aura even higher. The set bonus, Desperado, had triggered his stats rose in proportion to how badly he was hurt, reaching 75% of their cap once his health dropped below half. So there was only one kidnapper all along. That's your biggest trump card, he muttered, wary now. He uncorked a custom high-grade healing potion and drained it. Crafted by an alchemy master, it auto-activates below 50% health and restores 200,000 HP over 10 seconds, perfectly syncing with Desperado. I've got plenty more trump cards, Li Kai said, resting the massive blade on his shoulder. You, on the other hand, still not ready to play yours? Before the words had cooled, he swung again. This time Maxim didn't risk another retreat. He met the strike with a skill of his own. Boom. A shockwave burst outward like a drumbeat, rattling the arena. Yalong's ordinary slash lacked the raw power of Maxim's skill, yet the dragon's Nerdhausen frame planted him firmly. 159,898.2. Li Kai took the hit and didn't even bother with a potion, still had a life to spare. The dragon lifted a forelimb and hammered it down. The floor fractured into a spiderweb of cracks, hurling dirt and rubble in all directions. War Stomp. A move dragons were never meant to wield, yet he performed it with effortless grace. War Stomp, of all things, Maxim growled, cleaving a dazzling golden arc with his battle axe. The blade sliced the shockwave clean in two. The debris roared past him harmlessly. You've got 6 skills left, Li Kai pressed, advancing with each thunderous step, the sword whipping up bursts of air. If you refuse to use that move, do you really think basic attacks will save you? Professionals only have so many slots. 2 skills at tier 1, 4 at tier 2, 6 at tier 3, even at tier 6 legendary you get just 12. All of Maxim's are grade A or higher, monstrously strong, but saddled with brutal cooldowns. If Li Kai could stretch out this downtime, the fight was over. The sin of pride. Maxim nodded slightly and pressed his right hand to his left breastplate. I meant to keep this until the end, but you're right. If every skill's on cooldown when the sun comes up, it won't matter how bright it shines. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce light blazed where his heart should be. Compared with magical beasts, professional fighters are physically weaker and they don't have the devastating boss trait. Yet they enjoy a unique edge. Once they awaken a class that aligns with their innate talent, they receive an extra class skill that doesn't take up a skill slot. Maxim Ace the Sin of Pride holds the S-rank class Solar Berserker, and with it comes an equally powerful class skill. The S-rank skill is called Inner Sun. 1. Dispels every negative status below the divine tier. 2. Turns the user's courage and fighting spirit into a rising sun. 3. Lasts 10 minutes. During that time, all attributes increase by 200, and the user is immune to 95 of fire damage. This immunity does not stack with talents. 4. Cooldown, 3 hours. Whether under an overcast sky, at night, or indoors, this sun within can still erupt with frightening might, making it the Sin of Pride's signature trump card. You thought draping the sky in darkness would swallow the sun? Maxim raised his palm, his voice ringing like a hammer on an anvil. The only one who decides whether the sun rises is me. A speck of radiant gold bloomed in his hand, lifted by an unseen current and drifting toward the arena's dome. In the next instant, the light swelled into a blazing orb. Blinding rays poured down. Maxim's normally steady brown hair floated weightlessly, igniting into pure golden flame. Pale golden fire seeped across his skin, and the stone beneath his boots cracked under the heat. Boom! A wave of heat, as oppressive as the real sun, swept across the arena, announcing that the legendary Sin of Pride had entered his strongest form. Across from him, the towering draconian Li Kai felt no friendly satisfaction. He finally drew out that move. If he were chasing mere thrills, he would never have urged his opponent to enter peak state. He had repeatedly advised Maxim to trigger Inner Sun precisely to waste its terrifying cleanse. Li Kai's own talent, Origin of Fear, is divine tier, but because the authority is incomplete, the derivative skill embodiment of terror sits somewhere between SS rank and divine tier. Whether Inner Sun could purge it, Li Kai wasn't sure. Now that his opponent had laid his trump card on the table, he gladly accepted. Then let's begin. Maxim hefted Lionheart's glory in one hand, crushed the flagstones beneath his boot, and charged. I'm going to carve you into pulp in these 10 minutes. With the glaring Inner Sun overhead, Li Kai narrowed his eyes then. Out of nowhere, confidence and contempt surged through him, a feeling of pure pride. Stall until the buff ends. That's for cowards. He'll rip your strongest form to bloody shreds within these 10 minutes. No. A bolt of reason split the impulse. He would never make such a foolish decision. Li Kai opened his status window and saw a new effect. Priority SS rank. Pride duel. His eidetic mind raced through the recent moments. The instant Inner Sun rose and drew his gaze, a faint golden beam had flashed from the ring on Maxim's finger and silently struck his body. That is how the title Sin of Arrogance came about. It stems not only from Maxim Ace's own pride, but also from the legendary ring on his hand that drives its wearer to hubris. The ring, called Duel of Arrogance, has a single function. It forcibly inflames an enemy's pride, compelling them to abandon all strategy and engage face-to-face with an SSS priority that slices straight through lawless mental defenses. While Li Kai checked his own status, the Sin of Arrogance closed in like a golden meteor. Maxim vaulted skyward, brandishing Lionheart's glory. A blazing white sun erupted behind him, crashing down on the drake below as though to overturn the heavens. The sun overlapped the half-sky Inner Sun, and its oppressive force swept forward. So be it, let's fight. Li Kai bared his teeth and activated Avatar of Terror, a skill he had never used before. Boom! An unseen ripple spread slowly to the eye, yet flooded the entire arena in a heartbeat. In Maxim's sight, the world fell silent and drained of color. The giant beast ahead fractured into countless fine lines. An indescribable chill swept through him. Terror surged. His chest hammered like a drum. His limbs shook uncontrollably, and every skill circuit went dead. A moment later, a vortex of violet-black chaotic dragon breath surged toward him, threatening to corrode space itself and engulfing the paralyzed Sin of Arrogance. 718,052.9 shield. 121,591.1 poison damage. Li Kai chose a pure poison attack for this blow. With balanced physique, he maxed his spirit stat, sent his damage soaring, and neatly bypassed the 30% magic resistance passive of Lionheart's Fall. Crucially, he had never revealed poison before, so the Sin of Arrogance had taken no antidotes in advance. Without the Guardian Shield passive of Lionheart's Fall, that hit alone would have forced Maxim, who had only 630,000 HP, to the revival countdown. 840,144 poison damage. Agonizing venom jolted the Sin of Arrogance out of Avatar of Terror. He burned his last movement charge, phased out of the breath stream, and blinked to the arena's far edge. Then he downed a top-grade antidote, purging the toxin and boosting his poison resistance by 5,000. So divine authority? A counterfeit artifact and now a shard of godhood. How are you? Maxim's brow was knotted. All arrogance vanished as he felt death's chill for real. Li Kai merely smiled. His wings snapped open, and he shot skyward, circling high above while spewing more chaotic dragon breath. Poison-laden flames cascaded from the clouds, scorching the arena black. Rolling to dodge, Maxim muttered through clenched teeth. No wonder you insisted the loser lose all battle memories. You planned to corner me from the start. Still, even myth must yield before me. Before his words faded, the epic set Lionheart's Fall blazed with golden light. The armor transformed into a majestic lion that leapt onto his shoulder to guard him. Next, Lionheart's glory melted into roaring gold flame that sheathed his right arm. Maxim seized the lion and tore it apart. Blood splattered, and his aura surged once more, a crushing pressure like a collapsing mountain. High above, Li Kai stared in stunned silence. Looks like you're tired of the formalities too, huh? King's Fall is the active ability linked to the legendary Lionheart King set. Besides Lionheart King's Fall, the set also contains the weapon Lionheart King's Glory. Only by triggering the entire ensemble at once can King's Fall activate. The moment it does, the set shatters and remains unusable for 3 days. This is the Sin of Arrogance, Maxim Ace's most secret and lethal trump card. King's Fall. After detonating the set and fusing it into his body, Maxim's overall stats instantly rise by 100, and he gains every bonus the set provides except the dual resistances, lasting 10 minutes. During this window, he is absolutely immune to any control effect below SSS rank, and all traits except Desperado are suppressed. The cooldown is likewise 3 days. At that moment, his total buff stacked to a frightening 300, surpassing even Li Kai, who benefits from 2 S-rank talents. Counting the extra attributes that Desperado grants over time, his stats can soar to 375. If dual balance hadn't pushed his base values to rock bottom, Those numbers alone could level mountains with one punch and rip the earth apart. In my ultimate form, struggle all you like. Maxim's words had barely faded when he turned into a flash of blinding gold and appeared in front of Likai. His iron fist shot forward, a roaring golden lion shadow swirling around the knuckles, slicing the air like thunder roaring beside one's ear. Boom. The ground-splitting strike crashed into Likai's cheek. The dragon scales covering him shattered, and the massive force punched through bone, slamming the drake down from the sky. 268,795.4. Huh. Likai spat blood laced with broken teeth. When he first noticed a boxing skill on Maxim's stat panel, he had wondered, wasn't this guy a two-handed axe specialist? Only now did he understand. One glance at his status bar showed barely 400,000 HP remaining. Yet he stayed calm. That confidence came from knowing he had not 3, but 4 lives. Shirtless, arms folded across his chest, Maxim hovered overhead and gazed down at the drake, too arrogant to bother pressing the advantage. King's Fall lasted only 10 minutes, but he was certain that in that brief span he could pound the creature below into pulp. Even a resurrection would do it no good. Lightning crackled over Likai's right claw, 5 golden bolts fusing into a blade. Come trade fists. As you wish. Boom. Lightning dragon claw and raging golden lion fist collided heat, scattering golden light across the sky. The blazing aura tore through the lightning and smashed into the drake's claw, joints wrenching, blood spraying. 268,795.4. Yet the shattered lightning didn't vanish. It flowed backward along the golden flames and poured into Maxim's body. 220,469.7. A glint flashed in Likai's eyes just as he predicted. King's Fall had pushed Maxim's stats to their peak, but without his weapon he couldn't use Annihilation technique, and, more importantly, the 30 physical and magical damage reduction granted by the set was gone. Thoughts racing, Likai beat his wings and shot skyward, dodging the golden barrage that followed. At the same time, his left claw tightened as golden lightning formed a spear. Don't run if you've got the guts. Maxim roared, golden light erupting around him as he gave chase. Boom. Thunder rolled through the dueling arena. A spear of lightning judgment crashed down like a bolt from the heavens, nearly pinning Maxim in place. I didn't even dodge. Your aim just sucks, he shrugged, but before he could finish, the spear detonated. Zap! Boom! A sheet of golden lightning flooded outward, turning the ground into a field of thunder. 220,469.7. The sin of arrogance chose not to evade. Using the blinding flash as cover, he kicked off the floor and blurred toward the wyvern overhead. Come on, let's start the final act. I'm done waiting. Murmuring, he drove his right fist forward. The afterimage roared like a lion and punched clean through the wyvern's chest. 275,594. The wyvern's HP hit 0, yet it did not fall. An unseen force held the huge body aloft, and the music swelled. Boss trait World's Retention activated. Landing, Maxim uncorked 2 vials of premium life elixir and downed them. Now the real show begins. Thankfully, World's Retention only granted a 40% stat boost and didn't trigger a new phase. Otherwise, even he would have been in trouble. Golden light spread across the wyvern, knitting every wound shut. The background score cut out, and after a heartbeat of silence the drums exploded back in faster, harder, strings and brass surging in contrast that pressed on every chest. Clap, clap, clap. The sin of arrogance applauded with a smile. Of all the songs of the world I've heard, yours ranks near the top. Hovering in midair, Likai drew the sword of royal ruin, regicide, which he had sheathed earlier for lack of durability. Looking down, he said, still sounding so superior at a time like this. You really are arrogant. Maxim raised an eyebrow and shrugged. It's my sin. Then let me judge your arrogance. Likai roared, and a blade of scarlet light fell from the sky like a blazing comet. Maxim held his ground. He tightened his core, planted his stance, drew back his right arm, muscles bulging like coiled steel. With a guttural growl he launched an iron fist. A golden lion sprang out. Boom! The sword beam and the lion collided heat, a column of white-hot light swallowing the vast arena. No one knew how long the glare lasted before it faded. The enormous wyvern crashed to the ground, its breastbone caved in, scalding dragon blood gushing out. 314,225.9. 5,736.7. Maxim, sporting only superficial cuts, stood on the wyvern's cheek and chuckled, fist raised. Thought I couldn't use obliteration in this state? Gotcha. To his surprise, the beast beneath him didn't rage, it smiled back. You're the one who's been fooled. As the words left its mouth, Likai equipped both titles, Friend of the Forest and Enemy of the Forest, instantly triggering the achievement paradox. Incarnatia split second of confusion flickered through the sin of arrogance. Likai seized the opening. Activating equilibrium body to steady his mind, he unleashed a breath of deep purple dragon fire that hissed as it corroded the air, engulfing Maxim whole. 737,378.8 poison damage. The system announcement echoed in Li Kai's ears, exactly as expected. The legendary champion, the world-famed sin of arrogance, was defeated. Under the starlit Colosseum, the ground lay in ruins. The deep violet, almost black dragon breath had only just dispersed, revealing a vast crater eaten out of the earth. Its walls still hissed with chalk-white steam, like molten iron cooling. Suspended overhead, a ball of flame hung motionless like a tiny sun, its tongues of fire illuminating shattered pillars and the broken spectator stands. The duel was over. The victor Lai Di Lei Yin Yalong received half of his divine power back from the system, 221.5 points, bringing his reserve to 581.5. It was a decent stockpile, yet a paltry recovery rate of 1 point per year made Li Kai frown. Once he met Xie Li Boyuo, he had to squeeze out a faster way to replenish it. Along with victory came 5% of every attribute belonging to the sin of pride, Maxim Ace, Strength 328.9, Constitution 422.9, Spirit 389.5, Agility 397.6. No kill experience or loot dropped, but that 5% alone was a colossal windfall. Maxim had spent more than 40 years perfecting Blazing Sun reforging, pushing his body to the ceiling of human legendary rank. Snatching a mere fraction of it gave Li Kai a qualitative leap proof of just how terrifying that foundation was. Nor was Blazing Sun reforging useless to him. Once the body hit its limit, the talent would convert into the rarer legendary force the trump card legendary professionals used against king-tier beasts. If the dueling scales hadn't forcibly suppressed the sin of pride's rank, Li Kai wouldn't even have qualified to step onto the platform, let alone win. His stat panel refreshed, the numbers now dwarfed those of an ordinary boss-tier monster. Race, Lai Di Lei Yin Yalong. Tier Boss. Level, 36. EXP, 367,595.51 million. Strength, 687.2. Constitution, 1,052.7. Spirit, 589.1. Agility, 554.3. HP, 526,350 526,350. MP, 117,820 117,820. Stamina, 42,108 42,108. Unfortunately, the dueling scales was only a pseudo-artifact and couldn't fully seal the S-grade talent rebirth under the sun. Even the true demon god primordial demon I had failed to leave a star-glow mark on Li Kai. This knockoff artifact stood no chance. Another system prompt appeared, duel concluded. Select a portal exit within 5 minutes maximum range, 10,000 meters. Li Kai glanced at Yisun and the others waiting nearby. The stat surge was tempting, yet with two sides of one coin and the world's retention both on cooldown, starting another fight would be like charging in naked. He could read Yisun's overt strength, but he had no idea what trump cards lay hidden in that spatial ring shipped from the Northern Territory. Playing it safe, he opened the portal at the farthest distance 10 kilometers away. The miniature sun, unable to lock onto him, drifted back toward the arena. Once the Dragon Man and the Sin of Pride vanished, 9 mercenaries took up positions around the scorched clearing, each covering a direction, and the high ground rifles, bows, and staves all trained on the empty center, ready for the Sin of Pride to revive and return. Yisun stood in the middle, gaze heavy, an indefinable worry clouding his brow. The mercenaries exchanged glances. One muttered, "Why does Lord Yisun look so uneasy? That was the Sin of Pride we were talking about. Killing a puny dragonkin should be a breeze, right?" Gret patted the frowning Yisun and spoke in an easy tone, trying to reassure him. Yisun shook his head. "I'm not worried Lord Pride will lose. I'm worried about the wyvern behind that dragonkin. It's blinded by greed and won't hesitate to sacrifice its underling for the ransom. That's perfectly normal for dragons." Last night, the Sedegity family's think tank spent the whole night analyzing the situation. Their conclusion, the wyvern and the dragonkin are almost certainly two separate beings. Only a true dragon can assume humanoid form, and that wyvern is already absurdly powerful. It can fly, burrow, ignore control effects, and even has a built-in deathlock. If it could shapeshift too, it would be grossly overtuned. Much more likely, the dragonkin is its subordinate, and the two conspired to kidnap the princess. "But you're forgetting the ransom," Gret countered. "The money is in the dragonkin's hands. A greedy wyvern won't just walk away. Risking exposure for a one-time snatch isn't worth it when it could keep extorting us forever. One meal won't satisfy that beast." While they argued, a sudden burst of golden light exploded in the clearing. A blazing fireball materialized from thin air, bright as a second sun. Yisun's pupils contracted. Had only heard of this in rumors years ago, when the 7 deadly sins were nearly wiped out exploring the God War ruins. Lord Pride had stayed behind, self-detonated into a miniature sun, and shot into the sky. It took him 3 whole days to reform his body. Could it be? The next instant, The fireball streaked upward, merged with the real sun, and vanished. The scorched smell lingering in the air revealed the outcome. Lord Pride is dead. Eason and Gret stared at each other, terror written across their faces. Get back to Kylan Village. Contact the main family and the 7 Deadly Sins mercenary company, and find a way to reach Lord Zindanuo Sendino. Eason barked. Agreed. Gret raised a hand to rally the others. They broke camp at once, practically fleeing. Thousands of miles away, Li Kai hovered for a moment, then stowed the millennium-old 100-fruit wine head swiped from Cieliebeluo in his inner vault. The wine replenishes life essence and shortens the cooldown of 2 sides of the same coin. Because Lord Pride dodged the chaotic dragon breath mid-fight, the dragonkin in its unyielding state hadn't taken a full beating, so 8 days and 11 hours of cooldown remain. Burning the wine for that would be wasteful. Hunting magical beasts is far more cost-effective. He fixed his course on the Great Poison Swamp and beat his wingstats where the Hydra's legacy lies buried, perfect for Cieliebeluo to upgrade his gear. Along the way, he could also farm beasts deep in the wasteland. Through the long-range gaze of the eye that sees the truth, he learned that Sedegudi reinforcements include an adult frost dragon, now moving alone through the wastes in search of the wyvern's lair. Li Kai plans to burn through the ransom first, then tackle that tough bone. Just as the wyvern was winging its way toward the Hydra's nest in the poison swamp, a different world was rocked by news that reverberated across the globe. Blue Star had appeared calm of late, yet powerful undercurrents were gathering. After lengthy debate, world governments decided not to hide the truth about the monster war. Instead, they laid their cards on the table. Humanity now stood on a cliff's edge, and only solidarity offered a sliver of hope. The moment that statement was released, the international stage adopted a facade of harmony, granting Blue Star a brief respite. Beneath the veneer, however, intelligence operatives were already at one another's throats, smuggling monster parts, hacking player databases, and attempting to recruit top combatants. Even so, the overarching pledge to resist the game's invasion together remained intact. The religious community was the lone faction to shred all pretense. Once scholars confirmed that the beast's confounding national armies were only lords, ordinary people plunged into despair and turned en masse to religion. A new question arose. Which faith could they trust? Monsters roaming cities and turning streets into battlefields could no longer be dismissed as human greed or divine punishment, leaving the clergy speechless. Christianity drew the first wave of ridicule. Gargoyles had demolished churches and holy sites where, critics asked, was the creator? Islam and other faiths sharing sacred ground in Jerusalem fared no better. Taoists and Buddhists watched the spectacle with quiet amusement until Western religions suddenly redirected their fire. Light and darkness are inseparable. If dragons, gargoyles, and hydras can exist, angels and deities must be real too. They went so far as to claim that the in-game Church of Radiance in Immortal was an offshoot of their own. The dispute over which denomination truly represented that church sparked a vicious internal brawl, and even the Pope, who had remained unflappable during the copper scandal, died in a fit of rage, stunning the world. To deflect attention, Western churches turned outward. Where are Taoism's demons and immortals? Where are its heavenly pantheons? It's bad enough they're absent in reality. Why are they missing from Immortal as well? Taoism could at least point to the in-game Taoist class for cover. Buddhism was in deeper trouble. Immortal contained not a single Buddhist element, and its monks became the public's favorite target. Meanwhile, Western religions fixed their gaze on the dragon who had defeated 3 monsters and effectively saved the worldly Kai, sparking a fresh round of doctrinal warfare. Christianity led the charge, proclaiming, the savior dragon is actually Yahweh's second son, Jesus' younger brother. They further insisted that the 3 defeated monsters were incarnations of Raphael, Gabriel, and Michael. According to this narrative, Yahweh, disgusted with a corrupt world, had sent them to enact an apocalyptic reset and cleanse all evil. Moved by the devotion of the followers of Kiddu, the Dragon of Salvation chose to help humanity fend off the monsters and keep them from destroying the world. When it returned to heaven, however, it was nailed to a cross, its massive body bearing the brunt of God's wrath for failing to end creation. The Islami faith called the dragon the Spear of Allah. Others claimed the falling star mammoth was born of human sloth, while the Hydra took shape from unchecked violence. Such doctrines multiplied without end. Across Blue Star, religions and cults that worshipped the Dragon of Salvation sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Believers were convinced the great beast would save the planet once game invasion began, and they invented all manner of outlandish rites to earn its favor. Dancing around a dragon-shaped skeleton by candlelight, chanting the meteor hymn in unison, even tattooing a winged totem on their foreheads. The flood of bizarre activities stretched police forces to the breaking point. Public panic had already thinned their ranks, and now things were even worse. The man at the center of it all, Li Kai, knew nothing. He sensed neither the chaos on a distant world nor the wisps of mysterious fog too faint even for the eye of true insight, which slipped through the barrier between worlds and seeped quietly into his body. Whoosh! A hulking drake sliced through the air, gale winds whipping up walls of muck from the swamp below. Li Kai dived into the lair and spotted a familiar meteorite lying at the bottom of a mire. Its dark metallic sheen pulsed under the filthy water, a block more than 300 cubic meters in size, far beyond the limits of the space inside him. He didn't hesitate. Both claws speared into the rock, muscles tensed, and with a brutal surge of strength he ripped the Tuthisantan mass free, sending sludge exploding in every direction. Since he was here, he might as well finish the job. A quick scan of the pit. Then he gulped down the remaining ores in one go. Devoured rare resource, shining stone, constitution 1, physical resistance 50, magical resistance 45. Devoured rare resource, dark gold or constitution 1.5, physical resistance 45, magical resistance 50. By the time he was done, had gained a total of 7.5 constitution, 375 physical resistance, and 355 magical resistance. With the minerals settled, he lifted his gaze to the mountain of corpses. The beast wraiths had ambushed him here once, and Li Kai always preferred instant payback. A blast of searing golden breath incinerated the shrieking spirits on the spot. Whomp, whomp, whomp. Titanic wings churned the air like thunder. Cradling the meteorite, Li Kai climbed to 10,000 meters. Night pressed close. A blood-red moon hung overhead. Golden eyes flickered behind the clouds, unseen by any mortal below. He locked onto the direction of the wasteland and shot off as a dark streak. Mid-flight, the outline of Fishin Canyon flashed between the clouds. Torches and spell light revealed a dense mass of players swarming inside. When the falling star mammoth died on Blue Star's day of impact, the barrier between Kylan Village and the deep wasteland had collapsed, and more players poured into what he once treated as his private backyard. Li Kai's eyes narrowed, anger boiling in his chest. He nearly dove to give them a statistical wake-up call. Then he remembered the untouched boss still lurking somewhere on Cassius Plains, a beast head ignored simply because he hadn't felt like combing the entire zone. Now the players could scout it for free. With a snort, he climbed higher and sped toward the treasure vault beneath the lake. Let them jump around a little longer. Once they've pinpointed every boss in the wasteland for me, the wrath of the drake will come crashing down from the sky. Whooshed in kilometers above the ground, a drake streaked by with a massive meteorite strapped to its back. The block of dimly glowing star iron weighed several thousand tons, its jagged surface creating huge drag, yet the drake still tore through the sky, white vapor cones blooming along the edges of its scales. Standing on the creature's back, Li Kai did a quick calculation. Next time he attacked a city, he could simply haul a rock this size and drop it. Nothing in his arsenal would hit harder. Below, the landscape was shredded into smears by the gale. Forests, hills, and ruins flickered past in an instant. Soon the tall, still majestic walls of the fallen royal capital came into view, battered but unbroken. Most of the monsters inside were golem types, and devouring them yielded almost no life essence. So Li Kai waved the drake onward. In the distance, an ice mountain pierced the clouds like a wall of steel. It was the relic left when an ancient ice cataclysm froze a tidal wave in place. The roiling frost mist at its peak was a permanent reminder of that terrifying spell. Boom! A mass of ice the size of a small mountain shattered and tumbled downward like an avalanche. Li Kai's eyes sharpened. The collapse had been triggered by 3 BOS-level beasts locked in combat. Intrigued, he let the eye of true insight flare in his left eye, branding one of the creatures with a reality mark. Then he dove into the numbing lake, slipped through the barrier at its bottom, and swam into the dark treasury plaza. "You're back. Have you brought me the ghost of the last king?" Cieli Below had just begun speaking when Li Kai dumped the star iron, a mountain beast's heavy armor, and a heap of rare materials in the plaza, the cold metal smashing stone into chips. "Use these to level up my gear, or just forge me some armor. I'm in a hurry. He'll bring you something nice later." With that, he turned and left. The treasury tilted under the random pile of enormous objects, plunging into instant chaos. The ghost's face twitched and he screeched, "You bastard." The curses echoed, but Li Kai was already outside the barrier, watching the fight on the ice mountain again. On the thick ice, the 3 leviathans were locked in a blood-red vortex of violence. 2 quadrupeds had formed a temporary alliance to flank the bipedal monster, yet they were still being driven back. Just then, an ear-splitting roar tore through the polar wind. It came from a gigantic beast, snow-white and shaped like a saber-toothed tiger. 2 crystalline fangs jutted from its maw, exhaling a pale bluish mist. Its 20-meter body was covered in thick fur, with patches of dark gray armor embedded beneath. Long ice spines protruded from the joints of its forelimbs, and its tail bristled with conical barbs. Species: Frostfang, Icejaw Beast. Rank: Boss. Level: 55. The stat window flashed past, and Li Kai only glanced at it. A mere boss no longer impressed him. He cared about the creature's innate talents. If he could devour and evolve, stealing a rare trait and forcing a fusion, the profit far exceeded a simple kill. Unfortunately, the Frostfang skill list was disappointing. The only thing of note was a tire close combat movie and iron shoulder crash useful, but not worth his effort. A thought struck him. He had never before consumed an unwanted skill. Maybe the system would filter it out automatically. While he was pondering, cold light flashed across the ice, and the Frostfang Icejaw beast threw back its head and howled. A woo! The Frostblade Icefang beast let out a furious roar, and its temporary partner answered with a long, piercing howl that split the sky. The pure, resonant call revealed its rich lupin bloodline. It was a frost demon wolf nearly 15 meters from nose to tail, and close to 6 meters tall at the shoulder. Under the icy glimmer of the tundra, its slate-gray fur shone with a faint blue sheen, while transparent ice crystals coated its neck, spine, and joints like custom-fitted armor. Race Frost Demon Wolf. Tier Boss. Level 50. Its movements made Li Kai raise an eyebrow. The wolf hammered the ground, dashed forward a few steps, then vaulted upward, changing direction as if climbing an invisible staircase. A closer look showed a fist-sized ice crystal forming under every landing spot, letting the beast spring from one floating shard to the next and quite literally run through the air. To Li Kai, who possessed dragon wings, it was flashy but almost useless. Roar. Would you two stop fighting already? Both BOS-class beasts lunged at the last high-tier monster, advancing like twin moving glaciers. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar plunged from the clouds. A massive drake with a wingspan of almost 30 meters dive-bombed the ice, shattering the surface as it landed. In a single motion, Li Kai pinned both creatures beneath his talons, slammed their huge skulls together with a crack of bone, then bit left and right, his fangs shredding tendons and crippling them in an instant. Silence fell over the glacier, broken only by drifting blood mist. All three bosses froze, staring at Li Kai as if turned to stone. How could a fellow boss be this absurdly powerful? Roar. Tell Muhat treasure here is worth dying for? Li Kai's golden slit pupils narrowed as he swept his gaze across the beasts caught under his claws, anticipation thick in his voice. But the ice field remained eerily still. None of the three bosses had triggered their domain skills, an oddity for monsters that rarely left their territories. Something unknown had lured them all to this glacier. Clack, clack, clack. Sensing disaster, the last creature dragged its icebound wings around and fled. Roar. Did I say you could leave? Before the words had faded, Li Kai twisted his talons and snapped the necks of both downed beasts with two crisp pops, flinging the massive corpses aside. The dragon's entire body blurred as he shot after the fugitive. Kill Frost, Demon Wolf, LV, 50 boss. EXP gained 148,723. Rookie Champion Achievement Bonus 22,308.4 EXP. Kill Frostblade, Icefang Beast, LV, 55 boss. EXP gained 160,157. Rookie Champion Achievement Bonus 24,023.5 EXP. His storage space was already crammed with earlier loot, but Iceberg Lake lay far from player routes, and low-tier monsters avoided this death-soaked field. Li Kai wasn't worried about thieves. The fleeing creature was his true quarry. Its entire body was clad in dark cyan scales overlaid with a second shell of frost armor. Though it walked upright, a thick tail continuously balanced its weight. A single horn jutted from its nose, another from its brow, and the bat-like wings on its back were encased in heavy ice, making them resemble feathered pinions. Race Ice Curse Demon. Tier Boss, Overlord Potential. Level 45. STR 271 Con 458, Int 293, AGI 212. HP 192k, 229k. MP 49,507, 58,600. Stamina 17,413, 18,320. Physical Res 919, Magic Res 901, Special Res 787. Tenacity 20. Profile: a descendant of demons left behind during the Abyssal Incursion, revered as the Master of Cold. Though its name hints at curses, it wields no hexacinally killing frost. At full maturity, its breath can freeze all things. An Abyssal remnant and still a juvenile at that. Its stats already eclipsed the two higher-level bosses Li Kai had just slain. With Overlord potential, it was the ideal target for the Arena of Balance. The Drake brushed a claw over the arena emblem on the balance nut. Two rays of gold shot from the scales, yanking both the Ice-Cursed Demon and the Drake into a dual space. The dual contract is being sealed. Initiator, the rending Thunderflame Earth Dragon. Opponent, the Ice-Cursed Demon. Selecting dual mode, the Initiator chooses absolute fairness. Generating battlefield, the Initiator selects minimalist mode. 10 points of divine power are consumed. Once again, the setting is a glacier so cold that falling water turns to ice midair, but this time the Ice-Cursed Demon no longer runs. It senses that the tundra has become a sealed cage. Defeat the dragon or perish inside forever. Sha? It growls, a blast of frost spilling from its fangs and hardening into a thick suit of ice armor. Li Kai's dragon pays no heed. It lifts one clawed foot and moves forward. A fish trying to break a titanium net? Pathetic. His scoff is almost casual. Thud, thud, thud. Each massive step shatters the iron-hard ice, sending shards flying. A distant, thunderous echo follows every impact, two rhythms merging into a relentless war drum that pounds at the demon's mind. A creature famed for its composure feels terror for the very first time. Unable to withstand the pressure, the ice-cursed demon strikes first. A torrent of white frost surges out, freezing the dragon into a crystal statue in an instant. 75,487. A blow that would cripple any boss barely scratches this monster. Crack. The statue explodes, and the dragon continues its measured advance. So weak. This is the might of an abyssal demon? Li Kai snorts, catching the demon's lashing tail in one claw. The icy barbs are razor-sharp, yet his grip is unbreakable. Boom, boom, boom. A Loka-style ragdoll slam follows. Swinging with multi-ton strength, the dragon smashes the demon against the ice again and again, shards spraying, fractures spreading. 32,187.9. 32,187.9. 32,187.9. Li Kai could finish it with a single blow, but he deliberately slows the pace. He wants to test a theory. On this data-driven immortal continent, can he inflict the fear status without skills, using brute force alone? Normally, such control effects require talents or abilities, yet he holds the authority of fear and might bend the rules. In past hunts, beasts and humans alike were only targets for experience and loot. He spared them needless torment, considering himself kind. The abyssal demons are another matter. Born cruel and violent, they find pleasure in suffering, and even the succubi are no exception, though their methods are merely more intimate. The half-succubi, who are all the rage across the mainland, were actually born of a blood-soaked, tragic history. Li Kai felt no guilt as he brutalized the ice-cursed demon in front of him. It was like watching a normally mild-mannered Longwa citizen erupt into profanity the moment they meet an extremist from that island nation who worships war criminals. For the next several minutes he shocked, tore, and scorched the demon. Whenever it was about to die, he buried it alive in the glacier, forcing its innate frost bloodline to heal its wounds, and then repeated the cycle. When his patience finally ran out, the demon's status bar blinked fear. It collapsed, limbs trembling, and knocked its head against the ground before Li Kai's half-dragon form. Fear manifests in countless ways. Some creatures flee, some freeze, some faint, but this kind of kowtowing was a first for him. The experiment finished, he raised a claw, gathered lightning, and drove a spear of judgment through the demon's chest. Kill. Ice-cursed demon LV 45 boss. Experience gained, 143,151. Achievement rookie champion triggered, bonus XP, 21,472.65. Duel concluded. Absolute fairness mode. Victor may enslave the loser's body, soul, and all possessions. Remaining slave slots, 1. Achievement unlocked. Demon Enslaver. Reward, 50 design points. A flash of golden light returned the half-dragon and the demon to the glacier surface. Multitasking, Li Kai walked toward the corpse of the Frost Razor Icefang beast, skimmed through the new achievement, and asked offhandedly, "Well, what drew you all here?" Achievement Demon Enslaver. Description: the abyssal demons who love enslaving immortal continent natives have themselves been shackled. The world cheers for you. Effect: damage to abyssal demons 5. Even if you voluntarily release a slave, or a demon god intervenes, abyssal demons you have enslaved cannot break free. A little extra damage is nice, but the second line is the real prize. He tried canceling the slave contract granted by the dual balance, yet the ice-cursed demon remained obedient, its life and death still in his hands. Good. That means the dual balance's slave slot is open again. On a whim, he pulled the demon back into the dual space, hoping to exploit a bug and farm more XP. Golden light flickered and vanished. The same target can't re-enter absolute fairness mode, only relative fairness. Li Kai shrugged. 10 divine power for 100,000+ XP isn't really worth it. By now the demon had collected its thoughts and climbed to its feet. There's a powerful ice element treasure inside that glacier, it said. That's what drew us here. Lead the way. Li Kai slung the Frost Razor Icefang beast over his shoulder, then felt it was a bit too master and slave even for him. So he dumped it and the Ice Frost Direwolf's corpse onto the demon instead. The poor creature, burdened with a carcass nearly its own size and dragging the massive beast behind, trudged ahead. They passed through layers of frigid mist until they reached the glacier's depths. The air was so cold that Li Kai's hot breath crystallized the instant it left his mouth, crackling as it settled on his scales. There it is, the demon said, raising a frost-numbed hand. Suspended in a slab of radiant blue ice was a millstone-sized, crystalline scale like a sleeping star in a frozen sea. Li Kai approached and activated the Eye of True Insight. His golden pupils constricted, and the system prompt appeared. Legendary special item, Frost Dragon's Enchanted Scale. The scale of an adult frost dragon, blessed by draconic magic. Greatly increases ice element affinity in any ice creature that wields it. If touched by an abyssal demon, the draconic magic detonates, freezing and shattering the offender instantly. So did the Sedeguti clan's frost dragon drop this? She's been here before? A flood of thoughts raced through Li Kai's mind. Deep within the glacier forged from Iceberg Lake's frozen tidal waves, a young dragon stared at a massive sheet of blue ice, lost in thought. After a long silence, he raised one claw, smashed the ice with a single blow, and drew the frost dragon magic scale that glimmered with chill light into his storage space. Li Kai did not swallow it at once. Eaten now, it would only grant a modest boost. He intended to wait until he acquired an ice affinity so the scale could yield its full potential. He glanced at his status panel. 571.5 points of divine power still rested on the dual balance. If the frost dragon really came knocking, he would meet force with force. Worst case, they would fight another fair duel. Any other bosses or lords hiding in this lake? Li Kai motioned for the ice-cursed demon to set down the monster carcass, then tore into the meat while probing for information. I don't know. I only just got here. Then how did you reach the immortal continent? No idea. I was wandering in the eternal frozen abyss and somehow slipped through. 3 questions, 3 blanks. Li Kai frowned and flicked his wings. Go. Search every inch of Iceberg Lake and see if there's another boss or lord. The ice-cursed demon dove back into the glacier, while Li Kai unleashed his gluttony talent. Devoured exotic grade material. Silver Iceblade Fong of the Frosted Ice Fong Beast. Strength 5, Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Physical Resistance 50, Magic Resistance 50, cooldown of 2 sides of the same coin reduced by 1d 23 hours, 49 minutes, and 56 seconds. Devoured Rare Grade Material. Glacier Splitting Claw of the Frosted Ice Fong Beast. Strength 1.5, Constitution 1, Physical Resistance 5, Magic Resistance 5, cooldown reduced by 3 hours 11 minutes and 13 seconds. Gluttony triggered, granting 48,047.1 experience points. Devoured Exotic Grade Material. Secret Ice Jade of the Frostfang Dire Wolf. Strength 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 3, Agility 5, Physical Resistance 40, Magic Resistance 40, cooldown reduced by 1d 21 hours 23 minutes and 15 seconds. Devoured Rare Grade Material. Heavy Wolf Fong of the Frostfang Dire Wolf. Strength 1, Constitution 0.5, Spirit 0.5, Physical Resistance 4, Magic Resistance 4, cooldown reduced by 2 hours 35 minutes and 36 seconds. Gluttony triggered again, adding 44,616.9 experience points. The Devour evolution trait activated and stripped the grade talent Frostbone Pride. Grade talent, Frostbone Pride. Exceptional resistance to cold, immune to 40 of ice damage. So that works too? Li Kai's eyes lit up. No longer worried about low-tier talents cluttering his panel, he chose to fuse it. A surge of chill seeped into his marrow, raising the ice immunity of his grade talent victories crown from 40 to 50. The looming threat of the frost dragon felt far less oppressive. Back to the lakebed vault. Flicking his tail, the subdragon leapt toward the lake's center, leaving the ice-cursed demon to hunt through the glaciers without pause. Boom, boom, boom. Open up. When Li Kai reached the vault, he discovered the barrier's properties had changed. Once one way out, it now allowed exit but barred entry. If he wanted back inside, he would have to smash it. Yalong, fully aware of what was going on, pressed himself against the barrier transparent from the inside and pounded on it hard. So looks like someone's going to miss the show, Li Kai said, twirling the memory crystal sphere in his claws. With mock regret, he turned away, claws already carrying him off. The abandoned jilted spouse, Cielibeluo, couldn't hold back. Wait, he bellowed, dispelling the barrier and hurling himself straight at the sphere. Hey, what's this snatching it outright? Li Kai beat his wings, slipped aside, and shot back inside the barrier. He landed heavily in the refurbished plaza crack. Several stones shattered under his weight. Give it here. We had a deal. Cielibeluo lunged again. Li Kai flipped the sphere to his other claw, cleared his throat, and shamelessly named a price. This is footage of a legendary tier battle. One of these ought to count for 5, right? By that math, you still owe me 2. You smoke literally billowed from the last king's 7 orifices. Unhurried, Li Kai went on. By the way, got anything like a Beastmaster's portable pet space? His goal was obvious. Keep milking benefits. When the ice-cursed demon killed that red-named elite, Li Kai hadn't earned a drop of experience. The system didn't treat the slave as a battle pet. To haul this boss-level bruiser around, he needed a personal storage space. Cielibeluo vaulted, reclaimed the crystal sphere, and cackling tossed Yalong a necklace. Holds 1 creature, burns mana, but you've got plenty. He then buried himself in the footage of Li Kai's fight with the Sin of Pride minus the edited-out trump cards like the Avatar of Fear. While the king was absorbed, Li Kai examined the necklace. The chain was woven from mithril, and at its center hung a spatial crystal etched with a miniature magic array. Special item, Beast Companion Necklace. Internal space, 10 meters. Time flows at normal speed. Mana drain. 500-1000 per second, depending on the beast's rank and size. Warning, the structure is fragile. Any attack inside will rupture the space and trigger chaotic currents. Use only for pets bound by high constraint contracts. Li Kai nodded in approval. Not bad for a former king capital's gone, but he's still worth fleecing. He stored the necklace carefully. With Xia Libeluo engrossed in the Monster Brawl replay, Li Kai glanced around. Behind the massive statue in the plaza's center, he spotted a suit of gear. One look and the dragon's eyes lit up an epic grade set. Pitch black armor shimmered with an eerie glow. Retro lines interlaced with dense runes, yet the whole ensemble felt almost high-tech. Li Kai saw echoes of countless Blue Star anime and tokusatsu shows. Call it a mecha suit, and plenty would believe you. At the center of the lakebed treasury plaza, beneath the towering statue, Yalong was still reeling from the look of his new gear. Xia Libeluo, fresh from an exhilarating replay of the fight, bustled over, eyebrows arched and pride written all over his face. The design struck me while I was watching battles from your world. Practicality aside, it's just flat-out cool. Li Kai ran a hand over the gleaming metal plates, hardly believing his eyes. How long has it even been? You already cranked out a full set of hero-grade equipment? Did the god of craftsmen descend, or something? Xia Libeluo tipped his head back, utterly smug. Who do you think I am? I'm a Ancient Millennium genius. The boast suddenly curdled into bitterness, his face twisting with resentment. I never planned on forging gear at all. 1,000 years of imprisonment without the release of death forced my hand. Without something to keep me busy, I'd have lost my mind long ago. Li Kai fell silent. Any comfort felt hollow. He simply wasn't strong enough yet. Otherwise, he might have done something for the last king. After a while, Xia Libeluo steadied himself and carried on. It's not like I made an entirely new hero set overnight. After you returned, I reworked an old one, smelting in the materials and gear you brought back. It's labeled hero grade, but the stats are already brushing epic. Li Kai stroked the mech-styled armor. So what's it called? I haven't named it yet. Let's go with Gloomlight Guardian. Hero grade set, Gloomlight Guardian. Pieces, helmet, cuirass, tacit, boots. Material, primarily Gloomlight meteoric iron, an unmatched grade resource, alloyed with dozens of exotic rare grade materials. Stat bonuses. Strength 20. Constitution 150. Agility 30. Physical resistance 1550. Magical resistance 1275. Carry capacity 105. Trait 1 Gloomlight Aegis. Reduces physical and magical damage taken by 20, plus an extra 20 reduction against earth, light, and dark damage. Trait 2 Gloomlight Radiation. Deals 100-1000 special damage per second to the wearer. Adjustable, but never fully shut off. Deals 10 times that damage to all creatures within 50 meters. Trait 3 Gloomlight Morph. The suit can retract or unfold at will. When fully folded, Gloomlight Radiation is inactive. When deployed into flight mode, it consumes 100-1000 mana per second and grants an additional 10,100 agility. After scanning the stat pane, a vein throbbed on Li Kai's forehead. That flight mode isn't powered by twin rocket thrusters on the back, is it? Xia Libeluo's eyes went wide. How did you know? Have you been studying that tech back in your world? Something like that. Li Kai waved him off. Thanks. They'll bring you more goodies next time. As the initiator of the ultimate challenge, Xia Libeluo possessed a god's eye view. He could inspect every beast's status and movements, but not their thoughts. Constantly splitting his attention between the monsters and Blue Star's customs, he never looked closely at Li Kai's true origins, so the notion that Li Kai actually hailed from Blue Star never even occurred to him. Li Kai packed away the Shadow Glow Guardian set along with the leftover materials, spread his wings, and angled toward the edge of the barrier. Wait, hey, race the antidote you asked for. It only suppresses the alchemical toxin, it won't purge it. Xia Libeluo flicked a slender glass vial into the air and went back to toying with the looping memory crystal. The bottle gleamed ghost green in the light. Li Kai snatched it with a claw, tucked it into his storage pouch, and shot skyward. If the poison swamp ever lost its miasma, the drawbacks would outweigh the gains once the fumes cleared. Players would swarm in and eventually uncover what he had hidden in the depths of the misty forest. So he had Xia Libeluo brew an antidote that merely contained the toxin spread. It satisfied the Saint's Remains quest without sabotaging his long-term plans. The wyvern burst from the lake, its tail whipping up towering waves. He recalled the wandering frost hex demon into his pet necklace and climbed 10 kilometers into the sky, leaving thunder in the shattered water. The iceberg lake boss would be dug up by players sooner or later. He could wait. As the tangerine sun rose again, Li Kai reached the lush hilllands. He burrowed into the hidden chamber where he had left the two girls. With his one body, Two Faces' skill still 4 days from cooling down, only his draconic head broke through the earth. And back, his golden slit pupils narrowed at once. Suspended in midair, the petite green-haired girl Pao Fu was encased in crystal ice. limbs splayed like a frozen statue. The ice barrier's priority was so high that even her slave contract hadn't warned him. Worse, the room was obviously laced with at least an SS Steer illusion. 5 minutes earlier, he had scanned it with the true mark of his Eye of Insight and seen nothing. It was the third time the Eye of Insight had failed him. The first when he traced the god behind Ciel Libro's curse, the second when he dissected the Immortal Games VR helmet on Blue Star, and now this. Beside the earthen bed, the blonde girl Alice wore a strained face as she pinned down a black-haired child scarcely 5 years old. The little one bared her teeth, fighting to lunge at the ice, while Alice looked up at Li Kai with terrified, pleading eyes. Even with a frost dragon of kingly rank coiled beside her, she knew her life and Pao Fusheng on his whim. At the far end, the former earthen throne was now sheathed in thick ice and wreathed in mist, a true frost throne. Reclining upon it was an ice-blue-haired woman whose chilling eyes matched her hair. Her features were so perfect that even their coldness could not dull her allure. Her lithe curves showed through the loose gown. An invisible pressure spread from her like a queen surveying her subjects, and she fixed the wyvern with a lofty stare. "At last I've caught you, you reckless fool." Her voice was languid and glacial, every word rhymed with frost. Deep beneath the lush hills, a true dragon and a drake faced each other across the void. "How dare you defy your betters and overstep your station?" From her icy throne, the pureblood dragon appearing as a breathtaking young woman arched an eyebrow, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. She lifted a hand, and a tide of frost rolled outward. The ancestral pressure of her blood closed in on Li Kai, only to be checked by a strange ripple. Achievement usurpation activated, nullifying the bloodline suppression of a pureblood dragon toward a drake. A blurred dragon phantom rose over Li Kai's shoulder. For heads lifted and howled, their resentment almost tangible. Achievement Dragon Slayer also activated. Anyone who has spilled dragon blood will manifest this omen in the presence of dragons, provoking their anger. The frost dragon did not attack at once. Narrowing her eyes, she recognized the phantom as the remnant soul of a hydra and said coolly, "So it was only a hydra you killed. Then it's no concern." In the eyes of most pure-blood dragons, hydras are unworthy peers, and this frost dragon was among the proudest of her kind. Li Kai quietly focused on the dueling scales, ready to invoke a relatively fair duel at any moment. Meanwhile, he slipped out a bottle of millennial fruit wine and, with a barely noticeable motion, took a swig. System prompt: you have drunk millennial fruit wine. Cooldown of 2 sides of the same coin reduced by 5 days. 2 sides of the same coin is now off cooldown. Scarlet flames burst from his body. Within the blaze, his massive draconic form shrank into a dragonborn shape, and he stepped forward. Li Kai felt a flicker of relief. His odds had just improved. Still, avoiding battle would be better. Couldn't see this frost dragon's innate powers. An SS rank shroud surrounded her, completely blocking the eye of true insight. Without knowing her trump cards, Li Kai dared not initiate the duel and risked an unexpected defeat. His previous win against the Sin of Pride at Legendary Tier had been possible only because he had foreseen every ability. A King Tier pureblood dragon would be stronger still. The good news was that the dragon before him seemed in no hurry to fight. Li Kai weighed the situation. She wants to kill me, so we'll kill her first. If we can avoid fighting, even better. Any pureblood dragon that dies to a drake deserves it. He grasped the alloy belt, the guardian of umbral light, in its compact form. One press of the central button set off a series of clicks. Jet black, mech-style armor unfurled along his limbs and locked into place. The belt was easy to carry and could be donned in an instant, though certain anime and tokusatsu studios might sue for copyright infringement. Colorless, invisible umbral radiation rippled through the underground chamber, yet the frost dragon's chill contained it, sparing the teenage girl and the little girl resting on the earthen bed nearby. Cindenorcent paid no mind to the dragonborn's small preparations. Compared with the so-called Sin of Pride, a pureblood dragon like her was infinitely more arrogant. She rested her chin on her hand, the wrist revealed beneath her sleeve whiter than the full moon. Her icy blue slit pupils stayed fixed on the draconian before her as she chuckled. "I can sense the power of the stars and the earth in you. Add that dragonkin form of yours, which is clearly more than simple shapeshifting, and even a pure-blooded dragon would hesitate to face you on equal footing." From those pupils Li Kai read a trace of admiration. He had wanted to avoid a fight, but suddenly recalled the frost dragon scale he had taken from Glacier Lake. Drawing it from his inner space, he spread it across his palm. "This scale was yours, Madame Koff, my lady, wasn't it?" Seeing the scale in a stranger's hand, Zendanosend felt a flicker of surprise. She had assumed it would ultimately fall to a demon, so she nodded lightly. "Correct. I sensed demonic presence near Glacier Lake and had no time to intervene myself, so I left the scale behind. If a demon seized it, the scale would execute it on the spot. If some other beast claimed it, that would mean it had defeated the demon and deserved a reward. Since it ended up with you, what became of that demon?" Li Kai expanded the underground chamber with a wave, produced a beast pet necklace, and released the ice-cursed demon. The instant the creature appeared, The frost dragon's royal aura flared anew, its killing intent crashing over them and forcing the austere demon to its knees with a howl. You can enslave a demon? And so cleanly that even I failed to notice. Excellent. Zindanosend withdrew her killing intent, icy eyes shimmering with growing appreciation. Abyssal demons worship only their demon gods, and subjugating them is a nightmare even for myth-tier beings. By sheer accident, Li Kai had tamed the ice-cursed demon with the authority of terror native to the abyss. Without it, the pseudo-artifact dual scales would never have sufficed. In the blink of an eye, Zindanosend appeared before him, a slender hand reaching for his forehead. Sensing no hostility, Li Kai still sank his focus into the dual scales, ready to call a duel at any moment. Her fingertips brushed the scales on his brow as the coldly alluring woman nodded. You even carry a curse from an abyssal demon god. Astonishing. Dragons and demons share a blood feud. In light of your fight against them, they'll overlook what happened with Alisai. At that moment the system chimed in his ear. The effect of the achievement Dragon's Lair has been modified. Only the Hydra clan now holds a strong dislike toward you. He barely heard it. The faint fragrance rising from the woman so close nearly broke his control. It wasn't lust. Pure-blooded dragons exert a fatal allure on dragonkin, and once a dragon suppresses its aura, the lesser bloodline can scarcely resist. He hurriedly recalled the pleasant ball games he had played with Waiwayan, Paufu, Alisai, and Wyzila to calm himself. Hearing the draconian's ragged breathing, Zindanosend's cheeks took on the faintest blush, yet she remained poised as she extended her hand. Return the scale. They'll give you a token that will admit you to the fire or thunder dragon enclaves. Pass their trials, receive the dragon god's blessing, and you can shed your mortal blood and become a true pure-blooded dragon. Li Kai sidestepped, stowing the scale and the ice-cursed demon. They'll purify my blood on my own, thanks. He had no desire to evolve into a dragon too soon last time. Gaining a new rank had instantly bumped him to Lord Tier and halved his experience gains. Zindanosenda's brows knitted. She glanced back, giving him a sidelong glare before walking toward the ice throne, her swaying figure nearly provoking a rebellion from little Li Kai. Very well. They'll take Alisai home first. Take care of yourself. Her lazy tone left no room for refusal. Wait. Li Kai shouted. He had no intention of watching a prize slip through his fingers, though desire played no part. Alisai was crucial to his future plans. Have you even asked whether she wants to go with you? Inside the subterranean chamber, the elegant woman halted mid-stride and turned, her eyes narrowing at the dragonkin. What nonsense is that? Why would Alice refuse to leave with me? Are you actually planning to threaten her with that little lunatic's life? Her voice was icy, every syllable laced with frost. Li Kai folded his arms across his chest, fangs showing in a faint smile. Why would I sink that low? I just think you're raising Alice far too slowly. Instead of tagging along behind you, shed progress faster at my side. Too slowly? Shinda Nuosen snorted as though she had heard the world's greatest joke. She's 15, already level 35 with an elite rank. She's a 1 in 10th prodigy across the entire immortal continent. And you call that slow? Li Kai sneered inwardly. Strictly speaking, he hadn't even been alive for a full month. Outwardly, he merely shook his head and turned to the bewildered Alice. I'm not talking about levels. You traveled all the way from the Northern Realm to contract low-rank, high-potential battle pets, didn't you? Stay with me, and they'll be handed to you on a silver platter. How about a wager? Let's see who can do it faster. A wager? A feverish light flashed through Shinda Nuosen's ice-blue eyes, a strange flush coloring her pale cheeks. She gave Alice no chance to speak. Fine, a wager. What are the terms? Li Kai lifted a claw, forming the number 7. Within 7 days, whoever first finds Alice a red-named elite monster with at least boss potential and helps her seal the contract wins. If I can't do it in 7 days, I lose. The generous deadline made Shinda Nuosen agree without hesitation. Her royal house had thrown every resource at the problem for 2.5 years and still failed. And this fellow wanted only 7 days. Deal. If you actually manage it, I'll eat the damn thing myself. She snapped, still finding the idea absurd. Li Kai sweetened the pot. One more condition: if you win, you take Alice away immediately. If I win, she stays with me for 3 years, and you, madam, will find a way to lift my curse. Done. Shinda Nuosen agreed instinctively, then realized the terms were uneven. Wait. Oh, come now. Li Kai's chuckle was deep and rumbling. Is the mighty frost dragon of king rank already backing out, or are you simply afraid you'll lose? The jab hit home. Shinda Nuosen gritted her silver teeth. It's a deal. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she burst into a blinding streak of blue light and vanished, leaving behind a blast of cold air, a nervous Alice, and a doe-eyed black-haired child. Li Kai stepped up to Alice and casually lifted the little girl. The plush cushion had become a scaly plank, and the tiny creature clearly resented it. Expressionless, she stared at his fearsome dragon head, paused as if thinking, then wriggled free, clambered onto his shoulder, and began scraping her baby fangs against the rise of his skull. It wasn't that Li Kai lacked the strength to restrain her. The child's own status was equally outrageous, a full-blooded dragonling of boss rank. Species, juvenile dark abyss dragon. Rank, boss. Level, 13. Special status, suppressed attributes and skills cannot advance. Li Kai couldn't view the rest of her abilities. She was shrouded by an SS-grade concealment, but even these basic data spoke volumes. When the black dragon was still an egg, it was tainted during an attack by the abyssal demons. To stop the corruption from turning it into a savage monster, a myth-rank powerhouse performed a special rite that froze its age, leaving the creature forever with the mind of a child. No wonder the frost dragon loathes the abyssal clan so deeply. The ancient blood feud between dragons and demons is written on this sealed hatchling. But then, what is the black-haired little girl standing here to the young dragon? Mother and daughter? If so, where is the father? Has the frost dragon become a widow? Afraid Li Kai might vent his anger on Puff, Alice rushed to explain. Master, please let me. That's enough. Li Kai cut her off. Shrinking to a palm-sized form, he sat cross-legged on the earthen bed's edge and gently pushed the little girl's head away. Hey, quit drooling all over me. Sindanasend had left Alice and the girl behind with confidence because of the necklaces they wore. Li Kai spotted the pendant siege embedded with a tiny dragon scale, each clearly a legendary grade artifact. Satisfied, he pinched the girl's soft cheeks, switched to his true mark and fear-drained views, and thought, if he's willing to wager, he must be sure of himself. The Northern royal family had spent years hunting for low-tier, high-potential beast cubs and found none. The reason was simple. All their intelligence assets were tied up fending off the orcs. They could only post huge rewards or hire local mercenaries, and mercenaries, no matter how greedy, rarely ventured deep into dangerous wild zones. Leads were scarce. Worse, the royals' influence stopped at the army. Even local nobles quietly sabotaged them, so any clues that existed never reached the Sedegudi family. Players were a different story. Driven by the race for first kills and backed by an easy resurrection system, they scouted every inch around the starter towns. One large guild after another discovered low-level, high-rank beast cubs. They planned to hoard the info until rival teams pushed boss clears faster than expected. Suddenly the information was neither profitable nor worth throwing away. By then the Sedegudi convoy had already departed and the bounties were withdrawn, leaving no buyer in sight. Beastmasters are resource hogs and a niche class. Across the entire Mozenlerue Empire, only the Northern Royals train them in any organized way. Besides, Immortal Continent has absurdly game-like mechanics. Most magical beasts grow at breakneck speed. Li Kai had seen a burrowing demon spider hatch and become a red name elite in less than 10 days, a pace unthinkable in the real world. With that in mind, Li Kai contacted his old friend Sheng Dan, quietly persuaded him to log off, then used his mid-level permissions in the Dupo Guild to dig through their archives. Before long, he unearthed a document titled Potential First Kill Targets for Dupo Guild. The very first entry had been crossed out with a thick black line. Rocky cavern beneath Kylan Village, LV-14 red name, elite giant wasteland drake lizard. Li Kai stared at the line, his emotions a jumble. That was where all the trouble had started. Scrolling down, a third entry caught his eye, also in Kylan Village. Fate could hardly have made it easier. He opened the details and found a familiar note. Deep in the Howling Wolf Prairie near Kylan Village, LV-19 Moonhowl Direwolf boss downgraded to red name elite. Proceed with caution. So that was the source of the howl that had once sent him fleeing in terror. I'm heading out for a bit, take care of this little troublemaker. Li Kai shoved the snarling girl into Alice's arms, then sank into the ground and vanished. As for the cream puff creature still trapped in crystalline ice, he figured it would be fine. The frost dragon seemed more trustworthy than had expected. Moushing Hills. The earth erupted as a massive ray shock magma wyvern tore free, beating its wings and shooting into the night beneath the blood-red moon. It banked toward the Howling Plain. According to intel from the Dupo Guild, a Howling Moon Wolf had, for unknown reasons, been downgraded to red name elite and was hiding deep in the grassland. Its current level and rank were perfect for Alice's contract. If they captured it, Li Kai's wager with her would be in the bag. A Howling Moon Wolf carries one of the highest Lupin bloodlines, born able to command entire packs and revered as the moon goddess avatar. On the Immortal Continent, its status ranks just below apex beasts like dragons, titans, and behemoths. Adults usually attain overlord rank, while prodigies can reach sovereign. This particular wolf was still adolescent, yet had slipped to red name elite. Taming such a creature is nearly impossible, especially since Alice's bloodline had once been suppressed by a violet lightning demon wolf, and her golden griffin was no match for a Howling Moon Wolf. Li Kai planned to exploit a bug, enslave the wolf with the dual balance, then transfer nominal ownership to Alice, thus winning the bet while preserving his own slave slot. Howling Plain. The wyvern dove from the clouds crashed into the grassland and split the turf. Newbie players farming nearby shrieked and scattered. Isn't that the savior dragon? What's it doing here? Other lords wander the wilds all the time, no big deal. Someone said the savior dragon evolved from a wandering marauder, true or not? Come on. A dozen days ago that marauder was just a red name elite plains drake. It couldn't have killed a lord-level boss and evolved into a wyvern so fast. The chatter vanished on the night wind. Li Kai ignored it. Activating the Eye of True Insight, he swept for spatial distortions. Reports said the Howling Moon Wolf wielded a spatial skill and stayed hidden. If it hadn't been spotted during its last hunt, even Dupo Guild wouldn't have pinned it down. Moments later, he fixed on the target zone. To avoid trouble, he cleared the field first. A sweep of scarlet thunderflame vaporized every curious player, turning them into EXP. Then, using Equilibrium Body to max his mental stats, he unleashed a cone of blistering white dragon fire laced with chaotic violet, scorching the warped air. Crack! A faint shatter rippled through the sky, and a silver-white giant wolf emerged over 20 meters long, nearly 10 at the shoulder, its moonlit coat gleaming coldly beneath the crimson moon, elegant and regal and unmistakably male. A jagged wound wrapped in swirling black mist split its chest, still dripping blood. With the target revealed, Li Kai didn't hesitate. The duel balance flared into being, pulling the Howling Moon Wolf into a sealed arena. Duel contract initiating. Challenger, Ray Shock Magma Wyvern, accepts. Opponent, Howling Moon Wolf. Duel mode initializing. The challenger has chosen absolute fairness. An austere arena takes shape, consuming only 1 point of divinity. Blood-red moonlight spills across the howling plains, where the dragonkin Li Kai faces the moon-howled direwolf from opposite ends of the field. I bear you no grudge. There's no need to. The wolf began, hoping to bargain. The words had barely left its muzzle before Li Kai loosed a dragonkin roar. A tidal shockwave ripped over the grassland, shattering the air into visible ripples. The wolf sprang upward, skipping across beams of pale moonlight as though they were solid ground, a movement reminiscent of a frost direwolf. Only the steps were woven from moonlight instead of ice. Li Kai triggered Equilibrium Body, maxing out his agility. His massive frame shot forward like an arrow. The sonic boom detonated behind him as he closed in at waist height. A single claw carved through the night. 134,534.4. It was an ordinary strike, yet the moon-howled direwolf's 5 health bars vanished in an instant. Multiple strength talents and a space-manipulating skill couldn't save it. Raw stats, talents, levels, and tier crushed everything. The kill was absolute. Moon-howled direwolf, LV19, red name elite, defeated. The level gap is too great. No experience awarded. Duel complete. Absolute fairness in effect. The victor may enslave the loser's body, soul, and all possessions. Remaining slave slots, 1. The fight ended so quickly that Li Kai's personal battle theme hadn't even hit its first drumbeat. The wolf's terror gauge spiked to 60. Li Kai snagged it by the scruff and beat his wings. Lady Frost Dragon, you've lost the wager. He shouted skyward. On the flight back, he pried out the details. The wolf had been ambushed by an abyssal fiend wielding a demon's sword. Its spatial blink was forcibly disrupted, and the ensuing rift hurled it into the howling plains. The wound, still oozing demonic miasma, refused to heal. Both its tier and level had stagnated, forcing it into hiding. Soon they reached an underground chamber beneath the verdant hills. Li Kai resumed his dragonborn form. The instant he appeared, he feinted a punch straight at Alice's face. The blonde girl went pale, but didn't budge, unsure whether she trusted the dragonborn before her or the necklace Prince Shinda had given her. Crack! A frost shield flashed into being and absorbed the blow. A stunning phantom emerged within the barrier, demanding, "Have you lost your mind?" Li Kai nodded toward the trembling wolf on the floor. "Madam, the wager is settled. I won." "Impossible." Shinda Nuo-sen's beautiful features morphed into a cartoonish look of shock. She examined the wolf up close, confirmed the result, and grimaced. "Fine. Wait here, I'll be back." Moments later, a beam of blue light descended. Shinda reappeared, double-checked the wolf's status again, and finally forced out the words, You win." Li Kai nodded and immediately had Alice sign a beast-taming contract. The so-called dual scales, a pseudo-artifact, had indeed allowed him to exploit the system. A problem beastmasters had wrestled with for millennia was solved at last. Even Shinda had to admit that Alice would grow best at Li Kai's side. "All right, a bet's a bet. I can't lift the abyssal demon's curse, but I can take you to someone who can. If you trust me, follow." Deep within a remote corner of the verdant hills, the ritual circle flared to life. A shimmering barrier locked Faya and Alice safely inside, while the cool, striking woman erupted from the ground and shot into the sky. In a thunderous gust, she swelled, transforming in a heartbeat into a colossal frost dragon more than 300 meters from snout to tail, with a wingspan nearing a kilometer. One sweep of those ice-blue sails plunged the forest into deathly stillness, her draconic aura forcing countless beasts flat to the ground, their very breathing suppressed. Li Kai unfurled his wings, vaulted upward, and settled on her back. "All set," he shouted, eager to know what it felt like to be a real dragon rider. "What do you think you're doing?" The frost dragon Shinda Nersen snapped, her voice icy yet tinged with a hint of embarrassment. In the centuries since her birth, she had never allowed a male to ride her. Even the king of the north, her contract partner, could only fly at her side. You are giving me a lift, I'm nowhere near as fast as you, Li Kai replied as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Fine, but don't fidget. Move around, and it'll freeze you to powder. She growled, chest rising and falling before she finally snorted in annoyance. Got it, Li Kai said with a shrug. Whoosh, an explosive blast of wind snapped towering trees as the dragon launched, carrying the half-dragon straight into the heavens. After climbing past 10 kilometers, she banked northward. A pure-blood sovereign dragon was unimaginably fast. By Li Kai's reckoning, they were already moving at Mach 10. Air friction shoved the temperature toward 1,000 degrees, forging a dense shell of plasma. Even with his formidable fire resistance, the heat scorched him. So he pressed himself flat against Shinda Nersen's back, relying on the cold seeping from her scales to stay cool. Behave. Her indignant voice rolled up from below. Li Kai inhaled the chilly fragrance wafting from her scales. Lady Shinda, you smell wonderful. Before they had even left the southwestern province, midnight arrived. The experience payout for the Elemental Tower dungeon landed on schedule because he still held first place on the Speed Clear leaderboard. Li Kai collected 195,000 experience points. You leveled up just like that? Shinda Nersen blurted. Even in the data-driven Immortal continent, dragon growth was notoriously slow, yet the half-dragon on her back had just jumped an entire tier. Sure did. Lady Shinda, care for another wager? Let's bet on whether I can reach sovereign rank within a year, he whispered devilishly in her ear. With his gaming skills and a bit of system exploitation, he figured 6 months would be enough. Calling it a year was conservative. After a long silence, Shinda Nersen grit her teeth. What's at stake? Loser grants the winner one request. Fair. Deal, she declared. In all her centuries, she had never seen a dragon advance so quickly, and her instincts told her victory was assured. Bet sealed, the two dragons hurtled onward, streaking over the northern provinces of the Mosin-Lei Empire, skimming across the endless steppes of the Orcish Empire, and pressing toward the farthest reaches of the frozen north. Although the frost dragon moved at an incredible pace, the imperishable continent was so vast that simply getting from one place to another took ages. It wasn't until Li Kai collected dungeon rewards for the third time that an endless expanse of white finally appeared below him. The extreme frost tundra, located at the continent's far north edge, was an enormous wilderness where countless ice-aligned beasts roamed. Blizzards as fierce as forbidden spells erupted without warning, and temperatures were so low that water froze the instant it touched the ground, turning weaker creatures into statues of ice. On Blue Star, a tundra usually meant scarce resources, yet this frozen land was rich in rare ice element materials precisely because of its brutal cold. Mercenaries risked their lives to scour it for treasure. No faction controlled the wilderness. Even the frost dragons occupied only a corner of the core area, lacking both the power and the desire to dominate it. To a proud dragon, the world itself was already their domain. Everything beneath the sky should bow before them. Li Kai sat upright on Zindanosen's broad, armored back and gazed across the tundra. In the distance, mountain-sized beasts howled into the heavens. Packs of wolves cooperated to bring down prey. Towering ice giants shook the earth with every stride. Trolls and snow-riding humanoids clashed in bloody skirmishes. The sight of such rampant competition for survival filled him with excitement, and tears slipped from the corners of his mouth. Experience points and loot. All of them. But Zindanuosend showed no interest in lingering, and Li Kai had to calm himself, knowing the real mission mattered more. Even at full speed, the dragon took several hours to fly from the tundra's rim to its heart. When they pierced an invisible barrier, a system notification echoed in Li Kai's ears. You have entered the map Winter Dragon Valley. This was the frost dragon's sanctuary. Miles of jagged peaks came into view. Snow blanketed the sheer cliffs, making them appear less treacherous. A few juvenile frost dragons swooped playfully through the valley. As Zindanuosend crossed the barrier, several enormous dragon heads poked out from the snow-covered ravines to size them up, then withdrew into the mountainside. She ignored the curious hatchlings and glided toward a clearing surrounded by the 4 tallest summits. Realizing her destination, the youngsters circled at a safe distance, emitting plaintive cries but not daring to follow. Before touching down, Zindanuosend flicked her tail, tossing Li Kai into a snowdrift. She then lowered her head toward the peaks and spoke softly. Father, I have something to report. Grimacing, Li Kai clawed his way out of the snow, only to feel the entire valley tremble. Avalanches thundered down the slopes, yet somehow flowed around the 2 dragons without harm. He stared, golden-slit pupils widening in shock. Not far away, a colossal eye suddenly opened, its mere eyelid lift blasting snow across the horizon. The ice-blue iris alone dwarfed Zindanuosend's 300-meter frame. The entire mountain range was, in fact, the unfathomably massive body of an ancient dragon. Species, frost dragon, primordial. Name, Aziz Frail Norsend. Rank, demigod. Mythic level, LV 89. Apart from a fleeting glimpse of the primordial demon eye, this was Li Kai's first time facing a being that stood at the very pinnacle of the imperishable continent. In Winter Dragon Valley, a murmur like rolling thunder echoed among the towering peaks. My dear Xindao, what brings you here? And where's little Fia? Why isn't she with you? The ancient dragon Aziz Frail lifted his head from the depths of ice and snow, his glacier blue eyes gentle and affectionate save for the fact that his only daughter was perched between them, forcing the doting expression into a rather comical cross-eyed stare. I told you I would never let you see Fia again, Xindao Northend said, his voice as biting as a polar gale. Just as you once did with me. Her future is mine alone to decide. The frost dragon's eyes brimmed with impatience and a resentment long buried. The ancient dragon before him now posed as a loving father. Yet in his youth he had frozen himself for millennia to break the chains of his blood. Linethir had been nothing gentle in that ruthlessness. Rather than let Fia be warped by the abyss into a savage monster, Xindao would sooner keep her forever as the innocent, lovable child she was now. Aziz knew he was in the wrong and chose not to argue. His gaze shifted instead to Li Kai's speck at his feet and, he asked casually, a curse from the great eye, the spite of a pseudo-hydra, a chaotic attribute core, blessings of earth and stars all tangled in one body. I assume that's why you woke me? The air went still. Li Kai stared at his shoes, pretending to be invisible. Confronted with a future father-in-law of unfathomable power, even the brashest punk wouldn't dare spit out old fossil unless he really did have an ultrasound print in hand. I promised him I'd remove the demon curse, Xindao said coolly, then shut his eyes, leaving the rest to them. Aziz sighed and fixed on Li Kai. Very well. Show me your draconian form, boy. Li Kai obeyed. Scarlet flames roared skyward as his body swelled within the blaze, muscles and scales racing across him until a half-dragon forged of molten stone stood roaring. The elder dragon tapped him with a single claw. Li Kai had no time to react before his entire form froze into a crystal-clear ice statue. An unseen force flooded his veins, erasing the primordial evil eye's full moon, certain death curse, and distilling the saint's remains into a one-time sanctified aegis that could nullify an SS-level evil curse. Aziz's voice slipped into Li Kai's mind. She was willing to meet her negligent father for your sake. That shows how much you mean to her. I grant you this boon in hopes you'll speak kindly of me and help untangle her heart. A hint of pleading colored his tone. That's not it only came because she lost a bet, Li Kai blurted, but a system prompt cut him off. Purifying bloodline. Race evolving tremor thunderfire half-dragon pureblood dragon. Hey, fossil, what are you? I don't even want. His roar died as a deathly chill washed through him. Darkness claimed his senses, and he slumped into unconsciousness. A blizzard howled through the mountains. Ice crystals engulfed the half-dragon, sealing him in the blink of an eye inside a pristine white egg. No one knew how much time passed before a soft crack split the silence. The egg shattered, and a dragon nearly 60 meters long and over 17 meters tall rose, its jet black scales heavy as plate armor. On closer look, intricate, arcane patterns of many colors glimmered faintly across the armored surface. From massive obsidian horns twisted together above his head like a black crown, faintly wrapped in 4 runic sigil: scarlet fire, golden lightning, sapphire ice, and violet poison. Compared with a pure-blooded dragon of the same size, his wings were broader and thicker, the membranes etched with arcane patterns that made anyone's heart tighten at first sight. Li Kai shook himself free of the chaos-induced daze. A tidal wave of power roared inside his chest, brutal and barely restrained. He exhaled with a wry grin, pushed the shock aside, and opened his status panel. No point pretending however accidental the evolution had been. The boost was real. Strength: 855.2, 736.6. Constitution: 1360.2, 352.6. Spirit: 796.1, 547.5. Agility: 650.1, 280.3. HP: 680,600 and 80,000, 2,176,000. MP: 159, 320, 159 billion, 320 million, 509,000. Stamina: 54, 408, 54 billion, 408 million, 174,104. Physical resistance: for 718. Magic resistance: for 825. Special resistance: 3,000. Tenacity: 20. Values in parentheses show the full buff state. When he advanced from Wyvern to Lesser Dragon, his stats barely moved because they already crushed the tier. This time, after shedding into a true dragon, the numbers soared again. It wasn't that his foundation lagged behind a pure-bloodous rare Chaos Dragon bloodline simply sat above them all. His talents evolved as well. A grade Lesser Dragon aura, grade Dragon aura. Creatures whose level, rank, or bloodline is lower than his lose 30 of every attribute, never dropping below 1. A grade lesser dragon body, grade dragon body. 35 immunity to physical and magical damage, plus an extra 20 immunity to fire, lightning, ice, and poison. The chaos talents that were already grade didn't rise further, but they now carried bonus ice damage and a freeze effect. With a chaos core, yet an unbroken mind, a chaos dragon unmatched in this age. Aziz Frel studied his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. At last you're worthy of my daughter. Thank you. Li Kai forced a smile and bowed to the ancient dragon. Aziz shook his head. Your attributes are too mixed, and you weren't born pure blood, so you never awakened the innate dragon legacy. They'll give him part of the frost dragon heritage. We're done. Let's go. Shinda Nozend flared her wings and shot into the sky, pointedly ignoring the elder dragon's invitation to stay. Wait for me. Li Kai exchanged an apologetic glance with the ancient dragon and hurried after her. On the ice plain, Aziz watched the two shapes shrink in the distance and murmured, so she still won't forgive me. Serves you right. From deep within Winter Dragon Valley, a head as vast as a mountain broke through the snowstorm, full of scorn. You should have explained what happened to Fia back then. I'd rather have her hate me than know the truth, Aziz rumbled. Typical lunacy, doing things for someone's own good when they never asked for it. The voice cut off as an avalanche of snow crashed down, burying the enormous head once more. Heh, daughters always leave in the end. Aziz laughed at himself, then suddenly frowned. Why does that boy's soul feel so strange, unable to unravel it? He let the thought go. Once the two dragons cleared the frozen wasteland, the fragment of consciousness he had projected sank back to sleep. Had his true self been awake, he would have recognized that the soul did not belong to the immortal continent at all. If you were to rank the strongest non-beast races on the everlasting continent, the orcs would inevitably make the shortlist. One-on-one, an orc of any given tier boasts denser muscle and greater explosive power than a human. In terms of sheer numbers, they outstrip elves, dwarves, and every other sapient race by a wide margin. Consequently, the Orc Empire is, on paper, the most formidable of the continent's four great realms. Unfortunately, the Empire has never managed true unity. Its current one emperor, 8 kings arrangement leaves the royal lionfolk unable to keep the 8 clans in line, while also contending with centuries of grudges and infighting. Were it not for these shackles, neither the Holy Empire nor the Mozenlurui Empire could have withstood an all-out Orcish advance. Half of the Empire's landmass is taken up by the endless prairie, primary homeland of the lionfolk. Rolling waves of blue-green grass ripple in the wind, while watchtowers and stone forts stud the horizon like jagged teeth. To the proud lionfolk, anything that flies over their skies is a challenge to royal authority, a major source of their ongoing conflict with the eagle folk. Back in the days of the iron-blooded emperor, lions and dwarves were as close as allies could be. The lions borrowed a wealth of precision craft from dwarf workshops during that era. The alliance is long gone, but the catapults, repeating ballistae, and magic cannons designed to swat targets out of the air still stand in tidy rows atop the city walls, their cold barrels aimed at the sky. Yet even the most arrogant lion soldier would never pull a trigger when a certain creature appears, the undisputed apex race of the everlasting continent, dragons. When a frost dragon and a chaos dragon sweep across the sky side by side, the garrison can only scratch at their manes and pretend they'd already laid down their weapons. Wait for me. The shout echoes high above the grasslands. Li Kai flaps a pair of newly sprouted wings, chasing at full speed after the frost dragon wreathed in chill mist, eager for another moment of glory as a dragon rider. Don't you have wings of your own? Xian Danissen's tone is impatient, though her broad pinions instinctively slow a fraction. He'll never be as fast as you. Li Kai shifts back into his draconic humanoid form, leaps onto her spine, and settles in. Black scales press against the frosted armor of her hide. He can feel the sharp boundary where warmth meets cold. Since awakening the blood of the Chaos Dragon, Li Kai's draconic form has changed dramatically. The flame at his tail tip now burns in swirling gray-white chaos fire. Intricate sigils crawl across his obsidian scales, and 4 twisted horns rise like a crown. So, how are you handing over that frost dragon legacy? He asks in a low voice as they weave through the clouds. Take out the scale I gave you earlier, Xian Danissen replies without turning. Li Kai reaches into his personal space and retrieves the ice blue scale. The moment it leaves his hand, invisible magic lifts it toward the dragon's lips. A breath of frost consumes the scale. Brilliant azure runes bloom across its crystalline surface. A moment later, the scale drifts back into Li Kai's palm, equal parts warm and cold. At the same time, a system prompt rings in his ears. Partial frost dragon legacy detected. Contents include extensive draconic lore and 3 dragon spells. You may learn them immediately. Xian Danissen adds, you already possess a shape-shifting talent on par with ours, so I left that section out to save space. Li Kai opens his mouth, then closes it again. He had actually wanted the dragon's polymorph technikite, would have let him assume human form without sacrificing so many attributes. Given that he was an outsider, well, An outsider to Dragon Kindly Kai knew he could hardly expect Sindano-sen to hand over much. Swapping the shape-shifting spell for something else was a kindness in itself, so he kept quiet. He sank his consciousness into the frigid, gleaming scale, and a torrent of information flooded his mind. Everything from the basics of draconic bloodlines, to the long history of rivalries and alliances among dragon clans, all the way to 3 dragon-tongue spells that started at Srank. Li Kai skimmed through the gossip first. The dragon population on the immortal continent did have its rifts, yet they still hung together barely. Even after the Dragon King had been missing for tens of millions of years, the prestige he left behind was enough to keep every clan from repeating the all-out civil wars of ages past. Most dragons looked down on hydras, but rarely targeted them on purpose. The only dragons that deserved death on sight fell into 3 categories: skeletal dragons raised by necromancers, zombie dragons, and evil demon dragons who willingly threw themselves into the abyss. Skeletal and zombie dragons were usually the handiwork of necromancers who had defiled draconic corpses. Whenever a true dragon discovered such abominations, it would incinerate the sorcerer's remains in a blaze of wrath, then purify the enslaved body for good measure. Demon dragons were even worse. For hundreds of millions of years, dragons and abyssal fiends had waged wars that dyed the seas red. To see one of their own turn traitor was salt on an open wound. Dragons did, however, make an exception for comrades accidentally tainted by the abyss. They would do everything they could to cleanse them. Thinking of Fia, girl whose quasi-god ancient dragon grandfather still couldn't purge the abyssal taint, Li Kai felt a fresh wave of doubt. After sorting through the general knowledge stored in the scale, he moved on to the 3 major ice element dragon-tongue spells. 1. Shrank Dragon Spell, Frostbound Expanse. 2. Shrank Dragon Spell, Illusory Mirror of Water and Moon. 3. S-Shrank Proto-Forbid Spell, Eternal Ice Coffin, just a step short of a genuine SS-Shrank taboo. Because dragon-tongue magic was inherently more destructive than ordinary spells, Eternal Ice Coffin already rivaled a normal forbid spell. A true forbid spell, formerly called a taboo arcanum, was rumored to hold godlike power and started at the very pinnacle of SSS rank. A run-off-the-mill SSS skill didn't even qualify. That was why people addressed archmages as Grand Magathy alone stood high enough to brush against these taboos. Even so, it was rare for an archmage to cast one unaided. More often it took a choir of casters. To melee fighters of the same tier, the marathon-length chant required made a forbid spell look like trash, not that they were jealous of its terrifying power, of course. As a player, Li Kai hardly registered the passage of time while learning a skill: instant mastery. Sindano-sen's back jerked beneath him. She could feel the half-dragon mastering 3 high-level dragon-tongue spells in the blink of an eye, and her chest heaved for a long moment before she steadied herself. As a hatchling, it had taken her months to learn the man. She had been hailed as a prodigy among frost dragons. What did that make this fellow? A prodigy among prodigies? She swallowed a lump of frigid air. Was she about to lose this wager too? The dragoness, who lost 9 bets out of 10, was suddenly unsure of her luck or her skill. Time slipped by in the silent airflow. During the flight, Li Kai received 2 more batches of dungeon experience and leveled up once. After yet another pair of experience boosts and another level up, the numb-faced frost dragon finally reached the verdant hills. Beneath a verdant range of hills, in a hidden underground chamber, Alice sat on a rough earthen bed, her patience wearing thin. Her left hand rested on the forehead of the green-haired Paufu, while her right hand clamped down on little Fia, who was baring her teeth in protest. Over the years, she had lost count of how many times she had been stuck in this watch them separately scene. Peo, aren't you old enough to stop picking on Fia? She sighed. Paufu showed not the slightest guilt. She even puffed out her chest. I used to be smaller than her, so I couldn't beat her. Now, you still can't beat her. Alice cut her off. Her grip slipped for an instant, and Fia lunged forward. The air grew taut. A flicker of violet gold burned in Paufu's eyes, threatening to detonate. Just as the tension peaked, Fia froze at the edge of the bed, then obediently crawled back, seized Alice's right hand, and pressed it to her chest while baring her teeth at Paufu. Fia must be lonely too, Alice murmured, running a hand through the girl's hair. But the moment her hand lifted, Paufu darted in and slapped Fia's backside. Smack! The crack echoed through the chamber. Paufu pointed at Fia and doubled over with laughter. Ha ha! Fia, you idiot! You missed a perfect chance, big pig. Too caught up in gloating, she missed the icy blue glow behind her. A graceful woman and a burly dragonkin stepped through the light. Smack! The dragonkin, Li Kai, moved faster than thought. His claw landed square on Paufu's rear, sending a ripple through her hips before catapulting her headfirst into the dirt wall. Ahem, my lady, I told you Fia would be fine. Alice keeps a good eye on them, Li Kai said, retracting his claw. Still cradled in Alice's arms, Fia clutched her sore bottom and gazed up at the newcomer, her mother, Shindao Nuo-sen. Shindao rolled her eyes, scooped Fia up, and turned to leave. Remember, 3 years. Keep Alice safe. Her suited goody will come for you. He'll talk to Pride, but whether he listens is another matter. Hold on. Li Kai blocked her path with a scaled arm. At least give me a way to reach you. It would be a shame to win the wager and then lose track of you. Caught. Xindao flushed, tossed him a translucent dragon scale, and vanished in a streak of blue light. Her voice echoed back. I almost forgot what's your name. Li Kai paused, then pronounced each word clearly. My name is Lefetne Falio. As the queen's presence faded, an unfamiliar lightness filled him. Pack up, he told Alice, who was prying Paufu from the wall. I'm taking you somewhere nice. Somewhere nice. Moments later, a colossal dragon burst from the earth. Yet the nearby players farming monsters noticed nothing proof of Li Kai's newly mastered strength dragon spell, Mirage of Moonlit Water. Sklash Draconic Magic Mirror Flower. Water Moon creates an illusion barrier up to 300 meters wide that perfectly deceives every sense of anyone inside or outside it. Classified at SS Priority, the barrier can follow the caster or stay anchored in place, and it can be made permanent with a ritual array. It lasts for 5 minutes at most, with a cooldown equal to its duration multiplied by 30 seconds, but never less than 1 minute. The barrier's capabilities are extensive. It renders the caster invisible, projects phantasms, and summons mist to obscure sight. In an instant it can freeze the air, erasing scent, then solidify into a sound-dampening shell of ice while trapping the cold within, leaving enemies blind to touch as well. Because the spell outranks everything at SS level, the player's built-in insight spell is useless against it. Li Kai knows this perfectly well and intends to exploit it right under their noses. To secure the spell's core components, he had spent 9 days shuttling across the frozen wastes. By the time he returned, the hinterlands were cleared, and virtually every boss lair had been pinned on the forum maps. The player's swift advance was thanks entirely to the Dragon of Salvation, who had slain the Falling Star Mammoth for them. Now that the goal is met, Li Kai plans to collect his toll with interest. 9 days later, a dragon and 2 women sliced through the sky and descended toward the centaur's sacred ground deep within the misty forest. Before they even touched down, Li Kai noticed drastic changes. A pale blue multipurpose barrier blanketed the woods, a semicircular altar was 70% complete, and rune trenches packed with ghost-faced tree branches had begun to take shape. Great Master, the alchemist you sent has helped us immensely. The altar will be finished in a single day. The goblin high priest, seeing the enormous yet strangely unfamiliar dragon swoop in, scrambled over, voice shrill with flattery. Very good. I've taken note of all your contributions. Li Kai set his companions down, shifted into his draconic humanoid form, and offered a casual nod of praise. Just a few words left the old priest and the surrounding goblins brimming with pride. As for real compensation, a dragon of noble blood wouldn't hand out gold so freely. Master, Master. Vivian bounded up with the lich Vizsla on her back, golden eyes bright as she studied the 2 new sisters standing behind Li Kai. Vizsla, you haven't let me down, or have you, Vivian? Li Kai raised a hand, gently stroking the hair of both women. Vizsla looked pale yet content, while Vivian's ears flushed red as she shifted her hooves. When Li Kai had left them, he gave 2 orders. 1. Erect a magic barrier to prevent players from stumbling into the sanctuary. 2. Brew a potion that would make ghost-face branches and leaves wither quickly for use in altar construction. In just a few days, Vizsla delivered flawlessly. The forest barrier held firm, altar materials flowed in, and everything progressed as planned. Learning the altar was only 3 hours from completion, Li Kai wasted no time. He transformed back into his 100-meter dragon form, scooped up Alice's new battle pet, and burst above the clouds with a single beat of his wings. Time to make the final preparations before giving the players a little shock. Beyond the Ael Mountains sprawled the boundless Cassius Plain. The players had located 3 bosses out here, and one of them was Li Kai's quarry. Scarlet moonlight draped the ocean of grass in a gauzy, blood-red veil, while beyond its reach a tide of emerald sparks flickered the eyes of the dread wolves. These magical beasts were all of elite rank, far surpassing the dire wolves of Howl Prairie in both number and strength. Li Kai's target was the strongest of them all, the Dreadwolf King. Without warning, a colossal dragon plummeted from the night sky. Its wings whipped up a hurricane as its talons pinned the 20-meter Dreadwolf King to the ground. 7,000 tons of force crushed flesh and bone with a sickening crunch, hot blood and splinters spraying over the surrounding wolves frozen in terror beneath the dragon's aura. On their savage faces glimmered a fear almost human. While the Dreadwolf King entered its resurrection grace period, Li Kai set a silver-white wolf on the grass and ordered, round up every Dreadwolf on the plain and wait to the south. Though the Howling Moon Wolf belonged to Alice, it dared not defy the dragon that had once felled and enslaved it in an instant. Lowering its head, it released a long, commanding howl, using bloodline suppression to subdue the entire pack. The hapless Dreadwolf King had barely respawned when a dragon claw swept toward it 137.009.9. One casual strike sent it hurtling away, grievously wounded. Despair flooded its heart. The foe attacked without a word, a brutality that made even a wolf tremble. It howled, begging its kin to flee instead of dying pointlessly. What it saw next made its pupils contract. Not only were its loyal packmates unmoved, they were groveling before the silver-white wolf, eyes shining with reverence. The king had never expected rescue, but couldn't they at least pretend to mourn? That thought was its last. The dragon's talons descended again, snuffing out the final sliver of its life. System message. You have slain the Dread Wolf King, LV 40 boss. Experience gained, 112,345. Achievement Newcomer Champion achieved. Bonus experience, 16,851.7. Li Kai crouched and began devouring the Dread Wolf King's shattered corpse. Even in death, the wolf's eyes stared wide, still defiant. Li Kai bowed his head. I respect you, Dread Wolf King. You were a true man. He devoured the rare material savage claw of the Gorehound King, gaining strength 4, constitution 3, agility 4, physical resistance 35, and magic resistance 30. His innate talent glutton activated, pouring an extra 33,703.5 experience points into him, leaving the howling moon-dire wolf to keep the Gorehound pack gathering. Li Kai doubled back to the misty forest, timing his return so he would reach the centaur sanctuary before the altar was completed. Deep inside the misty forest, massive trees thrust their tangled roots above the ground like giant serpents. Between them, dead branches and fallen leaves had been heaped into a crude, rugged altar. When Li Kai arrived, Waiwayan, clad in a centaur grass skirt, gave a brief nod and trotted to the altar's peak, formally beginning the rite to summon a projection of the staghead demon. She lifted the pair of uncommon grade antlers Li Kai had asked Su Su to purchase. Once the ritual succeeded, the antlers would be refined into at least rare-grade resource Caesar's sure profit. Waiwayan brandished the antlers and moved through an ancient, unsettling dance as the forest light dimmed almost instantly. A gentle emerald glow seeped across the antlers, darkening until it became green flame that lit the altar. As her hooves beat faster, the phosphorescent fire shot skyward, coalescing into an arcane array. Hidden in a treetop hut shrouded by draconic illusion mirror of water and moon, Li Kai watched the altar, his nerves taut. He had no idea whether the staghead demon would consent to send another projection after losing the last one. If the summon failed, weeks of planning would be wasted though. In fairness, all he had really done was issue a few orders. Once the array stabilized, a terrifying aura pierced the boundaries of space. An unseen gaze, laced with suspicion, confusion, and bewilderment, swept over the clearing. Waiwayan closed her eyes and hurled memories from the depths of her mind into the air, scenes unfolding above her head. 1. A blood-red moon turned into a giant eye that tore away the staghead demon's essence. 2. A colossal plains drake lizard rampaged through the centaur tribe, leaving Waiwayan as the sole guardian of the forest. 3. A goblin warband led by a lich-level boss burst from the woods, and their mysterious potion caused the ancient trees to wither in an instant. The memories were flawless. After a moment's silence, the staghead demon decided they were genuine. An abyssal archdemon had indeed captured and refined the missing projection, explaining the broken link. The centaur herd had been exterminated, and Waiwayan was the lone survivor, a fact he had unjustly doubted. He raised a hand of withered branches and tapped the air. A jet-black mist poured through the array and into the antlers. Success. With help from the montage of an alien eye and the veiling power of the primordial demon eye, the myth-tier creature had been duped. Without that interference severing the resonance between body and projection, Waiwayan's memories would never have fooled him. Sometimes, even an abyssal archdemon can be helpful. The instant the dark mist touched the antlers, the altar collapsed and the array winked out, cutting off the demon's sight entirely. Li Kai sprang from the treehouse, shifting into a chaos dragon in midair. Together with the scales of duel, he dragged the half-formed projection into his personal black room. Duel contract initiating. Challenger, Chaos Dragon. Opponent, Staghead Demon Projection. Selecting duel mode, Challenger chooses absolute fairness. Generating arena, Challenger selects minimalist mode, expending 50 divine power for this duel. Beneath the same towering canopy, only the Chaos Dragon and the Lishomo projection remained. Li Kai coiled among the massive roots, studying the Lord-level boss in silence, and chuckling to himself. The real Lishomo was practically benevolent. Afraid the forest might fall, it had even dispatched a Lord-class avatar to help. Was the abyss really filled with nothing but villains? The Yuanshu Mo Yin was considerate, and Lishomo seemed kind as well. A savage grin split his face. A Lord-grade projection had to carry far richer fear authority, didn't it? The deerhead projection finally caught on. It roared, sweeping a branch-laden arm as a tide of decaying night ravens surged forward. Li Kai tilted his head back, unleashed a draconic roar that ripped the air apart, and froze the flock in mid-flight. A second later, he breathed out chaotic flame and black mist, turning most of the birds to ash. The few dozen left were negligible. With the threat neutralized, he ignored the Lishomo, beat his wings, and spiraled above the treetops. His deep dragon tongue rolled like thunder as he began the full incantation. He could end this duel 100 different ways, but the new spell was too enticing. Dragon speech magic hit like a comet, but it couldn't be cast instantly. If he weren't saving 5,000 design points to add or upgrade an SS Steer talent, he would have bought shortened casting or even no casting long ago. The spell he chanted now was the S Steer Dragon Speech Magic, Eternal Ice Coffin. Channel time, 15 to 30 seconds. Any subdivine control effect cannot interrupt it. Cast on an ally. Forms an eternal ice coffin that lasts 15 to 30 minutes. Grants a 15.3819.22 million point shield, and provides 90% ice damage immunity. Cast on an enemy. Instantly imprisons the target. Breaking free requires dealing 15.3819.22 million damage. Imprisonment priority is SS tier, and the target suffers 256, 350512, 700 damage per second while confined. Cooldown, 1 hour. Dubbed a pseudo-forbidden spell, it offered a massive shield, airtight control, and relentless damage. The foe before him was a level 50 lord. Ignoring tenacity, Eternal Ice Coffin could shackle it for up to 24 seconds, enough to deal tens of millions in damage. Worse, thanks to its SS Steer talent Corpse of Urban Legends, its base stats were low for its rank, leaving it with only 500,000 HP. Dragged straight into a duel on arrival, it never even triggered its lord traits. If the coffin landed, its fate was sealed. The Lashimo projection saw it too. Unable to interrupt the chant or slay the Chaos Dragon outright, it stopped attacking, eyes locked on the circling beast as it gathered power. It pinned its hopes on Mist Raven transposition and Steer's spell that might let it slip the snare. Whether an Steer escape could evade an S-Steer imprisonment was uncertain, but it was the only chance it had. However, Li Kai had no intention of giving it a chance. The moment his chant ended, he triggered the achievement Contradiction Incarnate, plunging the Deerhead Fiend's projection into a brief stupor. In the next instant, a crystal-clear ice coffin materialized beside the projection and snapped shut with a crisp click, freezing the creature mid-roar. 251,700. The projection jolted awake and tried to use Mist Raven Shift, but its priority was too low. The Eternal Ice Coffin sealed it completely. Unable to break the coffin, it was locked down in a single second. The enemy that had once driven Li Kai to the brink was now a disgruntled captive. See how generous I am. I even threw in a free coffin. As the system notification chimed, Li Kai's lips curved into a smile. Killed Deerhead Fiend Projection LV, 50 Lord Grade Boss, 391,472 experience gained. Rookie Champion Achievement triggered, extra 58,720.8 experience. The real show began next. Instead of enslaving the projection, Li Kai used the dual scales to peel away and dissect the fiend's primal essence. Divinity drained from him drop by drop, each loss a stab to the heart, and he swore to replenish it later. After burning through a vast amount of divine power, the essence was compressed to a level an S-grade Devourer could consume. Once devoured, part of the authority of fear was absorbed, enhancing the God-tier talent fragment of Primal Terror. Trait 4 Fear Manipulation unlocked. When a target's fear toward you reaches 100, you may instantly erase or enslave its soul and body. Seeing only 412.5 points of divinity left in the dual scales, Li Kai let out a long breath of relief. It was still enough for one more legend tier fair duel. The loss hurt, but the supreme authority he gained made it worthwhile. For now, the highest fear value anyone in the world held toward him was only 91. Yet Li Kai was certain that as he kept growing stronger, those numbers would eventually cross the threshold. Meanwhile, deep within the verdant hills, atop a barren peak, a hunched goblin elder shaman, watched by packs of bloodthirsty great apes and blood-drinking apes, shuffled to the cavern mouth at the summit. It raised a pitch-black dragon scale, the scale of a pure-blooded dragon, whose oppressive aura kept even the savage blood drinkers from making a move. Sweat soaked the shaman's back and its heart pounded, yet its face remained calm and poised. It was the envoy of a mighty dragon and could not lose face. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from the cave as a 5-ma turtle, muscle-bound, four-armed ape emerged. The very bloodthirsty ape Li Kai had spared earlier, now evolved into the boss-rank 4-handed overlord ape. The old shaman dipped its head with restrained arrogance, held the dragon scale before its chest, and proclaimed, "My master, the great dragon Lafutne Falio, commands you and your tribe to assemble by Torrent Creek before the pure white sun rises tomorrow." Roar! A deafening bellow whipped up a gale that sent the shaman's robe snapping. The 4-handed overlord ape's eyes were wary, and the surrounding blood-drinking apes bared their fangs in warning. The shaman's legs had long turned to jelly, yet it still kept its chin lifted, even letting a trace of disdain show. It flung the pitch-black dragon scale at the ape's feet and barked, "Defy this order, and the blood-drinking ape clan will be erased from the wastelands." The scarlet moon hung high in a cloudless sky, its light pouring over the land unimpeded. At the heart of the great wood forest lay a crystal-clear lake known as Crystal Mirror. Now the moonlight spread a blood-red sheen across the surface, as though the water itself had been dyed in gore, eerie and unsettling. An island of considerable size rose from the center, crowned by a colossal locust tree that speared toward the heavens, the home of the uncanny locust tree tribe, and the very heart of the wilderness zone called Under the Great Wood. Whoosh, whoosh. A humanoid demon skimmed low across the lake, bat-like wings whipping up razor-sharp currents. Frost spilled from its body. Wherever it passed, the surface froze solid, leaving a straight ice bridge in its wake. Ordinary rank monsters known as devourer fish lurked beneath the surface. Individually weak, they were notorious for their sheer numbers and for their great talent, devourer's fangs, which added 100 points of true damage to every bite. Even heavily armored beasts dared not enter the water, and the same fish were the reason the locust trees could not cross the lake. Yet in this moment the water and the churning fish within it turned to thick ice, and the natural moat collapsed in an instant. The frostbound fiend hovered above the treetop, its voice echoing with biting cold. My master, the great dragon Liffert Nefario, commands your entire tribe to gather on the banks of Torrent Creek before the pure white sun rises tomorrow. The locust trees remained motionless, their crowns utterly still, as if they had not understood a word. The fiend snorted and added, refuse, and face the consequences. A heavy crack broke the silence. A seemingly ordinary but suddenly empowered locust tree stepped forward, the very one that had escaped Lee Kais culling last time, now risen to boss rank, the locust tree matriarch. She bowed slowly, dark bark spiderwebbing with fine cracks as she moved, as though she might split at any moment. Then, dragging knotted roots behind her, she led her clan onto the ice bridge the fiend had forged and headed for the far shore. Elsewhere that same night, deep among the peaks of the Ale Mountains, a shrill, sky-rending screech shattered the air. Scores of harpies jolted awake, chattering as they poured from their nests and took wing, forming a dense ring beneath the moon. In the center of the sky hovered a massive griffin bathed in dazzling golden light, carrying a blonde girl on its back. Though only an elite with a red name, the creature's noble blood left it fearless. It shrieked again and again at the iron-winged harpy, 100 strong, and of equal rank, its feathers bristling, golden radiance flaring. Suddenly, an even sharper, more commanding cry exploded nearby. The golden griffin shuddered, folding its wings slightly, its hostility vanishing at once. The girl, Alice, rose to her feet and held aloft a piece of pitch-black dragon scale. Draconic might burst forth like an invisible storm sweeping the mountaintop. In that instant, a bone-deep terror flooded the minds of every circling harpy. Their earlier cacophony died immediately, leaving only the night wind howling across the heights. The newly arrived scarlet-feathered harpy fixed her gaze on the dragon scale, at once familiar and strange. She had never dealt with a dragon before, yet the aura it carried stirred a nagging sense of déjà vu. Suddenly the nightmare flooded back. A draconian warrior wielding a massive axe had stormed into the clan's territory, crimson spray everywhere, the old chieftain luring the intruder away at the cost of his own life and never returning. The oppressive aura that had rolled off that draconian matched the one clinging to this scale, down to the last shiver. My master, the mighty dragon Liffert Nefario, commands that you and your kin obey me from this moment on. The girl's voice was clear, leaving no room for refusal. Ka. The long-buried fear of subjugation surged up. The scarlet-feathered harpy bowed almost instinctively. An instant later, a dense flock of harpies beat their wings, blotting out the night like a dark cloud, and streaked after the golden griffin toward the southeast. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. A year ago, the only people still awake at this hour were overworked employees pulling an all-nighter, youngsters living on U.S. time, college students with no classes the next day, or diehard sports fans glued to late games. Back then, staying up this late would earn you a scolding from your parents. But since the announcement that the game is about to invade reality, the entire planet had become obsessed with grinding levels. Except for the minority unfit for pod gaming or needed to keep society running, virtually everyone was now immortal. As the leading manufacturing nation on Blue Star, Longwood cranked up its factories, mass-producing nutrient pods that were handed out free of charge, with high-level and high-aptitude players given priority. The only passage between the outer wasteland and its heart, the Fission Gorge, had once been guarded by the Lord-tier boss, Falling Star Mammoth. Now, even at 4 in the morning, the canyon blazed with light and teemed with people. Players farmed monsters around the clock. First, they used vibrations and noise to draw the stoneback elephants out of the ground, then slaughtered them in squads of 10. Every second counted. Who could tell when a stoneback might mutate straight into a falling star mammoth? Thud, 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 thud. A sudden jumble of footsteps echoed from the northwest, the canyon floor trembling lightly. The nearest party, busy restocking, froze and exchanged glances. Weren't we resting 5 minutes for cooldowns? Who pulled again so soon? Someone muttered. Those footsteps sound wrong. The captain lay flat, ear to the ground, his face growing darker by the second. Not like stonebacks, more like wolf-type beasts. Impossible. Wolves move quietly, but this racket, his attempt at reassurance, died mid-sentence. In the distance, across the boundless plain, countless dots of phosphorescent green surged like a tide, glinting coldly in the night. They were the eyes of Dreadhowl wolves. High above, the orange glow of dawn swept the crimson moon aside, and the sudden shift from night to day made countless creatures narrow their eyes. Clang, clang, clang. Clear, lingering chimes exploded over Kylan village. At the crossroads, beneath the eaves, and across the plaza, players and young villagers slowed in unison, trading puzzled glances. Only a few gray-haired locals blanched at the first toll, hurried home, pried open dusty chests, and silently strapped on rust-flecked chainmail and splintered spears. At the same moment, armored guards poured from the garrison at a run, ignoring questions as they formed ranks and raced for the gate, the clash of metal boots hammering a tense rhythm across the cobblestones. What's going on? When in doubt, check the forum. Holy crap, the monsters in every wild zone just went berserk. The overnight grinding parties got wiped. Smells like a quest to me. Before the chatter could settle, a rapid-fire system broadcast pierced every player's ears. Emergency quest, defend Kylan village. Briefing. Beasts from the wasteland have gathered without warning, and a horde is imminent. If Kylan village falls, players will lose their resurrection point. Objective. Fight alongside the village guards and mercenaries to repel the horde until Imperial reinforcements arrive. Restriction. Each player may revive only once during the defense. Success rewards. 50 bonus experience for beast kills during the defense. 50, 0000500 experience. 1,100 gold coins, and 5 Mosenluri Empire reputation based on contribution. Failure penalties. All players aligned with Kylan village lose 5 levels. The village is erased from the map. All regional quests auto-fail. Local resurrection, supplies, teleportation, and quest boards shut down permanently. Failure condition. The temple, teleportation array, and council hall are all destroyed. The cold numbers only fueled player enthusiasm. This looked like free loot in broad daylight. During the beta, most starter villages had survived similar beast tides. Only a handful were ever overrun. The Mosenluri Empire had already placed teleport arrays in every frontier settlement, meaning troops would stream in the moment an alarm sounded. Prime timing. Kylan village sat behind Torrent Creek's natural moat and boasted defensive wards and siege engines. Ideal terrain. Generous rewards and a respawn point right behind them kept morale sky-high. Favorable manpower. Time, terrain, and manpower are all on our side. There's no way we can lose. The optimism spread through every chat channel. The system forced not only villagers, but every player in the wasteland to accept the quest. Overnight farming parties abandoned their camps and sprinted along beast trails back to the village, while those too far out gritted their teeth, bought return scrolls from the system store, and found safe spots to channel their way home. Players in the neighboring village learned of the event on the forums and clenched their teeth in frustration. Why couldn't the beast tide have struck us instead? The banks of rushing stream, once haunted only by low-level creatures, were no longer tranquil. From the forest came heavy hoofbeats and deafening roars as high-tier monsters of every race surged forward, a dark mass carpeting the shoreline, too many to count. Normally they would tear each other apart on sight, yet now they stood motionless, their savagery drained away. Atop a small rise, a jet-black dragon spread wings that blotted out the sky, its raised head surveying all below. The terror of its presence locked every beast in place. The tide continued to swell. Every few minutes, fresh packs burst from the trees and merged with the living wave. As they joined, the flood naturally divided into distinct sectors, each centered on a colossal beast far larger than its kin. The boss of that race. Li Kai watched and mused. In the closed beta, a tide this size would have left him too frightened to move. Now, wiping it out was only a matter of time. He had planned to raise Kylan village alone. One dragon was enough. But the system prompt reminded him that a starter village was shielded by the rules. To erase it completely, he first had to trigger a beast tide. Even if he massacred every resident and pinned the players at their resurrection points, the village would endure. Worse or better, the system dangled a reward rich enough to tempt a dragon. Very well. The players could learn what a real beast tide looked like. Meanwhile, every influential NPC and player in Kylan village packed the council hall. The old chief spoke first, his face solemn. I've made my report. Reinforcements from neighboring villages are en route, and the Imperial army is mobilizing. They should arrive in 5 hours. The captain of the village guard, armor gleaming, snapped to attention. 500 guards authorized, 500 present, ready for combat. Good. Status of the mercenaries? The mercenary guild's leader stepped forward, clearly uneasy. Most will help hold the line. A few are escorting the elderly, sick, and young to safety. Even he could hear the guilt in his voice. Everyone knew escort really meant flee. Fine, very fine, the chief muttered, then turned to the players. How about children of the stars? Xiang Shixia, leader of the White Robe Guild and acting player representative Xingdan of the stronger Dupo Guild, had declined stepped forward spiritedly. Children of the Stars number 6,000. Over 5,000 are Tier 1 or above, all willing to fight. Another 2,000 elites are skirting rushing stream and may arrive a bit later. Launching had entered an era of universal immortality. In Longwo alone, nearly 1 billion players were online, and each starter village held close to 10,000. The chief nodded. When this tide ends, he'll ask the Duke to commend you. Right now, we need intelligence. Scout the scale of the threat. A system chime sounded in Xiang Zixia's ears, and he smiled. I'll go myself. With a handful of white robe elites, he hurried from the hall toward rushing stream. Soon the river came into view, its current whispering beneath distant beastly cries. Across the water, the tide of monsters loomed like a black storm cloud, pressing the air from their lungs. Xiang Shixia swallowed. There are this many? A guildmate beside him paled. Captain, can we really win? The river wind ruffled his short hair. Eyes fixed ahead, he answered, voice ringing like steel. We will. Inside the council hall of Kylan village, Setting Sun dismissed the others and reported the beast tied to the old chief in private. Once the heavy wooden doors shut, the nerves he had kept taut finally betrayed him. At the creek he had slapped his chest and reassured his companions. But that was pure bravado. The moment that massive dragon swept across the sky, his heart had sunk. Damn it, no wonder Sheng Dan refused to act as the player's envoy. The guy must have known this was coming. On the Undying Continent, dragon is synonymous with overwhelming power. This one was only a level 38 boss, yet its aura dwarfed every other monster combined. A dragon, is it? The old chief was silent for a long while. His snow-white brows quivered before he finally looked up. Even if the enemy is a dragon, we can't give in. Go bring everyone back. Setting Sun nodded hard, opened the door, and called the entire group inside to hammer out the last details of their defense. Tense preparations spread through Kylan village. Time slipped by. The orange glow of dusk gave way to the white-hot glare of noon, heralding a new wave of danger. Suddenly a ragged shout tore through the front line. The beast tide is moving. Fully armed, the chief rose with his staff and strode out of the hall, leading the charge toward the creek. Meanwhile, on the low ridge across Flowing Creek, the dragon Li Kai lounged lazily, surveying the battlefield. Greed flickered in his golden-slit pupils. He lifted a talon and waved casually. Begin. His gaze swept over the other bosses within the horde. His calculations crystalclear known of you had better die in this siege. I have my own rewards for you afterward. The game's rules for a siege were strict. At least 3 waves, each stronger than the last. If not for that, Li Kai would have opened with a full-power strike, wipe out the villagers, slaughter his own horde, and scoop up experience from both sides. At his signal, the frost-hexed moth spread its wings and spewed a blast of numbing mist, freezing a wide span of Flowing Creek into an ice bridge. Moments earlier the human explosives had shattered the old span. Now a new path appeared in an instant. Oh well. The howling moon direwolf lifted its head and bayed, and a deafening chorus answered. Tens of thousands of direwolves surged onto the bridge, a black tide rolling toward the far bank. They're just trash. Casters, hold your fire. Archers, don't waste your mana. Setting Sun, commanding the players, ordered the mages to stand by and the ranged fighters to test the enemy with nothing more than ordinary arrows and lead slugs. Kylan village could muster nearly 10,000 troops, a daunting number that still had to stretch along miles of creekbank, a thin line against such a flood. After long debate, they settled on a triple-layer defense. 1. Children of the Stars, each with 1 self-revive, would ambush beside the creek, aiming for maximum casualties. 2. Village guards and mercenaries would form the second line at the gate, backed by walls etched with defensive runes. 3. Once the Children of the Stars revived, they would rush back to the walls and stand shoulder to shoulder with everyone else. Shards of ice burst from the bridge as arrows and slugs tore into the first wave of dire wolves. Flames and frigid mist tangled along the creekside, and fresh blood stained the newborn ice crimson. The battle had only just begun, and everyone knew this was merely the opening act. When the Children of the Stars returned, they would all make their stand on the walls together. Thanks to Sunset at Dusk's persuasion, most players were ready to die once, figuring the reward for defending the village would more than offset the cost. With guides flooding the forums, live streams, and guild docs, the launch day veterans finally cracked the Elemental Tower dungeon wide open. The steady daily haul of 75,000 XP fattened them up, pushing their levels past 20. Some of the top tier 1 players even reached 25 or 26. Now a level 20 extraordinary range class could drop an ordinary dire wolf with a casual arrow or spell. As the cannon fodder collapsed, the real predators, the greater dire wolves, and the 3-eyed dire wolf king used their kin's corpses as cover, stormed across the ice bridge, and reached the far bank. Finally, some real action. Starving for damage, the shield guardians raised their tower shields and formed ranks. These pure damage soakers had no way to one-shot monsters, so they earned contribution by eating hits. Yet they were as thrilled as masochists at a BDSM party. Clang, clang, clang. Metal rang as the giant shields met the wolves' heads and stopped the charge cold. Melee classes vaulted over the shields, blades flashing, dumping every skill they had on the elites and red name elites, trying to clear the field as fast as possible. At the back, control classes like warlocks and shamans refused to be left out. The wolves were instantly plastered with slows, burns, and curses. Priests and battle mages scanned the field, racing to top up the bleeding guardians they needed contribution points to. The lack of coordination and command soon showed. Several big heals landed on the same guardian, wasting resources, while another unlucky one was gutted by the three-eyed wolf king, and the death notice popped up immediately. Killed. Tower Guardian LV, 21 Extraordinary, 100 XP gained. Achievement Rookie Champion triggered, bonus XP 15. Slayer of Men, 2 progress increased. 578 humanoid kills needed for the next stage. The announcement echoed in Likai's ears. He stroked his chin with a paw, a smile creeping across his face. He didn't see himself as the petty dragon who would wage war just for interest. He launched this grand beast tide because a single thought had triggered a system quest. Quest triggered, Beast Tide Siege. Reward 1. Humans killed by the Horde are counted as your kills. Tier 1 Human 100 XP, Tier 2 1000, Tier 3 10,000, Tier 4 100,000. Reward 2. Completely destroy Kellen Village to unlock a new achievement. The XP for low-tier humans wasn't much, but the numbers would make up for it. Besides, killing low-rank beasts no longer yielded XP, so he accepted without hesitation. When most of the dire wolves were down and the system announced first wave of the beast tide complete, Li Kai immediately ordered the next batch forward. He wanted zero gap between waves, giving the players no time to regroup. Roar. A deafening bellow tore through the night as the blood-drinking apes followed in the dire wolves' footsteps onto the ice bridge. Thud, thud, thud. Right behind them came the massive cavern widow spiders. Finding the narrow bridge annoying, they simply waded into the fast-flowing creek, 8 legs gripping the pebbles as they crossed against the current. Splash, splash. A grove of demonic locust trees drove their roots into the creek bed. Choosing the same route as the spiders standing shoulder to shoulder on the bridge was just asking for AoE. Full firepower. Seeing the sudden spike in the Horde's strength, Sunset at Dusk ordered the players to inflict as much damage as possible. Beside the rushing creek, the ice bridge had been stained crimson by wolf blood, turning it into a scarlet span. Mountains of direwolf corpses rose so high they partially blocked the archer's sight lines. The moment the 3 elite hordes, the blood-drinking apes, the subterranean demon spiders, and the enchanted pagoda trees stepped onto the fractured ice, the pressure on the players across the stream spiked. Acting Commander Xiang Shixiao raised his longsword and barked, all guns blazing. Fireballs trailed molten tails like meteors, ice lances hissed through the air, and arcs of lightning mingled with globes of light, weaving an airtight net that slammed into the monsters wading forward. Ranged fighters ditched their precious armor-piercing arrows for high-explosive rounds. Bowstrings creaked, triggers snapped, and blossoms of fire linked together among the fallen wolves. The melee classes refused to be overshadowed. Greatswords split wolf spines, twin axes kicked up curtains of blood, and spear and shield teams pinned the three-eyed dire wolf king in place. Amid flashing steel, severed limbs were hurled skyward. On the surface, 1,000 players seemed united, yet each had a different agenda. Many ranged DPS, hungry for last hits, aimed only at nearly dead beasts, letting masses of damage overflow. Melee fighters fared better, rotating finishing blows within familiar squads. The healers, however, had dumped nearly all their mana at the opening bell for contribution points, and now the tanks were falling faster than they could be patched up. The beast tide powered up again. The improvised force lacked synergy, and no one commanded universal respect, so chaos spread fast. All Xiang Shixia could do was keep his own guild's line from crumbling. Across the defense network, only guilds that followed their leaders to the letter still held formation. Where did Sheng Dan vanish to? Why isn't he back yet? Xiang Shixia cleaved off a battered direwolf head, stole a breath, and glanced over. Can't he even afford a return scroll? Don't ask, a teammate said, wiping blood from his visor. Dupo Guild claims his full dive helmet glitched. He can't log in at all. Seriously? Those helmets almost never fail. Xiang Shixia shifted stance and frowned. There's an XP bonus during a beast tide, and failure means penalties. He'd claw his way back if he could. Most players bought the hardware malfunction. Lenino one sane skipped free rewards in a crisis, but a few of Shengdan confidants knew the truth. On his way back, he had seen a forum photo of that colossal dragon, gone paper white, and logged off on the spot. With a creature phobia score north of 90, he didn't need to face one. A single image, a recorded roar, even a fleeting memory could freeze him stiff. Back on the blood-slick ice bridge, the cunning blood-drinking apes raised shattered wolf carcasses as shields and barreled through the flaming blasts. In the stream, The enchanted pagoda trees and subterranean demon spiders rode the current, slipping past most of the fireballs and lightning bolts. Ice shards flew, acrid smoke billowed, and the three elite mobs surged onto the bank, crashing into the player's shield line. Dong, clang, screech. Ah, healer, over here. I can't hold them. Simian claws, arachnid pikes, and twisting vines smashed into the shields in rapid succession, hurling scores of shield bearers into the air and punching gaping holes in the line. In mere seconds, the once solid wall was in tatters, blood spraying through the breaches while shards of armor and severed limbs filled the sky. Moments earlier, those melee classes had been swaggering behind their numbers advantage, pounding the dire wolf beasts and the three-eyed wolf king. Faced with a horde made up entirely of elite monsters, their bravado vanished at once. Kite them, Xiang Zixia shouted. The players began a fighting retreat, pouring out damage as they fell back. Ranged casters who had already blown their cooldowns turned and sprinted for the city wall, staying would only waste precious respawns. On a low hill, Li Kai stood with his arms folded, watching at his leisure. Only half the forces from the three elite clans, the blood-drinking apes, the chasm spiders, and the enchanted locust tree had taken the field, yet the players were already on the verge of breaking, and the key bosses still hadn't shown themselves. Remembering how these same players loved to gang up on red-named elites, he sneered. Asking them to hold this line was like sending Binbo Ba to fetch Tang Xing's head for the nine-headed serpent. The beast tide swallowed the scattered players in an instant. The agile blood-drinking apes went straight for low agility, fragile targets. Once they caught someone, they ripped open the victim's chest in a spray of gore. Waves of chasm spiders spat sticky webs. Anyone who hesitated was glued in place, then dragged back to a spider nest and skewered into pulp. The enchanted locust trees lashed out with massive branches and blue-silver vines, every strike bursting an unlucky player into red mist. Those with higher constitution who survived the first blow found clusters of blue-silver spores blooming under their skin moments later. System notifications flooded Li Kai's muted feed. Killed Greatsword Adept, LV22. Extraordinary 100 XP gained. Rookie Champion triggered, 15 XP. Manslayer 2 progress advanced, 6 more humanoid kills required. Manslayer 2 completed. Manslayer 3 unlocked. Awarded 50 design points. Effect, 15 damage to humanoids. Next tier, kill 10,000 players. Unlocking the highly practical Manslayer 3 made Li Kai nod in satisfaction. Across the stream, the slaughter raged on, while a kilometer away the guards and mercenaries atop Keelan village's walls watched the carnage, faces drained of color. So this is the beast tied the deadliest of the continents for calamities. Could they really hold out until the Imperial army arrived? In under 20 minutes, nearly 7,000 players lay dead. Their last-ditch resistance dragged a few thousand monsters down with them, and the earlier carnage among the wolf pack helped. Yet the casualty ratio along the first defensive line was still horrific. Another batch of system readouts flashed past. Killed Dual Blade Warrior, LV23. Extraordinary 100 XP gained. Rookie Champion triggered, 15 XP. Level 38 XP 1,400,000 and 95.71 million. 400,000. Level 39 XP 95.71,600,000. With the players wiped out, the beast tide thundered on, slamming straight into Keelan village's log palisade and beginning its assault on the walls. At the gate of Keelan village, more than 1,000 guards lined a palisade of thick logs, weapons raised and ready. 2 neighboring frontier hamlets had each sent 300 elite fighters, hauling wagon loads of gear that left the wall packed shoulder to shoulder. When the defenders saw the squad from Children of the Stars wiped out, and a black tide of beasts surged forward like a flood, the captain bellowed, "Open fire." Boom. 18 mana cannons thundered as one. Cobalt blue shells slammed into the center of the horde and blossomed into searing fireballs, a shockwave kicking up a wall of dust that obscured the sky. When the haze thinned, the elite monsters at Ground Zero lay shredded, and several red-named champions reeled back, their hides scorched. Thwip. The windlasses of 14 alchemical ballistae snapped in rapid succession. Siege bolts as thick as a thumb streaked across the field, ripping through the black bristles and hard carapaces of giant burrow spiders before burying themselves in soft tissue. Dark green ichor sprayed several meters. Load fire rounds. Burn those eerie pagoda trees. Ballistae focused the burrow spiders. The captain knew the wasteland bestiary by heart. Eerie pagoda trees ignored most physical damage but feared flame. Bloodthirsty apes moved too fast for ballistae, while the lumbering burrow spiders were perfect targets. Given the all-clear, players and mercenaries scrambled onto the rampart and opened up from above. Arrows, lead bullets, blow darts, holy light, fireballs, ice spears, and lightning lances merged into a dense barrage, blooming bloody mushroom clouds over the horde. The combined bombardment of 18 cannons and 14 ballistae held the beasts 100 meters out, unable to advance. Li Kai never left the front line with his gaze. Though the defense held, His brow stayed furrowed as he glanced at the four-armed overlord apes and the other boss monsters. Feeling that draconic stare lock onto them, the bosses roared and whipped their kin into a frenzy. Wave after wave filled the craters until, over a mountain of corpses, the beasts finally reached the base of the wall. A giant burrow spider staggered up to the parapet, riddled with siege bolts and peppered with armor-piercing arrows. Another dull whistle thunk. A massive bolt punched clean through its abdomen, and the monster collapsed with a crash. Roar. The instant it fell, a bloodthirsty great ape crawled from beneath the spider's corpse. Muscles bulged, its right arm swung down. Bam! The wooden wall trembled several inches, but did not break. The ape stared, baffled. Logs this thick normally splintered under a single punch. Li Kai had already noticed the anomaly. A crimson 8,400 floated in the air. A faint, circular barrier sheathed the logs, barely visible to the naked eye, a defensive array boasting 10 million durability. As the red number faded, a gentle green 5,000 rose from the same spot. It can even regenerate. Li Kai drew a sharp breath. 5,000 a second wasn't much, but if the horde tried to tear down this wall by brute force, he had no idea how many monsters would have to die before it finally broke. While Li Kai was still frowning, a system announcement rang in his ears, and a brutal grin spread across his face. System verdict: requirements for the second beast tide achieved. The final wave, the third beast tide, may now be deployed. Ground forces, full assault. At the dragon's command, Sisho Baiyuan, Dishu Maju Wang, and Huaishu Laolao responded in unison, leading their clans into the icy river and advancing on Kailan village. Xiaoyet Songlong threw back its head and howled, and tens of thousands of terror wolves in the rear howled in chorus, the rolling sound making the human defenders atop the walls go numb. The wolf pack was lightning fast, sprinting past the three boss tribes in a heartbeat. The first wave reached the ice bridge and slammed into the defensive array. On the rampart, the squad captain went pale, seized the player Qianxing Jizi, and bellowed, "Go get the village chiefs, now!" The nearby player Xiang Shixia let out a breath and muttered, "Good thing that dragon hasn't stepped in, otherwise." Smack! A teammate slapped him and groaned, "Should have done that sooner." Across the river, the massive black dragon slowly straightened, wings spreading like storm clouds until the whole hillside lay in shadow. Li Kai didn't care for a boss makes a dramatic entrance moment. Once the beast tide took Kailan village, he still had loot to collect, and he wanted every minion he could keep alive. He crouched, drove his claws deep into the slope, and beat his wings. The gale was so fierce that Xiaoyet Songlong had to squint. "What's that dragon trying to do?" Players muttered while keeping up their damage. "Uproot the hill. Don't be ridiculous. Even if he's strong enough, the dirt would crumble," Xiang Shixia reasoned. Another player glanced at his reddened palm and thought, "Makes sense like hell it does." Smack! A second slap landed on Xiang Shixia, leaving him frozen in shock. The dragon was actually lifting the entire hillside. Tens of thousands of cubic meters of earth hung together as if bound by invisible force, only a few crumbs spilling away. Li Kai climbed skyward, wings creaking under the 40,000-ton load. High above, he triggered his child of the earth trait, compressing the irregular mass into a cone, point downward. As he rose, the players finally caught on. Holy crap, he's about to drop a heavenly meteor smash. Can the defensive array survive that? Minutes later, Li Kai and his earth-colored meteor broke 10,000 meters. He inhaled the frigid air, exhaled slowly, then dove. The huge mass generated so much drag he had to hold back, lest the cone break apart mid-fall. Soon the defenders on the wall saw a blazing star growing larger overhead, hurtling straight toward them. Thick storm clouds swallowed the sun, muting its blinding white glare and sparing the fighters below from broiling in their armor. At the foot of the walls, the beast tide surged so densely that any skill hurled downward was bound to hit something. Yet whether they were disciplined village guards, seasoned mercenaries, or fearless players, everyone dripped with sweat and braced for disaster. Every few seconds they glanced upward in unison. The real threat was overhead. A streak of crimson flashed inside the clouds. Then the heavy bank split apart, a shaft of dazzling light pouring through and forcing the crowd to squint. An instant later, an incandescent meteor ripped across the sky toward Kailan village. One thought filled every mind. Could the barrier hold? On the roof of the village's tallest building, 3 armored professionals stood shoulder to shoulder. They were not only the village chiefs of Kailan and the nearby hamlets. Each bore the title of hero. Their faces were stern but steady. "They'll handle this." The wiry, white-haired elder chief of Kailan leaned forward and gripped his sword. Steel rang as it cleared its scabbard, and a razor-thin beam of pure white energy shot into the heavens toward the incoming meteor. "I've worked too hard to let you ruin this." With a dragon's roar, a colossal beast dove, inserting itself between blade and meteor. The brilliant slash shattered scales but left only a shallow groove in the tough flesh, and a crimson 9,576 floated above its head. "Got you." While the dragon blocked the strike, a middle-aged woman with waist-length hair chuckled and raised her staff. A pale magic circle formed overhead, and a giant, colorless blade of wind exploded forward, too fast to follow, cleaving the meteor in a flash. Hovering in midair with a twisted grin, Li Kai replied calmly, "You're the ones who fell for it." The meteor split, then rippled and vanished like a disturbed reflection. It had been an illusion mirror blossom, and Skla's draconic spell he had set in advance. The real meteor had been hidden behind the mirage all along. When it finally emerged from the illusion, it was less than 100 meters from the village barrier. The three chiefs had no time for a second move before the rock thundered down. Boom. The blast was so intense that the array registered it as direct damage to those on the ground, though everything unfolded in eerie silence, the shock alone stealing their breath. Then crack. A hair-thin fracture sounded like a thunderclap in their ears. Crack, crack, the fissures raced outward, and the dome shielding the village shattered into tens of thousands of sparks. The violent impact fused the earth into molten rock, and orange-hued torrents rained from the sky. Kylan village found itself beneath a storm of magma. In an instant the heat collapsed and ignited entire rows of buildings, flames and smoke spearing upward and turning the scene into a vision of hell. Fortunately, every combatant was clustered along the walls, so for now there were no casualties. The defensive barrier shattered, and the log palisade could no longer keep the magical beasts at bay. They smashed through it effortlessly and flooded into the village. Fall back, form a new line, and prepare for street-to-street fighting. Under no circumstances can we let them destroy the teleportation array. The militia captain roared, his voice hoarse as dust billowed from the breach. On another rooftop, the mayor of Kylan village barely dodged a rain of molten rock, sprang to higher ground, and shouted at the dragon overhead, "You launch a beast tied against our frontier village of the Mozenluri Empire. Without provocation, are you not afraid of the Empire's retaliation? Or do you think your status as a pure-blooded dragon puts you beyond its reach?" Li Kai froze for a heartbeat, then seized the moment and bellowed, "Without provocation? You think I was born a pure-blood dragon? I was once just a carefree wasteland drake in the flourishing hills. You slaughtered my kin and drove me to grow stronger at any cost. Now that I have evolved into a dragon, I will avenge my fallen tribe." Flawless performance. Hollywood owes me an Oscar, Li Kai gloated inwardly. With such a compelling motive for vengeance, the mayor faltered. If the dragon spoke the truth, even the Empire would struggle to claim justice, for dragons were few and fiercely protective of their own. A wasteland drake that evolved into a dragon? That must be the roaming berserker. A player in the crowd exclaimed. So that anonymous post was real. It really is the savior dragon. As the sun dipped low, players stared at the collapsed wall and the surging beast tide. Someone laughed bitterly. "Time for a new title. How about the wasteland tyrant? You filthy beast. You took everything from me," boomed the last of the three village chiefs, a burly elder whose voice rolled like thunder. Li Kai arched an eyebrow. "And you are?" "I am Lek Dugtom, mayor of Feijo village. My sons, Fei and Blake, both died by your hand." "Ah, I see." Li Kai shrugged, drew the sword Royal Eclipse, Kingslayer, and grinned savagely. "No worries, I'll send you to join them right now." Crimson dragon fire swelled, and searing light condensed between his vast wings, pouring into the greatsword. With a hiss, Li Kai became a streak of scarlet light, diving straight for the teleportation array beside the tower. Knew he had to destroy it before Imperial reinforcements could arrive. "Hold it together, Lek," the old mayor of Kylan warned, clutching a magic crystal. "I know. He'll tear him limb from limb." Lek Dug snarled, and he and the female mayor raised identical crystals. As the sword light closed in, the three of them crushed the crystals simultaneously. Crack! 3 golden beams erupted, weaving into a triangular array that trapped both the scarlet streak and the village chiefs inside. This was the Empire's single-use supreme artifact issued to every frontier settlement, the duel crystal. When 3 were activated at once, they pulled the enemy into a forced duel barrier where escape was impossible and all else was permitted in SS rank priority. Whenever a beast tide grew unmanageable, the Guardians used it for a decapitation strike. 3 against 1 to kill the tide's core. Boom. The dragon's dive slammed into the barrier, but the golden film merely shivered. "You are the one surrounded," the 3 mayors declared, forming a triangle around the dragon as Lek Dug drew twin blades, eyes glowing blood red. Li Kai glanced at their stats and bared his fangs in a grin. "No, you are." Inside the tower at the center of Kylan village, a golden triangular barrier shimmered. The instant Li Kai fell silent, the faces of the 3 village chiefs darkened. War drums thundered and triumphant brass erupted from the void, choking the air with pressure. Impossibly actually triggered a boss trait inside Kylan village. The old chief's heart lurched. He jammed his long blade back into its scabbard, gripped the hilt with both hands, and crouched, ready to strike. "So that's a dragon for you, arrogant to the core." The middle-aged mage spun her staff, wedged it between the tower stones, crushed several runes, and stacked 3 shields before beginning a low chant. "Then I'll kill you twice." Dual blade warrior Lek Daoj clashed his swords, sparks flying, and glared at the dragon overhead. Li Kai simply smiled, and began an incantation of his own. Stop him. The old chief snapped. His blade flashed. A pure white arc slashed through the dragon's chest, but it only rippled and vanished. Suddenly, a lightning-wrapped claw appeared behind Lek Deoj. He flipped away, barely avoiding it. The claw slammed down, golden bolts crackling, yet the floor remained unscarred. Draconic magic mirror water, illusory blossom. Kalman warned. It's scrambling sight and sound, use your senses. Trusting his instincts, the old chief slashed again. The blade light forced out another image of the dragon, this one wielding a thunder spear. The beast hurled the crackling weapon at Lek below. Damn it. I've never seen a monster this slippery. Lek blurred forward. The golden spear pierced his body without so much as ruffling his coat. Cheap tricks won't work on us. We've stared death in the face more times than you've slept. He shredded the airborne dragon, which dissolved into fading phantoms. All illusions? Kalman, make yourself useful. He growled. On it. Kalman's spell finished. A circle overhead released 3 currents of wind that wrapped the chiefs as shields and sharpened their movements. She accelerated her casting. The air inside the barrier howled, twisting into a raging tornado. She knew the illusion relied on ice crystals. Wind would tear them apart and expose everything. Perfect. Tear down that illusion. Let's see you hide now. Lek crouched low, avoiding the cyclone's pull while shouting his approval. Amid the roaring wind, the dragon's true body finally emerged, hovering high above, still chanting without pause. Damn, I interrupt him. Kalman dismissed the tornado just in time, clearing the way for her allies to strike. Lao Tsuanzhong and Lek Deoj vaulted high into the air, blades poised to cleave the dragon. Draconic magic was notorious for its might. After such a long incantation, the spell would be terrifying. As their weapons were about to bite into scale, the circle beneath Li Kai flared alive. Intricate runes slithered like living things, then vanished without a sound. A killing chill swept the sky. 2 frost-shrouded coffins appeared overhead, locking onto the warriors' landing points. Their lids slammed down from above, ready to seal the pair in eternal ice. Not good. Both men cursed and fired off displacement skills, leaving afterimages in midair to dodge by a hairbreadth. Thud. The coffins clapped shut, then dissolved another phantasm. Yet the dull echo was real, because the true target lay elsewhere. Faces blanching, Lao Tsuanzhong and Lek Deoj whirled around. The mage Cairman, who had never moved, was now entombed in a genuine coffin of unmelting frost. Ice raced across the crystal walls, cutting her off from the world. Hands clasped behind his back, Li Kai let a smile curl across his lips, churning the ice crystals with a tornado clever. But when did you decide I wasn't using mirror flower, Watermoon? The 3 village chiefs understood the spell's theory but hadn't known it was sustained. They assumed the tornado had broken it. In fact, the illusion had never stopped. The gale had only masked it for a moment. 104,663 shield. Cairman's barrier hemorrhaged value as the coffins chill gnawed at it. Lao Tsuanzhong and Lek Deoj sprinted to smash the prison open. Crackle. A lightning-clad dragon claw tore through the air. Lao Tsuanzhong rolled aside. The flagstones beside him split and charred. Li Kai raised the king's false sword, Kingslayer catching Lek Deoj's axe on its edge. Lightning danced around his free hand, forcing Lao Tsuanzhong back. Alone, he blocked 2 heroes. Across Kylan Village's main street, the Cornwolves' charge was cutting down players in droves. Shield guards bore the brunt. Priests funneled heals and barriers into the stronger village guards instead. Damn it, I'm done tanking if this keeps up. Shield guards shouted, but the priests, focused on contribution points, ignored them. Worse yet, the frontline tanks feared this beast tide was truly beyond them. Child of the stars, fall back behind us. Step in only if the line breaks. The guard captain barked. At last, the scattered crowd reformed. Over 1,000 Tier 2 elite guards locked portable barriers into an iron wall, while more than 8,000 Tier 1 transcendent players covered the flanks, barely holding the wolves' first impact. Many players had reached level 20, but the ascension trial was brutal. In all Kylan Village, fewer than 100 had advanced to Tier 2 elite. Most stalled. Their low-tier monsters no longer yielded enough experience. And, as the beta had proven, who can score a boss fight every day? Only at max level did anyone consider pushing for Tier 3 Radiant. Bosses incoming. A shrill cry tore down the street. Dust boiled behind the wolves as 3 colossal figures marched side by side. The Pit Spider King, Grandmother Locust, the four-armed Overlord Ape. Each name made hearts sink lower. Wait, where's the one that froze Torrent Creek? High above, the ice-cursed demon swept in, a waterfall of cold spilling from its wings. It longed to freeze the living mass below, but it dared not defy its master. Banking hard, it arrowed toward the heart of Kylan Village. Boom, 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 heavy footsteps rolled in from the distance, and the pack of Gorfong wolves blocking the road was sent flying with a single kick. Seconds later, 3 bosses stepped into view. The Cavern Spider King, the four-armed Berserker Ape, and the White Tree Crone. The trio had only just evolved, sitting at levels 31 and 32, and leaving their lairs kept them from triggering full boss traits. Yet to the players on the field they were still an unbeatable calamity. Terror spread across the line of defense, and a few archers clutched their bows until their knuckles turned white. Don't lose heart, the bosses are ours. The captain of the village guard roared, dragging morale back from the brink. He vaulted the makeshift barricade first, and several dozen third-tier guards and mercenaries swarmed after him, splitting into 3 wedges inside the beast's tide. If the bosses reached the fragile line behind them, it would shatter in an instant. The captain and 8 guards charged the most troublesome target, the cavern spider king. 19 guards converged on the 4-armed berserker ape. More than 20 mercenaries braced themselves and threw everything at the white tree crone. What about the ice-type monster? Someone shouted while hacking down another griffon wolf. The captain slipped past a strand of webbing and sheared it off with a clang. Relax, he called back, voice firm. Someone stronger than I am is holding that side. High overhead, the frost hex demon veered away from a whistling arrow as it streaked toward the teleport array. 3 figures blocked its path atop a tiled roof. Any player who saw them would have been stunned. There stood Madame Stephen, the village's best tailor, the blacksmith everyone called Uncle Hammer, and the mercenary guild's beloved front desk hostess. Madame Stephen shrugged, laugh lines teasing her cheeks. How many years since we fought shoulder to shoulder? Uncle Hammer tossed his sledge into the air and caught it, brow furrowed in thought. Must be 30 plus. The hostess adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, drew her bow, and replied with accountant-level precision, 32 years, 7 months, and 15 days. Uncle Hammer chuckled. Huh. If those boys drooling over you knew you're past 70 and just look young thanks to a hint of elven blood, they'd probably lose their lunch. Shut it. No wonder you've struck out with Madame Stephen for decades. You Uncle Hammer's thick neck flushed red, a blush creeping into his weathered face. Their rooftop banter lingered in the air, but the frost hex demon was already gathering a torrent of cold around its claws. It tilted its head, wordlessly puzzled. How could these humans still trade jabs? The thought lasted only a heartbeat. Anyone who stands in the master's way will be frozen and shattered. A howling gale laced with ice and snow erupted as the demon dived. All 3 leapt to meet it, roof tiles exploding beneath their feet. Inside the golden barrier, the old village chief watched through the shimmering wall, his expression darkening by the second. On the other side, within the eternal ice coffin, numbers flickered wildly across Mage Carmen's shield display. 104,663 shield. Wave after wave of 100,000-point frost damage slammed into her. With her fragile mage constitution, she couldn't take much more. The spell to break the coffin required time to cast, yet her barrier might hit 0 at any moment. She tried several displacement skills, each one overridden by a higher priority bind that yanked her back into place. All she could do was keep refreshing her shield, staking everything on the allies outside. If they could shatter the coffin first, she might live to fight another day. Charging toward the eternal ice coffin, Leek Dao suddenly pulled up short and sidestepped several times to dodge a gigantic sword that crashed down from the sky. This won't work, he barked. They'll keep it busy. Go save Kalman. He stabbed both blades into the ice, twin jets of flame blazing behind him. In the same motion, he leapt onto the sword's flat and shot forward, a blur streaking straight at the airborne dragon. Across the field, Li Kai was slashing with a claw of condensed lightning, forcing the old village chief into a desperate shuffle across the frozen plain. When he saw Leek Dao charging toward him instead of helping his teammate, he felt a flicker of satisfaction then suspicion. A man stupid enough to abandon an ally would never be on the verge of the hero rank. The chief was indeed darting toward the coffin, yet he showed no real panic, devoting most of his focus to evasion. The mismatch made Li Kai wary. He opened Leek Dao's status panel, scrolling quickly until a single line caught his eye. Releasing his grip on the sword of fallen king's regicide, he formed a blazing golden spear of thunder in his palm. Elsewhere, Leek Dao spun like a gyroscope, dragging both blades from the dragon's right claw all the way to its neck. Damage numbers 9617, 9617, 9617, 9617 flashed in the air, depressingly low. Li Kai drew a deep breath, cheeks swelling, and unleashed a deafening roar. A visible shock wave surged outward. The instant it was about to hit Leek Dao, his figure vanished. Almost simultaneously, Li Kai whipped his right claw and hurled the spear of thunderous judgment toward the side of the eternal ice coffin. Leek Dao reappeared just as the dazzling weapon tore through the air. His face went ashen. Has he seen through everything? Twisting with preternatural flexibility, he only barely slipped past the spear. Boom. The spear detonated. A field of golden lightning erupted, swallowing him whole. Li Kai smiled faintly, ignoring the blades the village chief swung at him. Activating Body of Equilibrium, he maxed out his agility, and his massive draconic form blurred into a streak of lightning diving straight into the storm. Only then did he fully unravel his opponent's scheme. During his first scan had skimmed over the low-level skills. A second reading revealed the hidden trump card. Class D skill polar reversal. Centered on the caster's current position, the user teleports after 4 seconds duration scales with rank to the point exactly opposite the center. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Movement skills are normally Class B or higher. Polar reversal is stuck at Class D because of its heavy restrictions. The user must move the opposite way first and survive the full 4-second charge. Leak Daos' early sidesteps had lined up the eternal ice coffin and the dragon on opposite sides, and his feigned frenzied assault masked the real objective. If Head simply sprinted off oddly, he would have exposed himself at once. Sadly, he underestimated Li Kai's insight, though the eye of true sight helped, if only a little. Now, paralyzed by lightning, Li Dao tried to trigger an escape skill but sensed 2 utterly conflicting auras rising from Li Kai and hesitated for a heartbeat. That instant was enough. A torrent of gold-white, lightning-shaped dragon breath erupted and engulfed him completely, while system notifications chimed in Li Kai's ears one after another. Kill. Dual Blade Warrior, LV 51 Hero. Gained 121,357 experience points. Quest Beast Tide. Siege triggered. Gained 100,000 experience points. Achievement Rookie Champion triggered. Gained an additional 33,203.5 experience points. As expected, the instant the chaotic dragon breath crashed down, Lek Dog was seared and corroded into a blackened corpse. Human flesh is fragile. Even though his level and rank were higher than Li Kai's, and he wore a full set of hero-grade armor, he still couldn't survive that annihilating breath. Once it lands, death is inevitable. Kill. Wind Mage, LV 49 Hero. Gained 112,579 experience points. Quest Beast Tide. Siege triggered. Gained 100,000 experience points. Achievement Rookie Champion triggered. Gained an additional 31,886.8 experience points. Li Kai turned toward the eternal ice coffin shaped by pale blue frost. The female mage had already been frozen solid, her posture lifelike, yet lifeless. Moments earlier, Li Kai's use of achievement, Paradox Incarnate, had interrupted her spell, preventing her shield from refreshing. Mages are frilier than warriors. She died in an instant. No. The belated village elder howled when he saw his 2 teammates fall. It wasn't grief for their friendship. They'd lost a 3-0 fight, and with only himself left, death seemed certain. 2 of the 3 guardians were dead, and the golden barrier tied to their lives shattered in concert. Massive dragon wings, once pinned by the ward, unfurled and blotted out the sky. As soon as the barrier fell, Li Kai looked toward the distant teleportation circle. The ice-cursed demon he was counting on was being held back by 2 women. A male ice statue with a crushed lower body lay at the demon's feet, proof it hadn't been slacking. Yet Li Kai's expression remained sour. Sensing its master's impatience, the demon hurled itself against the women's defenses with renewed fury. Seems I'll have to do it myself. Li Kai beat his wings, ready to fly toward the array. The village elder dashed in front of him, adopting a stance of desperate defiance. As long as I live, you want to destroy that portal. Really? Li Kai sneered and pointed a talon at the sky behind him. The old man kept his eyes on the dragon, wary of a feint, yet he still stole a glance. One look sent a chill through his bones, and his grip on the long sword nearly slipped. High above, the blinding white sun was eclipsed by a churning shadow. It wasn't a cloud but a dense swarm of harpies. With a piercing screech that split the heavens, a scarlet-plumed harpy dove, wings spread wide as thousands of crimson feathers rained toward the unguarded teleportation circle. Clang, clang, clang. The outer defensive formation sprang to life, but it boasted only 1 million hit points. The harpy's first strike failed to break it, and, feeling the dragon's icy displeasure, the creature shrieked again, summoning its kin. In the next instant, a storm of harpies descended, engulfing the shield entirely. As the swarm tore at it, the formation's durability plummeted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Do you like the surprise I left for you? The dragon's voice rumbled in the distance, but the battle-hardened village chief stayed taut with nerves. He threw himself into a roll, barely dodging the colossal sword that crashed down from above, sending dust and stone flying. The scene was born of Li Kai's favorite draconic spell, Mirror Blossom, Water Moon, whose warped illusions let him pull off one impossible maneuver after another. Despair flickered in the old chief's eyes, yet he refused to yield. Clutching his saber, he murmured, "They'll die with this village, if that's what it takes." Then, with a hoarse roar, he hauled his mangled body toward the dragon hovering overhead. Boom. The barrier guarding the teleport circle finally shattered under the harpy's relentless bombardment. The old chief's focus slipped for an instant, and the sword of royal ruin, Kingslayer, slammed down, leaving him a bloody wreck. A cold system prompt followed. Killed Hero Blade Warrior LV 55, gained 138,123 experience. Event Beast Tide Assault triggered, gained 100,000 experience. Achievement Rookie Champion unlocked, bonus 35,718.4 experience. Li Kai frowned. As expected, no extra prompt. Regicide only works on monsters. He had kept the old chief alive solely to prove that. Otherwise, a lone hero could never have lasted so long against him. Meanwhile, the line at the village gate was collapsing, and every player heard the system broadcast. The teleport circle has been destroyed. Mission failure progress. 13. We're finished. The Imperial army isn't coming. Why are they so slow? Complaints broke out everywhere. Without reinforcements, how could they stop the beast tide rolling over the hills, never mind the dragon that had solo-wiped 3 hero-ranked village chiefs? With the path forward cut off, many players began to retreat. One more death would cost half their experience, a staggering loss. Dropping 5 levels was inevitable, but if they logged out in a safe zone in time, they might save half a level. Those who still had their first revival resolved that on the next death, they would stay down. Don't give up, everyone. A cool female voice pierced the chaos. Clad in full armor, Shang Dan seemed to descend from the heavens, appearing behind the faltering line. Raising a scroll high, she declared, I know how to rebuild the teleport circle. The old chief entrusted this to me with his dying breath. The Imperial army is already in the next village. Rebuild the circle, and we win. Her certainty sent a spark through every player's heart. She would not show up now unless she had something real. But would the dragon simply stand by? The question had barely formed when, in the distance, the dragon loosed a theatrical scream and vanished into the earth. The chief's dying strike hurt the dragon. Morale surged. The captain of the village guard sent his last 3 soldiers to escort Shang Dan to the ruined circle, while he alone faced an almost full-health burrow spider king and dozens of giant spiders. Harpies shrieked overhead, diving at the rear. Instead of fear, the players raised their weapons and shouted, Go, Shang Dan. Well, hold them. Shang Dan nodded gravely, slipped the scroll into her pack before the guards could see it, and sprinted toward the shattered circle. Whether she was telling the truth, only one being on this field, a dragon, knew for sure. Li Kai was already lurking beneath the lines, a predator's smile curling in the shadows as he began to chant in Draconic. Prey delivered to his mouth, how could he possibly let them escape? Under the protection of the village guards, Shang Dan finally reached the ruins of the teleportation array. Give me 5 minutes, he whispered, then crouched and slipped into the broken walls, leaving the guards staring at one another. How come I never knew the village chief could rebuild the teleportation array? While the monsters had yet to notice them, one guard dropped to one knee and hurriedly sharpened his nicked, rusty saber. Sparks flew, and the bloodshot in his eyes looked even darker. The chief's wisdom is beyond the likes of us, but I'm more curious why he's giving this trump card to the child of the stars instead of to the captain. Another guard tipped back an entire bottle of pale blue potion and spoke in a muffled, low voice. Idiot, it's because the child of the stars can come back to life. The third guard snorted, pulled a hard piece of bread from his pouch, and shoved it into his mouth. In the space between their scattered words, a flimsy lie was pieced together into a flawless lifeline by men about to become its victims. At the brink of despair, people will cling to even the faintest illusion of hope. Deep in the ruins, cracks between dust-covered rubble formed a natural barrier that shut out the clamor of battle. Shang Dan knelt beneath a half-collapsed archway, opened his pack, and drew out a thick parchment scroll. The words illusion scroll were freshly inked, gleaming like cold light in the dark. He took a deep breath and tore it open. Light burst between the shattered pillars, like a formless flame licking at the night sky. Through layers of crossfire, the players saw that radiance and their hearts jolted. The teleportation array is coming back. A heartbeat later, blaring horns and furious shouts entwined, and they threw their flesh and blood against the front of the beast tide. None of them knew their resolve had been lit by a single deceptive illusion scroll. High above the defensive line, Li Kai was locked in combat with 3 heroes. After the second projection of the deer-head fiend fell, he ripped additional fear authority from its psychic remains, fully unlocking the 4th property of his god-tier talent, Fear's Origin Fragment. Command Fear. Any creature whose fear value reached 100 had its soul and body reduced to paper in his mind's eye. Even across worlds, he could erase them with a thought. Shang Dan had not yet broken 100, but at 96 he was close enough for Li Kai to control his body remotely, a domination the equal of a god-tier enslave. With overwhelming attributes, talents, and skills, Li Kai could fend off 3 heroes while still watching every stir along the player's line. When he noticed several players trying to log out and flee the life-or-death field, he sent a single command across planes to Shang Dan on the blue star: log in and hold them. The talk of rebuilding the teleportation array and reinforcements on the way was all Shang Dan's own addition, born of a mind completely twisted by control. The terror of god-tier enslavement is that it turns a puppet on strings into a devout believer. The false hope sown by the illusion scroll kept spreading. Far below the ground, a dragon's low chant never faltered. In the cavern veiled by its wings, cold seeped from the rock in a haze of frost. Li Kai was preparing to unleash his last draconic spell of the day, also the widest area skill he currently possessed. Strength skill, Draconic Magic, Frostbound Expanse. Cast time 10 to 60 seconds. Freezes enemies within a radius of 100 to 600 meters for 1 to 3 seconds. then deals ice magic damage equal to spirit times 200 to spirit times 400. Cooldown, 30 minutes. After the spell hits full power, every additional 10 seconds of chanting widens its radius by 100 meters and tacks another 5 minutes onto the cooldown. Why is it suddenly so cold? One player muttered, frowning as he looked around the chaotic melee. Given how hard they were fighting, everyone should have been sweating buckets. Some suspected the Frost Hex demon was casting from the shadows, but when the beast tide forced them to retreat and they used insight to check the culprit's name, they discovered it wasn't that monster at all. One player glanced back at the battlefield and felt his stomach lurch. Every hair on his body stood on end. The flirty poster girl from the mercenary outpost who had been laughing and joking with them hours earlier now lay in the dirt, with every limb shattered. Frost had frozen her blood and glued her eyelids open so she could do nothing but watch her friends being tormented. Worse still, the Frost Hex demon had no reason for the cruelty beyond the fact that it felt like it. Not far from the chasm Arachnid King, the village guard captain, slowed by the chill rising from the underground, failed to dodge a spear-like leg that stabbed down from above. The moment his right arm was pierced, dark purple poison raced across his skin. Knowing the boss would never let him drink an antidote, he gritted his teeth, swung his blade, and severed the arm at the shoulder. Eyes skimming past the spraying blood, he looked to the ruins of the teleportation array behind him, where a strange light was growing brighter. A small smile tugged at his lips. I've already failed to protect the village, he thought. It's all up to you now, Child of the Stars. Deep underground, the Child of the Stars answered. While the chant continued, the spell's area had long since blanketed all of Kylan village before Li Kai finally cut the incantation short. At his command, the Frost Hex demon dropped its toy, spread its wings, and shot into the sky. Crack! A barely audible freezing sound rose from the depths. The cold was so intense it even slowed the sound waves. An instant later, a surge of absolute zero burst from the center of Kylan village like a tidal wave, sweeping in every direction. Players, guards, mercenaries, monsters, anything alive within the village borders was swallowed in a heartbeat. From above, the once bustling settlement had been replaced by a colossal lotus of blue ice. Each translucent petal encased a lifelike sculpture. Humans, wolves, spiders, ape bosses, trees, even a winged woman. 1,000 miles of frost, frozen in a single bloom. 1,030,435. Countless damage numbers rose over Kylan village as a rapid-fire stream of system notifications rang in Li Kai's ears. You have slain Blade Fighter LV-45 Radiant. Gained 22,578 EXP. Event Beast Tide Siege triggered, 10,000 EXP. Achievement Rookie Champion triggered, bonus 4,886.7 EXP. You have slain Light Crossbow Scout LV-23 Elite. Level gap, too large, no EXP gained. Event Beast Tide Siege triggered, 1,000 EXP. Achievement Rookie Champion triggered, bonus 150 EXP. You have slain Priest LV-20 Extraordinary. Level gap, too large, no EXP gained. Event Beast Tide Siege triggered, 100 EXP. Achievement Rookie Champion triggered, bonus 15 EXP. You have slain Four-Armed Overlord Ape LV-32 Boss. Gained 72,175 EXP. Achievement Rookie Champion triggered, bonus 10,826.2 EXP. The barrage blended into an ear-splitting drone. Li Kai immediately muted every toggleable alert, and only then did peace return except for one line he couldn't switch off. Level 39. EXP 1, 408, 7541, 400, 000 level 40. EXP 8751, 600, 000. Design points 400. Meanwhile, the kill notifications kept popping, the experience bar continued to climb, and before long he leveled up again. System messages continued to pour in over the frozen village of Kylan. Defeated Huaishu Laolao, LV-31 boss. Gained 69,432 experience. Achievement Rookie Champion activated, bonus 10,414.8 experience. Level 40 EXP 160, 556.61, 600, 000 level 41 EXP, 556.61, 800, 000. Received 410 design points. Defeated the Subterranean Spider King, LV-31 boss. Gained 69,565 experience. Achievement Rookie Champion activated, bonus 10,434.7 experience. Level 41 EXP 180, 762.71, 800, 000 level 42 EXP, 762.72, 000. Received 420 design points. Only after the rising bar filled past the halfway mark did it finally stop. Li Kai burst through the ice, shot into the air, and gazed down at the crystal lotus that covered the village. Its petal-like shards caught the sunlight and scattered it in a rainbow of colors. He threw back his head and laughed. Ha ha. Foolish players, Witless locals one small trick, and I have you dancing in the palm of my hand. A faint flutter sounded overhead. Li Kai looked up to find an AK-feathered harpy trembling in the sky. Because the main blast zone of Dragon Tongue magic, thousand-mile frost lay on the ground, she had survived by sheer luck. Sorry about that, he said with a grin. I was so busy savoring the moment I forgot to finish you off. He was about to leap after her when a familiar, violent power erupted inside him. The force tore through every limb and bone, at once shredding and remaking his body. Cells split at a frenzied pace, bones swelled, and pain ripped away his control. He plunged, smashing a swath of delicately carved ice into powder. No stop. You old fool, you've doomed me, he roared. But ascension is the supreme law of the immortal world. Nothing short of spending design points could halt it. Within him, cells kept evolving, his very rank climbing higher. An immense pressure exploded outward, shattering the crystal lotus and leaving only its most precious core intact. High above, the AK-feathered harpy was forced to the ground by that pressure, screaming as she crashed beside the dragon's remains. A wave of indescribable chaotic flame then burst from Li Kai's body, surging and twisting until it wrapped both him and the harpy inside a perfect sphere. The ascent to lordship seemed to last forever. Li Kai drifted through a fog of half-conscious agony, as if a century had passed. After 5 full cycles of sun and moon in the outside world, the evolution finally ended. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an endless white expanse, veiled by a misty haze. 2 spheres of light floated before him. One was pitch black, studded with glittering stars like an entire sky in miniature. The other glowed deep brown, with soil and stones swirling within, radiating the weight of the earth itself. In the next instant, a flood of information surged into his mind, and he understood exactly what came next. So this was the retention menu for a Lord Tier World Phase 2. No, Phase 3. 2 orbs hovered in front of Li Kai, one the color of weathered bedrock, the other a swirl of starlight. They embodied the 2 third-phase builds he had prepared. Both relied on his twin S-strength talents, 1 Starforged body and 2 Earthborn. The difference lay in the extras. The first build folded in the Shrank Talent Chaos Core, while the second stacked the Rank Talent Victor's Crown. If he chose Starforged Body Chaos Core, he would become a celestial form and continuously trigger full stacks of stellar might, gaining 1. 90% immunity to physical damage. 2. An additional 20% boost to fire, lightning, poison, ice, and every other elemental attack. 3. A further 30% allument bonus from Starforged Body itself, for a total increase of 50%. In short, pure offense. If he chose Earthborn Victor's Crown, he would become a terraform and steadily draw on the power of the land, receiving 1. 90% immunity to physical damage. 2. Total immunity to earth element magic. 3. 50% resistance to every other element. Defense taken to the extreme. One sphere promised devastation, the other indestructibility. Li Kai's first thought was the classic, why not both? But fusing them into an all-round third phase cost 4,000 design points. He had only 2,750, a shortfall of 1,250. After a long silence, he locked in Starforged Body Chaos Core for one shameless reason: it looked cooler. The earthen orb faded away. The starry one swelled, flooding the blank space with radiance. Time to sculpt the body more precisely, a dragon. Under his will the cosmic haze twisted and condensed. Twin crystal horns, antler-like yet unearthly, crowned the head. A long, serpentine torso flowed with effortless power, elegant rather than savage. For limbs kept the classic draconic frame, talons gleaming like tempered steel. 4 orbiting stars: crimson fire, golden lightning, violet poison, and azure ice spiraled in an endless dance. The finished Chaos Celestial Dragon borrowed the silhouette of an Eastern WIRM and the design flair of a certain star-forging Dragon King from an old video game. Li Kai nodded in satisfaction. This would be his third form. In the ruins of Kylan Village, the crackle of ice had long since died away. The moment Li Kai's eyes opened, he checked the spoils scattered around him: metal ingots, gems, gear components, everything was intact. So he relaxed. Just as he meant to rise, a soft, throaty moan sounded nearby. An awakened harpy lay there, wings trembling, eyes still hazy. She had been too close during his ascension, pulled into the right, and converted into a vassal. Vassal sounded polite. In truth, it was an exotic contract of servitude. He couldn't detonate her with a thought, but the authority he held over her was absolute. She had, at least, gained something. Fine red gold scales now climbed her shoulders, neck, and arms, and her elemental affinity far surpassed her kin. She was an ember-plumed dragon-blood harpy, lithe, curvaceous, and strikingly fierce. Li Kai's gaze swept over her, a wicked smile curling his lips. Gather those materials, he drawled, nodding at a nearby pile, and bring them to my mouth. With that, he sprawled out, waiting to be hand-fed. A dragon lord rummaging for loot himself? Unthinkable. Chew, chew, Li Kai kept eating while watching the system messages, making absolutely sure no one had swiped his materials. Consumed rare grade material. The massive pectoral muscle of the four-armed overlord ape. Strength 1, Constitution 1.5, Physical Resistance 4, Magic Resistance 4. Consumed exotic grade material. The venom gland of the burrowed demon spider king. Poison damage 250, poison resistance 250. Consumed rare grade material. The companion blue-silver vine of Sephora grandmother. Strength 1.5, Constitution 1.5, Physical Resistance 3, Magic Resistance 3. He swallowed each bite while scanning the area with guarded eyes. The fearsome aura he had released upon becoming a lord still echoed across the frozen ruins. Not a sound broke the silence, and even the surviving harpies had plummeted from the sky in terror. Confirming that no one dared approach, he stuffed the last chunk of loot into his mouth and let the glutton talent absorb every bit of material and gear. In an instant, his stat panel shot to a level that made the heart pound thanks not only to gluttony, but also to his new lord rank and higher level. Race, Chaos Dragon. Rank, Lord. Level, 42. EXP, 1,772,450, 4.72 million. Strength, 919.2, 125.2. Constitution, 2,589.28, 803.2. Spirit, 859.1 to 920.9. Agility, 715.72, 433.3. HP, 13,204,000, 13,204,000, 3,883,000. MP, 257,730, 257,730, 876,000. Stamina, 54,408, 54,408, 174,104. Physical resistance, 9,923. Magic resistance, 10,059. Special resistance, 5,250. Tenacity, 50. With over 13 million health, nearly 10,000 in both resistances, and the passives Earth's power and Star's blessing restoring 2 of his HP every second, he could lie motionless on the ground, and the entire player base still wouldn't break his second phase. The extra 500 points to his HP coefficient from the Lord trait played a huge part, and the passive All Under Heaven belongs to the king kept that trait permanently active. Closing the stat window, Li Kai nodded in satisfaction and began tallying the gains from the Beast Tide Siege. Besides a mountain of experience, he had earned 2 achievements. 1. After meeting the requirements, Butcher of Men 4 unlocked, increasing his damage to humanoids by 20. To reach the next stage, he would need to kill 100,000 players. 2. The siege also granted Avatar of Calamity. Achievement, Avatar of Calamity. Description, you launched a beast tide that destroyed a frontier human village, spreading your name across the immortal continent. Effect, the next time you trigger a beast tide, more monsters will be willing to join you. The practical gain was modest, but the 50 design points that came with it were irresistible. While flipping through the system log, he noticed a new entry, Triple Crown Achievement. The level leaderboard had just been finalized. Congratulations. You have ranked first on the level leaderboard 3 times in a row. Rewards, 10 free attribute points, 50 gold coins, backpack space 10, achievement unlocked, Triple Crown. Achievement, Triple Crown. Requirement, place first on the level leaderboard 3 times in a row. Effect, if another player kills you, you may choose which piece of gear or item is dropped. Experience loss is reduced by 75%, and gold loss is reduced by 75%. Next tier, place first 4 times in a row. A burst of golden fireworks bloomed in midair. System message, you have unlocked the new achievement Triple Crown and earned 50 design points. Li Kai glanced at the reward and still felt it was useless. At first he had worried about losing resurrection chances, but now no one could even force him into a near-death state, let alone trigger the drop mechanic. After confirming the achievement panel, he shifted into his draconian form. Scales spread from collarbone to tailbone, joints crackled, and a low dragon's growl rumbled from his chest. With a wave of his hand, the scarlet-plumed dragonborn harpy swooped down, bowed respectfully, and began her routine training. A proper vassal had to know how to use her talents to soothe her master's temper, and Li Kai was very pleased with the results. Feeling relaxed, he opened the Immortal Forum to check the leaderboard released the night before. When the page finished loading, first place was exactly who he expected: turn and leave LV42, Li Kai himself. The new list was far smarter than the last 2. Beneath every rank was a roast zone. He tapped it, and the screen filled with fawning congratulations. You freeze I heal, world's number 1, no doubt. Level 4 to 12 absolute domination. I want to escape. Has the big boss already reached the hero tier? Agile dog in the mountains. Anyone else, I'd call it impossible. But turn and leave claimed the first lord kill back then. Why anger the ape god? Think turn and leave could clash with the wasteland tyrant. The beast horde that wiped out Kylan village is still the forum's hottest topic. Kennedy wants my sensitivity. That tyrant is a pure-blood dragon. Only level 13, lower than the boss, but its innate skills must be insane. Talk is cheap. Jungle Gap. How do you know its talents beat the boss? I bet the boss is at least SSS, maybe divine level. Nothing else explains this power. The jealous threats and bribes that had flooded the forum before had vanished. Li Kai scrolled and chuckled, in a very good mood. Meanwhile, the harpy's technique grew steadily more proficient. She had a human face but retained a raptor's beak bone and barbed tongue. Most mortals could never endure such fire-soothing. Yet Li Kai's physique let him savor every moment. Once calm, he continued down the leaderboard. Second place was no longer the estalent sun and moon in the sky, but a newcomer who had never shown up before. Gambling Saint, level 28, one level higher than sun and moon. Curious, Li Kai opened the newcomer's roast zone and found that every scrap of information had already been dug up. Gambling Saint had been an ordinary small-time bettor on Blue Star. Fond of wagering, never borrowing money, never hurting his family's budget, but losing every cent he saved was routine. He wasn't an opening day player, yet he shot ahead thanks to his strength talent, dice. He could roll dice before any action to determine the outcome's magnitude. A positive roll boosted damage. A negative roll could be neutralized by paying coins, keeping base power intact. With enough cash, he all but guaranteed positive buffs. Even better, he tried rolling before experience was tallied and it worked. Once he realized the game had invaded reality, he joined the official Iron Blood Guild and received a torrent of resources, catapulting him to second place and past Sun and Moon. This leaderboard listed a full 100 players. Li Kai scanned each entry, noting several interesting talents, some flashy, some brutal, all of them tucked away in his memory. To him, a talent's strength only determined how interesting it was. No matter how powerful, sheer numerical dominance could turn any gift into dust. A towering, lavish palace rose amid the ruins of Kylan village, a mirage woven by mirror-flower moonwater. Its obsidian dome glinted coldly in the sun, the gilded halls clashing with shattered walls in a scene too surreal to be real. Li Kai drew a sharp breath. The drake lizard's claws raked shallow grooves in the ground, the pain dragging his attention from the illusion to the level rankings floating before him. Most players sat at LV26 or LV27, a blur of familiar veterans and newly risen elites. Starting at rank 27, every name was stuck at LV26, yet the 27th, Suiwa Luhen, stood out with a fabled god-favored trait. A god-favored enjoys divine shelter, almost guaranteeing enscrade talent or higher. Suiwa Luhen, blessed by the storm god, boasted staggering agility and could dissolve into wind when low on health, briefly negating physical damage. Though listed as an assassin, he dealt primarily magic damage, and even his basic strikes inflicted grievous wounds. Comment threads swarmed with speculation that he wielded an S-grade talent, but no proof had surfaced. Rank 35, Yuzhibo Fajian, looked even wilder, and many suspected he carried dual talents. His first skill, Bluff, masked his true level and tier. The second sapped an enemy's will to fight. Without the leaderboard, no one in his starter village would have known his real strength. More absurd, he could unleash a rhythmic combo that ignored blocks. Once the hit counter maxed out, it randomly sealed one of the target's skills. If he didn't have two S-grade talents, people could only attribute it to a single, monstrous S-grade mutation. At rank 85, Nianfunianshan Rifuri sat lower, yet was equally tricky. As an archer, every arrow bore a different elemental attribute, and he could copy other ranged fighters' skills. With that battlefield versatility, no one dared underestimate him. What truly floored Li Kai was rank 100 Kani Wushang. This player joined only after the game's invasion of reality was confirmed a bona fide newbie. The Ironblood Guild snapped him up the moment he registered, and Dragon Nation had backed him with limitless resources. His talent was tightly classified. All the public knew was that he could summon elemental creatures identical to those in the Elemental Tower dungeon. Even stranger, he cleared that tower at LV10 and cracked the speedrun charts at LV20, recently leaping past Ryu Dankong into second place. Many believed he had somehow contracted the tower's elemental beings. Finished with the list, Li Kai flicked his tail, let out a long breath, and tamped down the fire in his chest. Heroes were as plentiful as fish in a river. If he hadn't crossed into this world as a wasteland drake lizard and bonded with the design system, these monster talents would have left him in the dust. But now he could slap his scaled chest and declare, "Come at me all of you, will take on 10 no, a billion." Still buzzing, he scrolled farther. 3 flaming gold lines of server-wide news filled his view. Server announcement, 7 days from now, all servers will merge completely. A global event will begin then. Stay tuned. Li Kai sucked in another breath, shoved aside the red-plumed draconic harpy, trying to coil around him, and dove into the forums. A full server merge was hardly a surprise, it was only a matter of time. Immortal had never enforced rigid regional barriers. Any thrill-seeker could slip across national borders if they were willing to risk it. What truly tightened Li Kai's expression and set the player base ablaze with speculation was the abrupt system notice. What exactly did an all-server event entail? The forums detonated. Some guessed that Immortal would open a colossal dungeon large enough for everyone. Others suspected each nation was about to activate cross-border teleport arrays aimed at the children of the stars. In the end, the most convincing theory came from the well-connected Bixioshing. Judging by the recent mass troop movements in every country, the so-called all-server event was almost certainly a global war. Regular armies would clash, and the children of the stars players would be dragged in. The moment that theory spread, players felt both pressure and schadenfreude. A quick dive into the Blue Star network showed that top players on other servers were only level 27 or 28. Apart from the Holy Empire's Euro server and the Arcane Empire's North American server, which had each scored one boss first kill, nobody else had managed even that. Chinese server players were broadly optimistic, unaware that Li Kai had no intention of joining the war unless the payoff was truly outrageous. With a single thought, he shifted back into his obsidian-scaled dragon form, snatched up the scarlet-plumed draconic harpy, spread his wings, and streaked toward the misty forest. Let the players butcher one another, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a weak, pitiful, helpless magical beast. Whooshed in 1,000 meters up, a black streak tore across the sky. At Li Kai's current speed, he could cover hundreds of kilometers in minutes. A roaring heat barrier surrounded his wings. If the harpy hadn't inherited a trace of dragon blood as his vassal, her crimson feathers would have burned to ash. Boom. The sudden drop kept him from fully checking his massive body. Weighing well over 10,000 tons, he slammed into the centaur sanctuary. The ground cracked wide. The entire camp shuddered, sending nearby goblins sprawling. Li Kai released the harpy, who staggered off toward Torrent Creek to cool herself. Master, welcome back. Alice pressed Puff's head down in a graceful curtsy, while the lich Wisla bowed deeply. The centaur girl Vivian, clueless about etiquette, bounded to the dragon's claws and rubbed against them affectionately. At 3 meters tall, she was only slightly higher than his talons. Li Kai himself stretched nearly 100 meters long, with shoulders almost 30 meters high. Scarlet flames shot skyward. Bathed in fire, Li Kai shifted into his dragonborn form and walked over. He ruffled Vivian's hair, then looked at Alice. You know what I just did? Thoughts? As the granddaughter of the Northern King, guardian of the realm, she had been sent to alert the Harpy clan Sand intentional test of her loyalty. Alice nodded, voice steady. Kylan village slaughtered your kin out of greed. Destroying it was justice. The civilians had already evacuated, only mercenaries and troops remained. I simply pity those soldiers, they should have died on a foreign battlefield. Through the enslaved link, Li Kai confirmed she was truthful and nodded in approval. Puff was too naive, so he had transferred the spell to Alice instead. With his current mental strength, no one could break it. I'm glad you see it that way. Don't worry, I don't massacre civilians, I'm no demon. Though, he admitted inwardly, the experience gain was pathetic. Hurry and level up. Once you're ready, we'll find you a proper contract partner. Thank you, master. Alice lifted her skirt and curtsied once more. The blonde girl lifted her skirt in a graceful curtsy, revealing a leg as pale as moonlight. Unfortunately, Li Kai had already turned to the Lich Vizsla and missed the sight. The potion you were working on needs to be tweaked. They'll give you another vial of my blood, he said quietly. Long ago, he had ordered this professor of alchemy to develop a dragon shift elixir using his own blood. He still hadn't decided how to use it, but as the one and only chaos dragon, staying prepared was always safest. Every part of him was priceless. If he wanted to cash in, he'd be a walking mountain of gold. In this world, however, selling blood or scales was risky, and though he had no shortage of money, he wouldn't act rashly. Vizsla was a servant he had bound through the dual balance, her loyalty beyond doubt. Li Kai gladly entrusted her with his blood to brew all kinds of potions. Later, draw a sample from that one too. Her draconic mutation is my doing. He pointed at the scarlet-feathered, dragonborn harpy who had just dropped from the sky. She was drenched, feathers slick against her skin, clearly fresh from battle. As for test subjects, he looked at a group of goblins hovering nearby, too scared to approach, and a faint smile curved his lips. Yes, master, Vizsla replied with a deferential nod. She was always meek around Li Kai, but once she entered her lab, she became someone else, proud, cold, and ruthless. Li Kai enjoyed teasing her during those times, which was one reason the dragon shift elixir still wasn't finished. After introducing his new companion to the women, Li Kai spread his wings and shot toward the heart of the wasteland. Still had bosses to clear that the players had scouted for free. Meanwhile, undercurrents stirred through the empires and kingdoms. Bai Shaoxing had been right. War was on the horizon. Millions of miles from Kylan village, a boundless plain held the largest, most prosperous city of the Mosin Lirue Empire, the royal capital, City of Glory. 2 great rivers split the city into 3 districts, and at the center of the middle ward stood the imperial residence, Jewelry Palace. Inside a hall so plain it scarcely looked royal, ministers anxiously discussed troop movements. Your Majesty, the Blood Frenzy Legion, the headsman greatsword company, and the unyielding spear regiment have reached the Great Rift. Your Majesty, the Sky King Griffin riders are en route to the northern frontier. Your Majesty, the Falling Star winged cavalry and the Scarlet Firefly longbowmen are ready to move at any time. Your Majesty, the treasury has been fully opened. The finance minister clutched his ledgers, face contorted in pain. Every copper had been saved with care, but with every nation gearing up for war, how could he hold back? Even so, at this rate, we'll need to raise taxes within half a year, he warned softly. The wise emperor surveyed the mixed expressions around him and smiled. Relax. We know exactly what we're doing. This war is merely a grand drama, and we are not the stars on its stage. You mean? The finance minister recalled the rumors sweeping the realm, and hope lit his eyes. Wasn't the whole point of granting them tax breaks even waving every last copper coin to prepare for this very moment? Inside the vast state council hall, Emperor Baiji let his gaze sweep across the assembled ministers. Almost everyone exhaled in relief, smiles spreading had they known the child of the stars would lead the campaign. Why fret at all? Yet the emperor's eyes suddenly hardened. You know better than anyone how ambitious they are, he warned. We cannot afford complacency. Declare full mobilization now. One flick of his sleeve dragged the hall back into a heavy silence. On the southern horizon of the endless plains in northern immortal continent, a colossal city utterly foreign to human architecture dominates the skyline. Rough-hewn stone walls, beast-bone ornaments, and snapping banners proclaim power. To orcs, this city of conquest is awe-inspiring. To humans, it looks like a garish jester in war paint. At its heart, the Golden Lion Emperor's throne forged from white bones, broken blades, and iron studs sits like a challenge. Rising from it, fangs bared in a low chuckle, he growled, to hell with pretense. We want war that sweeps across the immortal continent. Let the world see the truth. Orcs are the mightiest race, and the Orc Empire the only rightful ruler. Leaked intelligence? He couldn't care less. Orcs have never favored intrigue. Those who refuse to kneel deserve only the crush of iron hooves. In the court, officials once split into conservative and radical factions now stand united beneath the emperor's razor-sharp or radicals clamoring to reforge the empire through absolute force, conservatives scoffing that the radicals still aren't brutal enough. In the end, the war proposal passes unanimously. Thunderous decrees race across the plains. Along the borders, drums wrapped in hide boom while wolf riders, minotaur heavy infantry, and centaur archers form ranked lines. The 8 great clans, long at odds with the Lion dynasty, now stand shoulder to shoulder beneath the Golden Lion Emperor's will. The empire's fate, its future and very survival will be decided on the battlefield, and the vaunted child of the stars can do nothing but watch the gathering storm. East of the Massacre Empire towers humanity's strongest realm, the Holy Empire, where every citizen worships the Church of the Radiant Light. Its capital, City of Light, is better known as the Land of Divine Descent. Nestled among rugged ranges, it gleams. On the highest peak, the Cathedral of the Radiant Light shimmers with angelic reliefs and a constant golden halo crowning its spire. On the second tallest, a palace of gilded splendor rises. The very difference in elevation marks an unspoken truth here. Divine authority outranks the crown. Inside the cathedral's grand sanctuary, 2 white-haired elders stare each other down. The emperor, standing below the dais, speaks gravely. War brings only suffering. The citizens of the Holy Empire should not die for this farce. Besides, the divine voice has not commanded us to march in force. Seated upon the sacred throne, the Pope shakes his head, his words echoing through the vaults. Spreading our Lord's light across the immortal continent is every believer's duty. Even if they sacrifice their lives, they will return to his embrace with a smile. As for prophecy, Your Majesty, you have never heard his whispers as I have. Their exchange sparks powder-dry tension in the sanctuary. At the mountain's foot, citizens of the Land of Divine Descent gaze up at the Cathedral of the Radiant Light. Golden brilliance washes over their anxious, expectant faces, for they know a decision that will shape their destiny is about to be made. The lake lay frozen beneath an enormous sheet of ice. What should have been crystal clear had turned dull and hazy under its own thickness, while towering glaciers stood like mountains at the water's edge. Their white peaks mirrored in the glassy surface, creating a breathtaking blend of cold and warmth. High above, a gigantic dragon swept past, its wings stirring up a gale as it gazed down at the long-forgotten lake. As I thought, Iceberg Lake holds more than 2 bosses. Any wilderness zone of this caliber is bound to spawn at least one lord. Li Kai murmured to himself. His campaign to purge the wasteland had reached its final stop, and thanks to wave after wave of players, the wilderness had been almost fully cleared. He now knew every boss spawn by heart. On the way, he had slain 2 bosses on the Cassius Plains, another in the distorted marshes, and even caught a straggler in the supposedly safe ancient battlefield ruins of Shuden, whose stealth was so refined it had lived next to the Lich Wisla for nearly a millennium without being discovered. All 4 kills had yielded barely 400,000 experience. and that was only with the 45% boost from the rookie champion achievement and his S-Strength talent, Glutton. Level 42. XP 2,162,665.8, 2 million level 43. XP 162,665.8, 2,200,000. Gained 430 design points. Now that he himself was a Lord tier boss, Li Kai had reached level 43, and the gains from low-tier foes were drying up. He knew he should move on to higher-level zones, but first he intended to wipe out the Lord lurking beneath Iceberg Lake. The dragon plummeted from the sky, smashing through the thick ice in a thunderous crash that sent shards flying before diving into the water below. The moment he slipped beneath the surface, he sensed something amiss. The ancient ice above blocked much of the sunlight, yet the water at the lake bed was surprisingly temperate. Had a curious or unlucky treasure hunter not stumbled upon this creature, it would have remained one of the wasteland's last hidden bosses, a literal fish, and a gigantic one at that. Li Kai narrowed his eyes. Not far away, a translucent whale nearly 200 meters long glided silently through the depths, its massive form filling half his field of view. The sight left him in awe. Just how many unimaginable life forms did the vast immortal continent harbor? Species, spirit of purified water. Rank, Lord tier boss. Level, 60. Strength, 477. Constitution, 38,301,915. Spirit, 21,801,090. Agility, 232. HP, 5.745 m, 5.745 m. MP, 654k, 654k. Stamina, 191,500, 191,500. Physical resistance, 5,000. Magic resistance, 5,000. Special resistance, 5,000. Tenacity, 30%. The presence of stamina and dual resistances proved the spirit of purified water was not a pure elemental, yet its transparent body and unique talents made it look every bit the part. S-class talent, body of pristine water. The bearer's entire form is composed of pure water. While submerged, physical and mental attributes rise by 25,100% depending on water purity, and the fluid body grants extraordinary regeneration. The user is almost immune to water and fire-based magic or physical damage, yet vulnerable to ice and lightning. Specifically, 90% resistance to water damage, 50% to fire, but ice and lightning damage increase by 50%. In addition, remaining in water restores 0.251% of maximum HP and MP per second. Among every defensive talent Li Kai had seen, this was the strongest by far. Its only flaw was the harsh requirement of staying in water. He still needed a water affinity talent, but spending 1,000 design points on something with such strict conditions simply wasn't worth it. After weighing the options, Li Kai decisively abandoned the idea of adding this class talent to himself. Out on Iceberg Lake, the spirit of pure water let out a long, whale-like call. The surging sound waves forced its enemies back, but Li Kai only grinned. Before becoming a lord, he might have summoned Cieliebilo and Wyzila to brew up some toxic concoction, yet now he needed nothing external. The chaos dragon plunged, its talons crackling with lightning as they tore into the spirit's aqueous body. 33, 64, 70.8. Battle began, and the void rang with two contrasting fanfares. One airy and dreamlike, the other grand and oppressive. Both lords' traits activated at once. The spirit's song of the world was cancelled outright by the dragon's aura, and its roar of the world was nullified by the achievement Terniander 2. Li Kai's own roar of the world, however, boomed unhindered, shaving another 20% off the spirit's attributes. Already inferior, the spirit faltered further. With the chaos dragon wielding both ice and lightning, the elements that counter it, it quickly found itself on the back foot, wailing in pain. It opened its whale-like maw and blasted a jet of hyper-compressed water at the dragon, but the target dissolved into a shimmering mirage. The torrent ripped through the sky, splitting the thick ice far above. An instant later, Li Kai appeared behind it, driving the spear of thunderous judgment straight into the whale's body. 33, 64, 70.8. For the first time, he pierced an opponent directly instead of throwing the weapon. The solid impact felt exhilarating. While the enemy was shocked, he unleashed equilibrium form at full power, maxing out his mental stats, then exhaled a breath of icy blue dragon flame. A vast swath of the spirit's liquid body froze, then shattered into powdered ice under the brutal blast. 2, 81, 26, 84. Reeling, the spirit of pure water let out a mournful cry. No sooner had it broken free of paralysis than the spear lodged inside it exploded, sending it into convulsions again. 64, 68, 98.8. The freezing dragon breath never ceased. Once the 200-meter whale was entirely iced over, it shattered to nothing. The music of the void turned low and sorrowful. The Lord trait world's reprieve had triggered. The spirit of pure water entered phase 2. At the bottom of the glacial lake, a haunting, Whale-like call rose from the void, long and ethereal, steeped in sorrow. The vibration pierced the water, echoing like needles into the heart, and stirring an indescribable desolation. It felt less like a plea to stay than a wordless elegy. Drawn by the sound, the pristine water surged together in the darkness, reforming into a massive silhouette. Li Kai stood on scattered stones at the lake bed, quietly waiting for the Phase 2 cutscene of the spirit of pure water to end. At the same time, he used Dragon Tongue Magic Mirror Flower, Moon and Water to conjure a lifelike double above, a spell that fit his strategy perfectly. Suddenly his brow furrowed, the water temperature plunged. Crack! A faint layer of ice spread from beneath his feet. Frost curled around the translucent whale's body, ice thickening by the second, reshaping the creature's massive frame. Moments later, a beast resembling an enormous tortoise appeared in the murky depths. Its entire body was sculpted from ice, bitter cold pouring off it, the shell condensed into an unbreakable frozen carapace. Oh, it changed from water element to ice element? Li Kai activated the Eye of True Insight, and data flooded his vision. Species: Ice Crystal Spirit. Rank: Lord Tier Boss. Level: 60. Strength: 702.4878. Constitution: 36,124,515. Spirit: 2046.42558. Agility: 80.8101. HP: 5.148 m, 5.148 m. MP: 613k, 613k. Stamina: 180,600, 180,600. Physical resistance: 10,000. Magical resistance: 10,000. Special resistance: 10,000. Tenacity: 50. Its former S-tier talent body of purified water had vanished, replaced by crystallized physique. The grade wasn't listed, but its numbers placed it somewhere between S and SS. Crystallized physique: increases ice element damage by 100, reduces incoming ice and water damage by 90, reduces physical damage by 50, increases fire damage taken by 50. Phase 2's weakness was that body of purified water had fixed attribute boosts, so Li Kai's Roar of the World lost a sizable portion of its bonus stats. A cold gleam flashed in the ice crystal spirit's amber eyes. It unleashed an icy breath that instantly turned lake water into razor-sharp shards, hurling them at Li Kai's true body. Li Kai answered in kind, spewing a beam of frigid dragon breath. Blue light engulfed the space ahead, freezing every shard solid before shattering them to dust. So it can see through my mirror flower, moon and water? Interesting, he thought. The spirit's sensitivity to ice magic fluctuations made telling illusion from reality easy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More crystal spikes burst from the swirling debris. Black-violet flames erupted around Li Kai, slicing through space like shards of broken glass. In a flash, he slipped into an alternate dimension. The dragon vanished. The ice crystal spirit crouched on the lake bed, its amber eyes sweeping cautiously in every direction. At the same time, torrents of frigid energy poured from the ice mountain shell on its back, freezing the surrounding water layer by layer, crystal building on crystal as its body continued to grow. While drifting in an interdimensional pocket, Li Kai drew the sword of fallen King Shijun wreathed in black-violet light. He blinked above the target and brought the colossal blade down, shattering the freshly stacked armor in a single strike. 700,000 shield. 71,074. 355,374 shield. 20,000 true damage. The sword's passive, Fortress Breaker, deals 50% extra damage to shields, and the numbers flashing across the interface were blindingly bright. The ice crystal wraith had barely reacted when a dragon clad in dark gold scales burst from the lake, its titanic wings blotting out the sky. Twin beams of icy blue erupted from its eyes, freezing every drop of water. They touched a move called Frost Ray. The raw damage was modest, but the strength freeze effect was lethal. Li Kai could have tanked the control with Outlaw, yet he still snapped his wings, diving clear of the beams. Soloing without taking a hit, hat's a gamer's romance. An instant later, he was in the wraith's face, unleashing a visible shockwave from his maw. The violent tremor left the boss seeing stars. Seizing the opening, Li Kai activated Equilibrium Core, his focus bar slamming to full, then exhaled a blistering breath that vaporized the lake water into a vacuum. 2,117,684. Engulfed in flames and relying on its high tenacity, the ice crystal wraith barely shook off the stun, but before it could right itself, a taloned paw came crashing down. The boom churned the lake bed into a soup of silt, dropping the poor lord into another daze. When it finally came to for the third time, all it saw were the stacked buffs from Li Kai's Paradox of Glory and the descending greatsword. Defeated Ice Crystal Wraith LV60 Lord Tier Boss. Gained 454,456 EXP. Rookie Champion Achievement triggered bonus EXP 68,168.4. Blade of Fallen King Shijun. Regicide proc strength 5, Physical modifier 10, armor pin 100. As the system chimed, the greatsword sheared the wraith's crystalline head clean off and drank in a wisp of murky energy. The massive body collapsed at once, scattering into swirling frost. Li Kai caught a few shards with a claw and tried popping them into his mouth, only to find they were ordinary ice, neither materials nor resources. Seriously? Not even a single drop? He grumbled. No sooner had he lowered his paw than a transparent sphere of water drifted out from the corpse's core. Nearly invisible to the naked eye, the orb might have escaped notice, but Li Kai possessed the eyes of true insight. Peerless grade material, essence of water. Brimming with formidable aquatic energy, massively boosts a beast's water-type abilities. Usable by any creature except those of pure fire. Without hesitation, he leaned in and gulped it down. A cool sensation spread from his stomach, flooding every limb within seconds. Consumed peerless grade material, essence of water. Water affinity unlocked. Talents chaotic core, king of winners, chaotic dragon breath, and chaotic dragon fang have adapted to include water effects. Li Kai felt an itch at the crown of his head and summoned a mirror of condensed frost with moon and water. Reflected there was a newly sprouted onyx horn etched with roaming runa scarlet, gold, pale blue, deep violet, and now a ghostly azure for water. Gaining yet another element, he nodded with satisfaction. First milestone set. He'll become the immortal continent's very first dragon to master every single attribute. Above the firmament, a colossal dragon glided past, its obsidian body and wings blotting out the sun. Each bead of its wings shredded the clouds into drifting wisps, leaving a winding trail through the sky. On the wasteland below, every beast dropped to the ground, overcome by awe and fear, yet no player or native was there to witness it. The entire barren plain had become the dragon's private garden. Crimson fire rippled across its scales as it descended, talons crashing into the earth. It shifted into a towering draconic humanoid, and the scrawny goblins groveled, foreheads pressed to the dirt, not daring to look up. Li Kai swept his gaze over them and clicked his tongue in surprise. The Bone Shatter tribe's breeding speed was absurd. A month ago they numbered barely 40. Now they were close to 1,000. Great Master, the Bone Shatter tribe has rested long enough and awaits your command. The goblin high shaman stepped forward, voice quivering, bowing until its nose touched the ground. To its mind, without new orders the tribe would soon be crushed by something stronger. An idea flickered in Li Kai's eyes. He drew a line through the air, and a magnificent temple erupted from the clearing, gilded walls inlaid with jade, a soaring dome vast enough for 100-meter beast to stroll within. It was only an illusion, cast with the draconic spell mirage of moon and flower, its design borrowed from Elden Ring's Leyndell, royal capital. Move the entire tribe to Old Kylan village and build me a palace that looks exactly like this, he said. The goblins looked up and gasped. They could scarcely raise a single pillar among them. How long would such a feat take? Yet the high shaman's hands trembled with excitement. This was no punishment, but a shield for their tribe. Thank you, Master. The Bone Shatter tribe will brave fire and water for you. Li Kai shrugged and headed for the treehouse. The moment he stepped inside, Alice and Puff twirled around him, cheering, skirts flaring, flashes of white teasing under the lamplight. What's going on? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Flushed with excitement, Alice traced 3 magic circles in the air. Outside, 3 beasts took shoppy wolf wreathed in violet lightning, fur like rolling storm clouds. A golden griffin, lion's body fused with eagle wings, mane and feathers gleaming, and a silver wolf, its moonlit coat rippling in the night breeze, aura solemn and mysterious. The Moonhowl direwolf and the golden griffin had both surged to boss rank, marking Alice's official advancement to Tier 3, Radiant. Congratulations. Li Kai applauded sincerely, then reached into his dimensional pocket, drew out a pet necklace, and summoned the Frost Curse demon. He had once enslaved the creature for its monarch-level potential, but now its power meant nothing to him. Take this abyssal fiend as my gift to you, and spend the next few days forging a contract with it. Li Kai had no wish to wait for the Frost Curse imp to mature, so he simply shoved the far more promising abyssal creature into Alice's arms as a second layer of insurance. Once a demon-binding pact was sealed, not even a demon god could tear it apart. Any hint of danger around Alice would reach him instantly, and he could respond at once. Thank you, Master. Alice bowed, her voice light as a feather yet unable to hide her excitement. Meanwhile, in the eastern province of the Mosin Lurue Empire, on the desolate plain outside an unnamed starter village, loose stones and dead grass rattled in a biting wind. A middle-aged man in a steel-blue mage robe raised his staff. The sapphire at its tip glimmered, bending light into phantom images that tricked the charging monster into slashing empty air beside him. Less than 30 meters away, several players fanned out, trading aggro with practiced ease. Blades flashed, arrows streaked, and fireballs burst in sequence, shaving the beast's health bar again and again until the red-named elite let out a final howl and collapsed. The players worked smoothly, carving up the corpse for materials before lining up in front of the mage. Their steps were even, their faces calm, their formation ruler straight, clearly no ordinary gamers. Indeed, every one of them was a retired Special Forces soldier, now on duty to power level the middle-aged gentleman. Good work, comrades. We're in a game, take a load off and rest. The man's smile was gentle as he waved. One of the line boomed, not tired at all, sir. You should rest. His smile deepened, and he pointed at the speaker. He stopped mid-sentencia. Top priority private message had appeared on his interface. He opened it instantly. It was from his secretary, Dai Yuliang. After weeks of visits and investigation, we've ruled out nearly every candidate. Only one fits Li Kai. The key point is that he's an orphan. But he vanished shortly after Immortal went live, and the local police issued a missing person notice that turned up nothing. The man frowned and reflexively reached for a cigarette, finding only an empty pocket. Dai Yuliang. Li Kai's social circle is tiny. He has one close friend, Su Su. Should I approach him? The man fell silent, then sat down where he stood. The ex-commandos immediately formed a quiet perimeter, sensing the urgency. He replayed, yet again, the video he had watched dozens of times. Footage a spy had smuggled out at great risk, showing the strongest American guild's elite squad meeting a field lord. The team failed to chip even 10% off the lord's health before being wiped out. At length, he typed his response. Chi.com. Call off the search for turn and leave. Whether or not Li Kai is turn and leave, if he prefers to stay hidden, leave him be, and don't disturb Su Su. He paused, then added. Chi.com. At the same time, reach out through forum posts and private messages. Tell turn and leave we need his help. The emerald-tinged sunlight always felt unsettling, or so Li Kai thought as he stepped out of the treehouse. He had just named the scarlet-plumed draconic harpy Shaya, and now it was time to leave these wilds and head for a new hunting ground. A blood-red moon hung high overhead, while a massive dragon streaked through the sky, 10 kilometers above the ground. After several hours of flight, Li Kai finally spotted his destination on the horizon. At his current speed, he could cross 10,000 miles in barely an hour. The night ahead was stained crimson, yet the color had nothing to do with moonlight. Deep within the earth, an unending cataclysm raged. Between jagged mountain ridges, hundreds of volcanic vents flared like lighthouses, spewing orange-earth fire. Billowing ash masked half the heavens, and molten rock burst from fissures, plunging downward in blazing cascades. Wherever the lava landed, it sent up clouds of steam and sparks, devouring everything in its path. Rivers of cooling magma wound across the ground, as though the gates of hell had been pried open or the end of days had come. Even on the immortal continent, a realm of gods and miracles, such raw, primordial power commanded awe. You have reached Jameer Volcano. The system notification flashed through Li Kai's mind, confirming his guess. Jameer was smaller than the wastelands, yet every bit as deadly. Any beast that could survive this furnace was a brutal apex predator. Resources here were plentiful, but water and edible plants were almost non-existent, turning daily life into a merciless contest that bred ever fiercer hunters. Those very monsters were the targets of Li Kai's journey. At the same time, several players were picking their way across a slope of black lava at the mountain's foot, scooping up every bit of material they could find. There was no starter village near Jameer, so they had trekked here on their own. Every existing village was crammed with thousands of new arrivals, making competition unbearable. An explosive fruit, the lead player exclaimed, crouching in delight. Native to Jameer, the fruit looked like a springy rubber ball sprouting straight from the ground. When immature, it could detonate violently. Once fully ripe, it was safe to eat, tasted amazing, and granted a temporary buff, fetching a high price on the market. The blue-green specimen before them had just appeared, but with the right tools it could still be harvested and refined into a potent high-yield grenade. There's a purple one over here. Another sharp-eyed player shouted, holding up his prize. Purple meant fully ripe. We're rich. What are you waiting for? Come pick. He froze mid-sentence, staring upward, the harvesting tool slipping from his hand. Following his gaze, the others looked Yupin enormous. Jet-black dragon was sweeping over the volcano's peak, blotting out the sky. It's the tyrant of the wastelands. What's it doing here? The tyrant was one of the server's biggest celebrities, a so-called chosen dragon adored by nearly every player. Forum photos always highlighted its distinctive crown of coiled ebony horns. Snap! The player who had been stunned moments earlier spun on his heel and bolted, taking advantage of the dragon's attention being fixed on his loudmouth teammate. Losing experience on death wasn't the scary part. What really terrified him was respawning back in the starter village. Then the whole trek to Jameer Volcano would have been for nothing. He knew his own agility stats well enough to realize that outrunning a dragon on the open plains was impossible. But he never intended to run against the dragon. He just needed to run faster than his teammates. Standing on the volcano's slope, Li Kai watched the friendship-ending farce unfolding below and curled his lip. Anyone who sells out their teammates deserves punishment, and the punishment was simple. Everybody dies. Desert Tyrant, Savior Dragon, Chosen One, Destroyer of Kylan Village, Frostbound Wastelander, the Roamer, Crowned Worm, each name louder than the last. These players had barely appeared near Jameer Volcano when the poor souls they wiped posted the news on the forums, and it spread across the entire server in seconds. The Go Down Quietly crowd shouted, "If him dead, none of you get to live. Ego ram the desert tyrant and die on the spot." Others figured they could sell the intel to Bike for compensation. In the end, money beat resentment. Bike bought the info and gained a reputation boost, while the deceased pocketed some coins for emotional damages. Everyone walked away happy. But the truly delighted one was Likai. Moments after entering the volcano, he found the real target of his trip. Jameer wasn't even the closest mid to high-level area to the wasteland. Had come this far for one unique magical beast found only here. The creature looked like an earth dinosaur, only more colossal. Two massive hind legs slammed into the charred rock, making the molten slag shiver with every step. Charcoal gray scales sheathed its body, reflecting a fiery red glow. Fangs like white-hot iron needles jutted from a cavernous maw, spewing heat that blurred the air itself. Most striking was its tail, thick and long as a city wall's beam, ending in a blade-sharp tip that could shatter stone with a casual sweep. Species: Searing Fang Cleaver Dragon. Rank Lord Tier Boss. Level 70. Strength 1 213. Constitution 2 485. Spirit 777. Agility 676. HP 3,727,000. 3,727,000. MP 233,233,000. Stamina 124, 250, 124, 250. Physical resistance 6 879. Magic resistance 6 123. Special resistance 3 245. Toughness 35. So it really is mid to high level territory. Take a few steps deeper and you hit a lord tier boss. Likai closed the stat window. He wasn't here for experience. He wanted the monster's unique skill. Rank skill: Searing Fang enchantment. Effect: by biting a target, the user temporarily bestows its oral traits upon the target for 10 minutes. Cooldown: 15 minutes. For most beasts this skill was useless, but for Likai it was on par with an S or even S tier treasure. The reason was simple: his steer talent Chaos Dragon Fang and Tire talent Vampire Fangs rarely had a chance to shine. When he did get close enough to bite, he preferred to finish foes with high damage Chaos Dragon Breath. Conversely, enemies focused on dodging the breath, leaving his backup options idle. At present his only melee centerpiece was King's Fall, the Regicide Sword, but if he could enchant it with Chaos Dragon Fang and Vampire Fang's perfection, he could burn design points to engrave the skills onto King's Fall, but that felt wasteful. If the glutton let him freeload, why spend the effort? With that thought, Likai looked up at the Searing Fang Cleaver Dragon as it lifted its head and roared at the sky, trying to intimidate him. A savage grin spread across his face. "Do me a favor and die, will you?" Across a volcanic land veined with molten lava, dragons wheeled in the air, while colossal monsters roared from the scorched ground. When the Razorfang Dracoreaver let out a deafening bellow, the void echoed with two distinct waves of sound, one grand and oppressive as a mountain, the other sharp and urgent, setting every heart ablaze. Likai slowly drew the Wangquan Yunmi sword Shijin from his inner space. As the weapon synced with him, the blade thickened and lengthened, swelling into a skyscraper-sized edge in the blink of an eye. The Dracoreaver's pupils contracted, then it threw back its head and howled, a disturbingly human spark of excitement flashing across its savage facete. Might be a monster, yet it craved duels of steel, especially those decided by its tail blade. Local guides had warned them. In any fight with a Razorfang Dracoreaver, a swordsman pulls more aggro than even the staunchest shield tank. When it faces a blade wielder, the beast will gladly abandon many of its brutal tricks and settle matters with tailblade alone. Only excessive interference from other classes makes it clear the field before returning to that fated duel. Whoosh! The Dracoreaver's taut spine snapped into motion. Its tail scythed through the air like a giant reaper's blade, splitting the sky with an ear-splitting crack. "Come fight." Likai's battle lust burst free. He swung the enormous sword down. Clang! Steel smashed against tailblade. Sparks showered outward, and the shockwave whipped dust into a storm. 38, 28, 61.7, 19, 14, 30.8 shield. 2, 0, 5, 0, 8.6 shield. Outmatched in raw strength, the Dracoreaver staggered back several steps. Glancing at its tail, it saw a crack gouged into the chitinous edge it prized. Suspended high above, Likai curved his lips in a grin. "How do you like Teacher Julong's epic greatsword?" Proof lay in the clash. The beast's tailblade, for all its vaunted sharpness, was far inferior to the Wangquan Yunmi sword Shijun. It could not even breach the final annihilation shield. Sensing its disadvantage, the Dracoreaver felt no anger, only exultation. Scales trembling, it bent suddenly, seized its own tail blade in its jaws, and ground it furiously while magma-hot flames surged over the metal, tempering it for War Razorfang enchant initiated. Likai appeared calm, yet he would never let a foe power up. In the next instant he and his dragon mount plunged. Scarlet light streamed along its scales, flooding the greatsword and forming a titanic arc that crashed toward the earth. The Dracoreaver's eyes widened, as though lamenting its opponent's lack of honor. Pressed by equal parts dread and delight, it cut the grind short and spun violently, hurling a pillar of blazing swordlight skyward. The Razorfang enchant was interrupted, its duration shortened but not wasted. Boom! Crimson and incandescent orange beams collided, the detonation shattering nearby cliff faces. 71, 83, 83, 35, 91, 91.5 shield. 32, 28, 66 shield. 57,815 shield. The gigantic blaze-tooth war dragon was hurled backward. A deep, bone-bare gash appeared on its orange-yellow tail blade, which was still wreathed in fiery, orange-earth flames. Li Kai swept back into the sky without a scratch. His wings unfurled. The bright crimson barrier around him unbroken. One glance made the power gap obvious. The blaze-tooth war dragon bounced and rolled with heavy thuds before splashing into a river of lava. Only after planting its feet in the roiling magma did it steady itself. It lowered its head to study the terrifying split in its tail blade, then gazed up at the untouched dragon overhead. Its beady eyes were filled with disbelief. This is ridiculous, it roared. Just moments earlier it had pushed its blaze-tooth enchantment to the limit. Its steer talent raging flame, Fong coating the tail, stacked with the steer skill cinderblade, it still hadn't pierced that shield. Even so, the vast gulf in strength didn't make it retreat. Calling itself a swordsman, it couldn't accept the shame of a wound across its back. It whipped around, bit down on its own tail blade, bent its knees, and held its breath, striking a pose eerily like a human swordsman preparing a draw cut. Credit for bravery. Ill-treat your skill with respect, Li Kai said as he dove, raising the greatsword King's Fall, the Kingslayer. The blade came down wrapped in a vortex of wind. The blaze-tooth war dragon shut its eyes, as though it had made peace with death. When the sword's shadow filled its vision, its eyes snapped open. Now, clang, steel rang out. Whoosh, the tail blade lashed in a spinning slash. A shockwave wrapped in blazing flame erupted. In an instant its hulking body reached impossible speed. It whirled forward, tail blade sketching a fiery arc. The AoE finisher Army Sundering Blade danced, the move the locals swore could cut down legions. Detonated. Screech. The burning tail first tore through the crimson shield, then scraped Li Kai's scales, leaving shallow cuts. 149,432.7 shield. 173,433.3. 59,823. Finally, a breach. The blaze-tooth war dragon exulted. The steer skill covered a vast area and granted a brief window of immunity. It truly was its strongest card. The joy lasted half a heartbeat. A dagger of cold suddenly pierced its back. 2,351,617.1. Li Kai activated equilibrium form, mind razor-sharp, face blank as he exhaled an arctic dragon breath. Flames turned to frost. The blaze-tooth war dragon froze solid, then shattered into glittering shards. Damn it, I was trying to indulge your swordsman romance with a fair fight. Push me, and this is what happens when I try even a little, Li Kai muttered, stowing the freezing breath. His voice echoed through the empty void. The rousing battle music cut off, replaced by a somber dirge. Shards of ice drifted upward, pulled by unseen force. Resting the Kingslayer on his shoulder, Li Kai calmly waited for the Phase 2 cutscene to end. The fragments reformed the blaze-tooth war dragon's body. The music swelled anew. Suddenly its thick tail blade detached, bathed in fire, and became a massive single-edged sword, while the beast's limbs shrank and its bones twisted, reshaping it into a humanoid figure. Li Kai gaped. The thing's second phase is turning human? It really became a swordsman? In a volcanic wasteland carpeted with molten lava, a dragon wielding a massive sword locked eyes with a distant giant. Strictly speaking, the giant was no true giant. It shared the same lineage as Li Kai's draconian form, sporting a beast's head, taloned hands, and a hide of scales, though its build was closer to a human's. Everything about it was listed on the status window at a glance. Race, sword-wielding dragonslayer beast. Tier, Lord class boss. Level, LV 70. Strength, 2,822. Constitution, 2,899. Spirit, 315. Agility, 767. HP, 4.348 m, 4.348 m. MP, 94,500. Stamina, 144,950, 144,950. Physical resistance, 5,879. Magic resistance, 5,123. Special resistance, 2,245. Tenacity, 50. It was the first time Li Kai had ever seen a lord whose constitution barely rose in Phase 2 while both defenses actually dropped. Clearly, abandoning its beast form to better wield the tail blade had left an already fragile humanoid body even worse off. So devoted to swordsmanship, you really are an oddball among monsters. Li Kai raised his weapon. The sword of fallen sovereignty carved a frigid arc of light, cleaving toward the dragon slayer beast. Clang! Sparks scattered, and the ring of metal rang off the cavern walls. 20,961.3. The damage number floated above Li Kai's head instead. The humanoid beast had gained an advanced player technique after transforming null parry. Li Kai froze for a heartbeat, then burst out laughing. That trick isn't yours alone. Clang! A second crash, yet neither combatant bore a scratch. Li Kai had answered with the very same technique. I've never had a chance to drill this move. Looks like I finally found a sparring partner, much obliged, Professor Slash. Magma roiled and the air blazed. Greatsword and tail blade clashed again and again, crisp impacts echoing through the volcano's heart. Inside a dim hall, Amir Fari, dressed in plain street clothes, quietly mingled with the zealous crowd. One of the few homicide detectives in country is still on duty. He had been absent from the precinct for 5 straight days, all to go undercover within the Salvation cult. The sect worshipped the colossal dragon that had once saved Blue Star, the Dragon of Salvation. Its followers believed only that creature could rescue a world on the brink of a game-born invasion. Intelligence suggested the cult was planning a big move that could escalate to major crime. Amir's mission was to gather proof, derail the plot, and rip away their mask. To his surprise, less than 5 days of seniority had already earned him the petty leader's trust and a place in the upcoming sacrificial rite. In hindsight, it made sense. The cult was barely a month old, its hierarchy loose, so fresh recruits quickly counted as veterans. The minor leader stood rigid on a makeshift stone dais, torchlight etching a near-fanatical expression across his face. Amir, can you stand for us and carry out the task granted by God? His voice was solemn, every word steeped in devotion to the Dragon of Salvation. Seeing Amir give a solemn nod, the man continued, before the great savior dragon slew the wicked gargoyle, it did something else. The authorities claim it was only to gain a so-called buff. How laughable. Huh? He threw back his head and cackled, his gaunt face twisting with feverish zeal, eyes brimming with distrust and contempt for the government. Every word and deed of the holy savior dragon holds absolute truth. We may not grasp it yet, but the dragon cannot be wrong. Destroying the pyramid was a warning to mankind. The real force that will doom the world is those evil pyramids. Amir's nerves went taut. Was that truly these lunatics' goal? Destroy the pyramid. Please the savior dragon. Uphold our faith. Save this rotten world. Dozens of followers shouted in unison, their cries booming beneath the dome. Even forewarned, Amir was rattled by the frenzy. It took him a moment to find his voice, and he forced himself to sound steady. Am I going alone? What other preparations have we made? The small leader narrowed his eyes as if assessing merchandise, staring until sweat trickled down Amir's neck. If his composure had slipped, he would have signaled the squad outside to move in. At length the leader spoke coldly, you're not the only one. The others are none of your concern. You have a single task: drop this backpack at this spot inside the Great Pyramid of Chalala. He gestured to the bulging black pack on the table, pulled up a blueprint on his tablet, zoomed in, and tapped a node. That's the structural weak point. Our civil engineers confirmed one blast there will bring the entire pyramid down. Keep him talking. Security is deploying around Chalala now. Amir's smartwatch buzzed at the same moment, the staccato vibration carrying headquarters' encrypted code. In position, awaiting orders. He weighed how to steer the conversation for more intel when a message flashed on the leader's phone. The man's eyes lit up, and he dropped to his knees before the savior dragon statue in the center of the hall, bowing fervently. Praise the savior dragon. The Hoira pyramid has been. Boom. That day, a colossal explosion rocked the entire planet. A priceless historical monument vanished in a fireball, news outlets broadcasting the disaster worldwide. Only then did people realize that under the pressure of the game invading reality, far too many had already descended into madness. Deep within Gamir volcano, rivers of lava roared and waves of heat rolled. The dragon Li Kai, greatsword in hand, gazed down at the fallen sword-wielding dragonslayer beast and clasped his fists with a slight bow. Safe travels, Teacher Jean. For over an hour this level 70 Lord-class boss had coached him, and he had brute-forced his way into mastering the advanced technique negation. Now that's a real teacher. 1 hour to teach the core skill. He sneered at those mediocre instructors who can't manage it in 2 years. System messages flooded the screen. Defeated sword-wielding dragonslayer beast, LV 70 Lord-class boss. Gained 612,345 EXP. Achievement rookie champion triggered. Bonus 91,851.7 EXP. Immediately, the regicide trait of the Sword of Fallen Sovereignty Executioner activated. Strength 5, physical damage multiplier 10, armor penetration 100. Li Kai picked up the still warm shard of the monster's sword-like tail, swallowing hard. Sorry, teacher, but you're just too valuable. Devour peerless grade material. Flaming Fang Dragonslayer Beast Sword Tail. Strength 100. Constitution 75. Physical resistance 150. Magic resistance 150. Devour exotic grade material. Flaming Fang Dragon Slayer Beasts Infernal Shell. Constitution 10, physical resistance 50, magic resistance 50. Devour rare grade material. Flaming Fang Dragon Slayer Beasts Heavy Scales. Constitution 1, physical resistance 5, magic resistance 5. Talent Glutton activated, granting an extra 183,703.5 EXP. Devour evolution took effect, successfully stealing the Flaming Fang Dragon Slayer Beast's rank skill Flame Fang enchantment. At last, the skill was his. Somewhere inside Jameer Volcano, a well-fed dragon belched, then resumed his search for prey. Molten rock churned beneath his massive scales, and the air reeked of sulfur. Suddenly a system prompt flashed before his eyes. You have gained 1 point of faith. Faith. The legendary power of faith. Li Kai's heart jolted. Folding his huge wings, he slipped through a crack in the lava and followed the ley lines deep underground. As the roar of fire faded, he shut his slit pupils and focused on the unfamiliar energy. Inside him, a gigantic heart thundered. At its center where the shrank talent chaos core resided, a drop of eerie, pure white substance appeared. It felt grainy yet wasn't solid, flowed with purpose yet wasn't liquid, and maintained a half-transparent haze without being gas. Li Kai thrust his consciousness into the white glow. In an instant he stood in an endless void while the shades of countless humans appeared beneath his feet, herders, knights, scholars, merchants whispering prayers in dozens of tongues and bowing to him. The chaotic petitions merged into a deafening buzz, like thousands of bees in his ears, driving him to pull back abruptly. I need someone knowledgeable to explain how faith works and what the pitfalls are. His first thought was his quasi-divine father-in-law in Winter Dragon Veleno, the primordial dragon Aziz. Anyone who referred to himself as he definitely knew about faith, but the frozen wasteland was far beyond reach. Next came the dragon queen of sovereign rank, Send, yet she was guarding the northern front and would be tied up with the looming nation war. That left the backup candidate, the last king, Xia Li Boyuo. Broken by the loss of his kingdom and a curse, the legend had once clashed with a deity, or more accurately, had his nation annihilated by Oniso. He probably had first-hand experience with faith. With that decided, Li Kai used Enslave to lock onto Alice, thousands of miles away. A slight ripple crossed the soul channel. Master, what do you need? Send the Frost Hex demon to the lakebed beneath Ice Mountain in the wastes. I have a task for it. Understood. You will be done. Closing the link, Li Kai smirked. Thanks to his Demon Master achievement, he could seize full control of the Frost Hex demon anytime. Surprise! Alice the creature isn't your pet, it's mine. Still, Shed poured out her secrets just last night. Taking it in person would be awkward, so he chose the indirect approach. High above the Centaur's sanctuary, the Frost Hex demon beat dark blue wings, sliced through the air, and shot toward the heart of the wasteland. Li Kai looked away and slipped back into hunt mode, purging Jameer Volcano. Red-named elite mobs howled by lava pools, each worth barely 1,000 experience points. Bulkier bosses and lords were shredded by his claws, then swallowed whole, leaving no trace behind. Elsewhere, on the border of the Mozenrari Empire, sat a shabby little village near the wildlands. The tavern door swung open and a band of mercenaries strode in, their presence so heavy it seemed to thicken the air. Steel armor glinted in torchlight, reniched weapons throwing off icy flashes. Nearby players held their breath. 2 legendaries, 6 epics, and 6 heroes. Good grief. So this is the strength of Mozenrari's top mercenary company? The crowd whispered, afraid to draw the killer's attention. Goblets clinked, and amber ale splashed. To coming out of the wilds in one piece once again. At the long table, the members of the 7 deadly sins raised their drinks and drained them. They were nothing like the average mercenary company that fielded hundreds or even thousands of fighters. Their path was pure elite. The permanent roster had only 7 members, each of them at least epic rank. Both the commander and vice commander were legendary, and even among the 7 alternates lurked an epic powerhouse. Yet when a king-class magic beast guarded its homeland, this star-studded lineup could do no better than break off and escape intact. On their latest foray into the wilds, the 7 deadly sins were nearly wiped out after the sin of pride, Maxim, quit halfway through, forcing an early withdrawal. No one mentioned it after so many life-and-death battles together. They all knew the hidden frustration behind Maxim's easy smile. That night, relying on their abnormal constitutions, they drank from moonset to sunrise, almost draining the tavern's entire stock before drifting off. Some staggered back to their rooms and collapsed. Others went looking for the so-called centipede nemesis to burn off excess energy. Just then, the captain, the Sin of Wrath, called to Maxim as he started up the stairs. Let me guess, your guardian angel got blown? Need the rest of us to step in? Maxim froze. His thoughts were tangled, and he didn't know where to start. He remembered nothing from the fight with the lesser dragon. According to the Sood Goody family's report, he and the creature were swallowed by a blast of golden light and vanished together. It had obviously been a technique that dragged both sides into a pocket realm, and everyone had assumed it was his doing. After reviving through Sun-Forged Rebirth, he combed the shelves of Wolfgang Library but found no record of any method that could let a mere boss-tier wyvern kill someone 3 ranks above it in an instant. Worse, his resurrection skill was on cooldown, so he dared not act rashly. While he hesitated, word came from the northern Frost Dragon lands. The wyvern had already shed its skin and become a true dragon, and Alice and Puff had willingly sworn fealty to it. It sounded absurd, yet Maxim knew his niece too well somehow it fit. What really ate at him was losing to a boss-tier wyvern. What he couldn't forgive was that before confirming his niece's safety, he had chosen not to teleport straight back to Kylan village simply because his resurrection was down. In short, had grown afraid of death, and someone as proud as he was couldn't stand that weakness. No, it's my mess, Maxim said. That thing's a dragon now. If we fight it Hedon, at least one of the brothers will die. Your mess is our mess, Wrath replied, clapping his shoulder. If you don't feel like talking, fine. When you're ready, we're here. He turned and headed for his room. Meanwhile, the ice-cursed demon slipped unnoticed all the way to the bottom of Glacier Lake. It had just asked its master for further orders when an unfamiliar, astonished voice echoed through the dark water. Well, an abyssal fiend under a binding? That's a rare sight. Before the words faded, a terrifying pull burst from the lakebed barrier, yanking the demon inside. Following Li Kai's orders, it raised both hands and yelled, "Easy, old pervert friendly." Cerebrovo's grin froze. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "So you're Lafort's lackey. Call me a pervert, will you? Fine, let's see how perverted I can get." On the treasure plaza at the bottom of the icy lake, a chorus of agonized screams echoed without end. Blood snaked across the pale blue tiles, dripped onto piles of frost-glazed treasure, and froze into dark red crystals. At last, Xiaolingyo removed his black gloves as if concluding an elegant ritual. The cheerful smile on his face, set against the carnage around him, would send a chill down any onlooker's spine. As a ghost, demon blood could not stain him, yet his disgust for the abyssal fiend still made him wear gloves for peace of mind. Bound by a divine curse, he was forbidden to harm any living creature, with one exception, the abyssal demons. From commoners to gods, everyone on the immortal continent loathed those monsters. Not far away, an ice hex demon, mangled almost beyond recognition, lay twitching on the ground, its whimpers as thin as spider silk. Xia Libuo flicked the last drop of demon blood from his fingertips. "That should do," he said. "Tell your master to send his will here." The ice hex demon croaked a hoarse reply. Its pupils then glazed over, and its aura shifted abruptly. Thousands of miles away, Li Kai lounged atop the massive corpse of a boss-level magma fish, gnawing on a charred slab of its scaly flesh and clicking his tongue in admiration. So the old pervert Xia Libuo really had skills. If he had lived in the ancient dragon kingdom, he would have made a fine minister of justice. "What do you want with me?" The master's voice came out of the ice hex demon's mouth, low and blunt. Xia Libuo sat cross-legged on a throne carved from ice, swirled a bottle of amber wine, then put it away, displeased by the metallic smell in the air. Li Kai got straight to the point. "Do you know anything about faith energy?" The ghost of the last king frowned and thought for a moment. "The Maya kingdom never had much use for religion, but I studied it a bit, so I know something." "Why do you ask?" "I got my hands on a drop of it, and want to know if it's dangerous." Xia Libuo's expression turned grave. "You'd better leave it alone. If your rank isn't high enough, the believer's fantasies can backfire and reshape you into whatever they imagine." Li Kai bit off another crispy piece of fish. Whispering voices seemed to circle his ears, and he cursed inwardly. No wonder the static was so annoying. Too much faith energy, and you would be brainwashed sooner or later. "So it's nothing but trouble?" "Not exactly," Xia Libuo said, wagging a finger. "Your dual scales are short on pseudo-divine power, and faith energy converts to it at a wanton rate." Li Kai's eyes lit up. The dual scales restored only 1 point of divine power per year, far too slow. If he could turn all his faith energy into pseudo-divine power, it would be a godsend. "How do I do the conversion?" Xia Libuo cleared his throat, produced a strangely shaped golden teapot, and launched into a salesman's patter. "Allow me to present one of my early masterpieces, the Blasphemer's Teapot. It can forcibly refine faith energy from any source. The efficiency is low for foreign worship, but if the faith belongs to you, the conversion rate reaches a full 100%. Li Kai rolled his eyes. He could always tell what kind of nonsense the old man was about to spout. "Hand over a memory crystal. I've pulled off some brilliant fights lately, let me send them to you." "Deal." The ghost of the last king nodded happily, and the teapot landed on the throne's armrest with a metallic ding. When Li Kai finished devouring the magma fish's corpse, his gluttony talent triggered and stole a rather useless grade skill, lava spit. He frowned at the skill window. A thing was practically useless. In raw damage it lagged behind Chaos Dragon Breath. Its area of effect was dwarfed by Draconic Spell, Frostbound Expanse, and the projectile moved so slowly it looked like a casual stroll. Calling it a niche ability would be generous. Beyond this lava spit, he had recently stolen 2 other grade skills: Explosive Boulder from a boss monster with a stony carapace on its back, and rolling flame from a red-named elite that puffed its cheeks like a frog. They were equally unimpressive. Li Kai glanced at the 3,330 design points he had saved up. His only hope was to evolve Glutton to SSS rank. Maybe, after reforging this scrap heap of skills and talents, something useful would emerge. The massive dragon lifted his body, unfurled wings that blotted out the sky, and continued gliding low over the Jameer volcanic belt. In a single night, he had slain 3 bosses and countless red-named elites, banking more than 400,000 experience points. He was a mere 20,000 from reaching level 44. While searching for his next target, a thunderous lion's roar rolled across the mountains, the reverberation carrying a palpable pressure at least a lore-tier creature. Like a shark scenting blood, Li Kai snapped his wings and veered toward the source. A moment later, a colossal beast came into view. It had the build of a lion, shaggy wings sprouting from its back, and crimson scales covering its body. Its mane burned like an inferno, 2 rear-curving horns and a crown-like ridge rising from its skull, predatory light blazing in its eyes. Scalding waves of heat pulsed around it, making the lava churn and the air shimmer. Race: Scorching Sun Hellfire Lion. Rank: Lore-tier boss. Potential: Overlord class. Level: 48. Strength: 998. Constitution: 14,662. Spirit: 1,315. Agility: 898 1,347. HP: 3.3M 3.3M. MP: 394K 394K. Stamina: 110K 110K. Physical resistance: 6,775. Magic resistance: 6,777. Special resistance: 2,345. Tenacity: 45. Description: When a scorching sun hellfire lion ascends the throne, challengers face the edict. The king arrives, hellfire reigns. The lion's wrath judges life and death, condemning all to the abyss. Staring at a lion whose potential reached overlord class, Li Kai's eyes gleamed. Should he use dual balance to enslave it? Sensing the dragon's predatory gaze, the hellfire lion threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar in reply. At that moment, a second roar rang out from the flank, making him abandon the idea of enslavement. Racing across the lava plain came a female beast wreathed in silver-blue flames. It shared the hellfire lion's shape but was cloaked in cool blue fire, its mane a surging azure blaze. Race: Abyssal Blue Flame Lion. Rank: Lore-tier boss. Potential: Overlord class. Level: 49. Strength: 996. Constitution: 22,875. Spirit: 1,455. Agility: 926 1,389. HP: 3.431 M 3.431 M. MP: 436K 436K. Stamina: 114K 114K. Physical resistance: 6,895. Magic resistance: 6,798. Special resistance: 2,437. Tenacity: 45. Description: A rare beast capable of sharing territory. When the king and queen of the Flame Kingdom stand together, those who bear fangs at the throne have but one option: submission. The blue flame lion bounded to the male's side, the pair nuzzling their necks affectionately before turning skyward and roaring in unison at the dragon. Li Kai snorted, flaunting their love in front of him. Mere monogamous warriors against the master of harems? Forget enslavement would slay them both. Perched on the peak, the dragon clenched a great sword between its teeth, grinding the blade while spewing waves of chaotic flame. The Inferno Sunflame Lion and the Hellfire Azure Flame Lion exchanged a glance and understood that neither would retreat. Their vast wings unfurled, whipping up crimson and cobalt sparks that swirled around them like a storm. With the Scorchfang enchantment complete, the blackened blade of Sovereign's Fall, Slayer of Kings, shimmered with a 5-hued chill. Stacked with its innate ultimate annihilation trait, the sword now granted a full 70% lifesteal, and every strike could inflict burn, paralysis, freeze, poison, slow, and bleed. Apart from slightly lower base stats than a legendary weapon, its perks were nearly absurd. Come on, they'll get you lovebirds, no love lions. The dragon roared around, the sword clamped in its jaws. 2 deafening roars answered him, joined by layered music from the void, blazing brass like a king riding to war, over a harp refrain as elegant as a queen's coronation. The twin lions beat their wings and shot upward, twin tails of flame trailing behind as they dove for the summit. Scarlet fire erupted around Li Kai. He stamped on the mountaintop, splitting it with a thunderous crack, and his towering dragon form collapsed into a blinding arc of sword light that plummeted from the sky. A heartbeat later, the 3 figures collided in midair. Power slammed together and detonated. The shockwave shredded the clouds and even drove the slow-moving lava river into reverse. Damage numbers flared: 156,850, 327,528.7 lightning, 14,774 burn, 2,813 poison, 292,991 bleed, then the same again for the second lion, followed by 156,910 shield. The red and blue lions were blasted hundreds of meters away, slamming into the lava river. Lightning crackled through their bodies, locking their muscles as they stared at each other. Moments ago, they had been an invincible husband and wife duo among lords. Now a single opponent had carved away more than 500,000 HP and stacked 6 debuffs on them. What kind of overtuned monster was this? High above, Li Kai grinned. Before Teacher Zhan's special training, he might have panicked under their combined assault, but now he could force-trigger the extinguish technique during dragon dive and trade blows without fear. He snapped his wings and reversed in midair. An icy blue torrent of dragon breath burst from his throat, sweeping across the volcano and frosting the scorching crater. It tore straight toward the paralyzed lions in the lava, kick them while they're down. At the last moment, the lions' high tenacity passive purged the paralysis. They roared and spewed blazing sunfire and argent hellfire. The twin streams met the frigid breath, but after a brief stalemate, they were driven back step by step. The lions split left and right, dodging the descending flash freeze. Li Kai landed. Lightning gathered in his left hand until a spear of thunder formed, while his right lifted sovereign's fall in a cleaving arc toward the hellfire azure flame lion. Seeing the dragon target his mate, the Inferno Sunflame lion hastily coated himself in a shell of blazing solar armor. The blazing blue hellfire lion beat its wings, whipping up a gale to drive the dragon back, but Li Kai, heedless of any control effects, brought his sword down with crushing force on the creature's wing joint. 52, 47, 86.3. 1, 4774 burn, 2,813 poison, 2, 3294.1 bleed, 26, 2393.1. Scalding blood hissed as it poured out. Roaring in pain, the blue hellfire lion rolled over, its silver-blue flaming tail sweeping across the field, shattering the dragon's shield and forcing Li Kai several steps back. 41, 9303.1 shield, 2, 8662.4 physical, 4, 7938.1 fire. The molten sunflame lion surged forward, spewing crimson fire. Li Kai spun, his tail smashing the lion aside, while his left claw formed a thunder judgment spear and hurled it at the retreating blue hellfire lion. 12, 48, 50.8. 1, 4795 burn, 2,905 poison, 2, 6173.9 bleed. In both stats and instinct, the blue lion was the greater threat focus at first. At point-blank range, the spear struck home, lightning arcing over the massive body and stunning it. Ignoring the scorching heat behind him, Li Kai unleashed an icy breath that swallowed the lion whole. 16, 42, 17.4 lightning, 1, 4774 burn, 2,813 poison, 2, 1243.1 bleed, 2, 07, 45, 59.6. When the frost cleared, the blue hellfire lion was left with a sliver of health, while the scarlet flames had blackened and curled the scales on Li Kai's back. 30, 52, 31. Roaring at the sight of its gravely injured mate, the molten sunflame lion slammed into the dragon, knocking his head aside. But the thunder judgment spear detonated inside the blue lion, claiming its final hit point, and a mournful cry echoed through the void. The blue lion entered phase 2, yet the sunflame lion went berserk, savagely tearing at the dragon's neck. Li Kai shrugged. She's just in phase 2, not really dead. Why the melodrama? Want to die together? Fine, I'll oblige. With equilibrium still active, he dismissed King's Fall, Slayer of Monarchs. Seizing the sunflame lion by the shoulders, he leaned in and loosed a full Godzilla-style breath. In under 2 seconds, the molten lion also triggered its phase 2 cutscene. High above, the two flame lions danced through their invincibility animation, crimson and silver blue fire intertwining and lighting the volcanic skyline in a breathtaking display. Then Li Kai sensed something amiss. Just like the six-horned serpent years ago, the pair were secretly charging power during their invulnerability window. By the time he reacted, both lions opened their eyes. High overhead, 2 suns began to rise above the volcanic wasteland. Beside a river of magma somewhere in the Gemir volcanic zone, 2 colossal beasts were dancing gracefully in midair. The blazing Inferno Sunflame lion and the silver-blue Hellfire Azure Flame lion opened their eyes at the same moment. Pairs of golden crimson and icy blue pupils rose like newborn suns, instantly spewing torrents of scorching sunlight, fire, and argent blue hellfire. The twin streams intertwined overhead, swirling into a two-tone flame cyclone that twisted like a tornado. Explosions roared in rapid succession. Pillars of fire pierced the clouds, rock walls quaked, magma churned, and the entire volcano seemed to have become a gigantic torch. This was the lion's joint finisher supernova, and infernal flare were originally S-class skills, but when overlaid they surged to a power level rivaling an S-class pseudo-forbidden spell. Unfortunately, no matter how devastating, the damage meant nothing if the target could not be hit. Sheltered by dimensional ambush inside a pocket dimension, Li Kai watched the catastrophe from afar, clapping lazily and murmuring to himself, "What a fireworks show." A few seconds later the raging flames subsided, revealing at the storm's center a volcanic landscape torn apart, charred, and latticed with fissures. The Sunflame Lion and the Azure Flame Lion descended slowly. In their second phase their appearance had changed little, save that every inch of fur now smoldered with living fire. Their presence was more intimidating, their stats had soared, and they had gained several new abilities. Roar? Did that dragon leave, or did it die? Roar. You idiot. Can't you hear the blast hasn't stopped yet? Before the male could finish, the lioness' massive paw slapped him across the face. Fangs bared and eyes blazing. The Azure Flame Lioness looked murderous, and the Sunflame Lion instantly flattened himself, growling low as if scanning the area. Whoosh. Above them, space suddenly fractured. A gigantic dragon wreathed in black-violet lightning burst through the rift. Li Kai formed a blade with one hand and slashed hard at the Azure Flame Lioness wing joint. 51, 79, 18.5. 1, 32, 46 burn. 2,651 poison. 3, 58, 61.8 bleed. 4, 3,000 true damage. 14, 91, 34.7 lifesteal. 10, 98, 24.5 shield. The wing bone was severed outright. Driven berserk by pain, the Azure Flame Lioness lunged instead of retreating. Her claws ripped through dragon scales, blood spraying. 10, 98, 24.5 shield. 10, 1641.9. Deep gashes opened across Li Kai's chest, and he gasped. Tigresses are fierce, but lionesses are even fiercer. Seeing his mate fight so desperately, the Sunflame Lion dashed in, terrified of being blamed later. A quick glance at their status panels told Li Kai a no damage clear was impossible. Unwilling to spend a precious resurrection, he gave up on preserving intact corpses. He triggered the achievement paradox incarnate, and two incompatible orifices and fire, light and darkness twined around him, stunning both flame lions for an instant. Now, amplifying his focus with equilibrium body, Li Kai opened his jaws and unleashed a jet of heavy water breath, an eerie blue torrent, like a high-pressure hose that swallowed the rampaging Azure Flame Lioness. Water tribute chaos breath damaged materials the least and fit his needs perfectly. 1, 99, 46, 20.9. 1, 32, 46 burn. 2,651 poison. 1, 50, 43 bleed. Moreover, the water element's unique heavy water effect can slow a monster's agility by 50%. In an instant, the Hellfire Blue Flame Lion lost half its speed, unable to break free of the heavy water breath. Seeing this, the infernal Sunfire Lion roared, burst forward, and tried to ram the dragon's head aside as it had before. It had only just closed in when an ear-splitting lion's roar detonated beside its ear, a warning from his mate. Watch out. Yet who really needed to be careful? Whoosh crimson sunfire raged around it, the blistering heat twisting the air until even the dragon's outline blurred into a wavering mirage. Just as the infernal Sunfire Lion thought it had succeeded, Li Kai erupted from the earth beneath it, a gigantic dragon, head thrusting upward with a feral grin. He unleashed an even fiercer blast of heavy water breath, while his lightning-wreathed left claw speared up from below and buried itself deep in the lion's belly. The Hellfire Blue Flame Lion, still howling nearby along with the one left at the original spot, was nothing but an illusion wrought by the draconic spell Illusory Water Bloom. The real Li Kai had long since burrowed underground, and the true Hellfire Blue Flame Lion had already been blasted clear by the high-pressure water, conveniently outside the breath's range. That apparent opening assault on the Hellfire Blue Flame Lion had been a deliberate feint to lull the infernal Sunfire Lion. In truth, you were the prey all along, infernal Sunfire Lion. 46, 57, 04.8. 2, 00, 1678.5. Lightning danced into the wound, paralyzing the infernal Sunfire Lion in an instant. Li Kai locked onto its ribs, refusing to let the water's recoil catapult it free. The distant Hellfire Blue Flame Lion tried desperately to return, but its earlier retreat left it too far away. It was already too late. 1, 00, 1678.5. Li Kai adjusted the force of his breath, drew the sword of fallen King's Kingslayer and drove it upward through the lion's torso. A mournful wail echoed through the void. The blazing sunfire guttered out at once, and the lion's bright eyes dulled. In its final moment, it looked toward its mate before crashing to the earth. Roar! The Hellfire Blue Flame Lion went mad, charging straight into the dragon breath with no thought of survival. Li Kai read its intent, first bleeding it down to a sliver of life, then ending it with the sword of fallen King's Kingslayer. Its nearly severed neck left it staggering, yet it still dragged itself to the infernal Sunfire Lion's body, gently smoothing its partner's mane with a claw before collapsing beside it. Together in life, together in death, perhaps that is love in its purest form. Li Kai faced the star-crossed pair of lord beasts in long silence, uncharacteristically torn. Their unwavering devotion shook him as nothing ever had. At last he made his choice and bent to devour their corpses. "Forgive me," he murmured. "I can't afford to waste your materials and experience. Reunite inside my stomach." In a canyon somewhere in the grimier volcano region, a jet-black dragon with rainbow sheen devoured its prey while skimming the system prompts. "You have slain Blazing Sunfire Lion LV-48 Lord Tier Boss and gained 311,343 XP. Achievement Rookie Champion Triggered Bonus 467,014 XP. Royal Execution Sword Kingslayer's trait Regicide has activated. Strength 5, Physical Damage Modifier 10, Armor Penetration 100. Experience Bar. LV-43 2,537,468.8 2,200,000. LV-44 337,468.8 2,400,000. The system also awarded 440 design points. Li Kai glanced at his panel. His total now sat at 3,770. Just 230 more, and he could break 4,000, enough to push the glutton talent to SSS rank. Flicking its tail, the dragon pulled an untouched lion paw closer and kept swallowing bloody chunks. Another prompt floated into view. "You have slain Netherflame Azure Lion LV-49 Lord Tier Boss and gained 322,648 XP. Achievement Rookie Champion Triggered Bonus 483,972 XP. Regicide has activated again. Strength 5, Physical Damage Modifier 10, Armor Penetration 100. For days Li Kai had used Kingslayer for every Lord Tier finishing blow, letting the trait stack sky high. Strength 135, Physical Damage Modifier 220, Armor Penetration 1,700. By epic weapon standards, those numbers were already top tier. Chewing on the remains of the star-crossed lovers before him, he felt a flicker of emotion in his golden reptilian eyes. Meanwhile, across the immortal continent's borders, teleport arrays in starter villages, markets, and training grounds blazed non-stop. Lines of soldiers marched out, uniform armor, snapping banners, all second-tier elites at minimum, none below level 30. Their iron discipline made nearby players shudder. Officers went straight to village chiefs, presented imperial decrees, and began curt negotiations. Before an incense stick burned out, announcements covered every street corner. Players swarmed to read them. The core order was identical. Every child of the stars at LV-15 or higher must assemble at the frontier for the coming nation war. Tone varied by realm. Hardline, refusal equals treason. Diplomatic, lofty rhetoric first, veiled threats after. Either way, no one could refuse. Fully armed elites stood guard beside each notice, coldly watching every wavering player, in unmistakable warning. A rasping server-wide broadcast looped in everyone's ears. 5 days from now, the cross-server event Nation War begins. The Elemental Tower instance will close. All players level 15 and above must fight. Servers that suffer total defeat will face severe penalties. Somewhere in a starter village, a piercing wail split the air. "No, Elemental Tower, what will I do without you?" The cry came from the player Kanei Wushang, whose lightning-fast leveling relied on his perfect synergy with Elemental Tower. Its impending closure felt like a death sentence. A sudden server-wide announcement sent every national forum into an uproar. Players argued from every angle, trying to guess what the so-called severe punishment might be. Some swore it would be a blanket level reduction. Others predicted a debuff that slashed experience gains. Threads refreshed at breakneck speed. By the end of the day, the most alarming yet most widely accepted theory surfaced. In the upcoming National War event, if a server was completely defeated, the corresponding nation on Blue Star would suffer a direct game invasion. At that thought, players' faces paled. On Blue Star, they could muster barely a tenth of their in-game power. The world-acknowledged top player, Zhuanshan Li Kai, had yet to show himself, and the elite experts who had revealed their strength in reality could at best sprint like a cheetah, their combined lifts totaling just over 2,000 kilograms. That was superhuman by old standards, but it still wouldn't stop a medium-caliber round, let alone allow skill casting. With bodies like these, they could only hunt sub-level 5 beasts on the immortal continent. If the game really bled into reality, they'd be no different from ordinary people. One monster attack, and they were dead. Sure, a modern army with heavy firepower could handle low-tier creatures, but who could guarantee those monsters wouldn't spawn right in densely populated cities and towns? The thought plunged the once lively forums into despair. Under crushing pressure, most players went ashen until a handful of determined voices posted messages of encouragement. This national war must be won. Defeat was unthinkable. Meanwhile, a small group began selling their belongings just to emigrate to Long Country, because everyone knew the Mosin Leroy Empire, home to the strongest player, Zhuanshan Likai simply couldn't lose. Inside a private chat channel on the Immortal Continent, an impressive lineup of nicknames popped in one after another. The Long Country government had convened the meeting. Anyone present was either a top-tier guild master or a renowned high-level player. Tianming Sugue spoke first, his tone as blunt as a final ultimatum. What does the government want? The national war's around the corner, and guild logistics are a mess. In the past, he'd have shown these big shots some courtesy. Now he offered none. The authorities had tried every tactic to bring the big guilds to heel, but no one was willing to surrender power. The military could crush the players for now, yet any heavy-handed move would spark panic and division, and no one dared guess how strong Zhuanshan Likai truly was in the real world. Qidakong came online, his avatar flashing as he spoke. We're here to discuss the national war. Everyone relax and wait for those still on the way. After the real-world monster battle had won the players plenty of concessions, so his prestige was sky-high. The channel fell silent. Everyone agreed to wait. The head count climbed until it neared 100. Qidakong spoke again. All right, we're set. Let's begin. At that moment, Ryu Dangkong, guild master of Jinluan, typed the question on everyone's mind. Where's Zhuanshan Likai? Isn't he joining this meeting? The voice channel that had drawn every major guild leader and celebrity player on the Dragon server went dead silent the moment Ryu Dangkong asked his question. Chi Dekang, the organizer of the meeting, failed to appear, prompting a wave of muted sighs. The Dragon server might boast the largest player base in the world, but their real confidence in the looming server war rested on one man, Zhuanshan Likai, the player who had steamrolled his way to the top of the global rankings and was universally hailed as the strongest in the game. In reality, Qidakong was playing a clever word game. The developers had no way of reaching Zhuanshan Likai, nor any hard proof that he would step in. Most of the greener players were happy to accept this verbal IOU, while the handful who sensed trouble wisely kept quiet. Qidakong opened his mic, voice steady and sincere. I called everyone here to discuss how well deploy our elite forces once the server war begins. Please hear me out before offering suggestions. No one interrupted, so he continued. As you know, combat power in Immortal is tightly tied to talent. A high-level character with a low-tier talent can't count on beating a lower-level character who holds a top-tier talent. Our data show that talent tiers are completely random. The bigger the player base, the more high-tier talents emerge. That single fact gives the Dragon server a massive edge. His point met with unanimous agreement. Only India could match Dragon Nation for population, yet a series of baffling decisions by their publisher had left their average level low and their top-tier talents steadily bleeding away. Europe's countries shared the Holy Empire server. Even combined, their pool of potential players barely topped 600 million. No comparison at all. Qidakong paused for a brief aside. While a talents tier is random, its exact effect is tied to a player's personality and obsessions. Take KO from the Dupo Guild. He's fixated on the fearless Watley character, so he awakened a suppression-type talent. Or look at Du Sheng, second on the level leaderboard. A gambling addict, he ended up with a dice-based talent. There are gamblers all over the country, yet he's the only one who rolled in steer or above. He wrapped up. All this is to say, victory in the server war is almost certain. What matters now is maximizing our gains. Heads nodded across the channel. Everyone was waiting for the global announcement to learn the reward mechanics before choosing their primary target. Finally, Qidakong laid out his core proposal. Our plan is simple: concentrate every elite we have and cripple the two servers that pose the greatest threat to us, America and India. The Yin Kingdom map finally unfurled in its entirety. With the dagger now drawn, the developers' true intentions stood revealed. Europe lay too far from Longhua, and the Bear Nation remained on friendly terms with them. So once the game spilled into reality, the gravest threats came from across the ocean: the United States and from Asian Nation, the nearby country with a huge player population. In the War Council, Qidakong swept his gaze across the room. His tone was solemn but never bellicose. The arcane empire that hosts the United States and the kingdom where Asian Nation resides both possess deep foundations. Crushing them outright is unrealistic, nor is it our aim. What I ask is that we weaken their strength as much as possible, adding one more layer of security for Longwo's future. I'm counting on all of you. Deep inside Grimir Volcano, magma's crimson glow painted the rock walls a blood-red hue. A colossal, obsidian dragon rose in a canyon. Wings beating as a triumphant roar shook the mountain, had finally seized a skill that truly mattered. The talent Glutton had just triggered, pouring 93,402.9 bonus experience into him. The follow-up trait Devour and Evolve lit up next, bestowing a brand new A-rank skill Gale Ward. It was the very move the Hellfire Azure Flame Lion had used, flapping its wing membranes to unleash that devastating air pressure. Despite the word Gale, the skill had no elemental component. Sheer physical might drove the wings to compress the air into a brutal wind wall. The interface spelled it out. A-rank skill. Gale Ward beat your wings to summon a violent wind, repelling enemies ahead and blocking all flying projectiles and skills. Priority, A rank. Duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Li Kai had long been able to whip up a shockwave through raw power alone, but that was merely physics. Gale Ward carried in a rank control check. Unless someone could ignore a rank crowd control, they would be forcibly knocked back no matter their strength or weight. To move this lawless dragon now, an opponent would need an SS rank knockback skill or strength and mass that dwarfed his own. Content. The dragon patted his rounded belly plates and shot deeper into the volcano, was eager to put the new ability through its paces. High above the hills bordering the wasteland, a golden griffin with an enormous wingspan sliced across a cloudless sky, each beat of its wings drawing a sharp whistle from the air. On its back, two strikingly different girls chased and teased one another. Puff. Pinned by a friend whose strength far exceeded her own, Alice forced a serious expression while locking Puff's arms. Recite our missionary creed, now. That's Master's order. After Li Kai learned that faith could be converted into pseudo-divine power for the dual balance, he had sent the idle Alice and Puff out to preach. I am. Not. Reciting. Puff writhed in Alice's grip like a slick little worm, snapping off each word with crystalline clarity. Smack. Alice's palm landed on Puff's upturned thigh, making soft flesh ripple alarmingly. Aren't you afraid of being punished again? Last time you smashed Sister Wisela's reagent vial, Master disciplined you until you passed out. Puff froze, then scratched her head, a hint of nostalgia creeping onto her face. Honestly, it felt kinda nice, hardly punishment at all. Puff. A crimson flush shot across Alice's cheeks, her shriek nearly splitting the griffin's ears. All right, I'll recite. Under Alice's ear-piercing assault, Puff finally sat up straight, eyes rolling upward as she searched her memory, then began to recite in fits and starts. Sir, may I borrow a moment of your time? I'd like to tell you about our Heavenly Father and Lord. He shattered the schemes of the abyssal demon gods. He shelters every living creature of the wasteland from harm. He has saved hundreds of millions of common folk. He is the master of the wasteland, patron of stars and earth, the one true chaos dragon of this world, the great Laforte Nefario. Deep beneath Jimir volcano, the towering peak is hollow, and its heart holds a vast lake of magma. Viscous, blistering lava churns as crimson pulses beat against the night sky. Smoke surges through fissures, and waves of scorching air buffet the cavern. High above the lake, a colossal dragon with midnight scales glinting like metal circles slowly, its bulk eclipsing the fiery haze. The monsters drifting in the molten lake scatter at the passing shadow, diving for safety. Li Kai hardly notices these elite foes. At the lakebed, he senses a thread of draconic might so faint that even common battle pets would ignore it, yet unmistakably of dragon blood. The great dragon snorts, pride woven into every note. Show yourself. I won't harm you. He knows the aura isn't true dragon pressure, merely that of a drake or lesser dragonkin. As a pure blood, his lineage overpowers every mixed blood cousin, so he simply issues the order. He could dive in and drag the creature out. With his fire resistance, the lava is no threat. Yet the stagnant lake is the beast's dining room, bedroom, and latrine in one. A fastidious dragon wrinkles his nostrils. Apart from filthy hydras, most dragons share his love of cleanliness. Clack, clack. At your command, my lord. A massive dorsal fin cleaves the lava, spraying molten droplets. A wedge-shaped beak breaks the surface, followed by a lean, muscular body with powerful forelimbs and a fish-like tail, more lava fish than traditional wyvern. Species Yangia drake. Rank Lord Tier Boss. Level LV 60. Profile: the Yangia drake dwells in magma, using its pickaxe-like beak to tunnel through rock and strike from the crust or ceiling. Li Kai glances at the panel and skips the stats. Under his draconic aura, the creature can't even muster the will to fight. Clack, clack. What do you require, Great One? The drake asks, head bowed. I just learned a new skill. Hit me with your ranged attack. Clack. Air. Let's talk. Clack, clack, clack. Firing, my lord. Brace yourself. Pinned by the dragon's command, the drake opens its jaws. A compressed ball of molten rock roars forth. Li Kai beats his wings and casts Gale Ward. A howling wind meets the lava, blowing it back into the lake in a burst of sparks. Clack, clack. Astonishing, my lord. The drake gushes. Li Kai nods. Again. Shoot me. Clack. Very well. The second jet is tighter, bright as a falling star. This time Li Kai neither dodges nor shields. He flies straight into it, letting the blast strike his chest. You really did it, he chuckles. As the words leave his lips, triumphant battle music erupts from nowhere. With a single beat of his wings he dives, talons locking around the stunned drake, wrenching it from the magma and hurling it onto solid ground. Clack, clack. Pleas for mercy echo through the cavern. Only when its health dips into the second phase does the Yangia drake realize the dragon means to kill it and fights back desperately. But under absolute bloodline suppression, its efforts are futile, and Li Kai finishes it with ease. He brought down the Yangia dragon, a level 60 Lord Tier boss, and pocketed 495,477 experience points. The rookie champion achievement triggered right after, adding another 74,321.5 experience. The Sword of Royal Extinction, Regicide, activated its Assassinate the King perk strength 5, physical damage coefficient 10, physical penetration 100. Li Kai slid the blade back into its sheath and opened the game for him. The screen was packed with players begging for help against the Yangia dragon, but he had already moved on to his feast. Beside the magma lake, dragon meat the size of a tabletop oozed gold red juices. He carved off a slice and tossed it into his mouth. The soft, faintly sweet fibers burst between his teeth. Even the finest salmon sashimi couldn't compare. Consumed exotic grade material scarlet carapace of the Yangia dragon constitution 15, physical resistance 75, magic resistance 70. Consumed exotic grade material Yangia dragon, tail strength 5, constitution 10, physical resistance 50, magic resistance 50. Consumed exotic grade resource crimson lotus core spirit 20. The poorest dragonborn I've ever seen, Li Kai muttered, crunching the last chunk of frozen dragon blood. Kid, how does my offspring taste? A deep, bell-like voice rumbled behind him. Li Kai stiffened and turned just in time to watch the lakebed explode. A dragon head 100 meters wide rose through the magma, for curved horns glowing with dark crimson rinse pure blood. Race, Molten Dragon Adult. Name, Caliban Grigori Blen. Tier, Overlord class boss demoted from Sovereign. Level, 59 formerly 69. Strength, 4,399. Constitution, 8,484. Spirit, 3,989. Agility, 3,175. HP, 33,936,000. 33,936,000. Mana, 1,595,000. 1,595,000. Stamina, 509,000 and 4,509,040. Physical resistance, 37,589. Magic resistance, 38,991. Special resistance, 12,647. Tenacity, 65. Profile, once destined for mythic ascension, he was maimed during an abyssal incursion and has been stalled ever since. Caliban's eyes held curiosity, not murder. Li Kai rubbed his nose and offered a sheepish grin. Good evening, Elder. I was a little hungry. The ice-dipped horn on his forehead caught the light, still carrying the ancient aura of the primordial dragon Aziz classic borrowed dragon prestige, a son-in-law, using his father-in-law's name. Caliban understood instantly and smiled. A blue-white comet suddenly streaked across the sky the frostbound Magus, Li Kai's thrall, racing in to deliver the desecrator's teapot. The moment it entered the mountain, Caliban's expression twisted, fury boiling over. That's my servant, Li Kai began, but the molten dragon had already unleashed a volcanic torrent, setting the sky ablaze. Bathed in black-violet light, Li Kai shifted every stat into agility with body of equilibrium, flashed to the frostbound Magus, and stuffed it into his pet necklace. He slipped into a pocket dimension a heartbeat before the molten tsunami swallowed the spot. For seconds enough to cool off, he re-emerged several hundred meters away and ran headfirst into an even larger wave of lava. He frowned. I get that you hate abyssal demons, but this is overkill. Or are you avenging your son while you can? Before he could parse the dragon's rage, the frostbound Magus shivered through their pact with a warning. The molten dragon has already fallen. At the molten lake in the heart of Jimir Volcano, a colossal chaos dragon circled in midair, squaring off against a lava dragon that rose from the fiery pool below. Scarlet magma heaved beneath the crust, and scalding steam speared into the sky, casting a crimson sheen across both dragons' scales. High above, Li Kai folded his wings. His golden eyes mirrored the lava-soaked creature whose bulk rivaled a stone fortress. A rule from the Frost Dragon legacy flashed through his mind. Any dragon that falls into the abyss must be slain on sight. Yet the monster before him had somehow blocked the probing power of his eye of true insight, leaving Li Kai unsure whether it had truly fallen. Just then, the ice curse fiend that had followed Hyman abyssal demon wreathed in frost and runes instantly detected the taint the lava dragon had hidden. The creature in the lake clearly hadn't expected to meet a demon enslaved by a dragon. Otherwise, it would never have risked a showdown at its own lair. Li Kai hesitated. Could the fiend be wrong? A heartbeat later, the system's cold, authoritative voice sounded in his ear, removing any doubt. Optional quest triggered. Every traitor must die. Objective 1. Inform any pure-blooded dragon that the lava dragon Caliban Jelajeli Buluan has fallen. Reward 1. 1 random peerless grade or higher resource, quality subject to the benefactor's mood. Objective 2. Slay the fallen dragon Caliban Jelajeli Buluan, no limit on party size. Reward 2. A dragon patriarch's blessing of any attribute. Higher contribution unlocks greater potential. The system offered 3 optimal strategies. 1. Spread the news and stay out of IT's easiest, least profit. 2. Warn the others and join a joint assault safer, moderate return. 3. Kill the lava dragon alone, highest risk, richest reward. Li Kai chose almost instantly. Aim for the biggest prize. He still held a 3-stage resurrection card. After all, worthless brat, he muttered, eyes cold. I swore long ago I'd kill every abyssal demon I met, slave or not. Get in my way again, and you'll die too. Still acting innocent, Caliban had no idea his cover was blown. Even if the fiend had seen through him, he intended to bite the demon in half first, hoodwink the young dragon, and then slip away from the volcano head occupied for centuries. Once the Slayer's mark appeared, other dragons would soon sense his lair. Li Kai's gaze brimmed with mockery, letting Caliban keep pretending while he readied the dual balance, prepared to trigger a fair challenge at any moment. When the ridicule in the young dragon's eyes grew unmistakable, the lava demon dragon finally realized his hand had been exposed. Dropping the act, he glared with murderous hate. A frosty gleam flashed across his enormous eyes. So, you know the truth, Caliban growled, jaws cracked with molten scars, lava dripping from his fangs. Then die. The instant its voice faded, a torrent of blistering magma burst from its body and swept over the area like a tidal wave. A strange ripple raced outward. Trees, boulders, even the air itself turned to syrupy lava the moment it passed. Countless incandescent peaks erupted with thunderous booms, as if an entire volcanic range had ignited in a single heartbeat. Hellish scenery descended upon the mortal world. Farther off, the inner wall of the volcano lay beneath a vast, circular barrier, everything inside reduced to a molten purgatory, while crimson light scorched the sky. If magical beasts are the world's favored children, dragons are undoubtedly the most beloved of all. The legendary domain that makes high-tier professionals famous is something dragons can also grasp. What Caliban had just unleashed was the lava domain, mastered back when it still held the king tier. Though demoted, its intellect and memories remained intact. By sheer instinctive control of its territory, it forced the domain open, yet its current rank allowed only a ragged version with an S-level restriction nowhere near enough to shackle the lawless enemy before it. Within the searing wind, Li Kai triggered 2 sides of one body, bathed himself in crimson flames, and shifted into his dragonborn form. He chuckled softly, open scorn in his voice. Don't say we. You abandoned a dragon's pride and embraced the abyss of your own choosing. Every pure-blooded dragon is shielded by the Dragon King. Unless we consent, no one can turn us into an abyssal drake, not even a demon god. Even under corruption, we keep our sanity until the taint is purged. The words pierced like needles. Flames flared hotter between the magma drake's scales as it roared, a burning mountain come to life. What do you know? I spent years being tortured in that lightless abyss. You can't fathom my pain. Without sharing my despair, how dare you judge me? Li Kai's sneer deepened. Oh, then how did you get out? How did you stride back from the abyss? Caliban had no reply. Several near-divine ancient dragons had torn open the abyssal barrier, sacrificing a demigod elder to drag it free. By human standards, the rescue was a losing deal, but proud dragons spare no cost. If one of their own is captured, they will reclaim them at any price. The irony was brutal. Caliban's rescue came less than half a month after it swore itself to a demon god and began its fall. Had it endured a few more days, it would have been saved with a spotless record. So, Li Kai snorted. Falling is understandable, but once you whore yourself out, don't pretend to be a saint. Its sickening dragons included. Each sentence landed like a silent critical strike, shattering Caliban's composure. Fury boiled over. Shut up. It bellowed. A boundless tide of lava surged, intent on devouring everything in its path. At the final moment, a blinding beam of gold pierced the fiery flood, yanking Caliban into another space. The dual contract had been invoked. Forming dual contract initiator, Chaos Dragonborn. Challenger, Lava Demon Dragon Caliban Gregory Brun. The icy system voice echoed through the void. Selecting dual mode initiator chooses relatively fair mode. Constructing battlefield initiator chooses complex mode. Loading, starry night sky terrain, winding ravines sea, vast ocean additions, reef islands. Adjusting win-loss conditions initiator adds clause. The loser forfeits all battle memories. Divine power consumed for this duel, 248 points. Both sides tiers compressed to Lord. Level compressed to LV 44. Attributes compressed to Strength 398.9, Constitution 752.6, Spirit 1141.3, Agility 1371.3. Li Kai burned extra divine power to add the memory loss on defeat clause, because he had no idea whether the magma dragon before him could resurrect itself. Although the Eye of True Insight revealed its talents and skills, every entry related to the abyss was blank power on a demon god level that even the quasi-god ancient dragon who once saved Caliban from that abyss had failed to notice. That uncertainty made Li Kai doubly cautious when he designed the dueling arena. The arena stretched more than a kilometer in radius. Beneath a star-strewn night sky, the fractured ground lay under dozens of meters of seawater, while jagged reefs pierced the surface like spears. The terrain was almost tailor-made for Li Kai. It let him exploit his multi-element abilities while crippling Caliban's lava and fire. The pseudo-artifact duelist scales further shredded what remained of Caliban's lava domain and sealed his overlord-level boss traits. Even so, the magma dragon, once a sovereign, still radiated a suffocating menace. The nearly kilometer-long body crashed into the sea, raising a colossal wave. The molten rock coursing over its scales vaporized the seawater on contact, sending clouds of steam skyward until a thick fog swallowed the entire arena. A pseudo-artifact? Is that what you're relying on? Caliban sneered, spewing torrents of magma to reshape the battlefield in his favor. Li Kai had no intention of standing by. He pressed the latch on his metal belt. With a crisp click, jet black, mech-style armor locked into place from shoulders to boots, the hero-grade set, Umbral Guardian, making its debut. The morphic plates shifted into flight mode, twin rocket thrusters snapping out from his back and roaring to life. With a powerful beat of his draconic wings, he turned into a black streak and dove. The air boomed with the force of his descent. Caliban's brow furrowed. You can trigger a lord trait? No wonder you dare challenge me. The dragon settled into the water, hind legs and tail submerged, forelimbs raised beside its head, part feline plea, part military salute, both bizarre and deadly. Li Kai closed his hands around empty air, and Kingslayer, the sword of fallen thrones, materialized. He zipped around the magma dragon like living lightning, each casual swipe cleaving the molten shell, yet the battle log flashed again and again. Miss. Miss. Miss, all immune. That was why he still withheld every active skill. Caliban's confidence rested on an almost insoluble talent. SS-class talent, body of lava. A physique forged of blistering magma amplifies its physical, mental, lava, and fire attributes. All physical or magical damage is ignored unless it strikes the core. In other words, much of the dragon's body is free-flowing magma detached from the true form. Hitting those parts is like punching water, completely harmless. With each slash, Li Kai tested which sections of the beast were still made of molten rock. Wings, hind legs, spine, tail. Every time he split the lava carapace, magma spurted out, and the word miss flashed above the wound, confirming that the abyssals had indeed stripped all flesh from Caliban's body below the skull. What a pitiful existence, let me put an end to it, he murmured. First he threw a feint, drawing a sweeping blow from the dragon's massive claw. Then he blurred past the creature's head, his blade flashing through scale and bone. 381,625.4. 190,812.7 shield. The blood that gushed out was no different from lava. Had the damage numbers not appeared, he would have believed his heaven-rending slash had done nothing at all. Worthless pseudo-relic. The magma dragon roared, flailing with its claws. Yet Li Kai, now in his dragonoid form, slipped away as lightly as smoke. Without the dual balance debuff, its remaining health would have laughed off such wounds. Die! Caliban bellowed, bringing a magma-forged talon down on its dust-sized foe. Li Kai meant to sidestep again, but the claw exploded mid-strike, lava spraying in all directions. 397,655.5 shield. The barrier held, yet instinct screamed a warning. He triggered dimensional ambush and dove into a pocket rift. An instant later, the scattered lava ignited with ashen black fire. Without his timely escape, he would have been incinerated. This was no ordinary attack, it reeked of the abyss. Caliban would never waste breath only to fling molten rock at him. With his target gone, Caliban spewed magma across the sea, reshaping the battlefield. In moments, the water was blanketed by a glowing red lake. Strangely, the dense lava neither sank nor cooled. It floated, simmering on the surface. Li Kai knew he couldn't let the fight drag on. Locking onto his mark from the other dimension, he burst out in a flare of black-violet light above the dragon's head and brought mountain-crushing cleave straight down. 381,625.4. 190,812.7 shield. 40,000 true damage. Raf. The magma dragon howled, flames erupting from every scale. The blast shattered Li Kai's shield and tore into his health. 341,859.9 shield. 219,679.2. It was the Steer skill-burning core. For the next 5 minutes, anyone who came near the dragon would suffer continuous fire damage. Caliban's dragonoid posture spiked its spell power. Without Li Kai's heavy fire resistance, that single pulse might have crippled him. All his physical skills were now on cooldown. In this form, he hadn't learned many suitable abilities, and with Su CES honor level rising, attire scrolls no longer interested him. Steer skills would have to wait. Needed a solution now. Trading blow for blow was the only path left. He suspected the magma dragon still had a second phase beyond the world's respite. After all, what stood before him was merely an ordinary lava drake, not its true abyssal form. Resolute, Li Kai dismissed the fallen Kingslayer and his gloom-lit sentinel set, spread his wings, and powered straight through the lingering flames. At point-blank range, he opened his jaws and bathed the dragon's head in an arctic breath. On a sea smothered in molten rock, a magma dragon nearly a kilometer long let out an ear-splitting roar. Waves of lava surged as Likaya dragonborn, so small, he looked like dust against the beast, shot up through the furnace-hot plume rising from Caliban's hide and drove straight onto its skull. The moment his claws met the blistering scales, he locked on tight and loosed a blast of freezing breath. 65, 62, 47.5. Ice blue mist swallowed the glowing shell, fire and frost flashing in vicious succession until the hard scales crumbled to dust. Get off me! Caliban roared. A ring of fire detonated from its Korea classic fire spell, Repulsion Flame, favored for close-quarters counters. But its priority lagged behind Li Kai's lawless buff and fizzled on contact. 50, 0000 shield. 15, 62, 47.5. Li Kai's glacial breath poured on. Had Caliban not layered a magma shield at the last instant, the king-class dragon would have died then and there. Crack. The massive body exploded, a tidal wave of lava swallowing Li Kai whole. The molten torrent crashed into the sea, melded with the churning lava lake, and in the next beat reformed the colossal frame. Caliban reappeared, spitting scorching lava breath, so hot the air rippled. Li Kai didn't dodge, he rammed straight in. Caliban was healing at 200,000 HP per second, so Li Kai went Allen, trading life for life. The instant the blazing breath struck, gray-black fire flared through the magma. 76, 99, 68.7. 85, 44, 13.6 special damage. Even under the dueling scales debuff, the former Monarch tier dragon still blasted out million DPS bursts. Yet to the death-immune Li Kai, damage was just a number. Wreathed in gray-black flames, he closed again and unleashed another cone of arctic breath. 65, 62, 47.5. Caliban's hard-won health plunged once more, forcing out another trump card. Boom. A towering volcano erupted beneath its belly. The massive mountain blocked the frost, then slammed Li Kai aside. 11, 14, 18. This mountain slam from the S-rank skill volcanic eruption carried an SS priority knockback, meant to pierce lawless, but as terrain control it still fell to Li Kai's S-rank talent child of the earth. The dragonborn bored into the mountain, tore through boiling magma pools, and kept chasing the magma dragon through the fiery torrent. Damn it! How high is this guy's immunity priority? Caliban raged, powerless. As Mount Jameer's unchallenged overlord for centuries, it had never known such humiliation. Fleeing, Caliban chanted in sharp bursts. Air cracked under the heat as massive lava orbs formed around it, then hurled backward at the dragonborn, closing fast on its tail. No matter how the magma dragon fought back, Li Kai refused to dodge. He kept up the same relentless speed, molten rock roaring behind him in a blazing contrail. Even after the dragon dove into the lava, and its agility skyrocketed, Li Kai clung to its tail scales. If Caliban hadn't shielded its head with immunity-granting wings and thick forearms, the chase would have ended long ago. Enough. Caliban's chest swelled, rage tangled with despair. There was nowhere left to run. Then we'll die together. The dragon whirled, spewing a torrent of lava-laden, ash-black fire. Li Kai vanished in the blast. In an instant, his 5.874 million HP burned to zero, but the passive one body, two faces unyielding triggered and locked his health. Using the brief window of invulnerability, Li Kai burst through the lava breath and answered with an arctic dragon breath. Frost blue shockwaves smashed into the molten surge and flash froze the dragon's last sliver of life. The icy blast punched a crater to the skull's bone. Li Kai braked to a halt, waiting calmly for the lock health timer to expire. The duel was far from over. As he expected, the magma dragon's listed skill, the world's reprieve, wasn't its only trick. A hidden phase 2 loomed. Boom, its caster dead. The towering volcano began to collapse, red-hot boulders tumbling down and forcing Li Kai back. The phase transition cutscene was so long that his remaining unyielding damage window went to waste. Lava drained away, revealing a pitch-black dragon shimmering with iridescent highlights. Li Kai drew the king's Fallblade Kingslayer, activated Razor Fong enchantment, and bent to wet the edges with his own fangs. Five-hued light rippled across the black and crimson sword. Point planted beside the corpse, he waited for the cinematic to end, ready to strike first. Thump, thump, thump. A muffled heartbeat burst from within the carcass. Chunks of lava shell sloughed off, exposing a mangled skull and a spinal segment etched with eerie patterns, runes unlike anything on the immortal continent, the kind that made skin crawl at a glance. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat swelled until it shook the air like thunder. Blood-red nodules sprouted all along the spine, squirming into skinless arms that clawed at the void, as if they meant to drag every living thing into hell. Boom. The ruined dragon head jerked up, empty sockets blazing crimson. Li Kai looked at the abomination and muttered, "How pitiful. Let me grant you final release." Before the words faded, he swung, A crushing arc aimed at the freshly emerged monstrosity, no longer a magma dragon, but a desecrated aberrant dragon. Target status changed. Species, desecrated aberrant dragon. Name, Caliban Gregory Brun. Rank, Lord tier boss, formerly Overlord tier. Level, 44, formerly 59. Strength, 6,598.5. Constitution, 12,726. Intellect, 7,978. Agility, 1,587.5. HP, 12.726 million, 12.726 million. MP, 2.39, 3 million, 2.39, 3 million. Stamina, 636,300, 636,300. Physical resistance, 23,461. Magic resistance, 22,753. Special resistance, 32,647. Tenacity, 65. Description: after unimaginable torment, the magma dragon yielded to the abyss and was remade into an aberration whose very existence is a blasphemy against its kind. The moment the desecrated hybrid dragon dropped out of its invincible state, Li Kai's old hand at corpse-guarding timing brought his greatsword down with surgical precision. The blade, laced with black and crimson arcs of multicolored lightning, split the creature's skull with ease. Lurid flesh parted, and a jet of rancid blood erupted. 79, 76, 89.7. 68, 79, 76.2 lightning. 3, 61, 33.2 burn. 299 poison. 7, 93, 92 bleed. 39, 88, 44.8 shield. Paralysis, burn, slow, freeze, poison, and bleed stacked to the limit in an instant, and the dragon threw back its head in a skyrending scream. A torrent of golden lightning breath followed, drowning its massive head and leaving the flesh charred and curling. The layered paralysis locked it in place again, twisting its howl into an auto-tuned rasp, Yumo. Before the curse could finish, Li Kaiver the cultured youth kept the pressure on, spewing breath while battering the gaping maw shut with his sword. 1, 40, 54, 57.3. 79, 76, 89.7. 68, 79, 76.2 lightning. 3, 61, 33.2 burn. 299 poison. 6, 41, 79.2 bleed. Driven past its limit, the dragon ignited in eerie abyssal flames, crimson streaked with sooty black. Li Kai had no desire to trade blows. He backstepped, unfurled his wings, and took to the air. Circling overhead, he teased, incoming little Drake. Years of bad pun dreams finally fulfilled, though with a frame this big, no one could wingman him, in plane or crossplane. Before the words faded, scarlet light gathered around him, poured into his sword, and became a razor beam that plunged earthward like a comet. Freed from control, Calibanth Dragon's true name snorted as the fleshy tendrils along its spine surged and wove into a claw the size of a mountain. Claw and crimson beam met with a heavy impact, yet no thunderous blast. Li Kai had triggered repulse, channeling every ounce of force back into his weapon and letting the blades soak the damage. To his surprise, the foe stood unharmed. The razor-edged king's fall, sort of regicide, sliced through the tendrils effortlessly, but each severed strand instantly sprouted anew, halting the beam's advance. In a heartbeat, the sword's glow was worn away, and slick, viscous flesh crept up its spine. Li Kai frowned. Another burst of golden breath scorched the tendrils to charcoal, and he tore the blade free, leaping back. A quick scan confirmed it. Even without its former magma body, every part of the desecrated hybrid dragon except the head still ignored physical damage. How long had it been since had faced an enemy whose talents he couldn't read at all? The eye of true insight, normally unstoppable, proved useless against the work of an abyssal demon god. Li Kai didn't mind. The real joy for any player was the rush of meeting a boss for the first time. His wings beat once, his body a streak of lightning as he wove around the massive head of the blasphemous aberrant dragon, hunting for an opening. The skull was sheathed in sluggish, fleshy tendrils that couldn't keep up with his pace. At last the harried dragon left a gap, and Li Kai's blade came down. 79, 76, 89.7. 68, 79, 76.2 lightning. 3, 61, 33.2 burn. 299 poison. 1, 83, 59 bleed. 1, 81, 75.4 bleed. 1, 79, 93.7 bleed. Black-gray, blood-red hellfire splattered over him as well. The shield from Final Annihilation took the hit, but the flames roared to life like oil on a bonfire, immune even to his frigid breath. Shield integrity nosedived. Shield 1,196,534.4. The DPS wasn't high, yet like an eternal flame it would burn until nothing remained. Li Kai spat a curse. Damn it. Across the field, the dragon roared back. You think you're the only one who knows how to wield a weapon? It spawned a ring of shields across its scales, then conjured a colossal claw and rammed it straight down its own throat. Hacking at the barrier, Li Kai sneered, deep-throating yourself? Classy. The King's False Sword. Kingslayer carried Fortress Breaker and extra 50 damage to shields. Flashes of light, a crack, and the barrier failed, but the dragon's move was done. It ripped from its gullet a great sword made of tangled, living limbs. Blood-drenched heads along the blades screamed and writhed, only to be dragged back by tentacles. Li Kai's scalp prickled. So this is abyssal aesthetics? And with no torso, just a head. Did you stash that in another dimension? He focused, and the eye finally returned data. Artifact projection, profane greatsword. Strength 666, Constitution 666, Spirit 666, Damage multiplier 500. Trait 1 Profane mutation. Contact corrupts, mutating the target in proportion to profane energy gained. Trait 2 Profane contagion. Contact corrupts. When corruption reaches threshold, randomly seals 1 skill or talent up to 4, based on the wielder's tier. The looks, the stats, the traits, everything was crazy. Instead of fear, Li Kai's eyes lit up. He'll be taking that shard of godly authority for myself. You're not the only one who can resist annihilation. The dragon roared. I once walked among mortals as a mercenary king. The beast swung the greatsword in a locking slosh-on avalanche that couldn't be dodged. Li Kai smiled faintly and met it hidden, as though unaware of its power. The next instant the dragon sensed 2 utterly opposing forces explode inside him, their clash distracting it for a heartbeat. In that heartbeat, a gale of freezing breath blasted out, frosting claws and tendrils solid. Li Kai shattered ice and flesh alike with one swing, sending the profane greatsword tumbling into molten rock. The glowing magma dimmed the moment it touched the blade. Curse you! The dragon snarled, a new giant claw splitting from its spine. Yet its tendrils emerged half a beat too slow, exactly what Li Kai needed. The dragon thought, good touch, the sword and corruption will eat you alive. Why should I stop you? Li Kai's next move silenced that thought. Lightning coalesced around his talons, forming a razor-edged arc. With that electric blade, he pinched the profane greatsword and flung it far, far away. The dragon's lightning claw maneuver that pinned the desecration greatsword left Caliban speechless. Seizing that instant of distraction, Li Kai invoked the Child of the Earth authority, attuned himself to the reef islet beneath his feet, and tore open a deep, earthen shaft leading straight underground. The greatsword had no chance to recover. It shrieked through the new tunnel, scraping sparks from the rock as it plunged into the darkness. Li Kai glanced at his left talon. The golden lightning blade had touched the sword for only a heartbeat, yet the desecrating power had already dimmed it, etching fine black veins across its surface and releasing inaudible wails of pain. He dispelled the skill at once, letting the electricity scatter into fading motes. Turning to Caliban, he fixed the other dragon with an openly mocking stare. Caliban's warped flesh lacked a readable face, but Li Kai still gave a contemptuous snort. Did you really think dropping the desecration authority would stop me? Caliban rasped, his voice like broken glass grinding together. Before the last word faded, an eerie chant welled from his throat, sharp, dissonant syllables that clashed with the very laws of the world. The magma roiling around him flared, its color shifting from golden orange to a sinister blood red. Each bursting bubble released a sickly sweet stench as an oppressive aura of doom spread outward. Li Kai reacted just as swiftly. Lightning gathered in his left claw, coalescing into a spear that he snapped forward without hesitation. The bolt streaked through the air and buried itself in Caliban's throat. 28, 77, 27.5, 3, 61, 33.2 burn, 299 poison, 14,309.5 bleed, 14,166.4 bleed, 14,024.7 bleed. Massive damage numbers exploded across Li Kai's vision. Caliban's mouth twitched under the current, yet the wicked chant never faltered. When the judgment spear detonated, residual arcs danced across his scales while the magma grew thicker and redder, ultimately forming warped magic circles. A screech too distorted to decipher ripped through the center of the array as monstrosities of twisted flesh clawed their way into the world. 1. A tall, skeletal figure like a withered stalk, its grotesquely swollen head studded with puce yellow eyes. 3 mismatched vertebrae served as legs, their seams crawling with scarlet maggots. 2. A perfectly round creature covered in layers of crimson fur that, on closer inspection, proved to be hundreds of skinless, bleeding arms interwoven together. 3. A thing draped in a deathly white cloak, some parts bloated like a balloon animal, others gaunt as a corpse. The cloak was nothing but folded human hides, their sunken faces silently screaming. The sight would make an ordinary person retch on the spot, yet Li Kai's eyes lit up with delight. Despite their terrifying appearance, each monster held only lower tier status, and barely a million hit points, moving sacks of experience and lifesteal to him. Disgusting as they look, they kept me company in the abyss of desecration for a very long time, Caliban hissed. grinning as he bent down and bit the nearest aberration in half, swallowing it bones and all. 100,000. Seriously? The usually well-mannered Li Kai cursed for the first time. He had just whittled Caliban's health down to a little over 4 million, and the dragon gained a full million back with one bite. With a blur of motion, Li Kai's massive body closed on another malformed creature. A lightning-sharp combo of claw strike, stun, and dragon breath shredded it in an instant. To his surprise, the deformed monstrosity died without triggering a kill notification. Its corpse dissolved into a murky vapor that drifted to the profane aberrant dragon and was promptly inhaled. A heart-stopping number floated up, 1 million. Hovering in midair, Li Kai glanced at the dozens of aberrations still on the ground and felt a muscle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Caliban's health was refilling at an alarming rate. Worse yet, the slash he had delivered with the sword of royal downfall. Kingslayer had been tainted by profane energy, and the Chaos Dragon Fong trait from Scorching Bite no longer worked. Kill the monsters and Caliban healed by absorbing their vapor. Leave them alone, and it devoured their corpses anyway. For the moment, Li Kai had no answer to this headache. While he was weighing his options, the aberrations let out a piercing shriek and surged toward him. Their bodies swelled, veins writhing beneath their skin. Li Kai didn't dare take chances. He activated Dimensional Ambush and slipped the entire dragon into another plane. A heartbeat later, a dozen fleshy masses exploded into pus, spraying corrupt energy like a foul rain. Ha! Feel the power of profanity, do you? Caliban's laughter boomed above the seething lake of magma. Summoning these abyssal creatures wasn't one of his innate skills. It was a privilege granted after forging a covert pact with the abyssal archfiend known as the Lord of Blasphemy. High in the distance, Li Kai reappeared, studying the onrushing aberrations, then threw his head back and laughed as well. Ha ha ha! Caliban froze. That laugh sounded less like despair and more like the thrill that comes before a counterattack. I was planning to fight you as a normal dragon, but you brought cheats to the table first. Guess he'll stop pretending. Li Kai sheathed the sword of royal downfall, a feral grin twisting his face. Time for a reveal. In the real cheat here, and my hacks outrank yours. System panel. Spend 150 design points. Talent. Balance body rank A rank. Remaining design points. 3,620. 3,620 points were plenty, could still upgrade Glutton later, so the loss didn't sting. Truth be told, he hated sinking points into balanced body. Upgrading stretched the duration to 10 seconds, but pushed the cooldown to 15, whereas the original 3-second duration with a 5-second cooldown was far more flexible. Right now, though, he needed a longer window of peak performance. Divine Authority of the Abyss? I've got one of those too. An unseen ripple spread out slow to the naked eye, instantaneous to reality, and filled the entire dueling arena. Caliban and the abyssal creatures felt their senses forcibly warped. Sound vanished, color drained away, leaving only black and white. The dragon in the sky reduced to a flurry of precise, sketched lines. Then came the emotion terrora and absolute. The fear was so intense that even Caliban, who had stared into the abyss itself, felt his breath hitch. The crimson flames in his eye sockets flickered violently, on the verge of dying out. The aberrations buckled, prostrating themselves in the molten rock, foreheads pressed to the blistering stone as they worshipped the source of their dread. An instant later, a torrent of golden lightning crashed down, engulfing the profane aberrant dragon while it lay helpless in terror. 1,405,457.3. 1,405,457.3. 1,405,457.3. 3. Ever since devouring the deerhead fiend's projection and claiming the mantle of fear, Li Kai's embodiment of terror had grown stronger, especially effective against targets like Caliban, whose mind was riddled with inner demons. A creature with 65% tenacity ended up hard-stunned for a full 5 seconds. When those 5 seconds passed, Caliban's charred skull slammed into the magma, the crimson blaze in his eyes extinguished completely. The twisted runes etched along his spine were scoured clean by lightning. Thank you. After the battle ended, Li Kai thought he heard the faintest whisper. As the blasphemous aberrant dragon fell, every malformed monster it had summoned dissolved into pus and vanished beneath the magma. System notifications rattled in Li Kai's ears like rapid-fire artillery, sweeter to him than any symphony. Defeated LV 59 Apex Boss Blasphemous Aberrant Dragon. Gained 1,327,783 experience points. Achievement Rookie Champion triggered, awarding an extra 199,167 experience points. Level 44, EXP 3,144,103 million. Level 45, EXP 744,103 million. Received 450 design points. Quest All Betrayers Must Die. Phase 2 completed. Proceed to the Dragon Enclave to claim your reward. Duel concluded. Challenger victorious. Chaotic Dragon restores 124 divinity. Current divinity, 288.5. Li Kai produced the profane teapot the Frost Curse Imp had delivered and refined a single drop of faith into usable energy, raising his divinity to 289.5. Duel reward, 5% of Lava Demon Dragon Caliban Grigori Bryn's total attributes. After the boost, the stat panel updated. Strength, 219.9. Constitution, 424.2. Spirit, 199.4. Agility, 158.7. The dueling arena collapsed, and an instant later Li Kai was back at Mount Garmir, hovering over the churning lava lake. He stored the dragon's vast corpse and the blasphemy authority within it inside the balance of duel. Maintaining it would cost 1 divinity per day, far cheaper than stripping the authority outright, and he had already weighed the trade-off. As for who would handle the extraction, he had a plan. What kind of son-in-law would he be if he didn't fleece his future father-in-law? From the heirloom scale Sandanisend had given him, Li Kai knew that hoarding random authorities was unwise. To climb the divine stair, condense a godhood, and ascend as a true deity, one must gather every authority that matched one's path. Miscellaneous scraps only complicated the future ascension exam. Only demigods who had abandoned apotheosis, or mythic beings without ambition, bothered with such clutter. His prospective father-in-law was an exceptionally ambitious dragon. Li Kai had no fear the elder would covet the blasphemy authority. Gazing down at the molten lake, he couldn't summon the enthusiasm to dive himself. He unclipped the beast companion necklace and released the Frost Curse Imp. Go down there and see if Caliban's lair is hiding anything else. The imp stared at the frost mist curling off its own skin, then at the roiling lava, its bead-sized eyes full of doubt. Quit whining and get moving. I'm already sick of you abyssal demons, Li Kai snapped. At the same time, server-wide announcements tolled in every Dragon server player's ears like church bells. Server announcement. Congratulations to player walk away for the first kill of an apex tier monster. Server announcement. Congratulations to player walk away for the first kill of an apex tier monster. Across the border villages of the Mercenary Empire, soldiers guarding the teleport arrays suddenly noticed that the once orderly queues of Children of the Stars had erupted into chaos, their chatter rising in waves. They tried to restore order, but their efforts were in vain. Because the officers feared the Children of the Stars might revolt, they dared not suppress them with force. All they could do was file a report, repeatedly highlighting the name the protesters kept muttering Zhuanshan Li Kai. Deep in a wilderness beyond a rookie village, jagged rocks thrust skyward and wild grass ran riot. Atop the highest boulder sat a woman whose beauty was striking without a hint of vulgarity. One slender finger propped her chin as she calmly watched her summoned warriors surround a monster. At her silent signal, the gold-armored soldiers formed ranks, flanked their prey, and swung their blades, each move as precise as clockwork. Compared with nearby players single-mindedly grinding mobs, the woman radiated a languid self-assurance. She was the player known as a one-woman army, the Golden Empress, and the undisputed runner-up in the server's fashion rankings Ryu Dankong. A gleam of steel flashed. The red-named elite, besieged for ages, let out a last roar and collapsed, scattering coins and gear across the ground. Ryu Dankong didn't spare the loot a glance. She immediately ordered her summons toward the next target. With the national war looming, every scrap of experience could tip the scale. She couldn't afford to waste a single second. Suddenly a twitch ran through her brow, as though she had just sensed momentous news. I have to bring him to my side. No, Evan, keeping him neutral will be enough. She sprang to her feet. Golden plates clinked, and her long, supple legs crossed with effortless poise. A blush rose on her moonbright cheeks. Breathtaking. Zhuanshan Li Kai, just how strong are you? Only a powerhouse like that is worthy of me. I will know. I must make you mine. Devotion and frenzy shimmered openly in her eyes. Elsewhere on Blue Star, in a highly encrypted channel, hundreds of delegates from around the globe, each wearing a virtual mask, were holding an emergency meeting. Dragon Nation already has the most players, and now the strongest player too, the American spokesman barked, hammering the table. If we don't band together, that slumbering Eastern dragon will be riding on our necks. The meeting, organized by the United States, had a single aim: persuading the world to gang up on Dragon Nation in the upcoming national war. A delegate cleared his throat. I just remembered I left water boiling. I'd better turn off the stove. His avatar grayed out mid-sentence. It's raining. I need to bring in the laundry. My wife's in labor. Gotta log off. His wife's in labor? I have to celebrate. I'm out too. The American spokesman watched in disbelief as avatar after avatar went dark. Some offered flimsy excuses, others vanished without a word. Within 2 minutes, only a handful of America's staunchest allies remained. The proposal to attack Dragon Nation had collapsed. Face grim, the spokesman scrawled every deserter's name into a notebook. Boss, the island nation delegate coughed nervously. I think I know why they bailed. Why? The American's voice cut like frigid wind through a crack. 3 minutes ago, Dragon Nation's top player, actually, the world's top player Zhuanshan Li Kai, secured the first kill on a Dominator-class boss. Dead silence. Only the spokesman's ragged breathing echoed in the channel. After a long pause, the island delegate muttered, Trump-san, the cherry blossoms are blooming back home, so I. Get out. All of you get out. Li Kai had no idea and even less interest in the uproar the server-wide first kill of an Overlord-class boss had caused. All his attention was on one thing. Pushing his S-rank talent, Glutton, to the next tier. 4,000 design points consumed. S-rank talent Glutton has evolved into SS-rank talent Sin of Gluttony. Remaining design points, 370. The prompt on the screen was cold and precise. Sin of Gluttony. Li Kai savored the dangerous name, and the image of his old acquaintance, Sin of Pride, floated into view, a full member of the legendary mercenary company known as the Seven Deadly Sins. Their complete roster was said to bear the names pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Could that sin of gluttony be tied to his new talent? He set the question aside and focused on examining his first SS rank talent. SSS rank talent. Sin of gluttony and endless hunger drives you to devour all things. One day your gaze will rise, even to the gods. 1. Devouring enhancement. Consume rare grade or higher resources, absorb their essence, and permanently raise your attributes. 2. Dimensional stomach. Your stomach connects to an infinite extra-dimensional space, letting you swallow resources, materials, and corpses while controlling the pace of digestion. During a cooldown equal to target level tier minutes, you can directly devour any creature whose level and tier are less than half of your own. 3. Hyperdigestion. When you digest a slain creature, you gain 50 extra experience and restore 1/100 of your max HP, depending on the prey strength. 4. Devouring evolution. Fully consuming a magical beast grants deprivation points, and any devoured talents or skills can be converted into the same. Spend these points to seize a target's skill, talent, or trait, up to strength. Beyond the bonus experience, the biggest upgrade was the dimensional stomach, and devouring evolution could finally point and strip even talents and traits were now fair game. Li Kai dismantled the mediocre talents and skills had taken earlier. Each rank skill yielded 50 deprivation points, and seizing another of the same rank cost exactly 50. A rank and S-rank cost 100 and 500 respectively. The system's pricing felt a lot like design points, and he chuckled softly. Splush. Amid the hiss of boiling magma, the ice-cursed demon, its skin blistered and torn, crawled out of the lava lake. With a sweep of its arm, it dumped a mountain of rare grade and above resources, materials, gold, and gems onto the scorched shore. Before it dove in, Li Kai had told Su Su to give it 10 mid-tier storage rings, and they had paid off. Perfect timing. He nodded to the demon and prepared to test the dimensional stomach. In his dragon form, Li Kai threw back his head and opened his massive jaws. A translucent vortex spun between his fangs, and a fierce suction pulled every last item on the ground inside. The loot settled in the dimensional stomach without being digested. At a mere thought, their precious essence was refined into raw attribute boosts. Devoured epic grade resource Crimson Lotus Stone, Mind 20. Devoured rare grade resource Lava Stone Milk, Constitution 1, Mind 1. Li Kai's eye sparkled. The new absorption rate was far faster than when he handled the process himself. Nodding in approval, he murmured, not bad at all. After testing the Frost Hex Fiend's fresh ability, he recalled the ice blue creature into its pet necklace. His bone wings flared, black gold feathers slicing the wind as he punched through the clouds and shot north. Time to meet the future father-in-law. High above, the icy wind howled. Li Kai opened the system log to review the first kill achievements for the Overlord. The familiar Plunderer 3 popped up first. Achievement, Plunderer 3. Description, you slew the world's favorite and stole its blessing. Effect, all attributes 15, damage multiplier 20, bonus damage versus boss tier beast 20, lord tier 15, overlord tier 10. Next stage, be the server's first to defeat a king tier boss. Reward, 50 design points. Next came Tyranny Breaker 3. Achievement, Tyranny Breaker 3. Description, you ended an overlord's reign while fighting from a lower tier. Effect, immune to the boss, lord, and overlord level debuff World's Roar. Next stage, defeat a king tier boss while at a lower tier. Reward, 50 design points. With those two old friends ranked up, a fresh notification appeared. Achievement, Enemy of the Abyss. Description, you slew an overlord grade abyssal spy and earned the world's blessing. Effect, damage versus abyssal creatures at overlord rank and below 20. Next stage, kill a king tier abyssal beast. Reward, 50 design points. Li Kai shrugged. Too bad the immortal continent doesn't have many abyssals left. This one can wait. Even so, he pocketed the points. A pale gold message followed. World title, Abyss Defender. Description, you thwarted the demon god's invasion by eliminating an abyssal spy. Effect, massive reputation boost across the continent. Major favor increase with all continental factions. Severe favor loss with some abyssal factions, slight gain with others. The light screen floated silently. Studying the tangled reputation shifts, Li Kai laughed. So even the abyss has rival factions? If I can't have it, neither can they, huh? Still muttering, he angled north and streaked toward the frozen expanse. You have reached Winter Dragon Valley. No sooner had the system chime faded than Likai's massive, scale-covered body burst from the earth. Determined to reach the Frost Dragon's homeland within 3 days and 2 nights, he had traveled at full throttle underground. Relying on the unimpeded trait of his S-grade talent child of Earth, he barreled through bedrock hundreds of meters below the surface, finding it even freer than flying at 10,000 meters. Were it not for his other draconic spell, Mirage, which masked his presence, every creature along the route would have fled at the sight of a half-buried dragon scraping the ground with its wings. Even so, his agility still lagged behind that of the sovereign frost dragon Shinda North End, yet he managed to outpace her by half a body length. His obsidian wings sliced into the snowy valley, and several frost dragon heads poked out from the white peaks, their eyes locking onto the intruder. Sensing his familiar yet muddled aura, they frowned and whispered, "The chieftain and the princess have no taste. They picked a punk for a son-in-law." To these pure-blooded dragons, the rainbow ring of horns made him look like a gaudy subculture icon. A few hatchlings playing below tried to flutter closer, but an elder yanked them back and scolded, "Don't pick up bad habits." Hearing the valley's whispers, Likai's brow twitched. He beat his wings and dropped toward the center of the 4 tallest peaks. "O Venerablino, Great Lord Aziz, I have urgent news." Before he could finish, the mountains shuddered, snow cascaded, and avalanches roared like a natural disaster. Within the curtain of white, an eye large enough to blot out the sky snapped open the quasidaific ancient dragon Aziz Frere. That ancient gaze lingered on Likai, finally recognizing its bargain son-in-law. "Oh, you've picked up yet another element? Too many mixed stats aren't always a blessing." Likai frowned and motioned with a claw for his father-in-law to continue. Aziz's voice rolled through the valley. "Hydra dragons are gifted, yet their kin despise them. Most split their minds trying to control too many elements. Besides, their line has never produced a quasigod, so old relics like us refuse to acknowledge them." Likai shrugged. "In other words, you think they're stupid." Aziz didn't argue. He went on, "Zinda's inheritance should have told you this. To ascend to true godhood, you must gather every divine authority that belongs to you. A multi-element monarch, when attempting the mythic breakthrough, is prone to brushing against elemental authority. That elemental power isn't mere frost. It's the supreme right to command all elements. Since the birth of the immortal continent, no one dragon or otherwise has ever touched it, much less mastered it." Likai's curiosity was piqued. "Comprehend it?" he asked. "Exactly. Divine authority is an elusive thing, both tangible and conceptual. Most people simply call it a law. Once you grasp the law, the corresponding authority is born within you. If you want to become a true god, you have to rip every shard of that authority from every mythic creature walking the same path." Likai pressed, "So if someone loses the authority, can they still use the law?" "Certainly," the other dragon replied. "It just loses most of its power without the authority to fuel it." Likai nodded, half understanding, and pulled the conversation back to reality. "I brought news. The lava dragon hiding in the depths of Gemir volcano Caliban Grigori Brun has fallen and pledged himself to the abyss." The words had barely left his mouth when the mountains of Winter Dragon Valley shook. A terrifying aura shot into the sky. For a moment, silence swallowed everything within 10,000 miles, and even the endless blizzard over the frozen tundra paused. "Years ago I fought a desecrator to save that fool," Akizi rumbled, anger laced beneath his calm tone. "In the end the abyss still won." He never questioned whether Likai was lying. Accusing a pure blood of corruption was a grave crime, and even a Hydra wouldn't dare fabricate it. If the report was false, a quick scouting flight would expose it soon enough. System prompt. "You have completed quest objective 1. Inform any full-blooded dragon that the lava dragon Caliban Grigoribron has fallen." Reward 1 is being issued. Likai grinned. "Who says you can only pick one optional reward? Kids choose. Adult dragons take them all." Akizi chuckled. "Not bad. A reward is in order. What do you want?" Cinda once had an SS priority masking illusion and upgraded mirror flower, water moon. "I want that," Likai said, rubbing his claws together. It was far pricier than the peerless resource the system had offered. Without the family tie, he would never have dared to ask. "Greedy," Akizi said with a smile. A lance of icy blue light shot from his eyes and sank into Likai's chest. System update. Dragon tongue magic. Mirror flower, water moon rank S rank. "All right, rest for now. He'll send a flight to Gemir volcano." "That won't be necessary," Likai interrupted. He pulled a corrupted draconic corpse from the duel balance. The moment it hit the ground, a strand of void authority tried to flee, only to be frozen midair by the ancient dragon's will. Akizi stared in disbelief. "You actually killed it." The corpse belonged to a Dominator-class adult, empowered by abyssal gifts and high-grade authority prey no Lord-class dragon could touch, even with a pseudo-artifact. World-wise as he was, Akizi felt genuine shock for the first time in centuries. Then he burst out laughing. "Good. Excellent. Splendid work. He knew there had to be some colossal secret behind the feat, but he didn't care. The stronger his son-in-law, the brighter the future. Name your reward. Complete Frost Dragon heritage? No, that's too small. Let me think. Li Kai raised a claw. Forget the heritage. I want to unlock a new attribute with another patriarch. Right now, I just need you to shatter that desecration authority so I can absorb it. At last the flamboyant blonde bared his true intentions, asking his father-in-law for yet another helping of wool. Inside Frostwinter Dragon Valley, the hatchlings cowered under the elder's wings, shaking with terror at their chieftain's fury. Aziz's gaze cut across the colossal dragon before him like a blade as he asked in a low voice, "Are you certain? Collecting every shard of blasphemy is almost impossible. That bastard scattered his authority on purpose to slow the other protogods. As long as you hold more than half of it, true godhood is secure." Li Kai nodded without hesitation. With the design point sheet at his disposal, authority meant little to him. A trump card he had no intention of revealing. Very well, as you wish. The moment Aziz spoke, the heavens split as if struck by a titan's hammer. Mountain ranges crumbled, a vast pressure swept outward, and the silent ice field fell dead still. Storm clouds tore apart, letting a long-lost shaft of sunlight pour onto the eternal frost. Hundreds of leagues away, a beast the size of a mountain rose to its feet. The wolf king growled, its pack bearing fangs in an iron phalanx. Frost giants halted mid-stride, their massive eyes turning toward the valley. The primeval dragon Aziz had fully awakened, and the frozen expanse plunged into chaos. A simple stretch from such a predator was enough to make the weak shudder. Aziz glanced at Li Kai, half amused. So you're already holding the authority of fear. No wonder another shard of blasphemy doesn't faze you. His head, spanning thousands of li, broke through the clouds, scales reflecting an icy blue under the sun. Staring up, Li Kai felt his heart slam against his ribs. In silence, he vowed that one day he would be even larger than this ancient dragon, large enough to devour the world itself. All right, little one, take it and digest it. I'm heading to the abyss to stretch my limbs and blow off some steam. With a casual flick of a claw, Aziz tore the blasphemy shard from Li Kai's soul as easily as a brothel madam slipping out of her robe. A fresh wave of draconic terror surged skyward. Aziz's pupils drifted out of focus, snow and frost gathered overhead, coalescing into a shadow that blotted out the sun. The temperature across the Everfrost Plateau rose, and thin mist beaded on the ice. Li Kai watched, entranced, until the towering figure vanished. Snapping back to himself, he activated the sin of gluttony and swallowed the shard. Authority flared inside him like wildfire. You have devoured the blasphemy authority. You gain a god-tier talent, Blasphemy Throne Fragment. Description: you command only a tiny fraction of blasphemy's authority, allowing you to sit briefly upon the blasphemy throne and project corruption onto all beings. Divine authority can counteract it. Trait 1: Act of Blasphemy. Wield blasphemy to contaminate a target, sealing any one talent skill trait of SSS rank or lower for 4 minutes. Duration scales with godhood. Trait 2: Profaning the Divine. Unless the target holds more blasphemy than you, even true divine pressure cannot compel you. You are immune to all forms of intimidation. Trait 3: No blasphemy tolerated. While seated on the throne, every being who perceives you suffers an all-stat reduction proportional to the gap in godhood. Trait 4: Insufficient authority, currently unknown. Trait 5: Insufficient authority, currently unknown. What about gluttony? Every path you walk leads to the abyss. If your aura weren't so immaculate, I'd suspect you were one of its spies. Never mind, since a good dragon should see things through, they'll lend you another hand. With those words, Aziz came fully awake, still unaware that Li Kai's soul did not belong to the immortal continent. The ancient dragon stretched, flicked a claw, and a pillar of ice blue light thundered forward, sinking cleanly into Li Kai's body. A system prompt appeared. You have gained the shroud of Aziz's frail north end, Protodragon of quasi-deity rank. No being short of a true god can perceive your status. Thank you so much. Li Kai nearly barrel-rolled in midair. He had gone to ridiculous lengths to secure the S-rank item mirror of moon and water for this very moment. Now, with a draconic shroud layered over its illusion magic, he had double insurance. Aziz closed his huge eyes lazily. Off you go, little one. I won't have time to babysit you in a moment. As the dragon's eyelids met, a distant layer of the abyss shook with thunder, heralding a titanic battle. Li Kai beat his wings and shot out of Winterfang Valley, heading southeast toward the gathering ground of light element dragons inside the Holy Empire. He chose neither his original route nor an underground shortcut. Beneath the frozen wasteland lurked constant para-loverlords everywhere, monarchs around every corner, and the odd myth-deer oddity. A pureblood dragon could usually pass unchallenged in the sky, but tunneling through another's domain meant fighting to first blood the moment he was discovered. High altitude offered extra perks as well. If he spotted a beast below that was only boss or lord tier, he could drop like a meteor and finish it in one clean strike. He had been tempted on the way in, but had balked at the divine power cost of dual balance. Now the frozen wasteland could serve as a handy field for light harvesting of experience. White gales howled across the ice. Time and again Li Kai dived from the clouds, his black silhouette and the cold air carving blade-like trails while monster screams echoed among snowy ravines. As he reveled in the slaughter, time slipped quietly by. Server-wide announcement. The global server merge has begun. From this moment, first kills, achievements, titles, and other unique rewards are contested across the entire player base. Existing records will be retained. Server-wide announcement. Level rankings will now update every 15 days. Server-wide announcement. The Dungeon Elemental Tower is now closed. Server-wide announcement. Nation War is officially live. The combat, reward, and penalty systems are as follows. Nation War combat rules. 1. No limit on the number of participants in any battlefield. 2. Players may fight solo or form parties of up to 10. 3. Solo players and party leaders gain higher rewards, but suffer harsher death penalties. 4. Multiple parties may cooperate freely. Nation War death penalties. 1. Fallen players respawn at the rear camp. 2. On the first death of the day, ordinary members lose 10 of their current experience bar and coins, while leaders and solo players lose 30. 3. On that first death, players may choose which equipment and items drop. 4. Subsequent deaths incur the usual penalties. Nation War kill rewards. 1. Killing an enemy player whose level is no lower than yours and no more than 15 levels higher or lower grants experience equal to target level tier 100. 2. Party members receive 50-80 of that amount based on contribution, with leaders and solo players gaining an extra 20. 3. The killer also earns merit points equal to 1 plus 50 of the target's current points. 4. Merit points can be exchanged for any supplies in the reward vault. At the foot of a snow-capped peak in the frozen wasteland, a colossal dragon cloaked in iridescent black scales opened its cavernous jaws and shoved a yeti's corpse into a dimensional stomach. Razor-sharp fangs sliced through the thick hide with ease. Shards of ice and sprays of blood flew everywhere, and the bottomless organ swallowed the remains as if they had never existed. He had yet to leave the frozen wasteland for one simple reason: a density of monsters here made it impossible to stop farming. In less than 2 days he had felled 13 bosses and 5 lords. After repeated tests he confirmed a lucrative rule of thumb. 1. An intact boss corpse equals 50 deprivation points, roughly the price of upgrade talent. 2. An intact lord corpse equals 100 deprivation points, roughly the price of an upgrade talent. The beast's talents were mediocre, so he banked every point. The balance now stood at 1,300, enough to buy 2 scrade talents or traits whenever he wished. Relentless experience gains and a steady flow of loot had transformed his stat sheet. Race, Chaos Dragon. Rank, Lord. Level, 46. EXP, 1,749,103.32,800,000. Strength, 5,191.5, 1,483.3. Constitution, 9,414.6, 2,689.9. Spirit, 4,007.1, 1,144.9. Agility, 3,359.3, 959.8. HP, 14.122 m, 14.122 m previous, 4.034 m. MP, 1.202 m, 1.202 m previous, 343k. Stamina, 471k, 471k previous, 134k. Physical resistance, 14,840. Magic resistance, 14,267. Special resistance, 5,500. Tenacity, 50. The towering numbers drew a satisfied smile from Li Kai. He launched into the sky, icy vapors refracting rainbow ripples from his wingtips. At that moment, a server-wide announcement echoed. Nation War initiated players within a 15-level range can gain experience and merit. Li Kai gave it a glance and lost all interest. No one was within 15 levels of him, meaning the battlefield held 0 experience for him. If only he could treat the millions of participants as experience orbstone point each, would have been endless. Yet the mention of merit point exchange rewards was tempting. He opened the catalog, and a flood of items appeared. Potions, elixirs, enchanted gear, resources from rare to peerless grade, equipment from fine to heroic grade, and skill scrolls ranging from D to Scrade. Above them, 3 scrolls labeled S Scrade occupied the pinnacle. My Dragonkin form skill may finally be within reach. He inspected the prices. Scrade scrolls cost tens of thousands of merit, and S Scrade prices were astronomical. New dilemmas surfaced. 1. If he joined in dragon form, even if the players overlooked it, the native overseers would never tolerate a beast fighting for the human side. 2. Forum leaks claimed battlefield positions where fixed players charged ahead, while native legions guarded the camps. Natives ignored player skirmishes, but immediately crushed any monster that appeared. 3. Entering a war that granted no experience solely to farm merit, was it worth the trouble? Hovering high above, frost gathered on his wings and shattered in the wind. He weighed the pros and cons while scanning the wasteland below, searching for alternatives. As he pondered, a fierce gale suddenly swept across the endless expanse of ice. The wind kept building until it became a fearsome storm, sweeping up every trace of frost and snow and forging the region's deadliest disaster, a colossal blizzard. Columns of roaring air shot skyward, draping the world in a blinding sheet of white. Razor-edged snowflakes, driven by the gale, turned into dense volleys of arrows that riddled stone and deadwood with holes the instant they struck. The vast power of nature rolled forward like a tsunami, and every living thing caught in this sea of wind and ice looked small and fragile. Likai stood at the storm's edge, brow furrowed as he debated whether to wait it out or charge straight in. While he hesitated, the eye of true insight pierced the swirling snow and noticed something odd. The center of the blizzard was filled with silver-white butterflies, their shimmering wings dancing in a silent celebration. Unit appraisal. Race, Blizzard Avatar. Status, Lord level boss. Level, LV 60. Strength 0. Fluctuates with the storm's power. Constitution, 2200. Spirit, 2200. Agility, 500. Fluctuates with the storm's power. HP, 3.3M, 3.3M. MP, 660k, 660k. Stamina, physical resistance. Magic resistance, 9999. Special resistance. Tenacity, 50. Description, an elemental life born within a colossal blizzard, forever dancing upon the wind. It disappears when the storm dies down. An elemental body immune to physical damage. Likai clicked his tongue, and it's sitting in the eye of the storm. He almost turned away, but Enshrank's skill that had just appeared on his panel made his eyes shine. S-rank skill, Elemental Doppelganger. Effect, peel off one elemental attribute to create a clone. The clone inherits 1050 of the user's stats and can use only abilities of that element. Duration, 7 days. Cooldown 1 day. When one door closes, another opens, Likai muttered, a grin spreading across his face. This is the perfect way to farm merit points. He would craft an elemental double, mask it with Mirror Mirage, and toss it onto the battlefield to rack up points while his true body handled other business. Sorry, but I'll need you to die for me, he growled, eyes fixed on the butterflies swirling in the storm. He began a low chant and activated the S-rank spell Dragon Tongue Magic, Eternal Ice Coffin. A massive crystal blue sarcophagus snapped around him, granting a 6.659 million point shield. Once prepared, he dove into the raging blizzard without hesitation. 77,777 shield. The icy wind and snow blades slammed against the ice coffin, producing a harsh, scraping screech. Without the coffin's built-in 90 ice damage immunity, the barrier would have failed even faster. Even so, 6.659 million points would not last long. Likai had to end this quickly. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of crimson dragon fire. From the depths of the void came a vast, oppressive roar, accompanied by an ethereal, chilling melody. Inside the raging blizzard, a pitch-black dragon sheathed in an icy blue aura crashed through wind blades sharp as razors, forcing its way toward the heart of the storm. It snapped its jaws wide, and a torrent of scorching, viscous crimson flame erupted from its throat. Wherever the breath passed, the air burned into a brief vacuum, while the frigid wind shattered like glass. In the single heartbeat that the firestorm lasted, the frost and snow that made up the blizzard's body melted into nothing darker. Critical numbers, 3, 47, 3970, burst across the void. Empowered by his balanced constitution, the dragon's fire-aligned chaos breath one-shot an enemy of equal rank 1, even slightly higher thanks to the built-in 50% bonus fire deals to ice. The blizzard's snowy form normally granted total immunity to physical attacks and a 95% reduction to ice damage, yet its fatal weakness, fire melts ice, was just as absolute. The ethereal waltz that had floated through the void moments before shifted to a mournful dirge, and a new prompt appeared, 77, 77, 77 shield. Likai hovered at the storm's core, waiting patiently for the Phase 2 cutscene to end while knife-cold winds clawed at the eternal ice coffin shield enveloping him. As the animation progressed, countless flakes and shards were drawn from the blizzard's body to form a single silhouette. Then, in the next breath, that figure split into 3. Seriously, one chi begets 3 purities? Likai swore. Phase 2 blizzard had become Wind Dancer. The 3 shapes solidified into elementals. Wine Dancer woven from gales, Snow Dancer wrapped in swirling flakes, and Ice Dancer forged of crystal. The status window showed that each of these bodies carried the exact same stats as the original boss, effectively tripling its total attributes. Its flaws were just as clear. 1. Each avatar could wield only its own element. 2. All 3 were suppressed by the dragon's aura in every stat. 3. Only one was the true body. The other 2 were clones that could last just 100 minutes and bled 1% of their max HP every minute. The boss sensibly housed its true self in the Wind Dancer. knowing Li Kai countered both ice and snow. Once Phase 2 ended and World's Reluctance went on cooldown, it would lose those elements, leaving only wind. The safest strategy was to retreat beyond the Super Blizzard's boundary, stall for the full 100 minutes, and let snow and ice dancers dissolve on their own, leaving the wind dancer as a lamb for slaughter. Li Kai scoffed stalling was for cowards. He would finish the job now. Grinning viciously, he raced after the wind dancer skimming away on a slipstream, ignoring the long-range bombardment from its two siblings. His eternal ice coffin shield still had more than 3 million durability, and with 90% ice resistance, he had nothing to fear. Snow, a hybrid of water and ice, combined the strengths of both while sidestepping their fatal flaws. Water greatly reduces physical damage, but its offensive options are limited and weak. Ice attacks deal explosive damage, but once they solidify into ice they can only soak up physical hits. Snow magic combines evasion and offense, yet its dodge rate trails water, its damage is lower than ice, and it fears fire even more. Because most snow damage relies on ice elements, Eternal Ice Coffin also cancels 90% of it. With two ice dancers and a snow dancer scratching at his back like a weak massage, Li Kai chased the fleeing wind dancer at full speed. Inside the blizzard the wind dancer was as quick as a dragon, and it kept flinging razor-sharp wind blades that rapidly shaved down Li Kai's shield. What a nuisance, he muttered. Black-violet light flashed between his scales, and the whole dragon slipped into another dimension, using True Mark to lock onto his target. The wind dancer saw the dragon disappear, but knew the fight was far from over, so it sprinted in a chaotic, zigzag pattern. Had it fled straight ahead it might have escaped the 200-meter ambush radius. Instead, the zigzag sealed its fate. 1.2 seconds later the void split open. Li Kai burst out of the rift and intercepted it heat-in. Both frigid cold and scorching heat radiated from him, stunning the wind dancer. A jet of pitch-black, iridescent chaotic breath exploded forth, crackling as arcs of lightning paralyzed the wind dancer's body of pure wind and then froze it solid. 68, 82, 23.8. 12,000 true damage. Up to now he had used the single-element version of Chaotic Breath for its higher multiplier, but the multi-element form was its true peak. On impact it automatically chooses the attribute that deals the most damage, can even switch to pure magic, and applies 5 debuffs: burn, paralysis, slow, poison, and freeze. Against the wind dancer, only paralysis and freeze stuck. Wu the wind dancer howled, forced off the control effects, dissolved into a gale, and merged back into the blizzard. By then Li Kai's eternal ice coffin shield was gone. He braced against the biting snowstorm, his patience utterly spent. Die already. Lightning gathered around his right claw, forming a golden thunder spear that he hurled into the wind dancer's path. Whoosh, the target was too agile, and the spear missed. The wind dancer had just relaxed when a second spear of thunder judgment materialized beside it and detonated into a field of blazing gold lightning. Swallowing it whole, the first spear had been a mirage. 107, 7197. Wind dancer LV 60 Lord class boss slain. Gained 422,348 experience. Achievement Rookie Champion triggered, extra 63,352.2 experience. The notification chimed, and the trailing ice dancer and snow dancer dissolved into light. Li Kai flew to the corpse, swallowed the wind dancer's core in one bite, and burst out of the colossal blizzard. Devoured Wind Dancer LV 60 Lord class boss. Sin of Gluttony activated. Extra 168,939.2 experience. Plunder points 100. Physique 10, Spirit 33, Agility 33. He immediately spent 500 plunder points to seize the class skill Elemental Clone, leaving 900 points in reserve. With the skill secured, it was time to cause trouble on the National War battlefield. The dragon shot out of the frozen wasteland, dove straight into the ground, and began Li Kai's signature style of subterranean flight. Today was destined to be etched into the annals of the immortal continent. In the hundreds of thousands of years since history began, nothing so horrifying had ever occurred. The immortal continent was a patchwork of 4 mighty empires and hundreds of kingdoms, and the instant a server-wide announcement shook both Sky and SpiritNet. Every one of those regimes, vast or tiny, militant or professed pacifist, simultaneously declared war on all of its neighbors. In the previous 5 world wars, the most crowded had involved barely half that number of nations. Now, overnight, the whole continent erupted in flame. As the blaze of war swept the land, the abyssal demon gods nearly split their fanged jaws with laughter. Was fortune ever this generous? The first 5 world wars had required their whisperings and machinations to ignite. This time, they needed do nothing and could simply wait to harvest death and misery. Their jubilation had barely begun when something strange became apparent. After half a day of fierce fighting, the casualty count was still 0. Extending their wills to survey the battlefield, the demons realized the vanguards each nation had committed were not native troops, but the off-world children of the stars. The souls of these players resonated at frequencies incompatible with the abyss. Neither their deaths nor their grudges could be siphoned away. Unwilling to concede, the fiends prepared to interfere, but in that instant countless gods of the spirit realm leveled cold, unambiguous warnings at them. Sulkily, the demons withdrew into the darkness to rethink how to profit from a war they could not touch directly. Meanwhile, along the fault line where reality and the game overlapped, national borders had turned into cauldrons of flesh and steel. The threat of the game invading the real world loomed over everyone, while the lure of system rewards licked at their wounds like flame. Players slaughtered one another on every front. Had firearms not been disabled on Blue Star during the event, the planet itself would already be ablaze. On the Immortal Continent, borders were drawn almost entirely around wild zones, whose protective protocols made it nearly impossible for regular armies to pass unharmed. Naturally, these zones became the main arenas for players. Between the Mercenary Empire and the Holy Empire stretched a mid-sized wild zone known as the Great Rift. Mid-sized referred only to its acreage. Its lethality exceeded that of most large zones. Once an ancient battlefield ripped open by an abyssal host, the chasm ran for tens of thousands of li and spanned several li at its widest, its bottom lost in darkness even from high above. Unlike the normal canyons on Blue Star, wide at the top and narrow below, the Great Rift was an upside-down triangle, narrow at the surface and widening as it descended. That shape was the unfinished legacy of the two empires, which had poured nearly every earth mage they possessed into closing the wound. For reasons unknown, the project failed, managing only to pinch the surface crack to its current width. Today, 18 Magitech bridges straddled the gap. In peacetime, caravans crossing them had to hire mercenary companies for protection, lest the corrupted giant bats roosting above swoop down for the kill. Once the national war began, those 18 bridges became bloody meat grinders. Other theaters still allowed guerrilla tactics, probing raids, scattered skirmishes, yet on the Great Rift's bridges there was no room to maneuver. The two sides had no choice but to clash heat-in, unleashing tens of millions of players against each other from the very first moment. The fighting had ground to a stalemate. The Mercenary Empire bordered 19 nations, so the Dragon server was forced to split its troops across more than 19 fronts. Most of the big guilds and elite solo players had already been diverted to the Arcane Empire and the Kingdom of Yaegel. The bridges, with their narrow approaches, were ideal choke points. Even scattered, the Dragon forces managed to hold. With their sheer numbers, they could win 19-0 if they wanted, but then they'd lose the chance to crush any single front outright. Headquarters finally made the call: pull back to a defensive crouch on some fronts and mass the decisive troops where it really mattered. The Arcane Empire sits on the US server. Yaegel belongs to India. In the language of the Immortal Continent, Yaegel means unfettered and clean. Players joked, "There's certainly unfettered. Any nation that can get freaky with lizards and tailpipes must be but clean." Yeah, sure. Because of the deterrent power of the top player turn away, most Holy Empire veterans and big guilds were reluctant to take on China, but a few hard-headed types pushed the line anyway. The bridge crossings ran red. Many players had burned through their low-penalty revives. One more death would cost them dearly. The NPC overseers didn't care, refused to fight, and they'd behead you right in camp. Left with no choice, the players clenched their teeth and charged back in. The slaughter dragged on. The Dragon frontliners didn't notice that enemy fire on every bridge was quietly tapering off. Whoosh, 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 arrows, grenades, and spells tangled in midair, so thick that shafts struck shafts and threw off sparks. Explosions and war cries battered the ears. Even the giant mutant bats nesting above the Great Rift kept their distance. Damn it! Why didn't I draw the Arcane Empire ticket? A player yelled from behind a low parapet. I heard they've already broken into their camp. Yaegel's even crazier, another shouted while swapping quivers. Word is the Indians started brawling with each other the moment their guns stopped working. Bulma white-hot fireball erupted nearby, blasting stone chips everywhere and taking huge bites out of health bars. Where's Turnaway? Anybody heard from him? Nothing. He's too high-level. Nation wars don't give him XP. Why would he come? Speak up. I can't hear you. That's as loud as I get. Are you deaf? I'm already shouting at the top of my lungs. Amid the bedlam, they screamed insults at one another, turning misery into a running joke. They're charging. Someone roared, drowning out the thinning arrow rain. Across the bridge, shield bearers formed by the hundreds, giant pavises locked edge to edge, lumbering forward through the storm without a shred of fear. Behind the shield wall, figures bustled about. Healers kept the tanks alive, melee fighters knocked down incoming projectiles, and ranged attackers poured on the pressure, their teamwork flawless. Farther back, a towering man clad in golden armor stood out dramatically. Excitement flashed in his eyes as he raised an armored fist and shouted, "The bridges don't matter, taking the camp behind them decides the war. Pull every elite off all 18 bridges and smash one in force. Let's see Dragon server stop us." Metal clanged as his laughter echoed. He sneered, "A bunch of cowards afraid of turn and leave, too scared to fight Dragon server." So what if he's strong? He can't sway a war with tens of millions of players on the field. This was the guild leader of Ambrosius, one of Europe's top 100 guilds and a leading player on its ranking charts. On the eve of the faction war, Europe's 100 premier guilds had fought bitterly over whether to invade Dragon's server. In the end, only 7 dared enter the battlefield. The rest feared the bad luck that seemed to follow turn and leave. His assassinations back on Blue Star were chilling enough, never mind facing him heated. Beside the guild master, a brown-haired woman in dark sunglasses refused to cheer along. Her voice was icy. Anyone who landed the world boss first kill would crush us even if we went Allen. If he keeps beheading leaders, every line will fall eventually. You're right. But he's not here, so victory is ours. The man shrugged and laughed, then bellowed, charge. Take this bridge. At his command, the European players roared. A dark tide of bodies surged onto the span, the clamor deafening. The moment the two sides clashed, Dragon server's defenders sensed trouble. They had the numbers, but their average power was clearly lower. They've gathered their elites. This is bad. How did no one spot it? Maybe fall back. We can still hold the camp, even if we lose the bridge. In a fight this size, no quick victory was possible, yet dying meant losing experience, and Gurno 1 wanted to be the sacrifice. Just as panic and retreat began to spread, a calm male voice cut through every ear, soft, yet crystal clear. Everyone pull back. They'll take over the battlefield. On a bridge spanning the Great Rift, countless Dragon Realm players exchanged puzzled looks. Nearly 10 million Euro server players were pouring across, yet their own commander suddenly shouted, full retreat, and then claimed he would take over the battlefield. Who was this guy? And could he really be the legendary turn around and leave? Before the question could be voiced, a dark silhouette dove from the sky and slammed into the ground between the two armies. He wore jet black, mech-style armor whose metal plates glinted icily in the sun, looking tough enough to shrug off bullets. Twin thrusters on his back still radiated heat, proof of the flight path he had just taken. A hood draped low over his face, and even the sharpied archers couldn't make out his features. No one cared about the hidden face for long. The glowing ID above his head grabbed every gaze. Turn around and leave, LV-46. The Dragon Realm side erupted in cheers, while fear spread visibly through the Euro server ranks. As emotions boiled on the bridge, high above, in storm clouds forever tainted by malice, an immense iridescent black dragon crouched, observing in silence. The native NPCs didn't react. They simply assumed this child of the stars was an outrageously strong ally, never suspecting he was the dragon's avatar. Li Kai had gone to great lengths to craft this weaker shell. First, he triggered duality to switch into a draconic humanoid form, then used elemental clone to peel off his ice affinity. The avatar's stats were low enough to avoid suspicion, yet his true body still in dragon form retained its ice element. Even so, the clone's numbers were still absurd. Strength 151.3, Constitution 296.1, Spirit 377.3, Agility 368.7, and that was before the bonus from the Umbral Guardian set. That's turn around and leave. They only acted tough while our heavy hitters were gone. Let's see them swagger now. How tall is Hethry for stories? The Dragon Realm players joked and spammed memes, and momentum flipped in an instant. On the Euro server side, panic spread like plague. We've barely killed any bosses. Facing the guy who got the first Overlord kill is suicide. Retreat, retreat now. I'm not dying for nothing. I know you're freaking out, but hold it together. Listen to me first. Someone on the command channel pleaded, trying to stem the rout. At the head of the bridge, a man in golden armor strode forward, raising a hand for silence while glancing at the brown-haired woman beside him. She slid a pair of sunglasses back on, masking her brilliant golden eyes, and shook her head. Nothing. I can't read any of his talents or stats. What? Even the Scrade talent Eye of Truth fails? The man in gold kept a calm facade, though turmoil churned inside him. The brown-haired woman whispered again, maybe we should pull back? Dying here for nothing makes no sense. He still shook his head. The United States' attempt to rally the world against the Dragon Realm had collapsed, but the leaders of several major guilds had reached a different agreement. That means that anyone who encounters Zhuanshan Li Kai must not retreat. Even if we have to throw away lives, we have to uncover every detail about this mysterious powerhouse. The man in golden armor threw back his head and laughed, pointing his sword at the lone figure guarding the bridge, a one-man army who could hold off 10,000. Haha. Even if he turns to run, there's no way he can kill all of us before his mana and stamina run dry. News that Zhuanshan Li Kai had appeared on the Great Chasm front detonated across the forums. Battlefields everywhere declared instant ceasefires, and countless players glued themselves to live streams, waiting for the elusive top player's debut. Curiosity and a hidden malice focused from around the globe. If his showing fell short, wouldn't that prove his first kill records were pure luck? I'm out. I've used up my first death, I'm bailing. One player couldn't withstand the pressure radiating from that silhouette, and turned away, literally turning and leaving. The golden-armored man didn't stop him. Instead, he bellowed, anyone who still has their first death to spare, get in there. The player horde surged onto the bridge. 500 meters wide, the span could easily hold thousands of attackers at once. Think we're pushovers? The Longwa players shouted. They hadn't wanted to die for nothing, but with a powerhouse at their backs, who wouldn't seize the moment? Just as battle was about to break out, Zhuanshan Li Kai front flipped, turning his back on the EU server players. His black dagger pointed straight at the Longwa ranks, and his voice thundered, "Didn't you hear me? Fall back now. Trying to steal my merits? If killing you yielded rewards, I'd wipe you out right here." That sky-crushing pressure rooted the Longwa players to the spot. They finally felt the terror that had gripped the EU side seconds ago. A Longwa military player seized the chance and barked, "Do as Zhuanshan Li Kai says." Everyone else reinforced the other bridges. Lacking the authority to command them himself, he borrowed Zhuanshan Li Kai's. Some players switched fronts, but most stayed to watch. If they were bound to win anyway, why lose levels for nothing? EU range classes finished their cooldowns. Arrows, grenades, fireballs, ice lances, lightning bolts, beams of light, black mist projectiles filled the sky in a deafening storm. Boom. Multicolored explosions and concussive blasts raised a blinding cloud of dust and glare. When the smoke cleared, the bridge lay in ruins but was empty. Dead. No way. Ever heard of smoke and mirrors? Invisible? Teleport? Speculation flooded the channel. The golden armored man snapped. Anyone with detection skills find him. No need. I'm right here. The unfamiliar voice erupted behind him. He reacted instantly, activating a movement skill, but it was a heartbeat too late. Squelch. A jet black dagger slid through his perfect grade armor as though it were paper, burying itself in his spine. 5:32:44.7. Instant kill. Yet instead of dying and respawning, the golden armored man dropped to his knees, loosing a blood-curdling scream. Aya! The brown-haired woman in sunglasses gasped. That iron-willed man had never sounded like this. At 1% pain settings, it shouldn't even be possible. Li Kai twirled the black dagger with satisfaction embrace of agony, an epic weapon taken from the pocket dimension inside a profane variant dragon. One trait. Subjects its victim to unimaginable pain, even at 1% sensation. He wasn't a sadist. He simply wanted to spread fear. Li Kai lifted his head and offered the stunned players a gentle smile. His figure began to fade. Don't worry, he would get to each of them in turn. Everyone would have a share. On a bridge spanning the Great Rift Abyss, Li Kai kept up the draconic spell mirage of moonlit water while studying the pitch-black dagger in his hand. The blade was dark as obsidian. In the pommel, a sinister violet gem shaped like an eye held a fragmentary soul that writhed and howled, its shrieks still audible through the crystal. A system window floated before him. Epic weapon embrace of agony. Stats: Strength 100, Physical damage modifier 180, Armor penetration 2000, Carry capacity 100. Trait 1, Exquisite pain. On hit, forcibly interrupts casting and inflicts arcane silence for 130 seconds, depending on the target's willpower. Trait 2, Exploited suffering. Every point of pain dealt siphons attributes from the target, temporarily weakening all stats. Effect scales with willpower. Trait 3, Final solace active. Converts stored pain into blissful serenity, robbing the target of the will to fight. Duration depends on willpower and accumulated pain. Trait 4, Eternal damnation. When you slay a boss or radiant creature no more than 2 tiers below your own rank, its soul is permanently bound and tormented. In battle, gain strength 10, physical damage 20, and armor penetration 200 per stack, up to 10 stacks. Too bad these traits only bind a player for 10 minutes. If it were permanent, the whole server would have nightmares, Li Kai muttered, twirling the dagger so the violet glow drew a cold arc between his fingers. At the far end of the bridge, EU server players panicked when they couldn't find him. A brown-haired woman in sunglasses drew a deep breath and tried to steady her voice. We don't need to hunt him down. As soon as we hit their line, he'll show up. A black blade sliced through the air before she could finish, silently punching through the heavy power armor over her chest. Purple light spiderwebbed along the crack. Blood welled from her 7 orifices as she fell to her knees, shrieking in agony. A system prompt appeared. You have slain Dark Warlock LV-29 Elite. Level difference 2 great. No experience gained. Merit 1. Achievement Progress Butcher of Men 4 Advanced. 71,556 humanoid kills required for the next stage. Couldn't you have stayed quiet instead of trying to call the shots? Li Kai yanked out the dagger. The blood beads were instantly swallowed by the gem. His figure blurred and vanished, slipping through the hail of spells and arrows hurled his way. In the EU Vanguard, the shield wall captain growled, "Do what she said, charge." At the command, millions of EU players surged forward, armor clanging on the bridge and throwing back chaotic reflections. Someone on the Dragon server side sneered, "Fall back? As if one man can hold this line." Li Kai looked on from above. The bridge seethed with enemies, a dark mass stretching out of sight. Single-target assassinations would no longer suffice. He sighed and activated the luminous Guardian's morph. Shadow-tinged jets roared from the pack on his back. hurling him skyward before he dove into the middle of the shield formation. Then he triggered a feature he had rarely used: luminous radiation. The armor emits spectral radiation that inflicts 1001,000 points of special damage on the wearer every second. The output can be manually adjusted but never shut off, and every creature within 50 meters takes 10 times that amount. What does that mean? When the wolf squad chased Li Kai, their captain, the level 32 elite greatsword user Claude, had only 9,250 HP. Among all the players, aside from Li Kai, the highest level was just 30. Add the extra 20 damage from Li Kai's Butcher 4 title against humanoids, and almost no target could survive even a single second. An invisible ripple spread over the jet black armor, and the players witnessed a scene they would never forget. Fully armored shield bearers, arrayed in perfect formation, collapsed like wheat before a storm. Li Kai streaked through the phalanx and carved out a corridor of emptiness in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of thousands of shield bearers died where they stood. 11,825, 69,625, 11,931, 69,625, 11,905, 10,918, 11,920. Damage numbers showered down like crimson rain. Those who died instantly to the spectral radiation were the lucky ones. Anyone who lingered faced the far crueler embrace of agony. So this is the strength of the top players, someone murmured in the crowd. The idea of surrounding and killing Li Kai now seemed laughable. Killed elite tower shield guard, LV, 28. Level gap too large, no EXP gained. Merit 1. Butcher 4 progress increased. 1,721 more humanoids required to unlock the next tier. Butcher 4 requirements met. Butcher V unlocked. Design points 50. Effect, 25 damage to humanoids. Next tier requirement, kill 1 million players. Killed elite tower shield guard, LV, 25. Level gap too large, no EXP gained. Merit 1. Butcher V progress increased. 925,678 more humanoids required to unlock the next tier. Screw this. We can't even see him, and we're already dead. I'm out. A player in the rear shouted before bolting. Don't panic. Maybe it's just his ultimate. If we stall until it ends, a guild officer tried to calm the ranks. Li Kai ignored him. He hoped every last enemy would stay right where they were. As for the duration of the skill, he glanced at this avatar's HP, 440,000. That would keep the spectral radiation running for about 7 minutes short, yet more than enough for an apocalypse. Amid screams and the hiss of clashing steel, Li Kai drifted across the battlefield like a reaper swinging his scythe. Wherever he passed, players crumpled into silence. He even had time to open the reward store and start spending his merit points. On one of the bridges spanning the Great Rift, players across the globe were glued to the unfolding war. The bridge was broad. Carved flagstones were mottled with blood, and the air reeked of metal and gunpowder. On one side stood Ambrosius, one of the top 100 EU guilds, leading millions of European players. On the other, squarely in the middle of the bridge, stood a single dragon server player turn and walk away, known as the strongest player in the world. Before the battle, everyone expected a balanced, large-scale slugfest, but the moment the fight began, the tide turned instantly. 11,923, 69,676, 11,959, 69,786, 11,951, 11,925, 11,975. Thud, thud, thud. Dense strings of damage numbers exploded in the air like a rainstorm, accompanied by the dull thuds of thousands of character models slamming into the flagstones, the sound rolling down the length of the bridge. Oh, spare me, please. I'm done. Mom, I want to go home. The shrill screams and pleas for mercy hammered at the spectators' minds. In just over a minute, more than 1 million EU players were wiped out on the spot. The survivors lost their nerve and fled faster than they had charged. Hey, guild leader, maybe you should change your ID. From now on, it's not legions flee the man in white, but legions flee the man in black. Someone in the White Robe Guild channel sent the joke with trembling fingers. Gear and items burst from the fallen and littered the bridge, glinting temptingly. Yet the dragon server players were so shaken by the massacre that no one dared step forward to loot. On the other 17 bridges of the Great Rift, EU forces who had once held the advantage were also in full retreat, even at the risk of clashing with the native supervisory troops. This guy isn't even on the same plane as Usho. Are we supposed to fight that? Fear spread through the channels. At the far end of the bridge, inside the encampment of the Holy Gift of Light Knights of the Sacred Empire, Commander Agnew watched the battle, his face like iron. According to the recent King's Accord signed by the emperors and kings of Immortal Continent, all border wars had to be handled by the children of the stars, the players first. Only after they broke through an enemy line could home armies join the fight. Agnew had never imagined that a surefire victory could be overturned by a single child of the stars. We can't let this go on. Light's blessing, prepare to move out. Are you insane? Are you going to tear up the king's accord? His Majesty has given us no such authorization. The vice commander blocked his path. Agnew shot him a glance, his tone hard. Authorization from the Pope is all I need. And who says I'm violating the accord? The people of the Mosenlirui Empire aren't fighting fair. That man is no child of the stars. They only descended a month ago. No way one of them could be that strong. He has to be a powerhouse in disguise. The vice commander gripped his lance. My eye of light shows nothing unusual. He may have an SS-level illusion effect, but don't forget, I have bathed in divine grace. Stand aside. Agnew shoved the vice commander away, vaulted onto his mount, and his pure white, light element Pegasus screamed. He raised his night lance high. Light's blessing, full charge. At the same time, in the camp of the 3 legion commanders of the Mosenlirui Empire at the opposite end of the bridge, tempers flared as well. One of them slammed the table in fury. Fine, let's see whether their holy lances are tougher than our unyielding spears. No, newer greatswords are starving. They won't settle down until they've tasted fresh heads. The captain of the headsman greatsword squad slammed a boot into the ground, shattering loose stone, his broad blade humming. Opposite him, the commander of the unyielding spear legion gripped his long spear, mustache bristling, eyes blazing, the air between them thick with gunpowder. Both caught sight of the knights of blessed light assembling on the far bank. Another moment's delay, and someone else would claim the first kill, so they only shouted louder. Back off, this one's ours. A thunderous bellow rang out as a heavy helmet clanged onto the ground, sparks flying. The 2 commanders turned and met a pair of bloodshot, predatory eyes fixed on them. The air instantly froze. They knew the real monster had arrived. 133 years ago we were crushed, stripped of our title, blood-red dusk. The bearded giant's rasp rolled like thunder. He led the bloodthirst Berserker Legion, and that defeat had cost them their highest Honora Legion title. On the immortal continent, only armies with titles are called elite. For 133 years they had gnawed on that shame, dreaming of the day they could reclaim the blood-stained medal. The man stooped, snatched up his helmet, and slammed it back on, veins pulsing crimson along the visor. Anyone who wants to steal this glory had better be ready to die. He turned to his troops, raised a great axe, and roared, slaughter them all. Brothers, restore the glory of blood-red dusk. Kill, kill, kill. Their battle cry rolled like a tidal wave, making the bridge tremble. The Berserker Legion surged onto the stone span in a red flood. Had the NPC officers and onlooking players not scrambled back, the gawkers in dragon gear would have been chopped apart. Such is blood-red dusk's creed. Whoever blocks our path, dies. Farther off, toward the sacred empire, Li Kai hovered in midair, face blank, ice blue cloak snapping. Every few heartbeats he dived, drove an ice lance through a body, and sent up a crimson spray. His merit points already equaled everything above rank in the reward vault. A notice flashed. Achievement Butcher of Men V has advanced to Butcher of Men 6. 50 design points gained. Effect, 30 damage to humanoids. Next tier, kill 10 million players. A tide of terror rippled from him. He felt it clearly. Hundreds of thousands of players now feared him, each with terror over 30. With Agony's embrace and remnant of primordial fear combined, it was a nightmare. Nearly 1,000 players he had pierced were screaming with terror above 60. Suddenly a beam of blinding gold ripped the sky. Agnew, legendary commander of the Knights of Blessed Light, dove with a holy lance aimed at Li Kai's heart. At the flashpoint clang, a massive axe swung up and stopped the spear. Haha, your fight is with me, roared the Berserker commander, a human tower radiating savagery. Child of the stars, keep killing. These sanctimonious beasts are ours. Li Kai glanced around, saw the axe-wielding giants charging, and obligingly stepped aside to open a bloody lane, scratching his head. Honestly, I'd rather experiment on you lot than on the players. A hair-thin beam, carrying annihilation shot from the distance. Li Kai instantly cast Mirror of Water and Moon, sending an ice illusion skittering left while his real body slipped beneath the ray. But the beam detonated, a blazing sphere swallowing the illusion. Radiant fallout kept pouring. The elemental clone's health plunged to a sliver, the light still searing. The shooter was the vice commander of the Knights of Blessed Light, reluctant but ruthless. They had broken the pact. The strike had to be fatal, no loose ends. No. The Berserker commander's eyes bulged. Had his hard-won opening just been erased? That should do. He'll remember you, Knights of Blessed Light. The elemental clone spoke calmly while the light consumed him. He removed each piece of the Umbral Guardian set, stowed them in his ring, and tossed it toward the bridge's far end. Ironblood lads, mail this back to me, would you? Cracks of frost raced outward as his body burst into azure shards and scattered. In every eye on the bridge floated drifting light and littered ice. After a single stunned heartbeat, the crowd erupted. They had just realized the man who butchered hundreds of thousands of E-region players and walked away had been nothing more than a clone. On the bridge spanning the Great Rift, the elite armies of 2 empires were locked in brutal combat. Fire and frost collided, and Tier 3 radiant skills burst overhead in showers of light. What would normally be a spectacle worth watching had become little more than a backdrop. Every gaze was fixed instead on the slowly dissolving ice crystals. The spot where Zhuanshan Li Kai had stood was only a clone. If a single clone can stand against millions of EU-server players, how terrifying is the real one? The thought echoed through every mind, and dread spread like wildfire. A moment later, a spatial ring streaked across the battlefield like a meteor, its long tail aimed at the Dragon Kingdom's lines. Everyone knew it contained Zhuanshan Li Kai's hair, at least hero grade, but no one dared touch it. Take the wrong item, and even jumping into the Yellow River couldn't wash the guild away. The sector commander for the Iron Blood Guild couldn't contain his excitement. Riding the shockwave, he leapt for the prize. A crisp crack rang out as the ring punched through his palm like a bullet and pinned itself to the ground. Blood sprayed. The crowd scattered, leaving a vacuum no one was willing to cross. For an instant the bridge fell silent, and players worldwide held their breath. News spread that those killed earlier by Embrace of Agony had suffered a 10-minute soulterment before respawning, driving many foreign players to the brink. Guilds once eager to assault the Dragon Kingdom now chose to pay a death penalty just to reverse rush and teleport to other fronts. The native kingdoms soon pieced together what had happened. A single, terrifying child of the stars had upended the war, forcing two elite legions to butcher each other and triggering mass reverse rushes across the server. The standoff between the Knights of Blessed Light and the bloodthirsty Berserker Legion only intensified. The Mozanrui Empire spoke first, condemning the Holy Empire for violating the King's Pact and calling on the continent to unite against such ambition. The Holy Empire fired back, claiming Mozanrui had planted a powerhouse posing as a child of the stars to meddle in the war. Each had evidence. The Knights of Blessed Light had indeed struck first, yet Zhuanshan Li Kai's absurd strength shook everyone's faith. If someone could grow that powerful in barely a month, what did that make these so-called paragons? Mozanrui insisted Zhuanshan Li Kai had long been famous among the children of the stars and could not be an impostor. The Holy Empire countered that the two nations were conspiring and had invented this legend from thin air. Accusations flew, but no one dared ignite a full-scale war. Meanwhile, none of this turmoil concerned Li Kai, who was currently tunneling beneath the Holy Empire, browsing a glittering reward vault and picking out new skills. He still had to keep picking because that single battle had earned him more than 6 million merit points. After redeeming every suitable grade skill and above, he still had plenty left. The leftover points couldn't be taken off the battlefield, so he scrolled the exchange list down to the A tier and sifted through it line by line, hunting for abilities with unique side effects. On Blue Star, the largest city in the Asen Republic was Garjada. This industrial behemoth, famed for its jute mills, rumbled day and night and devoured cheap labor. Lower caste workers poured in like a tide. After Immortal went live, the Asen government unleashed a string of baffling policies. Daily login limits for low-caste players, informants and surveillance to verify their work hours. A real-name system in-game to ensure the upper castes could keep looking down on the masses. Only when the Savior Dragon descended into reality and war broke out were these shackles finally thrown off. But the unban came far too late. Low-caste players lagged behind in level, and the kingdom of Yeagle was crushed in the national war. To make matters worse, the high castes kept to the rear, ordering the low castes to charge while refusing to set foot on the front line. Rage piled up among the rank and file. When word spread that every firearm on Blue Star had suddenly failed, that fury ignited the real world. Garjdan soon the entire Asen Republic exploded in revolt, but too few dared to stand up. Organized units armed only with compressed gas rifles still quashed the uprising with ease. A 6-story mall in the city center was shrouded in smoke. Low-caste players were hemmed into the atrium, ringed by soldiers with shields and rifles. Each of them was strong enough to thrash a world-class fighter like Taishina Bargainbin Captain America, yet they still couldn't stop the army's advance. Arun, what do we do? Surrender? A few players crowded around their leader, faces etched with terror. Surrender? Arun's rasping laugh was ice-cold. That only gets us shipped to the national front as cannon fodder. After we lose all our levels, they'll settle scores anyway. Dead sooner or dead later, it's still dead. Better to gamble now. The words set blood on fire. Someone, eyes blazing, started to charge. Wait. Arun seized his arm and yanked him back. He looked upward. The gloom on his face melted into a dawn-bright smile. We're saved. On the mall's ground floor, soldiers had been forming up to head upstairs. All units, halt. A captain barked after receiving an order. Copy that. Pulling back. Bewildered, the troops still obeyed. They hoisted their wounded, filed out in silence, and even left the subdued players where they were. Hundreds of kilometers away in Mumbai, a brightly lit mansion. Under a chandelier, a middle-aged man raised his hands as a blade kissed his throat. I did everything you asked. Can I go now? A heavy punch was the only reply. His assailant knocked him out, pressed a finger to an earpiece, and murmured, the target cooperated. We're clear. A cool female voice came through the headset. Good. Prepare to withdraw. I'm not leaving, the man said, eyes burning. I'm staying until Garjada is completely secure. The line went silent for a beat. Then the voice recited their familiar credo. Everything for salvation. The Chaos Dragon will save this world. The man snapped to attention, fanatic light in his eyes, and shouted back, everything for salvation. The Chaos Dragon will save this world. Transmission ended. Far to the east, in a quiet seaside villa. In front of a mirror, Shengdan removed her headset and drew a long breath. The he in the reflection had long since become she. Even with a binding wrap and loose men's clothes, while the lure and offbeat sensuality still bled through. When her fear rating hit 95, Li Kai had given her a special mission. Unite every Blue Star faith that worshipped the Chaos Dragon and channel their devotion to him under the correct sacred name. She had been racing nonstop ever since, too busy to log back into the game. I wonder how our Lord is faring. At the thought of that towering, majestic dragon, a blush crept over Sheng Dawn's cool features. She pushed into the bathroom, locked the door behind her, and tossed her clothes into the hamper piece by piece. A moment later, the roar of running water filled the room. On a bridge spanning Devouring, hundreds of bodies lay strewn in chaotic heaps. In Longwo's vast war chronicle, such a skirmish would barely rate as a village feud, yet every corpse here belonged to a Tier 3 Radiant rank combatant or higher. Across all the great empires, elite units able to field transcendence of this caliber number barely 10,000 in total. Now, cutting through the blood-soaked haze, Emperor Bai's latest order rang out. Full retreat. The Executioner Greatsword Squad responded first. They splashed across still-warm blood to the bridge, covering the withdrawal of the bloodthirsty Berserker Legion. At the far end, the Sacred Empire's crack phalanx also waited in formation, silver-white shields locked, long spears lowered, arcs of lightning dancing in every gap. The air was drawn taut, ready to snap. Just then, a burly man with a tangled beard sprang upright from the corpse pile, shook off his dizziness, smashed an overeager guard unconscious, and roared, "Brats! What's our casualty ratio?" The bloodthirsty Berserker Legion called Crimson Dusk never cared how many of their own died, only whether they could trade for more enemy lives. The tactic drove every nation mad, but caused constant turnover. Their strength rose and fell, the root of their crushing defeat 133 years ago. Report, Boss 1.6 to 1. A subordinate rasped. The Legion kept no formal ranks, only that rough address. Boss. The man burst out laughing. Good work, brats. He spun and headed off. Almost simultaneously, the Sacred Empire's chain of command issued the same order. Dragging a furious Agnew behind, their officers also pulled back. Both sides disengaged. A cold wind cleared the bloody mist, leaving severed limbs scattered across the bridge. Below, Ofu players into Lin watched the retreating back of Turn Around and Leave, terrified he might return for their spatial rings. They clung to their positions and dared not touch the Longfu lines again. Seeing the shaken children of the stars, the Sacred Empire finally authorized a ceasefire for reorganization. Only then did Longfu players erupt in thunderous cheers, enjoying a brief respite. No opponent even remained on the field, yet one man's reputation alone had halted an army, proof of the value of the strongest player. Meanwhile, Longwa officers who had retrieved the spatial ring slipped back to camp. A few senior staff mustered their courage and inventoried the contents. Nothing but the hero-grade set Gloomlit Guardian and the epic-grade weapon Embrace of Agony. No one dared pocket the loot. They logged the data in the top-secret archive, then sent a trade request to return the ring intact. Far off in the Sacred Empire, Li Kai ID. Turn Around and Leave received an official pop-up along with 2 million gold coins. Sha Rulong's note was impeccably polite. Mr. Turn Around and Leave. Part of this payment rewards you for reversing the battle in Devouring. The rest compensates you at market rate for the items dropped by Ofu players. Li Kai nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. At least they know how to behave. He hardly lacked gold, but the deference pleased him. Those Ofu players had mostly suffered their first death and could choose what to drop. The gear was junk worth only a few tens of thousands at best. It reminded him of that meme. Engines cost 10 grand APC, so why are you handing me 20? After reclaiming the Dusk Warden and the Embrace of Agony, Li Kai dumped all his merit points into the reward vault and traded them for several vials that shortened steer cooldowns. The potion melted on his tongue, and the cooldown on Elemental Doppelganger blinked away. He already had more skills than he could use, yet the vault was still packed with goodies. Since killing players was child's play for him, farming more merits for resources was the obvious move. Just as he was about to go for round 2 and craft an Ice Element clone, a fresh headline shot up the forum's hot list. Second only to Walk Away shatters an army alone, and Walk Away was only a clone. Dragon server versus American server. Clash on the Magestone Plateau. The Magestone Plateau straddles the border between the Arcane Empire and the Mercenary Empire. It used to be a mountain range thousands of miles long until, 1,000 years ago, Mercenary invaded, and the Arcane Empire's Grand Mages unleashed a god-tier forbidden spell that sheared it flat. The backlash saturated the area with magic so dense it nearly became solid, spawning rare mage stones and priceless spirit vein crystals. If the system hadn't marked the plateau as a wilderness zone, the two empires would have raised the world fighting over it. Now that the plateau is a national war battlefield, the carnage has only intensified. After every nation's main force abandoned the Dragon Kingdom front, Dragon server officials redeployed their entire elite corps to the Arcane Empire line. American server players fear walk away yet refuse to lose the war, so they dig in. The difference in numbers and coordination shows immediately. Unlike Dragon server, whose players bleed for their homeland, many American players flee to other fronts for safety. One front has already fallen, another is on the verge, and the Magestone Plateau is their last bulwark. Top players from both sides converge for a brutal stalemate. Unlike the massive clash at the Grand Rift Bridge, squads here must dodge high-tier beasts and avoid triggering wilderness protections, forcing them into scattered guerrilla skirmishes. The main event is the duel between the American server's strongest player, Thunder God, and Dragon server's runner-up, Sun and Moon above all. Thunder God? That handle's cocky. Li Kai grinned. Let me show you real lightning. Before the words were out, he split off a lightning affinity draconian clone and casually cast draconic arcana, reflections in water to mask its racial traits. Black vapors blasted from the Duskwarden's back jets, and, aided by his wings, he hurtled southward. Meanwhile, above the plateau's lone hill marked on the map as Gale Hill howling winds ripped across the sky as a battle tens of thousands had awaited finally began. On the summit, a tall blond man stood with arms folded, glaring down at the icy beauty on the slope below. Bare-chested except for a metal belt, his sculpted muscles flashed under strobing lightning. Shoulder-length hair whipped in the ceaseless storm. Rugged features mixed with savage charisma to leave him almost ugly handsome. He had been an ordinary electrician, unknown and unremarkable, until he created his account in Immortal. Awakening an S-tier talent and stumbling into a string of lucky breaks, he vaulted to the top of the American server. Money, women, power. After the US government dangled every incentive, he marched to the Magestone Plateau, determined to turn the tide single-handedly. In this zone, no one can match me except walk away, he declared. Gale Hill's perpetual storm winds and endless thunder let him fight at 150% of his usual strength. His opponent, Sun and Moon above all, was merely another Tier 2 elite at level 30. Why should he ever concede? You've got an S-tier talent? So do I. Halfway up Lan Jiqiu, Ryu Dangkong stood in a sumptuous phoenix robe that could not conceal her graceful curves. Her face was as cold as frost, untouched by her opponent's swagger. The mountain wind carried a hint of chill. With a flick of her wrist, she scattered dozens of gold coins, their crisp clinks echoing off the cliff. The coins burst into glittering dust, then reformed as 30 warriors in golden armor, spearmen, sword and shield fighters, and archers. This was her S-tier talent, Golden Commander. Each soldier ranked one tier below her and possessed 20% of her overall stats. Next, two even taller figures in gold plate emerged, one wielding a sword and shield, the other a longbow. These two generals shared Ryu Dangkong's tier, held 50% of her attributes, and each commanded two exclusive skills. On paper that meant roughly a 7-fold boost in total stats, yet in Immortal, quantity still bowed to single target power. Everyone knew the rule: kill the summoner, and every construct vanishes. Thrak. Blue-violet lightning ripped through the air as Lei Shun lunged into the golden phalanx, a streak of living electricity. Grinning, he swung a silver war hammer wreathed in crackling arcs. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the frontline shield bearer. That all you've got? He jeered, retreating a step and twisting past a spear thrust. Ryu Dangkong's expression never changed. A slight lift of her jade hand sent the sword and shield general leaping to meet Lei Shun at close quarters, while the archer general loosed a volley that turned the sky into a swarm of gilded arrows aimed at the heart of the lightning storm. Less than 100 meters away, two-player squads faced off, 40 on one side, 20 on the other. Wushi Wuzhong gripped his longsword, eyes locked on the enemy line, while his private chat blinked furiously. Wushi Wuzhong. Their captains are me. Server ranks 5, 7, 8, and 11. A heating clash won't be easy. Our job is to pin them down, keep them away from Ryu Dangkong. Stall if you can, fight only when you must. Qianjun Wan Ma Bai Bai Pow, getting cold feet? It's 20 versus 40. My squad just finished brawling with ranks 9 and 10 and almost wiped them. Wushi Wuzhong, cold feet my ass. I'm not scared of this trash. The problem is rank 5's Talenthy can drag someone into a pocket dimension for a unknown. If we start a fight, whoever he pulls leaves the rest of us outnumbered 3-1. You ready for that? Silence on the other end. Qianjun Wan Ma Bai Bai Pow. Then why send only our 2 squads to babysit them? Having joined the Iron Blood Guild, Wushi Wuzhong had seen his share of military stratagems. He glanced back at the battlefield and smiled faintly, offering no direct reply. A handful of elites to tie down top players build the obvious bridge, marched the real army elsewhere. The killing stroke was hidden. Trying to play guerrilla games against Longwa? That's just asking to die. Unbeknownst to the Me server, thousands of Dragon server strike teams had already slipped to the edge of their camp. As soon as the clash here ended, win or lose, the dragons would launch their full assault. A second force was waiting on another front as well. When the signal came, both lines would hit at once. Then would see what tricks those Me players still had up their sleeves. Whoosh. The bow-wielding golden-armored general drew until the string curved like a full moon, loosing a radiant arrow of gold that screamed toward Thor's chest. Even before it reached its mark, the archer burst into shimmering dust, his signature skill, sacrificial rescue arrow, trading self-destruct for devastating damage. Just short of impact, a metallic belt at Thor's waist spat crackling energy and formed a shield, blocking the lethal strike. Thor's throne atop, the Me server rested not only on his S-class talent, favor of the god of thunder, but also on that hero-grade belt head looted the day he rolled the Charactera lucky break that had won him the server's very first boss kill. Boom. A barrel-thick column of blue-violet lightning slammed down from the sky, charring the burly sword and shield general to ash. Thor's breath was ragged, yet he threw back his head and laughed, hurling taunts at the last golden guards. This is Dragon server's number 2? You're nothing. Turn around and log out. High overhead, Sunnywood Inkong's phoenix bright eyes flashed. She raised a hand, hesitating to unveil her strongest trump card. Suddenly, a vat-thick bolt of golden lightning crashed down, swallowing Thor whole. The blast pulverized the rocky ground, flinging dust and debris in every direction. Thor's ultimate. Sunnywood Inkong's face tightened. Her left palm hovered over a ridge, ready to cast a class skill. Aag! A shriek ripped across the battlefield before the thunder even cleared. Both sides went pale, remembering forum posts that claimed nothing was crueler than frying under your own skill. When the light faded, Thor reappeared, blood streaming from every orifice, trousers soaked, utterly ruined. Behind him stood the real killer, a man in jet-black mech armor, raising Thor with a short obsidian dagger driven clean through his body. The outfit was unmistakable. Everyone knew him at first glance. The strongest player, Zhuanshan Li Kai. I meant to let your own lightning finish you, the black-armored man said coolly, but that would have been too kind. System message. You have slain Thunder Warrior LV-30 Elite. Merit, 3,950. Killing a player during a national war steals 50 of their merit, so top players earn far more than common troops. Li Kai drew Pain's embrace free, letting blood drip down the blade. A smile played at his lips as his eyes swept across the phoenix-robed beauty below Sunnywood Inkong. For the first time had seen a face that could rival Alice's. The regal aura made her all the more dangerously alluring. But it was only a moment's admiration. Li Kai never let his lower half dictate to his brain. His real focus fixed on the Me players scrambling for their lives nearby. He flicked his sword to shake the blood away, his silhouette cold and arrogant. Don't run, my precious merit points. Thunder God one-shot by lightning. Turn and leave appears on the magic crystal plateau. The headline rocketed to the top of the forum's trending list. No one was surprised that Thunder God died in an instant. What really baffled players was how Turn and Leave had been in the Great Rift that morning, yet showed up on the magic crystal plateau millions of miles away by afternoon. Even stranger, his last avatar wielded ice, while this one controlled lightning. How many elements did he command? Did he have far more than one avatar? Theories weren't baseless. At that moment, Li Kai's elemental doubles were fanning out across multiple battlefields, ready to rack up merit points. They lacked Glimmer Guardian and Embrace of Agony, but against ordinary players they were more than enough. Deep inside Mistwind Hill, a dazzling gold bolt erupted. When the flash faded, Li Kai had already blinked a kilometer forward, right in front of a group from the US server. Squelch. A black stiletto slid into flesh. The player, apparently a masochist, gasped, "Ah, that feels amazing." Li Kai's expression sharpened. He slowly pulled Embrace of Agony from the man's chest and kicked him aside. A smile curled beneath his hood as he faced the panicked crowd. "You can't get away. Stop running. Fight me, Onion." An Asian-looking man shouted, stopping as though making a heroic last stand. Li Kai raised an eyebrow. "You're sure you want a duel?" The words had barely left his lips when the world turned gray. Chui Jinsha had activated his S-rank talent, Duel King. The skill forced any target within 3 tiers of his own into a private arena and allowed him to tweak terrain and rules. He immediately capped both combatants' damage and movement speed at 1% and banned all skill casting, the trick that earned him the nickname Caster Killer. The restraints applied to both parties, but the greater the tier gap, the weaker the effect on the enemy. Li Kai's avatar lost only 32% of his stats, while Chui was completely suppressed. Even so, Chui remained confident. With damage and speed at 1%, I can stall him for 5 minutes, long enough for my team to escape. The thought wasn't finished when a black stiletto wreathed in golden lightning pierced his chest. 4,567.7. 9,776.8 lightning. Li Kai withdrew the blade, his tone flat. Nice talent. Unfortunately, raw numbers trump everything. Chui collapsed, and the duel arena shattered. The US server players who had sacrificed themselves to buy time had barely run far when screams erupted behind them. No way already? One player gasped, turning to see a streak of golden lightning flash into existence right in front of them. Li Kai nodded with satisfaction. The 500,000 merit points had been well spent. A rapid stream of data about his newly acquired grade skill, lightning blink, flashed before his eyes. Transform into thunder and reposition. Maximum range level charge 50 meters. Immune to all physical damage while moving and resistant to 90% lightning magic. Stores up to 4 charges, with a 5-minute cooldown per charge. Offense, defense, escapiate could do everything, and it could do it 4 times in a row. Convinced of its value, he simply bought 2 scrolls, one for his dragon form and one for his draconian form. He wiped out 40 players from the US server in one clean sweep and was about to leave when a crisp voice rang out behind him. Wait a second. Li Kai turned. A shapely female player was trotting over, her idri Wadinkong blinking above her head. She stopped, tossed a silver magic disc at his feet, and met his gaze with burning intensity. This is a map tracker we developed, she said. It marks enemy positions. Follow the red dots and hunt the high-merit targets. Li Kai picked up the disc. It looked like a radar screen, dotted with red points of varying brightness. The deeper the red, the tougher the target, and the richer the merit reward. He nodded, slipped it into his pack, and asked, "What do you want in return?" Her eyes lit up. "A friend slot. I want your friend slot." Immortal had no real friend system. What she really wanted was to make sure her private messages wouldn't be blocked. Li Kai understood. "As you wish," he replied coolly. Flicking the disc into the air, he spread his thunder-wreathed wings and soared away, leaving Riwa Kong trembling with excitement. Not far off, 2 other players Wu Wuzhong and Qianjun Wanmabapea watched with envy burning in their eyes. That was a friend slot from someone who was already turning away. If they'd known, they would have handed over their discs too. With the tracker in hand, Li Kai became an apex predator, hunting high-merit targets across the battlefield. Fear spread quickly among the U-server players. In less than half a day, their supposedly impregnable mana crystal plateau line collapsed, making the powerful US server the first to suffer a complete battlefield breach in this national war. A system prompt floated into view. Phase 1 failure would only impose a permanent 10% loss on future experience gains and would not yet trigger game invasion of reality. The U-server players sighed in relief until the next prompt appeared. A true defeat meant the annihilation of the server's host nation. From now on, they had to help the natives defend the Arcane Empire. For every 1% of territory lost, the same proportion of the United States on Blue Star would experience a game invasion. Fortunately, the Arcane Empire was one of the 4 great empires, and they could only pray that this colossus would not shed land too easily. Players from smaller countries, however, felt a chill run down their spines. They fought desperately to repel invaders and flooded the forums and real-world channels to bow to Longwa, begging the Dragon server to show mercy. Some even asked Dragon players to help guard their cities. The Ancient Millennium spectacle of all nations paying tribute returned, and Dragon server players once again savored the pride of being the Middle Kingdom. Meanwhile, deep in the southern heartland of the Holy Empire, a dragon cloaked in chaotic lightning streaked across the skyly sky. After traveling day and night, he had finally reached his destination. Before him lay an immense freshwater lake stretching for millions of square kilometers in ocean in every sense on Blue Star. On the immortal continent, however, the definition of a sea depended on one thing: whether the sea god's authority applied. Li Kai's destination sat within this lake, Everday Isle, gathering place of the light attribute dragons. An eggshell-shaped dome of light hung upside down above Eternal Day Isle, a barrier that let visitors enter but never leave. Proud dragons believed no creature would dare invade their haven, so the entrance was wide open, yet the exit stayed sealed to keep local light dragons from slipping off to another brood. Unlike other elemental clans that lived in single settlements, light dragons were divided by their split personalities and had formed more than one lair. One faction was gentle and saintly, almost maternal. The other was iron-blooded and ruthless, sworn to wipe out all evil. This harsher group eventually left the island and joined the Holy Empire's notorious, some would say, infamous Inquisition. Technically, the Inquisition belonged to neither the Empire nor the Radiant Church. Its sole purpose was to purify wickedness, though whether its victims were truly wicked was anyone's guess. Li Kai combed through the memories he had inherited from frost dragons, confirmed everything twice, and then strode straight through the barrier. A blinding sea of gold greeted him inside. Light elements, thick enough to seem almost solid, pooled into shimmering basins where languid light dragons reclined, golden liquid sliding slowly off their scales. The island knew no night. Perpetual daylight fed rampant vegetation. Shafts of brilliance struck the yellowing leaves of ancient trees, making the whole place look like a kingdom forged from light. Several light dragons noticed the intruder. The moment their eyes lifted to roar, a 4-headed phantom burst from Li Kai's body, raising a piercing wail to the sky. It was the resentful spirit granted by his Dragon's Lair title, doomed to manifest and lament its grim death whenever pure-blooded dragons appeared. An adult dragon soaking nearby cast him an indifferent glance. Kid, Hydra whelps aren't very bright, but slaughtering dragons at random is never wise. With that, the dragon half closed his eyes again, letting the light element lap against his armor-like scales. Seeing no creature of truly colossal size around, Li Kai scratched his head, chose a random light pool, dropped in, and got straight to the point. Could you tell me where I might find Chieftain Risha? Somebody help. This dragon's being a creep. A hatchling barely 10 meters long immediately crossed her foreclaws over her chest, cheeks flushing as she sank lower into the water, voice dripping with coy panic. Light dragons mature this early? 3 dark lines seemed to slide down Li Kai's forehead. How young was she to know that kind of act? Chieftain, stop toying with him. A nearby adult couldn't stand it anymore. He dipped his head closer, chuckling. Kid, don't let her fool you. This is our chieftain Risha Kira Melchior. Only then did Li Kai study the hatchling more carefully. Aside from her small stature, the curve of her horns, the glow of her scales, and the meticulous detail of every ridge marked her as anything but a true juvenile. Not fun anymore. Risha pouted, dropping the mock innocence. She sprawled back in the pool, languid as before. Golden water crept over her snout. She blew a chain of bubbles, her muffled yet distinct voice floating out. So, strange little one, what do you want with me? As she dropped her disguise, Li Kai finally saw that the hatchling before him was only a projection. Recalling Aziz, he immediately realized the real dragon must be asleep, leaving this fragment of consciousness to enjoy the light pool. The system panel spelled it out. Race, bright dragon, ancient dragon. Name, Lisha Kira Melchior. Rank, demigod. Mythic level, LV 89. The provenance of the avatar was obvious, an illusion cast with the draconic spell Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Dragons of ice, water, light, and shadow could all wield the spell, each with different strengths. Light dragons excelled at masking detection and crafting illusions, though unlike their ice-kin they couldn't conceal sound, temperature, or scent. Li Kai stepped forward shyly. I'm here to report that the magma dragon Caliban Grigori Bryn has fallen and pledged himself to the abyss. Lisha touched his forehead with a claw, her laugh like a chime. Trying to squeeze another favor out of us. Aziz told us everything the moment he stormed the abyss. Li Kai scratched his head, mourning the failure of his second harvest plan, but he still asked, did he mention my request? I'd like to add the light element. The hatchling rolled over in the pool, slapped the surface, and cheerfully agreed. Of course. Jump in and soak with me. Li Kai activated True Sight and discovered the water was actually a Wonder-class resource Holy Lumen. A demigod-class ancient dragon really knew how to live. Even her bathwater was priceless. I shouldn't, he began, while already casting polymorph to compress himself enough to squeeze into the not-so-spacious pool. The luminous liquid wrapped around him, warmth sinking from skin to marrow. It felt like taking a hot shower after an all-nighter, then collapsing into a soft bed while 2 young, skilled masseuses worked every muscle, pure bliss. But a simple soak wasn't enough. Before Lisha's startled eyes, he opened his gaping maw and started drinking. Fortune favors the shameless today, he would gorge himself. Each gulp of the warm, light-infused liquid triggered a flurry of system prompts. Consumed Wonder-class resource, Holy Lumen. Strength 10, Constitution 20, Spirit 20, Agility 10, Light damage coefficient 5. The messages piled up, attributes rising with every swallow. A single boost was modest, but he was triggering it again and again. Seeing the pool still brimming with radiant liquid, he was ecstatic. Bathwater from a beauty and a Wonder-class resource, double delight. All right, little one, leave some for the other babies. Lisha's claw closed around him and lifted him out. A column of blazing gold shot from her brow and engulfed him. Quest all traders must die. Phase 2 complete. Reward issued. Unlocking new attribute, light. Gold light blasted from every pore, finally condensing into a giant, dazzling egg. A chaotic, multi-headed dragon who doesn't lose his mind? I can't wait to see how far you'll rise. Lisha murmured, submerging her head again to blow bubbles beneath the surface. While Li Kai's dragon form was busy unlocking a new attribute on Yongzhou Island, the nationwide wars sweeping across the immortal continent were still raging at full throttle. Smaller nations dug in around their home territories, terrified that the game might leak into the real world through the data link if they fell too early. Only days ago, players from the Dragon server had celebrated a resounding victory, routing the Indian server, which now joined the US server as a Phase 1 loser. India was in dire straits, beset by turmoil on every side. Low-caste players had risen in revolt at home, and the Dragon server was pressing them hard on the battlefield. They talked tough right up until both fronts collapsed at once, then finally awakened from their delusion, swallowed their pride, and begged for mercy. With the phase objectives secured, the Dragon leadership quickly convened an online meeting. The call was launched by the official commander, Chi Da Kong, and attended by guild leaders and veteran top-tier players. Chi.Kong opened the channel. Thank you all for your cooperation. Phase 1 is finally complete, and we've completely stunted the growth of both the US and Indian servers. Qianjun Wanma by Baipeo laughed aloud. They came looking for trouble, so of course we sent them home in pieces. Dopa and Yin Di chimed in. What goes around comes around. It's our turn to beat the Yankees. The channel erupted. For decades, China and the US had rarely clashed heat in, and now the Dragon server had scored a clean, decisive win, forcing its rival to beg for mercy. No wonder everyone was elated. The forums were awash in triumphant banter. People joked that the French had finally lost their famous body odor, teased the island nation about drinking nuclear wastewater, and claimed the Indians thought lizards had delicate features. Any foreign netizen who pushed back was instantly roasted by Chinese players. The same swagger filled the voice channel. Sensing the mounting fervor, the official stepped in to cool things down. Chi.Kong steadied his tone. Let's discuss our next objectives in the national war. Any thoughts? Wushi Wuzhong spoke up without hesitation. Keep hammering the Yankees. Drive them so far into the ground that monsters spill into their real-world cities, then let's see if their superheroes show up to save the day. The channel boiled once again. The whole world's sick of the Yankees. Chi.Kong interjected. From a practical standpoint, completely crushing the US might not work in our favor. We still don't understand the exact mechanics behind the game breaching reality. If the monsters stay within US borders, fine, but what if they cross the ocean? Silence fell. Everyone began to ponder the potential threat. Chi.Kong continued. So our recommendation is to keep them suppressed, farm contribution points, and avoid driving either the US or India into total collapse. We also need to maintain overall balance so that no country is wiped out and the game's incursion into reality stays on hold. A dissenting voice suddenly rang out. Ryu Dangkong, I disagree. Why should we care whether the other countries live or die? Since a full-scale collision between the game and the real world is inevitable, it makes more sense to let the invasion start in a few selected regions first, so we can gather intelligence and learn how to counter it. The players whispered excitedly, and soon reached a consensus. If this is the trend, they have to move first. In the public channel, Tianming Sigue proposed a target. The United States, a military superpower across the ocean, would make the perfect test zone. Chi.Kong had thought of the same idea, but still issued a warning. Everything hinges on conventional weapons remaining permanently disabled. Corner the United States, and once the faction war ends and firearms work again, we might be looking at World War I. Nuclear warheads are far worse than any game invasion. His words brought a brief silence. Ellipses filled the barrage of comments while everyone weighed the risk. Then several headlines shot to the top of the forum, forcing them to smile wryly and shake their heads. Ryu Dangkong broke the silence. With Zhuanshan Li Kai around, the United States won't dare retaliate. And whether we keep hammering the arcane empire isn't up to you. Everything depends on what he wants. Digio Ishu, Looi, and the other heavyweights agreed. The Dragon server may hold more than 1 billion players, but 70 to 80% of its real combat power sits with Zhuanshan Li Kai, and these are only his avatars. While they were still talking, several elemental avatars of Li Kai appeared on different battlefields and began massacring everyone in sight, rocketing him to the top of the trending list in seconds. A mountain range. A pale blue silhouette swept past. The temperature plummeted to absolute cold. Players could only watch themselves freeze into lifelike ice sculptures. Even their cries for help were locked in crystal silence. A broad plain. Lightning exploded. Zhuanshan Li Kai dissolved into swirling thunder, heads dropping wherever he flashed. Try to run. The crackling figure clung like a curse, and the refugees died amid the staccato of the storm. An abandoned town. Flames roared skyward. Buildings buckled. Dust turned molten, and rows of players became charcoal. The air reeked of ash and hot iron. A marsh. A black-robed avatar thrust both arms into the water. The mud churned into a boiling, poisonous mire. In seconds, countless players bled from every orifice, their bodies sinking into the foul sludge. A lake. Laughter skimmed the surface, and towering waves rose out of nowhere. Warships were torn apart, the drowning screams swallowed by the flood until the water lay still again. Within minutes, the community realized, horrified, that Zhuanshan Li Kai commanded 5 elements: ice, lightning, fire, poison, and water, each powerful beyond resistance, sheer dimensional suppression. Worse, he had learned to stagger his farming. On the Dragon server, he killed only half the players, but in other regions he wiped the field clean. At the Arcane Holy Empire front line, for example, a fire avatar burned both sides to the ground. Curse him? No one dared. The forums were swamped with wails of despair. Players on the EU server reluctantly dubbed him the Devil Incarnate. Those on the US server gritted their teeth and called him the Mad Titan. In the Japan server, they chose a more melodramatic nickname, the Butcher Demon of the Mortal Realm. In a bustling city in the southwestern province of the Mercenary Empire, locals packed a lively bar and raised their glasses. The continent had long been ablaze with war, yet for these ordinary citizens the most tangible change was higher taxes. After all, it was the children of the stars who fought and died, not their own friends or family. Several patrons slapped the counter and shouted over the din. The 100 Wisdom Emperor really is brilliant. He showered the children of the stars with perks back then, and now we're crushing every front. I hear we've already taken several battlefields. Cheers rolled through the room. Tankards clinked, and they drank to the Emperor's foresight and the children's valor. In the dimmest corner, a man in clerical robes drank alone, drawing curious glances. Mercenary allows freedom of worship. Any faith short of outright cults may preach, even the Church of the Holy Light from the Holy Empire. Still, the authorities have always curbed the Church's expansion without those limits. The world's largest religion would already blanket every street. Now that war had broken out and the Holy Empire was an enemy state, the Church suffered too. Imperial troops surrounded every chapel and banned the clergy from leaving. Yet this priest had slipped outside, and the locals muttered among themselves, how did he get out, and should they report him? The focus of their whispers was the player embraced the light. He was one of the children of the stars, and even a candidate saint, a status that let him come and go from the chapel at will. A few hours earlier, the bishop had summoned him to a hidden chamber and quietly given him a mission: betray the Mercenary Empire at a critical moment. The job was simple, the reward obscene, yet to him it felt like treason against his real homeland, Dragon Country. Had Dragon Country been losing, or even locked in a stalemate, he would have refused without hesitation. His upbringing wouldn't allow it. But Dragon Country was winning handily, and even if he stabbed them in the back, it would barely cause a ripple. That sliver of moral wiggle room gnawed at him. Another Bloody Mary, he said, tossing back the fiery mix and signaling the bartender for a refill. Right then, a bright, melodic voice brushed his ear. Sir, may I have a moment of your time? I'd like to tell you about our Father and Lord, who once shattered the abyssal demon god's plot. He turned toward the voice, and the girl before him struck his heart like an arrow. Long emerald hair spiraled into twin tails. A playful snaggletooth added a hint of danger to her angelic face. A sunlit smile, shallow dimples, and a frilly dress that couldn't hide graceful curves. Every detail landed squarely on his checklist, as though heaven had sculpted her to match his tastes. Mom, I think I'm in love, he thought, heart pounding, an absurd question leaping to mind. What should we name our kids? While Xinyang Xingwangbo was still letting his imagination run wild, a cool female voice cut through his stammering sermon. Puff. He's from the Church of the Holy Light. Why, are you even talking to him? The bar lights flickered, and the noise died at once. Xinyang Xingwangba turned toward the voice, first catching a glimpse of silky blonde hair. The girl was almost dreamlike in her beauty, and after a single stunned heartbeat his heart had room for no one else. Her, Paofu. I am thinking of leaving the Church of the Holy Light. Could you tell me more about your faith? Desperate for a topic, he blurted out his intention to quit. Paofu tilted her head and blinked her dewy eyes. Why quit? Aren't all of you idiots anyway? Her innocent question made him blurt out the secret he'd been hiding. Because the Church wants me to betray my country. Once the words were out, he felt oddly relieved. They must be paying you, right? Paofu arched a brow, a sly glint in her eyes. Yes, Xinyang Xingwangba stared at her, convinced the spark in her eyes was everything he'd ever dreamed of in a partner. Then take the money, don't betray anyone, and just ghost them afterward. Problem solved. The advice hit him like a revelation, sweeping away his hesitation. Looking at this radiant little son, the lifelong bachelor gathered his courage. Thank you. My name's Xinyang Xingwangba. And you are? Ugh. Paofu suddenly covered her mouth and retched. Alice rushed over, patting her shoulder and pressing a hand to her stomach as she half dragged her toward the door. Paofu, you've been retching a lot lately. Don't tell me you're pregnant? What sounded like a joke struck Xinyang Xingwangba like a bolt of lightning. The flawless girl of his dreams pregnant? He stood frozen, haunted by a line from the Blue Star forums, that tree-lean path you longed for, and couldn't shake it from his mind. That night, he drank himself into oblivion. When the hangover lifted, he went straight to the Cathedral of the Holy Light and told the Cardinal he was ready to accept the mission. The Cardinal, overjoyed, dangled a reward. Succeed, and the word candidate will be removed from your title of Saint's son. Then he revealed the real objective: work with a Holy Empire spy embedded in the Mercenary Empire and blow up the armory near the Great Rift battlefield. No problem. Xinyang Xingwangba put on a devout face, then voiced a concern. My strength is limited. I'm afraid it'll slow the mission down. Could you grant me more power, Your Eminence? Sighing, the Cardinal handed him several pieces of equipment. He never expected that the moment Xinyang Xingwangba received them, he would report the entire plot to the authorities of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom immediately shared the intelligence with the leaders of every major guild and the top-ranked players, including Turn Around and Leave. The authorities had been feeding vital information to Turn Around and Leave for a long time. He simply never replied. Just when everyone thought this message would also vanish into the void, Turn Around and Leave finally responded. Wait for me. I'm coming in person. On Eternal Day Island, a massive egg slowly split open in a pool of shimmering light. The water lay mirror still until shards of shell struck its surface, sending golden ripples outward. A dragon more than 100 meters long lifted its head from the pool. Black scales shot through with shifting colors as though it had swallowed the radiance whole. 6 thick horns coiled tightly atop its skull, forming something like a crown. Each horn bled a different hue, blazing gold, icy blue, bright yellow, crimson, deep violet, and dark azure, matching the 6 elements of lightning, ice, light, fire, venom, and water. How blessed, truly blessed, murmured Radia, a protodragon of quasi-divine rank, hovering in midair. Perhaps this creature can ascend the god throne no one has reached in 10 million years. The thought of her own age brought a sudden pang of loneliness. Eyes brimming, she threw herself at her longtime companion, another dragon no less enormous. You've been old forever, he said, unmoved, poking her forehead with a talon. Quit wallowing. Auradia bared her teeth and shook her head, yet still nestled up to him, shamelessly seeking comfort. Not far away, Li Kai watched in silence. The two titans' playful bickering didn't bother him, just unlocked the light element today and felt generous with his time. In most games, web novels, and anime, light is top tier. Strong offense, sturdy defense, healing, control, and buffs all in one. Ages ago, Li Kai had spent merit points on 3 light-based skills, and now they would finally shine. 1. Divine Heal, Strength, Pure Restoration. He hardly needed the sustain. His dimensional stomach still held several Lord-class corpses, including the first Hydra he ever killed. One swallow while near death, and head be full. But head had merit to burn, so why not? 2. Ray Bind Strength, a crowd control beam that's almost impossible to dodge and carries SS priority. His fight with the Wind Dancer had revealed his lack of reliable hard CC. Contradiction embodiment could trigger only once, and Avatar of Terror wasn't something he could spam. This patched the gap. 3. Divine Aegis S rank, blatantly overpowered. Invoke the God of Light for 3 seconds of immunity to any damage below Mythic tier. If hit by Mythic level attacks, your mental stats 600 becomes a shield. Cooldown, 1 hour. Ensured invulnerability. It wasn't spammable, but at least it no longer cost his lover's soul. Just as Li Kai was about to bid Radia farewell, inspiration struck. An ancient dragon was basically a walking spell library, wasn't it? He cleared his throat. Lady Radia, could you perhaps teach me a few light element draconic spells? Radia rolled her eyes. Greedy little thing, you. Clinkling clatter clatter. The crisp ring of metal cut her off. Li Kai flicked his sleeve, and a steady stream of gold coins poured from the tip of the ebony dragon claw, striking the ground and piling into a glittering mound. Draconic magic is a sacred heritage, to be taught only to our kin, Radia said sternly, though her gaze couldn't help drifting toward the golden hill. Li Kai simply nodded and kept the coins flowing. Lydia stared at the little mountain of gold coins, swallowed hard, and muttered stubbornly, the price has to go up. In the end, Li Kai cheerfully laid down 1,000,000 gold coins. The glittering pile bought off every trace of Lydia's resistance, and he walked away with 3 scrayed light element draconic spells. In human lands, a single scrayed scroll starts at well over 100,000 gold and is almost impossible to find. A draconic spell at the same tier is even rarer, so 1,000,000 was a steal. 2 of the 3 spells were pure offense, proof that Lydia was a lot fiercer than her meek appearance suggested. The third, Prisms Across the Sky, blended damage and control. Once cast, countless light prisms rose in a flash, exploding the instant anything drew near. The spell dealt heavy damage while cutting off movement routes, exactly the kind of battlefield control Li Kai loved. The lone non-offensive spell was Mirror Flower, Watermoon. His ice clone already knew the ice version, but that one was vulnerable to heat and impact. The light version had no such weaknesses and neatly covered the gap in his arsenal. Thank you, Lady Lydia. They'll be on my way. Li Kai bowed. Lydia coiled around the golden mound like a great python, her tail lazily sifting through the coins. Spreading his wings, he shot into the sky and headed northwest. Next stop, the Great Rift battlefield. Those blessed Knights of Light, who had ambushed his ice clone, were about to learn what the Child of the Stars could really do. Li Kai never waited 10 years for revenge. He settled scores on the spot. Still, payback wasn't his only goal. His ice avatar had sensed something deep within the rift that he urgently needed. The place was a relic of an abyssal invasion. The depths could only be hiding either the authority of desecration or the authority of fear. The answer was almost obvious. Thousands of miles away, in the infirmary of a bustling city, a silver-haired physician set down his stethoscope, glared at the bewildered Paufu and the flustered Alice, and felt a blaze of anger. Such a young girl, already pregnant. Early marriages weren't rare on the immortal continent, but when 2 girls came for an exam alone, it usually meant some man had shirked responsibility. What kind of beast would do that? He fumed inwardly. Yet their fine clothes hinted at a background he couldn't afford to offend, so he swallowed his rage and explained quietly. The fetus is only a dozen days old. Morning sickness normally starts around 6 weeks. The reason the reaction came so early is that the child's life force is extraordinarily strong, far beyond normal human levels. Paufu and Alice exchanged a stunned look. Alice, the steadier of the two, rose, bowed, and hurriedly pulled the still dazed Paofu outside. As they walked, Paofu rubbed her flat belly and asked, Alice, what does it mean to be pregnant? Am I really going to have a little baby? Alice, clever yet just as inexperienced, replied, I think so. We'll send word to Master and see what he wants to do. Deep within the Holy Empire, Li Kai was speeding along underground when the message struck him like lightning. What? He was going to be a father? In his previous life, had been single for more than 20 years, and now he was about to raise a child. Fear and uncertainty flooded him, was still half a kid himself. Yet an irrepressible joy followed hard on their heels. At last this fantastical world was welcoming him with a sense of belonging, all because of a child. Behemoth and Dragon, two noble bloodlines joined. Will your talent be terrifyingly strong? He murmured, already painting futures in his mind. After a long inner struggle, he embraced the truth. He was going to be a father, and he had to grow even stronger for himself, for his loved ones, for the child. Anyone bold enough to bare their fangs at them would pay dearly. He whispered to himself, and his eyes shone with renewed resolve. Harlan Town lies only a few thousand li from the Great Rift battlefield, once a thriving hub along the Holy Empire's main trade route. Before the war, caravans, riverboats, and couriers poured through day and night. Inns and taverns never closed, and merchants made fortunes. Now most civilians have been evacuated. The entire town has been commandeered as a forward military base, and scraps of requisition orders still flutter on the bulletin boards at every corner. Imperial soldiers in full armor patrol the wide main street, their eyes sweeping for enemy spies. Inside heavily guarded warehouses, alchemical ballistae, oversized bolts, mana-powered cannons, shells, and portable spell array modules are stacked in precise rows. Word has it that with this arsenal, even an ordinary force could shake the enemy's elite legions. Night drops suddenly. The emerald sun overhead is silently swallowed by a blood-red moon. The world dims in an instant, and shadows spill across the ground like ink. Outside the town's only bar still in business, a fully armed man known on the road as Xinyang Shengguangbei paces beneath the sign, draws a deep breath, and pushes through the door. At the counter, he delivers the password in a calm voice. He'll have a glass of 100% Kazong. Kazong, a specialty of the Empire's eastern province, grows more bitter as its strength rises. At full purity, it is said to be undrinkable for ordinary folk, earning it the nickname the Warrior's Choice. Local custom holds that anyone who downs a full glass without flinching drinks free for the night. The moment the password leaves his lips, the noisy bar falls silent, then erupts in thunderous cheers. The locals who remain and the players who know the code applaud without reserve. The bartender stares, bemused, then bends to retrieve a long-forgotten bottle, blows the dust from the glass, and fills a cup with dark brown liquor. Xinyang Xingguangba lifts the glass, inhales, tilts back. Ugga! The bitterness cuts like a blade across his tongue. Before the last drop, he coughs it all back up, spraying the counter. Booing breaks out at once. Red-faced, he wipes his mouth, orders a cloyingly sweet mead instead, and skulks to a corner amid teasing laughter. Got guts, friend. Just a shame your stomach couldn't keep up, rumbles a bearded giant, raising his beer and flashing a thumbs-up with only finger. He doesn't fully fold hints at the next code. Catching the signal, Xinyang Xingguangba scratches his head and makes the same subtle gesture. Thought I'd give it a shot, he mutters with a sheepish grin. Didn't expect it to almost be my last. With the recognition complete, the bearded man leans in, smirking. Feel like something a bit stronger? Curiosity on his face, Xinyang Xingguangba follows him out. They weave through dim streets and twist into an isolated alley that smells of damp and rotting leaves. A scantily clad woman meets them, her eyes suggestive, and leads them into a shabby one-story house. Under a sputtering oil lamp sits a middle-aged man with a weathered face. When Xinyang Xingguangba enters, he rises slowly and says, barely above a whisper, "The Lord has not forgotten your devotion." At those words, Xinyang Xingguangba drops to one knee, palms pressed together in prayer. After a long moment, he looks up, voice barely audible. The Archbishop didn't tell me the exact target this time. What are we after? Our target is the armory in Harlan Town, but its exact location is still unknown. The town center, eastern sector, and western sector are all under lockdown. We've already cleared the west and confirmed the armory isn't there, so it must be in one of the remaining two areas. We need you to pinpoint it before we can proceed. At those words, Xinyang Xingguangba's pupils widened, and he almost blurted out, "You want me to break into a military base? Even as a child of the stars, that's impossible." The middle-aged man raised a hand to steady him. "I know you're worried, but hear me out. Infiltrating the camp involves two main hurdles. First, the patrol guards. A Litan shadow illusion will keep them from seeing you. Second, and this is why we need you. The camp is ringed by a soul-sensing array. Any unregistered life form that steps inside triggers an immediate alarm." His gaze sharpened. But they overlooked one detail. Times have changed, and the children of the stars exist. Your soul signature is so unique that, if we mask it slightly, the array won't detect you at all. Are you sure? Xingyang Xingguang Ba was still cautious. He had already reported the situation, yet had no desire to die or lose experience because of a mistake. Positive, the man replied firmly. Xingyang Xingguang Ba thought for a long moment, then relented. He'll take the mission on one condition. Swear before the Lord to give me the entire escape route, and take me with you to the Holy Empire. After a brief hesitation, the man agreed. He swore on the spot, recited the full withdrawal plan word for word, and urged, no time to lose tonight. He tore open a magic scroll, sending a strange ripple into Xingyang Xingguang Ba's body that subtly altered his soul aura. Then he pressed his palms forward, and a clear membrane spread over him. His outline faded until he was nearly invisible. The invisibility spell lasts 30 minutes, and even hides your footprints and dust. Take this silent scroll, to no one will hear you land. Xingyang Xingguang Ba bounced in place a few times, confirmed there was no sound, then sprinted toward the town center. Meanwhile, he sent a coded message to Dragon Fury headquarters and to Li Kai, who was en route to the Great Rift, detailing the Holy Empire's extraction team and escape route. Just as Li Kai had expected, the extraction squad turned out to be his nemesis, the Order of Radiant Benediction. Each knight rides a Pegasus, giving them exceptional mobility perfect for evacuation tasks. Their rendezvous point was set for the first level of the Great Rift, in the Bat Demon Pit. Li Kai opened the forum, searched for Great Rift guides, and read them thoroughly. A vicious grin curled across his lips. Radiant Benediction, I'm coming for you. The first tier of the Great Rift lay closest to the surface and was nicknamed Bat Hell, for it teemed with corrupted bats. These creatures were nothing like ordinary bats. They craved blood and gnawed, even on carcasses. A fallen dragon's colossal skeleton had become their grisly feast, and some mutated into bat drakes, half dragon, half bat, their skinless bodies exposing rancid crimson muscle and jutting spines. With draconic heads, tails, and skeletal wings that leaked a faint dragon's aura, each of them qualified as a boss-level threat. Li Kai clung to the sheer cliff, using Mirror of Moonlit Illusion to merge his presence with the rock's grain. Hundreds of bat drakes circled above the abyss, so dense they eclipsed the light. To merchants and mercenaries, these monsters were nightmare fuel. To him, they were nothing but experience points and salvageable parts, and a few drool-like tears escaped the corner of his mouth. Still, he smothered the urge to charge, and here was a job to do. A few dozen meters away, the Knights of Luminary Grace held their ranks on a rocky platform, more than 1,000 golden-armored riders astride winged Pegasi, forming a gleaming wall. They had cast a light-based concealment spell across the formation, but it was only rank priority. To Li Kai's eye of true insight, it was worthless. Confident in their flawless plan, they assumed no creature in the rift could pierce optical stealth. He opened the chat channel. Dragon Nation officials were thrilled yet startled that he had volunteered, welcoming him while hinting he should attend more sanctioned events to keep the increasingly restless player base in line. Players' extraordinary abilities on Blue Planet had driven crime rates up. Surveillance and modern forensics were nearly helpless, forcing many officers to sacrifice game time to maintain real-world order and protect players' bodies. Some suspected foreign powers were exploiting the chaos to undermine Dragon servers' dominance. Exactly how much they contributed was still unknown. On the other end, authorities were live-streaming the scout mission of the popular streamer Embrace the Holy Light. He had just surveyed Heron's western quarter and town center and was heading back. The facts: weapons were stockpiled in the center, the west was empty. He planned to swap the intel to mislead the enemy, but the blood-frenzied Berserker Legion's commander, working with officials, cut him off. Reported straight. He'll take the heat. With someone covering him, Embrace the Holy Light uploaded the unedited truth. The Sacred Empire's high command matched the intel with their own troop. Date everything Alagnetso. They ordered an immediate surprise attack. A major clash at Heron was moments away. Just then, Li Kai's peripheral vision caught a colossal shadow sweeping over the Knights of Luminary Grace. Each wing beat whipped up a howling gale that blotted out the sky. The Omen Bat, sovereign of Bat Hell, had arrived. Although it is called a bat, the baleful Omen Bat's long arms and legs make it look more like a demon. Its head sits somewhere between dragon and bat, evoking Kumasats from the monsterverse. What seem to be dragon horns are actually its folded ears, their keratinous ridges creating an illusion of horns. Legend claims it descends directly from the blood ancestor. During the Abyssal Invasion, the Dark Races fought alongside the continent's armies, and this creature battled on the front line until the Abyss' irreversible taint twisted it into its current form. For that service, the Inquisition chose not to cleanse it. Yet true experts know that killing this beast, though ranked merely an overlord, is no easier than slaying a monarch. Li Kai fixed his gaze on the overlord, and a dark idea surfaced. Instead of revealing his true dragon body and risking discovery by the natives of the Mosin Lurue Empire, why not join forces with this beastly brother and wipe out the elite legion ahead? If that failed, he could always turn on his brother with the hand of holy benediction and devour it instead. Decision made, he sprang into action. He shifted to his draconic hybrid form, split off a new light-imbued avatar, cloaked it with the spell Mirror Flower, Water Moon, and sent it circling in the distance while his true body glided skyward. Meanwhile, the Knights of the Light's benediction were still dodging the baleful omen bat. Just as they exhaled in relief, a thunderous roar exploded overhead, booming across the bat-fiend pit. Faces went deathly white. Filthy human thief, die? A golden dragon plunged after a lone figure, unleashing a brilliant torrent of holy dragon fire that reduced the thief to ash. Damn! Agnew blanched, hurling a strange beam of light to muffle the dragon's roar. But what is an overlord? It wields absolute dominion over its territory. Once battle begins, every creature within that realm is forced into full view and stripped of any escape unless it commands god-level stealth or teleportation. Tricks that work on a common lord fail utterly here. Agnew's light came fast, but a heartbeat too late. The dragon's roar had already echoed through the pit, drawing the baleful omen bat's full attention. Woo-woo thump, thump, thump. The void began to wail a sound half-grieving maiden, half-triumphant butcher sending chills down every spine. Black ripples swept the bat-fiend abyss, tearing away the knight's invisibility and leaving them exposed. Damned humans, what are you doing here? Are you in league with that thief? Li Kai shouted first, shifting the blame. Agnew and his men felt as if they had swallowed broken glass, yet could only grit their teeth. No one questioned the dragon's coincidental arrival. Dragon's pride is legendary, and the Holy Empire has long stood with light-aligned dragons. They assumed this one had simply chased a thief into the bat's lair. If the Inquisition learned they had let the dragon be maimed, their troubles would multiply. No, we're not with him. Agnew called back. We're the Knights of the Light's benediction from the Holy Empire. I even know your elder, Lady Lydia. Come, and we'll assist you in battle. Mindful of a dragon's pride, he forced himself to swap protect for assist. He's so considerate makes me want to cry, Li Kai muttered, the corner of his mouth quirking. He gave an impatient flick of his wings and grumbled, for Lady Lydia's sake, the great Lafayette will deign to shield you. Then he swept behind the Knights of the Light's benediction and unfurled his wings. Inside the bat-fiend pit on the first level of the great chasm, a sky-blotting behemoth let out a shriek so shrill it felt like needles driving into the skulls of everyone below, dragon included. Spread out. Sir Agnew, commander of the Blessed Light Order, shouted. The knights immediately broke into companies of 100. Any more would trigger the wilderness penalty, a rule harsher than the abyss itself. Golden plate flashed like a river against the dark cliff face. Winged Pegasi beat the air under their riders, veering toward the perimeter at their captain's signals, thinning the vast formation in an instant. Only 99 elite knights stayed to face the omen bat heathen. Counting the Pegasi, they were well over the limit, but the knight class had always bent the rules. Mounts didn't count toward manpower. That empty slot was reserved for their lone outside-eyed dragon. Disguised as a light element drake by the draconic spell Mirage and Moonlight, Li Kai stood at the rear, watching the knights scatter while lifting one claw to cast True Sight eye at the monster above. 100 combatants skirted the penalty, yet still granted the creature a 50% boost to every stat and 40% more max HP. Add the Overlord skill hymn of the world another 50% to all attributes and the Omen Bat's numbers grew terrifying. Race, Omen Bat. Name, Eric Brando Degralis. Rank, Overlord class boss. Level, 60. Strength, 75,703,785 base. Constitution, 164,248,212. Spirit, 71,363,568. Agility, 77,163,858. HP, 114,968,114,968,000. MP, 2,854,000 2,854,000. Stamina, 985,440 985,440. Physical resistance, 35,443. Magical resistance, 35,226. Special resistance, 27,777. Tenacity, 60. Description, offspring of the vampire progenitor, corrupted by the abyss into the malevolent overlord that circles the great chasm night and day, eternally craving blood and death. Over 100 million hit points. Li Kai swallowed hard, then let a sly grin curl his lips. Blessed Light, do you like the present I brought you? An overlord outranks a lord, gaining the sovereign right of the world, which forces every enemy to reveal themselves and locks the battlefield the instant the fight begins. Its raw numbers were just as obscene. An extra 2,500 HP coefficient stacked atop its native 2,500, creating that astronomical health pool. On top of that, Hymn of the World raises all its attributes by 50%. Roar of the World cuts the stats of foes of equal rank by 30% and of lower rank by 60%. And Shelter of the World reduces incoming damage by 20% from equals and by 40% from any lower-ranked opponent. As a genie thrust his lance, a needle-thin beam of light streaked toward the ominous doom bat, followed by a strange pulse that suppressed every human attribute but his own. Only Laiwan, the deputy commander of epic rank, noticed. He glanced at the huge dragon nearby, saw it untouched by World's Roar, and chalked it up to draconic resistance. Skriha! An ear-splitting shriek ripped the air as the bat blurred aside, dodging the beam with impossible speed. Its bloody maw split wide, releasing a gray-black sonic blade that slashed toward the ranks. Shields! The elite knights bellowed. 100-round shields snapped up, their light-etched patterns fusing into a single colossal barrier. The icy shockwave hammered it, spiderwebbing cracks, but failing to break through. 356, 8,000 shield. The reason a genie wasn't soloing was clear. He needed to save strength for a later extraction mission, and a full legion could offer real support. The Radiant Blessing Knight's Wall was a Legion Technicia cooperative art used when fighters of the same class, led by at least a hero-rank commander, cast identical skills in perfect unison, welding them into a new move forged by years of drill. Players could never copy it. They'd need the right classes, flawless timing, the Empire's secret manuals, and ranks beyond brilliant. Most hadn't even touched hero. Watching from the rear, Li Kai clicked his tongue. If players ever learn Legion techniques, they might actually threaten him. Laiwan, attack with me. Everyone else, hold the defense. A genius shouted. Crippled by World's Roar, the knights focused entirely on protection. Their damage was now negligible. Great Dragon, please cover us, Laiwan called, drawing a harp-shaped golden bow. The string thrummed, and blinding arrows of light poured toward the doom bat. 43, 47, 74 light damage. 43, 47, 74. 43, 47, 74. 43, 47, 74. In light dealt 20% extra to the bat, neatly canceling World's protection and keeping Laiwan's output respectable. The knights launched another Legion technique, stacking shields and blessings on a Genio. Mounted on his four-winged Pegasus, he shot skyward. His lance cracked like thunder, tearing the bat's scales and leaving a gaping wound that gushed oil-black blood. 123, 1278. 148, 48, 39.2 light damage. Li Kai eyed the silver lance veined with gold runes, Radiant Blessing itself, the weapon that gave the order its name. One trait doubled its light magic damage. The doom bat howled, gray ripples spreading from its body, yet a genius legionary shield absorbed them. Seeing the flawless teamwork drive the monster back, Li Kai could no longer wait. I came to fish in troubled waters. This won't do. Humans of the Holy Empire, a mighty dragon has come to help you. Even before he finished, he loosed a torrent of searing dragon fire, pulverizing the floating barrier before the knights. The blaze roared on toward the doom bat locked with the Genio. The creature snapped its wings once, slipping aside to evade the spectacular breath, but its attention shifted toward the archers still harassing it from the rear. What are you doing, mighty dragon? Deputy Commander Laiwan's lips twitched in fury. His light arrows could pass unhindered through the Legion Technique's light shield because the entire squad shared the same energy source, eliminating any internal conflict. Li Kai's radiant dragon breath, though also light-aligned, was so violent it bordered on uncontrollable. Its nature clashed completely with the shield that dozens of knights maintained together, and in an instant it tore the barrier apart from within. Li Kai had already withdrawn power of the earth and stellar brilliance, so in raw strength his breath alone couldn't have broken the shield heated. The essence of a Legion technique, however, is combination. Disrupt it from the inside, and the skill collapses by itself. Exactly what happened. Oops. Heads up. Scratching his head at Laiwan's complaint, Li Kai suddenly looked skyward and unleashed another blazing stream of dragon breath. Overhead, the ominous demon bat was using its speed to shake off Agnew. Folding its wing membranes, it dived straight down. A thunderous roar split the air. Shield. The entire Order of Radiant Grace shouted again. A fresh light shield formed in midair, dense enough to look solid, blocking the bat's descent. In the light element, nothing is more plentiful than shields. Healing, and buffs, hence light, is often called the cheesiest attribute. Li Kai was about to fire again when he met Laiwan's stormy gaze and sheepishly held back. Great Dragon, if you really want to help, how about giving us a buff? I don't know any. Li Kai laughed awkwardly. A vein throbbed on Laiwan's forehead, but recalling the ancient dragon's usual behavior, he could only force a wry smile and resume shooting. Light arrows flew in rapid succession as he and Agnew kept the ominous demon bat under constant pressure. This won't do. Come on, demon bat, fight back a little. Li Kai fretted inwardly. Expecting a single Dominator-class beast to take on nearly 100 Radiance plus 2 legends and an epic was a tall order, but this one-sided beatdown wasn't what he wanted. Hisha. As if answering him, the bat snapped its wings and scattered hundreds of pitch-black orbs, forcing Agnew back. Then a shrill screech swept through the entire bat pit. Scree. From every direction at the abyss bottom, dense squeals erupted. A tide of corrupted bats surged up, swallowing the already dim cavern in darkness. Mixed among them were bonebreaker wyverns, each one a boss-level threat. They pounced on every living thing, even the knights of radiant grace watching from the flanks. Not good. Agnew and Lywan's faces paled. Power surged within them, and an ancient, majestic aura rippled outward. From the void came the faint murmur of countless voices, praising the two commanders by name. This was the greatest trump of epic rank, and above, the power of chant. The moment the chant activated, Li Kai felt the overwhelming surge as well. From the Frost Dragon heritage, he knew the power of chant had two effects. First, it temporarily boosts one's own attributes while weakening the enemy's. Second, it can trigger special traits granted by the chant itself. Vice Captain Lai Wan, known across the land as the Eye of Light, is famed for his flawless marksmanship and eyes that pierce every illusion. People celebrate his feats in song, and their praise feeds his strength. When the power of acclaim ignites, he gains two traits at once: arrow unerring and sight absolute. At his epic rank, both abilities have been pushed to the threshold of a demigod. Someone once tried to inflate another legend's reputation through marketing hype, hoping to grant him greater acclaim, but the attempt backfired. The legend not only gained nothing new, he even lost his original talents. Acclaim can only amplify what already exists. It can never conjure power out of thin air. Like faith, acclaim must build slowly over time and is spent in a single surge, leaving the pool empty. For that reason, Lai Wan and Agnew had always hoarded it until now, when they had no other choice. The Omen Bat Fiend had summoned a swarm of corrupted bats that were diving on the border. Because the creatures were summons, the moment any member of the Order of the Blessed Light fought back or was struck, the system would count them as having joined combat and would immediately apply the wilderness penalty. Inevitably, at the edge of the territory, a knight astride a two-winged Pegasus failed to dodge and was bitten by a bone-shatter bat dragon. A pulse of sinister energy rolled across the battlefield. The stats of every human present, Li Kai included, dropped by 50%, while the Omen Bat Fiend's attributes doubled yet again. 7th Squad, intercept the bats at once. Any other squad still outside the field must fall back though, not counterattack. Lai Wan's presence erupted like thunder. As he shouted, he bent his bow, and shafts of golden light streaked after the Omen Bat Fiend. No matter how it twisted or darted, each arrow punched cleanly through its skull. The knight who had been bitten belonged to 7th Squad, and the entire team was therefore flagged as in combat. Incoming. Li Kai had been itching to act. He vaulted skyward, transforming into a golden dragon before plummeting in a dive. One claw caved in the bat dragon's skull. A sweep of his tail shattered its skeleton, killing it instantly. 9/29/74. 9/29/74. With Raider 3 granting 20% bonus damage to boss tier beasts, he dispatched the target easily even without triggering his level talent. You have slain Bone Shatter Bat Dragon, level 55 boss, gaining 83,723 experience. Achievement Rookie Champion activates, awarding an additional 12,558.4 experience. A roar burst from his maw, its shockwave liquefying dozens of corrupted bats into crimson mist and rescuing the knight, who had been seconds from death. This guy may be a little scatterbrained, but when it counts he pulls through, definitely worth having around. Lai Wan muttered, loosing another storm of arrows. High above, Agnew rode his four-winged Pegasus like a god of war clad in gold, radiant light swirling around him. Each thrust of his blessed lance released a searing beam. 179, 2578 true damage. 211, 5867.6 holy damage. This is the first trait of Agnew's acclaim. Every lance thrust ignores all defenses and deals pure damage. On the first level of the Grand Rift, the zone marked on the map as Bat Demon's Jail has become a literal hell of corrupted bats. Waves of tainted creatures blot out the sky, layered like thick black clouds as they chase the light-blessed knights, a scene not unlike moths hurling themselves at a flame. Yet whereas moths only burn, these bats engulf a knight the instant they touch him, shredding their prey to pieces. Most members of the Order have reached the Radiant tier, and the holy shields they cast can briefly withstand the bat's fangs. Against a Bone Shredder Bat Drake of boss, or even Lord rank, however, those shields last only seconds. Besides the two commanders, the Order fields 8 hero-rank captains, an array of power comparable to the household of Northern King Sedeguti. But the moment they step into the wilderness, a penalty has every stat, leaving the 8 captains helpless before their rank-matched bat drakes and forcing them into a desperate retreat. Under that 50% debuff, the only combatant still tearing through the horde is the Radiant Dragon. He charges in and out of the bat sea, each sweep of his massive wings turning corrupted bats to crimson mist. Even the bat drakes that terrify the knights are mere trophies to him. Every pass sees both claws snatch up another pair for easy farming. Defeated Bone Shredder Bat Drake, LV 55 boss. Gained 83,565 XP. Title Rookie Champion activated, bonus 12,534.7 XP. Slain corrupted bat, LV 30 elite. Level gap, 2 Largino experience awarded. Slain Darkeaton evil bat, LV 40 wanted elite. Gained 1,205 XP. Title rookie champion activated. Bonus 180.7 XP. Amid the chaos, Li Kai uses the swarm as cover, silently stuffing Bat Drake and evil bat corpses into his dimensional stomach. Frugality is one of his finer virtues. No loot ever goes to waste. The knights had resented the dragon for forcing them into a stand-up fight, but watching him hold the line so fiercely, their ill will evaporates at once. After all, he's just a poor dragon chasing a thief who blundered onto the battlefield. Still, the sheer number of corrupted bats is overwhelming. Even if Li Kai were Zhao Zilong reborn, he couldn't keep every knight's shield from shattering. More squads are dragged into the fight, and, with each sacrifice, the Omen bat's aura swells, its stats soaring to unimaginable heights. Out of my way, beast. Mounted on his four-winged Pegasus, Agnew roars and slams into the Omen bat. To everyone's astonishment, the colossal overlordens of thousands of times heavier goes flying. The second trait of Agnew's canonical power, unstoppable advance, flares to life. Wherever his lance light blessed edge points, every enemy is driven back. The ominous demon bat slammed into the wall of the Great Rift with a thunderous crash, sending vast slabs of rock cascading down. Debris poured like a storm, instantly crushing swaths of corrupted bats. Sra! It screeched, whipping its wings into a gale that swept the rubble back up, each shard now a projectile steeped in foul energy. Whatever it struck was doomed to utter corruption. The stones whistled toward Agnew, but melted like butter on a hot pan and crumbled into purified ash. This was the third facet of Agnew's song-born power: divine shelter. Any taint, darkness, abyssal force, or other evil energy that neared him was cleansed on contact, though the effect was not without limits. He flicked the black blood from the blade of his Lance of Light's blessing and glanced at the rampaging monstrosity, debating whether to play his final card, the Domain. A Domain is both the sharpest and the heaviest weapon in a legendary ranker's arsenal. Triggering it exacts a steep price, and its cooldown is long. It would never recover in time for their rendezvous with the spy. Yet without it he was helpless against this Lord-class beast whose stats had quadrupled. Even with it, victory was far from certain. On the other flank, Levon wore the same grim look as he battled the swarm. His fingers kept worrying a scroll, their true trump in daring to enter the Great Rift's first layer. A tool that could shatter a lord's territory and let them escape in an instant. They had chosen this spot for 3 reasons. Massacre Empire spies couldn't infiltrate it, the ominous demon bat was unlikely to notice them, and most crucial, they had a way to force an exit. However, once that scroll was used, the uproar would surely draw Imperial attention, dooming the extraction mission. While the standoff dragged on, the corrupted bats finally breached the line. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the ravine. The knights blessed by light took their first casualty, and the tide turned violently against them. Levon stamped down, his four-winged Pegasus shrilling in pain. All units, fall back to me. No, Levon, I can still fight. Agnew protested, but under the vice-captain's steely gaze he could only sigh and obey. You too, mighty dragon, get over here. They'll take us all out at once. Li Kai swooped in, face equally sour. We're leaving already? This is nothing like I pictured. Weren't you supposed to fight the ominous demon bat to mutual ruin? Then I swoop in and double-cross you both? Levon shook his head with a weary smile. If we drag this out any longer, the cost will be unbearable. We have to withdraw. It's just sigh. That sigh made Li Kai's ears perk. He slapped his scaled chest. Tiny human, what troubles you? Confide in the great dragon. Inside, Levon exulted, finally hooked the naive wormling. This teleport charm can only take a handful of us, he said, wearing helplessness like a mask. I can't save all my brothers. He merely waited for the dragon to hand over some protective treasure. Levon was sure Li Kai came from Eternal Day Island, where dragonlings often received powerful gear, and the Inquisition's fanaticism made him the perfect mark. Li Kai pulled a conflicted face while laughing inside time to put on the show. Alas, no choice then. We'll have to leave some behind. The faux thespian Levon looked at his men with reddened eyes, as though losing kin. The real actor Li Kai clenched his teeth in feigned pain, then reached into his internal space and hauled out a long, hefty metal device, dropping it before the group. Fine, we'll use my gadget. With it, even the depths of the Great Rift will blaze with light. Near the surface of the Great Rift, swarms of corrupted bats thick enough to blot out the sky were savaging every creature inside the Batfiend pit. At the foot of a jagged cliff, Vice Captain Lai Wan hurriedly gathered nearly 1,000 members of the Order of Radiant Grace and, marching at speed, formed them into a wide fan-shaped line. With a single sweep of his hand, holy light flared into an arc shield tens of meters across, wrapping the entire formation. The bats' shrill screeches and clawing impacts were instantly smothered outside the glowing film. The Order had once numbered more than 7,000. Their last clash with the blood-mad Berserker Legion had cost them 1,878 brothers and left over 3,500 wounded. The chaplains had sealed the flesh, but fear still festered in their hearts. Because today's assignment was merely to rendezvous with scattered units, not to fight a decisive battle, Commander Agnew had taken only 1,000 fully fit knights and left the rest to guard the camp. Laiwan had insisted that even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, and the argument between them had been fierce. His stubbornness, it seemed, was about to prove the day's wisest decision. Now Laiwan's gaze was locked on a strangely shaped metal pillar that the radiant dragon Li Kai had just drawn from a draconic space pouch. Holy light gleamed in his pupils as he invoked the chant of insight, trying to read the surface. There were no runes, no trace of magic at all. All he could sense was a vast, dangerous power sealed beneath the casing. If not for the metal and some unknown layer binding it tight, the merest leak would harm living flesh. The energy felt neither arcane nor magical. It was so alien, it made his scalp prickle. Even so, he showed no hostility. The Radiant Dragons and the Holy Empire had always been allies. There was no reason for treachery. Still, caution demanded a question. What is it? He asked. Li Kai exhaled a breath of pale gold flame and replied calmly. An elder of my clan brought this back from the Arcane Empire. It's their newest prototype, built to break barriers and enable large-scale teleportation. An alchemical toy from the Arcane Empire? Laiwan relaxed. That realm of knowledge and invention sat at the pinnacle of alchemy and magitech. Such wonders were hardly unheard of. How do we activate it? He pressed. Li Kai smiled, lifting a claw to bid them ease. Scarlet fire rippled down his wings and, before their eyes, he shrank into a 2-meter-tall draconic humanoid, bones compressing and scales gleaming in one fluid motion. Once the device is active, every living thing within 500 meters will be transported together. By making myself smaller, I can be sure you all fit inside the radius. Most dragons treasure the perfection of their true forms and seldom consent to shapeshift. The sight moved the knights deeply. Grateful, they filed toward the pillar, crowding shoulder to shoulder around it. Your Excellency, you're far too gracious. Thank you for rescuing us from disaster. Voices called in chorus. Li Kai scratched his head. Aren't you even curious how you ended up in that disaster to begin with? He gave an awkward grin. Just send everything over, bro. Well, I'll be friends from now on. Exactly. We're friends now. The next time you enter the Holy Empire, just use the blessed guard's name. The hero rank captains thumped their chests as they promised, their enthusiasm so intense that even Li Kai felt a bit overwhelmed. All right, save the thanks for later. Start it up. Now, Levon said, pulling himself together. Li Kai nodded, lifted the tempered glass cover, and let his finger hover over the glaring red button. He looked back and reminded them, once I press it, teleportation begins in 2 seconds. In fact, the nuke would detonate after 1, but he had always enjoyed that little lie. Levon instantly messaged Agnew, who was being harried by an omen bat. Get over here now. Hearing the retreat order, Agnew spurred his 4-winged Pegasus, triggered the charge forward trait, rammed the omen bat aside, then streaked through the light shield, tossing a spell behind him to restore the shredded barrier. Not a second to waste. My shield won't hold for long. Agnew urged as he landed. Li Kai's lips curved. With a click, he pressed the button of annihilation. Almost simultaneously, golden light exploded in Levon's eyes as he activated Eye of Radiance to monitor the metal pillar. Out of habit, not mistrust. He did catch a faint spatial ripple and relaxed until he realized it came from the Dragon Man. He looked up just in time to see the Dragon Man's once innocent face twist into a wicked grin. Black-purple light erupted around him, space shattered like broken glass, and he slipped into another dimension. While Levon's warning never finished, the metal pillar burst into blinding white light. A column of fire speared into the sky, its glare devouring everything as if a sun had crashed into the rift. The lightless Grand Chasm saw an abrupt dawn. A fireball nearly as hot as the sun's surface rolled out, burning all it touched, followed by a thunderous roar. A scorching shock wave, thick with smoke and ash, tore across the terrain, smashing rock walls like steel and sending torrents of black rubble raining down. While the nuke detonated, the Dragon Man reappeared near the surface on the far side, shrouded in black-violet light. He raised a hand, cast the draconic spell Mirror Flower, Water Moon, blotting out the carnage below, and murmured, "What a towering mushroom cloud and a perfect nuclear sunset." The illusion hid the blazing pillar from the players on the bridges. Only the distant rumble leaked through, drawing a few daring rogues who crept forward to investigate. Li Kai gulped down cooldown potions from the reward stash, refreshed Elemental Duplicate, and sent a light aspect clone to block the curious onlookers. This bomb had come from a deal with Longwo officials, and if anyone learned had used it against the Blessed Order, the fallout would be endless. He then activated Gale Barrier and shot skyward toward the mushroom cloud. Howling winds tore the radioactive plume apart again and again, forcing it to stay inside the illusion's boundary. Finally, he flipped his palms and poured a toxic miasma over the area. Mixed with the radiation, it formed a sea of gray-black fog. Any future player would chalk the lingering haze up to an unknown environmental effect, never suspecting radiation. Only after finishing all this cover-up did he turn his attention to the stream of system notifications. Defeated Radiant Paladin, LV, 42 Brilliant, gained 12,156 experience. Rookie Champion Achievement triggered, bonus 1,823.4 experience. Defeated Winged Pegasus, LV, 40, Red-named Elite, gained 1,001 experience. Rookie Champion Achievement triggered, bonus 150.1 experience. Level, LV, 46, EXP2, 814, 516.82.8, MLV, 47, EXP14, 516.83.0 M, 470 design points earned. Level, LV, 47, EXP3, 012, 122.63.0 MLV, 48, EXP12, 122.63.5 M, 480 design points earned. Level, LV, 48, EXP3, 510, 223.53.5 MLV, 49, EXP10, 223.54.0 M, 490 design points earned. Level, LV, 49, EXP4, 013, 001.34.0 MLV, 50, EXP13, 001.34.5 M, 500 design points earned. For several kilometers the ruins still pulsed with blistering heat, a towering mushroom cloud tearing a blinding gash across the sky. Li Kai hovered directly above ground zero. Even through a thick protective barrier, he could feel the searing aftershock of the nuclear blast. This is glorious. He howled inwardly. With his current strength, he could casually one-shot low HP beasts, while high HP monsters could survive even a nuke. Human professionals, though fragile, yet myriad, let him squeeze every drop of value from the warhead. Nearly 1,000 brilliant Trank Radiant Knights and their mounts were vaporized in the flash, and a tidal wave of experience slammed into his panel, catapulting him up 4 levels in an instant. The blast's victims were hardly limited to the Order of Radiant Grace. The demonized bats that had been swarming the light shield were caught in the shockwave, wings and bones alike turning to drifting ash. Defeated Corrupted Nightbat, LV, 41, Red-named Elite, gained 1,289 experience. Rookie Champion Achievement triggered, bonus 193.3 experience. Defeated Bone Shatter Bat Drake, LV, 55 Boss, gained 83,565 experience. Rookie Champion Achievement triggered, bonus 12,534.7 experience. Level, LV, 50, EXP 453, 565.94.5 MLV, 51, EXP 3, 565.95.0 M, 510 design points earned. Unfortunately, Bone Shatter Bat Drakes were only a tiny fraction of the swarm. The ordinary bats were too low tier to yield even a sliver of experience. A few more bosses, and he could have pushed straight to LV, 52. That said, ending at LV, 51 was probably for the best. The noble blood burning in his veins was already urging him to advance to Overlord. One more level and he might not be able to suppress the instinct, triggering a forced evolution on the spot. An Overlord was powerful, but with a tough battle ahead, a sudden rank up would only complicate matters. He looked up. A golden dragon dove from the clouds, wings spread wide enough to blot out the sun, each scale reflecting a molten glow. As the wings beat, deep violet fumes poured out like waterfalls, quickly forming a suffocating veil of poison in midair. This was Viper Vein Miasma, and strength skill he had purchased from the reward vault. It floods a wide area with lethal toxins that deal continuous damage while corroding armor and scales, cutting both physical and magical defenses by 90%. In the enormous crater gouged out by the nuclear blast, 10 spheres of dazzling white light hovered silently, each one cradled by a faint silhouette with pure white wings. Oh, a nuke didn't even scratch you. Magic really does spit on science. High above, the dragon Li Kai folded his wings and stared down with icy contempt. Those 10 spheres were the guardian angel buffs carried by the upper ranks of the Knights of Radiance, better known as Second Chance Armor. The order was the Holy Empire's trump card, and every officer promoted beyond a certain level received one after the Radiant Church petitioned the gods. Battalion captains of hero rank carried the basic version. It protected only their souls, which had to be ferried to the sanctified pool in the Cathedral of Light to regrow flesh. The 2 commanders, however, bore the advanced version, which revived them on the spot at full strength. You must die. The 2 largest spheres burst first. Lai Wan and Agnew strode out, eyes blazing with a rage that seemed hot enough to melt steel. Lai Wan's irises burned scarlet. With a sweep of his arm, he drew the remaining 8 orbs to his chest. He had no intention of wasting a heartbeat on questions. She wanted the insolent dragon ripped to shreds. Why the yelling? If you've got complaints, take them to Li Kai didn't bother finishing. With a snort he dove, talons flipping to summon the greatsword king's fall dragon slayer, wreathed in gray-black flame. The air howled, and a crushing aura swept across the battlefield. Lai Wan ignored the question of why the dragon could trigger a boss mechanic. He roared and drew his longbow to a full crescent. Golden arrows exploded into a torrent, but none were aimed at the incoming dragon. Instead, they rained toward an ostensibly empty patch of sky. The always hits aspect of songcraft kicked in, targeting Li Kai's true body hidden by his mirage technique. Lai Wan's demigod ability, insight into all, reduced the illusion to scraps of paper. VMM. Li Kai's form flickered into view. Forced to defend, he swung his sword in frantic arcs. Every golden bolt struck, its lethal force shunted into the blade, gray-black and gold ripples detonating in midair. Above, flames tangled like mad serpents. Below, silence ruled. Agnew stood motionless on scorched earth, the screams of nearly 1,000 fallen comrades echoing through his mind. They hadn't died to the signature blades of a foreign elite unit, they'd been erased by the scheme of a dragonborn nobody. For the prodigy who had taken the commander's seat while still young, the blow was numbing. Hisha! A distant cliff face split apart. Rubble and dust crashed down as the omen bat clawed free, half its body charred black. Its chest had caved in, yet it still swelled as new flesh boiled beneath burned skin. When the nuke blossomed, it had been gnawing at the light shield and was roasted alive. Only the region's punitive mechanics had preserved billions of its hit points until the knights were wiped, keeping it from being forced into Phase 2. Li Kai had massed himself from start to finish, so the bat blamed the only 2 humans left in the crater. A rational beast might have retreated. The omen bat, intoxicated by blood and death its own included, did the opposite. With a snap of its wings, sand and ash spun into a cyclone as the monster lunged at Agnew and Lai Wan. Agnew, stall that thing for me, I'm turning the dragon into a pincushion. Lai Wan shouted, bowstring taut once more. A familiar battle cry jolted Agnew awake. Eyes bloodshot, he hefted the radiant greatsword and charged the omen bat. This time, though, he had no horse beneath him. After the nuclear blast, the demon bat prison had fallen into an eerie calm, but the clash of battle now shattered the silence. The dragon Li Kai raised King's Fall, the regicide blade, and stopped trying to parry the golden arrows he could never fully avoid, letting one pin itself into his scales. The instant the arrowhead bit into flesh, crimson light burst over his hide like molten lava, flowed along the grain of his muscles, and gathered at the sword's edge, forging a savage arc of scarlet energy in midair. He had relied on the extinguish technique so often lately that King's Fall's durability was hanging by a thread. Such a famed weapon could not be entrusted to anyone else. He would have to wait until he returned to the wasteland and ask Cieli Brovo to repair it. The scarlet beam rained down from above. Bereft of his mount, Lu Wan could only dodge on foot, yet Li Kai's agility had climbed to 2,898.7, and Dragon Dive's burst of speed let him outpace anything legs alone could manage. A heartbeat before the slash landed, Lu Wan blurred into a streak of light, fleeing a kilometer away. The moment his boots touched ground, he launched into a hurried incantation. Crack thunder roared. Li Kai used electro flash, turning into a bolt of lightning that slammed down in front of Lu Wan. 2 million shield. 574,075 shield. With his monstrous strength and the Citadel Breaker trait, a single casual swing shattered Lu Wan's shields and triggered his protective talisman. As a ranged archer, Lu Wan never lacked ways to stay alive. The brief delay let him finish his spell. Light blossomed behind him and became a pair of white wings. He beat them once, shot backward, drew his harp-like longbow, and loosed a razor-thin beam of radiance. Boom! The bolt ripped through Li Kai's scales and blasted a bloody hole in his chest. 1,105,211. One arrow for over 1,000,000 damage. The fully unleashed epic power of Ballad really is terrifying, he muttered, deciding that straight-up tanking was no longer an option. Another brilliant arrow screamed toward him. He spoke a single syllable, and a sparkling, eternal ice coffin formed around him, absorbing the hit. 1,250,000 shield. A spell that normally took 30 seconds to cast now took only 1, thanks to the S-rank skill Ethereal Chant. S-rank Ethereal Chant. A 5-second chant summons a spirit that, for 204 seconds, completes any incantation for you. Simultaneous chanting cuts the time further. Cooldown equals 10 times the spirit's duration. The spirit handles both the spoken words and the internal flow of mana, letting Li Kai fire off 2 different skills in a heartbeat almost as efficient as the Shrank talent twin casting. Crack! Electroflash triggered again. Li Kai appeared point-blank and smashed the rest of Lu Wan's shield with a single stroke. Lu Wan spun and loosed another arrow, shredding what was left of the ice coffin. I can eat a few arrows without a shield. Can you take one of my swings? Li Kai growled, calling up the strength skill Infernal Killing Grounds. The greatsword painted countless afterimages. Its aura filled the air, reducing rock walls and rubble to dust. Luwan was forced to burn yet another movement skill and reappeared a kilometer away. At once, deadly mana converged around him. Ethereal Chant had already finished the draconic spell Radiant Prisms. Countless shards of light floated nearby, ready to explode if he strayed too close, sealing off every escape. Crack! Another flash of lightning brought Li Kai to his side, driving Luwan into yet another blink. Pretty slippery. How many dodges do you have left? The instant Luwan rematerialized, a multicolored beam snapped onto him like a homing tether, clinging no matter how he spiraled. Strength Light Binded Spirit could lock unerringly onto a target's ankles. The dragon's bag of tricks seemed endless. A wave of helplessness washed over Luwan. Was he really powerless against a dragon whose rank was only that of a mere lord? A rainbowlet beam writhed through the sky, finally striking the frantically fleeing figure. 172, 31, 25 shield. A crater exploded across the light barrier. In that split second, Luwan flicked his wrist, conjured a blinding light shield, and blocked the remnants of light shackles. But he was frozen in midair, unable to budge. Whoosh! A roar split the air as the giant dragon blinked in. Its black and crimson blade swept down, flinging knife-edge winds. Gold flashed in Luwan's eyes, and Sklas purification burst free, shattering the bind. White angel wings beat hard, letting him skim past the sword's edge by a hair. The slash carved into the ground, spraying stone. Weren't you here to avenge your men? Think running can kill me? Li Kai mocked. His jaws gaped wide and dark blue heavy water poured out like a burst dam, surging into a towering waves-glass skill titled Deluge. Deadliest where water ruled. Luwan raised a hand. Golden light formed an arrow that streaked away. As the wave crashed in, he swapped places with it and slipped the noose once more. The arrow detonated on landing, shredding the water curtain, but he knew his escapes were nearly spent. Damn it! He glanced at the far fight. Agnew, Chorus of War Unleashed, was battering the Omen Bat, now lacking its jungle retribution buff, yet the vampire spawn's hide and regeneration made a quick kill impossible. Crack! Lightning writhed as Li Kai used Flash of Thunder to close the gap. His left claw hurled a Thunder Judgment Spear, sealing Luwan's left flank. The right claw flipped over and spat clusters of molten rock's glass magma burst. A supreme nuke looted from a defiled mutant dragon. Worse, a radiant array had appeared above Luwan's head. Antique draconic runes spinning dragon tongue magic radiant verdict, poised to drop a lethal beam. At the same time, high-pressure heavy water breath roared in, locking his final avenue of retreat. The Eye of True Insight gave its verdict. No teleports left. His shield remained, yet it couldn't soak that much damage. In a heartbeat, he layered another barrier over himself, then drove his wings left, judging the Thunder Spear the lesser threat. Li Kai's lips curled. He possessed a stack of Sklas skills, yet he had tossed only the class Thunder Judgment Spear, because... Boom. 41, 35, 50 shield. The spear exploded, unfolding into a golden lightning field that swallowed Luwan whole. Fortunately, the purification still lingered. Any crowd control below Sklas remained useless against him. Just as Luwan breathed a sigh of relief, the treacherous dragon flashed that spine-chilling grin once more. No had fallen for it. Before he could react, the dragon clenched its left claw, and the dazzling golden lightning swirling between its talons collapsed into an arcane rune. Crackle! The instant the rune formed, the nearly faded thunder field roared back to life. Bolts of electricity crisscrossed wildly, forging a cage of raging lightning. The cliff face shattered under the barrage, and the unguarded Luwan was struck fooling by the golden arcs. The S-rank skill Heaven's Myriad Thunder Prison triggered. It forms a 3-second lightning cage around the caster, dealing spirit 500 lightning damage per second to all enemies inside, and applying a 3-second SS priority paralysis only on the first tick. The skill can also be cast on an allied lightning ability, forcing that ability's damage to resolve a second time. Cooldown, 15 minutes. 41, 35, 50 shield. 172,900 shield. 2, 80, 0, 804. With spirit maxed out through equilibrium body, the strike's raw power smashed Luwan's light shield instantly. A flash later, he was roasted to a cinder. No. Agnew, who had been pummeling the malefic bat nearby, let out a cry. He lashed his wings and streaked till Li Kai's side, sweeping his spear to drive the dragon back. When the lethal thunder cage dispersed, only a softly glowing orb hung in the air. As expected of the Holy Empire's elite Legion resurrection gear, one piece after another, but this was the end of the line. Luwan did not revive on the spot. Like other hero rank captains, he now needed the sacred pool to reforge his body. Not killing him outright actually worked out. Li Kai glanced at his nearly maxed experience bar. If leveling up triggered an uncontrollable ascension, Agnew might seize the chance to escape. Now it would be a clean turn-on, Wouldn't it, my beastly friend? Li Kai had just hauled himself from the rubble when the malefic bat screeched and dived at him. To the creature, every intruder had to die, and a dragon with noble blood, massive size, and plenty of fresh blood was obviously the first to drain. Courting death, Li Kai swung the sword of fallen kings, a kingslayer's strike hurling the bat backward. The blade's absolute oblivion trait finally tasted its first blood of the fight. 48, 1672. 24, 0836. He snorted. A vampire getting drained, fair enough. Since it was eager to die, he would oblige. The dragon spewed a scorching beam of holy light, washing the sticky black blood from the sword, then shoved the blade between its fangs and began to grind it. Li Kai rarely used this flame-fanged enchantment. Human enemies were too fragile, one swing sufficed, but the malefic bat had volunteered, so it could die first. Meanwhile, Agnew gently cradled the softly glowing orb, grief etched across his face. A simple escort mission had led to such heavy loss Sesh never imagined it. Low-tier guardian angels had a fatal flaw. Once placed in the sacred pool to regenerate, their career path froze at the epic tier forever. A faint pulse came from the orb. Lywin, on the brink of death, was still comforting and encouraging him. Rest easy, Agnew whispered, resolve hardening in his eyes. I will win this. Inside the nearly abandoned bat jail, where only a handful of corrupted bats still flitted about, a colossal dragon covered from snout to tail in scales raised his head at the foot of a craggy cliff. He bent low and bit down on the great sword in his claws, grinding the metal between rows of ivory fangs. Clang after clang reverberated through the empty cavern, sparks bursting with every bite. On the final chomp, the black and crimson blade sovereign Doomblade, Kingslayer blazed with six-hued light. A fresh holy enchantment had taken hold. Every slash would now sap 5% of a target's attributes, stacking up to 3 times. Come fight me, Li Kai hissed, licking the blade's edge as he greeted the lunging omen bat fiend with a savage grin. Before he could pick a skill, a thunderous bellow erupted from the side. They'll tear you to shreds. Agnew, wreathed in molten gold, vaulted skyward with his spear and thrust straight at the dragon. Forced to respond, Li Kai used the guard null technique. Spear and sword collided with an ear-splitting crash. Riding the recoil from Agnew's unstoppable trait, the dragon shot back several hundred meters, neatly ducking the bat fiend's dive. Hey, what happened to fair play? He complained, pressing his dorsal fins to the rock and slipping into the cliff face to hide. A legend and an overlord ganging up on one poor, helpless lord? That's against the rules. I thought only villains got swarmed. Since when does a respectable dragon become target practice? From Agnew's standpoint, the sensible move would have been to team up with the seemingly weaker dragon, force the bat fiend into phase 2, and only then settle their own accounts. But fury clouded his mind, and he chose to strike at Li Kai first. As for the fiend, abyssal creatures were famously short-sighted. Blood was its sole obsession. Skriha! The omen bat fiend shrieked, black wings snapping wide. From the gaps in its feathers surged a torrent of cold dark bats, each pair of eyes a glowing crimson, flooding toward every living thing in the grotto. Agnew cracked his spear, driving Li Kai from the stone. Any bat that brushed him vanished in ash under divine shelter, the third trait of his canticle power, but the drain on that power spiked in turn. As the swarm closed in, Li Kai fired off scorching molten hide, and shrank skill inherited from a blasphemous variant Wyrm. For the next 5 minutes, anything that approached him would be devoured by living flame. Fire tongues danced. Dense clouds of bats dissolved into cinders around him. Thwarted again, the bat fiend loosed another mind-splitting shriek. Oily black blood seeped from its skin, reeking of filth and sin-foul blood tide. The ichor cascaded down, eating through rock with vicious hisses. Corpses long entombed in the great rift clawed their way free wherever the blood ran. Any life it touched became tainted by abyssal energy and could rouse the dead to fight alongside it. Within seconds, the viscous tide merged into an airborne sea. One beat of the fiend's wings whipped it into a raging surf, each wave of baleful blood smashing across the prison. If this continued, every creature present would be dragged into the abyss. Agne's face blanched. He had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of the dragon. If the foul blood tide kept sweeping through, his canticle power would be exhausted in moments. Li Kai wasn't much better off. Molten body could vaporize any evil blood that neared him, yet the lingering stench still invaded his nostrils, sending a chilling energy racing through every limb. You have been tainted by dark power, all attributes reduced by 5. Hey, how about we finish it off first, and then settle our score? He shouted, flaring his wings and shooting into the sky as he called out to Chow Wano, Agnew. Agnew didn't answer. With a sideways sweep of his spear, he tore a huge gap through the bloody tide, then followed up with a thrust that sent a golden beam straight at the dragon. Boring. I'm done playing with you too. Li Kai activated interdimensional assault, slipping into a gash in space and dodging the golden light. He stayed in the rift for 5.1 seconds before re-emerging in a corner, where he cast the draconic spell Mirror Flower, Moonlit Water, wiping his massive body from view. The Eye of Light, Lie Wan, was already down, leaving only Agnew and the dread omened Batu hotheads with no way to pierce his illusion. Li Kai smirked. "They're putty in my hands." But Agnew suddenly halted midair, stopping his sweeping blessing of light. "Hiding won't help. I can feel the spatial ripples." A heartbeat later, blinding white radiance burst from him, expanding until the entire bat pit blazed like a sun. The corrupt blood sea hissed and vanished wherever it touched. "This is my domain luminous field. Your invisibility is useless here." Li Kai and the bat clenched their eyes shut. The glare was unbearable, and even squinting revealed nothing but white. His Earth Force and Starshine powers both fizzled. Another system alert chimed. Luminous field suppression detected. All attributes reduced by 56. Fortunately, his Achiever 3 feet offset 15, leaving him with 59 of his stats. Even so, his HP had dropped to just 2.61 million hadn't been this fragile in ages. So this is a domain, the trump card of legendary rank? Ridiculous. He hesitated, wondering whether to break the field with duelist's balance, when a searing pain ripped across his chest. Splat. 168,035. 142,521 light elemental damage. One strike wiped out his remaining HP. The stand unyielding trait of his shrank talent, 2 sides of 1 coin triggered, granting 9 seconds of invulnerability at 1 health. Li Kai instantly abandoned the idea of using duelist's balance. In the next 9.1 seconds, he would tear Agnew to pieces. Inside the blinding white domain, the omen bat huddled in a corner, wings wrapped over its head. The place, known as the Radiant Field, did more than dazzle. Even its echolocation couldn't pick up the faintest movement. So the creature flattened itself against the ground like a patch of shadow, ready to spring the moment anyone came close. Elsewhere, Agnew grinned as he wrenched the blessed lance of light from the dragon's breastbone. In theory, a boss perks should vanish the instant it entered his domain, yet the monster still clung to its pesky internal trigger. Agnew shrugged. "Fine, head, just kill it again." He looked up, waiting for the dragon's Phase 2 cutscene to end, and froze. Blood still gushed from the hole in its chest. Its searing flames still raged, and every damage over time stack from Phase 1 was stubbornly intact. Boom. The fanged maw flew open and a chaotic breath, black, gray, and shot through with multicolored light flooded out. Agnew ready to blink, but sensing 2 wildly opposite auras blazing on the dragon's body, his mind blanked for a split second. 73, 15, 56 shield. 1, 72, 31, 25 shield. The towering wall of light shields he had layered while closing in on the molten dragon absorbed the lethal blast. As he regained his senses and prepared to teleport, a crystalline lotus blossomed in midair. In the blink of an eye, killing frost rolled across the battlefield. A tide of icy vapor drowned everything, locking Agnew and the distant omen bat in solid ice, and turning them into flawless sculptures. The chant from Lingshu still wasn't finished. Before Li Kai was dragged inside the Radiant Field, had ordered Lingshu to drop this wide area control. 32, 53, 26 shield. 73, 15, 56 shield. 1, 72, 31, 25 shield. Li Kai hadn't seen numbers this low in ages. After 2 whole seconds of damage, the shield refused to break, and that was with ever-burning ember ticking away after Head maxed his spirit with equilibrium form, right before the global stat cut hit. Swish. A flash of gold, and Agnew blinked a kilometer away, still rattled. Without that absurdly thick barrier, he would have been forced to burn his last revive. It wasn't some low-tier guardian angel. It was a legendary armor perk from the same set as the Blessed Lance, also called Gift of Light. Crafty dragon, the words barely left his lips before the magma-wreathed beast locked onto him and thundered forward. Thanks to the true mark Head applied at the start, Li Kai could track the target perfectly even while blinded. With every stat slashed, none of his other skills could top ever-burning ember, so he stopped multitasking and stayed in close, letting molten flame scorch the dragon nonstop. Only then did Agnew realize the beast was in a lock HP state. Trading blows would be suicide. He whirled and dove into the Radiant Field's white mist, fleeing in utter disarray. Seeing this, Li Kai parted his lips and fired an icy blue ray that hit Agnew hundreds of meters away before he could even blink. It was an rank skill he had redeemed from the reward Vault Freezing Ray, a pure control move. If the target's tier or level is lower than the caster's, it freezes them for 4 ticks. If higher, it only slows them by 199 for 1 to 5 seconds. The skill has rank priority and a 5-minute cooldown. Agnew was a level 63 legendary tier fighter, so the ray merely slowed him by 26 for 2 seconds. Although all of Li Kai's attributes had been reduced by 59, his agility was still superior, and he closed the gap in an instant. Agnew, seeing no other way out, forcibly cast an S-rank purification spell to dispel the Slowa technique that removes every S-rank and lower debuff and grants immunity to any control below S-rank for the next minute. Exactly what Li Kai had hoped for. After his earlier fight with Lawan, he was almost out of crowd control options. A howling gale erupted inside the domain of radiance. The temperature plunged, frost and snow formed from thin air, and the storm grew fiercer by the second. Li Kai activated his strength skill, Polar Tempest. It deals steady damage and slows every enemy in the area. If the slow lasts more than 3 seconds, the target freezes for 1 second. Both effects have strength priority, so Purification's follow-up immunity was useless against them. 24, 3994.5 shield. Agnew scrambled to raise his final light ward's earlier struggle against the Omen Bat had drained most of his shields. No sooner had the ward formed than Polar Tempest's ice and the dragon's scorching breath closed in from both sides. Slowed, Agnew was caught. Even as he stabbed bloody holes in the dragon's scales, the beast refused to let go. 24, 3994.5 shield. 1, 72, 31, 25 shield. Ice and flame intertwined, trapping Agnew in a vortex of extremes. His light ward's value plummeted before his eyes. 24, 3994.5 shield. 1, 72, 31, 25 shield. 67, 36, 63.2 shield. 14, 81, 03.3 shield. 58, 34, 52.7. 11, 32, 20.7 burn. 50, 5,000 poison. The instant the slow maxed out, Agnew froze solid. Li Kai blinked in, unleashing Sovereign's Kingslayer slash alongside a torrent of chaotic dragon breath. For streams of power struck at once, shattering the light ward, and the 6-element breath exploded over Agnew. Paralysis, poison, burn, freeze, slow, attribute reduction 6 debuffs stacked instantly. He was immobile, his body blackened and rimed with frost. It was over. With a sweeping arc, Li Kai cut the once dominant legendary combatant clean in half. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.